Chapter 1. Shedding the troubles of the original host gazing upon the dilapidated house before him, Gu Lin still found it hard to believe that he had traversed into another realm. He lay upon the frail wooden bed, and with a gentle turn, the bed creaked beneath him. Raising his eyes to the wooden beams and gray tiles above, he fell into deep contemplation. Gu Lin distinctly recalled being struck down by a car that had run a red light while en route to a part-time job, succumbing to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. He vaguely remembered the sound of an ambulance arriving to transport him to the hospital, and it was only after clearly hearing the doctor declare that the surgery had been successful that he finally slipped into a complete oblivion. To his astonishment, when he opened his eyes, he was not greeted by the pristine ceiling of a hospital, but rather by coarse beams and dull tiles. Completely bewildered, Gu Lin initially believed he had yet to awaken and closed his eyes to drift back to sleep. However, when he opened his eyes again to find the scene unchanged, he confirmed that he was not merely disoriented, but had indeed arrived in an unfamiliar environment. But how had he ended up here? Before Gu Lin could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through his mind. The youth grimaced in agony, pressing his forehead as fragments of memories surged into his consciousness like a tempestuous tide. Gu Lin's expression gradually darkened. He had crossed over, and absurdly, he found himself within a male-oriented novel titled Strategic Power in the World. He had not become the protagonist or a supporting character, nor had he transformed into the primary antagonist instead. He had taken on the role of a minor cannon fodder character who had tormented and abused the male lead in the early stages. The original host, whose name bore a striking resemblance to his own, Gu Lin, was the stepmother of the male lead, having been favored by the male lead's father due to her youth and beauty. She constantly made life difficult for the male lead when his father was not around. Later, after the male lead's father sustained grave injuries while hunting and passed away, the original host, unwilling to live a life of widowhood, planned to abscond with the remaining silver from the male lead's household and elope with her lover. However, her scheme was revealed 2 days before her planned escape, leading to her demise at the hands of the male lead. The mere thought of this caused Gu Lin to gasp in horror. He hurriedly recalled the original host's past, trying to ascertain how far her relationship with her lover had progressed. After sifting through the original host's memories, he discovered that she had just completed the funeral arrangements for the male lead's father when she succumbed to exhaustion and died. At that moment, he had fortuitously arrived, meaning the original host had yet to discuss her elopement plans with her lover. A sigh of relief escaped Gu Lin's lips as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At last, he had managed to save his own life. He had no desire to bear the blame for the original host's demise. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the silence within the room, causing Gu Lin's eyelids to twitch with an ominous premonition. As expected, a low male voice resonated from outside. "My dear, it's me. Hurry and open the door." Gu Lin's scalp prickled in response, for the words and tone matched precisely with the memories he had of the original host's lover. There was no way he would grant the man entry. He called out, "Leave immediately, or I shall summon help." The voice outside paused for a moment before Lu Sanlai, with a sticky throat, replied, "My dear, are you still playing games with me? Don't be angry, let me in so I can take good care of you." Gu Lin felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the man's words, and he retorted sharply, "Get lost." He could not fathom how the original host had become entangled with such a loathsome individual. Noticing Gu Lin's atypical demeanor, which reeked of rejection, Lu Sanlai's previously flirtatious expression vanished. How could a man tolerate being so openly defied? Regardless of whether Gu Lin was teasing him, Lu Sanlai resolved to teach him a lesson, intending to make it clear that even after marriage, he would be the one in charge. Unlike Zheng the hunter, who had coddled Gu Lin, Lu Sanlai's irritation swelled, and he bellowed, "You little wretch, don't push your luck. Open the door and let me in, or you'll never have a chance to marry me." Though he spoke in such a manner, Lu Sanlai had no intention of letting the original host go. Gu Lin's beauty was renowned for miles, and he could not bear to let such a prize slip through his fingers. Furthermore, Zheng the hunter had likely amassed a fortune from his years of hunting, and Lu Sanlai was determined not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. As Gu Lin observed the wooden door beginning to shake under the force of Lu Sanlai's assault, he mustered his frail body to sit up, then rose to grab a pair of scissors from the dressing table. A fierce glint crossed his face. If the man dared to intrude, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. The village chief's voice rang out. "Lu Sanlai, what are you doing?" A spark of inspiration flashed in Gu Lin's mind. He realized that this was his chance to rid himself of Lu Sanlai once and for all. He set the scissors down, pinched his thigh to summon tears, and dashed out the door, his face a mask of terror as he cried, "Uncles and aunties, help! Lu Sanlai has barged in while no one is home, trying to force me to marry him and take away my deceased husband's silver. If I refuse, he threatens to tarnish my reputation. Ever since my husband passed, people have come to bully me. My life is truly unfortunate." The slender youth wept, his body trembling as he spoke of her late husband, his voice quivering with grief and pain, his pale complexion and tear-streaked face evoking sympathy from all present. Though Gu Lin was a man, he had witnessed enough of the melodramatic antics of modern-day women to know how to cry convincingly. Human nature tends to lean towards sympathy for the weak, and despite the original host's past indulgences, she had never truly offended the villagers. Moreover, Zheng the Hunter had been known for his kindness during his lifetime, and many in attendance had benefited from his goodwill. Now that he was gone, they could not simply stand by and watch his wife and child be oppressed. Upon hearing Gu Lin's desire to sever ties with him, Lu Sanlai's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "You shameless wretch, you're lying. It'll make you regret this." With that, he lunged forward, intent on striking Gu Lin. However, the young men present could not allow him to act with impunity. They stepped forward in unison, blocking Lu Sanlai and forcing him to his knees. Instantly, Lu Sanlai erupted in a flurry of foul language, even divulging various secrets about himself and the original host. Those watching could not help but cast suspicious glances at the youth. Seeing this, tears streamed down Gu Lin's cheeks, his expression one of utter despair as he addressed Lu Sanlai. "If I had any illicit relationship with you, would I dare to escalate this matter? It is clear that you intend to take advantage of me now that my husband has passed, and there are no men left in the Zheng family to protect me. But do not forget, the Zheng family still has male heirs, and I will not allow you to bully us." With that, he turned to face the gathered crowd, his pale visage bearing a hint of defiance as he declared, "Uncles and aunties, my husband treated me with such kindness. How could I forsake our bond and be with someone else? If I have wronged my husband in any way, may I, Gu Lin, suffer a fate worse than death." In ancient times, oaths were held in high regard, especially such severe vows, for the heavens themselves would heed them. Witnessing Gu Lin's solemn vow, the assembly began to believe his words. Moreover, they glanced at Gu Lin's unadorned yet flower-like beauty. Should he seek to remarry, he would surely have countless suitors and would never settle for Lu Sanlai. Seeing that the crowd was swayed by his words, Gu Lin lowered his gaze, feigning to wipe away tears. He certainly had the audacity to swear such an oath had done nothing wrong to Zheng the Hunter, while the one entangled with Lu Sanlai was the original host, and that had no bearing on him. The young men silenced Lu Sanlai to prevent him from uttering any more vile words that might offend their ears. A woman stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Gu Lin's shoulder. Gu Lin felt a surge of discomfort at the closeness, but Sister Zhao, believing he was heartbroken, offered gentle words of comfort. "Do not cry, Zheng's family. Now, only you and Zheng, the young master, remain. If you fall ill from grief, what will become of this household?" Sister Zhao's family had also received kindness from Zheng the Hunter, and now seeing the benefactor's family suffer, her heart ached for Gu Lin. A middle-aged man from the crowd spoke up, addressing the village chief. "Village chief, while it is customary for widows to remarry, it should never be forced upon them. If such behavior continues, who would dare to marry into our village in the future?" Others echoed his sentiments, for many of them had sons nearing marriageable age and could not allow Lu Sanlai's misconduct to ruin their prospects. Though the village chief held a position of authority in Xia village, he had less sway than the leaders of other villages. Those leaders were often from the prominent families with significant influence, while the residents of Xia village were mostly refugees from years past, lacking a common surname and thus requiring the chief to heed their opinions before making decisions. Now, seeing the unanimous resolve to punish Lu Sanlai, the village chief contemplated for a moment before stating, "Then let us expel Lu Sanlai from Xia village." The village chief had his own considerations. Lu Sanlai had previously engaged in petty theft and mischief, but out of concern for his youth, they had refrained from expulsion, fearing it would tarnish the village's reputation. Now that he was of age, they no longer needed to worry. Moreover, Xia village had already been marginalized due to its status as a refugee settlement. In recent years, they had improved their standing by forming alliances through marriage with neighboring villages. If Lu Sanlai's actions jeopardized the marriage prospects of the village's youth, the chief would not stand for it. With a serious expression, the village chief addressed Gu Lin, Zheng's family. "Rest assured, you will be able to live peacefully without anyone forcing you to remarry." Gu Lin wiped away the traces of tears on his face, expressing his gratitude to the village chief and the gathered villagers. "Thank you, village chief, and all the uncles, aunts, and elders for your righteous assistance." Observing the delicate youth before him, the village chief sighed internally. This young man was but 18 with Zheng the hunter's recent passing. He had lost his pillar of support and wished only to survive with the child. Yet, as time passed, how could he preserve this life? It was likely that once the mourning period ended, he would be compelled to remarry. However, he said nothing of this, patting the young man on the shoulder. "Go now, Zheng the young master, and return to your father." Upon hearing the words, Gu Lin finally noticed the young boy beside the village chief. The child was likely his stepson, Zheng Hao, the male protagonist of the original story. Gu Lin turned his gaze towards Zheng Hao, whose slightly tanned complexion contrasted with his youthful features. Despite being merely a child, the depths of his obsidian eyes seemed devoid of light. As Gu Lin shifted his focus away from Zheng Hao's penetrating gaze, he found himself momentarily captivated by the boy's tender, yet fierce countenance, brimming with untamed spirit and an underlying ferocity. Such emotions were unmistakably directed at him. Gu Lin swallowed hard. After offering a few words of comfort to Gu Lin, the others departed, leaving just the two of them, one large and one small, locked in a silent exchange in the desolate courtyard. Chapter 2. The inconsistent young master Zheng Hao, clad in coarse hemp garments, displayed an unmistakable expression of disdain towards Gu Lin after the village head and others departed. And no matter how the book described the male protagonist's youthful cleverness and wit, it could not compare to the shock Gu Lin felt at the speed of Zheng Hao's transformation. However, the two could not continue to stare at each other in silence, that as an adult. Gu Lin felt it was his duty to initiate conversation. "Have you eaten?" With noon approaching, it seemed only fitting to inquire, for food is of utmost importance to the people. Yet, as soon as he uttered the words, he noticed Zheng Hao's disdain intensifying, his gaze now sharp as a knife. That Ji Yulin's body stiffened, and he recalled that the original character had been withholding food from the male protagonist since his father's severe illness, never allowing him to eat his fill. Witnessing Zheng Hao's barely restrained urge to pounce upon him, Gu Lin hastily added, "You must not have eaten since your return. I will prepare a meal now, and it will be ready shortly." Zheng Hao cast a scornful glance at Gu Lin and, without acknowledging him further, retreated to his room. Ji Yulin felt a pang of regret. He had inadvertently offended the male protagonist upon their first meeting. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, interrupting his self-reproach. Since arriving the previous night, he had not consumed a single drop of water and was now ravenously hungry, his stomach aching faintly, setting aside his regrets. Gu Lin resolved to find something to eat to satiate his hunger. He made his way to the wood shed of the Zheng household, first checking the stove and then the wooden cupboard. But after searching both, he discovered that aside from condiments, there was no other food to be found. Pausing for a moment, Gu Lin glanced around, ultimately walking towards a corner. There, he found a large vat. Standing before it, he lifted the wooden board covering its mouth and discovered a cloth bag inside. Upon retrieving the bag and opening it, he found it filled to the brim with golden corn. He peered back into the vat, hoping to find more, but despite its seemingly deep interior, it contained only the bag of corn he held in his hands. The Ji Yulin returned his gaze to the stove. However, the young man stood there motionless for a while, his expression somber as he contemplated the corn. Although he had some culinary skills, having grown up in the southern regions of the modern world, he was accustomed to rice and noodles, never having cooked corn before. With only a bag of corn at his disposal, he had no choice but to eat or risk going hungry. That Gu Lin certainly would not allow himself to starve. Drawing from his past experience of cooking porridge, he rinsed the corn, then soaked it in a wooden basin filled with water. Once it had softened sufficiently, he poured the corn into a pot and added water to boil. During this process, Gu Lin encountered some minor difficulties. Unlike modern gas stoves, the ancient stove required him to start a fire. Fortunately, he had spent some time in the countryside in modern times and was familiar with using a large stove. Although the current stove differed somewhat from the modern one, Gu Lin quickly figured it out, locating a fire starter in the wooden cupboard and igniting some dry grass. Once the grass caught fire, he tossed it into the stove, and flames quickly erupted. Perhaps due to Gu Lin's foresight in soaking the corn with a robust fire in the stove, a delightful aroma soon wafted from the pot. As the sweet scent filled the air, Gu Lin felt even hungrier. He lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the corn porridge bubbling merrily. He retrieved a bowl from the cupboard, and after a moment's thought, took out another. Being somewhat fastidious, he could not bring himself to eat directly from these bowls, so he ladled some porridge into one to warm it before serving the dish. Gazing at the rich and golden corn porridge, Gu Lin's hunger felt like a fire raging within him. He could no longer resist, not even waiting for it to cool, and he promptly lifted the bowl to eat. Instantly, the unique, sweet flavor of the corn flooded his mouth, soothing his gnawing stomach. After one bowl, he licked his lips, still unsatisfied, and poured himself a second helping. Only after consuming 2 bowls of the thick porridge did Gu Lin finally feel content, with some porridge left in the pot. He decided to save it for dinner, covering the pot before departing. Later that evening, when Gu Lin returned to the woodshed to retrieve the porridge, he noticed that the amount had diminished slightly. Yet he feigned ignorance and drank it all before returning to his room. Unbeknownst to him, the wooden door of the room behind him had been left ajar, and it was not until he had been inside for quite some time that the door creaked shut. Back in his room, Gu Lin lay on the wooden bed, unable to close his eyes for a long while. He had accepted the reality of his transmigration into a book, but he still needed to contemplate how to survive in this world. During the day, he had considered leaving, but after learning about the background of this world, he abandoned that idea. The original story unfolded from the male protagonist's perspective, so while reading, Gu Lin had not grasped the position of young masters in this world. However, after a day and night of digesting the original character's memories, Gu Lin understood that young masters held a very lowly status, far inferior to that of men and women. This world, much like ancient Huagua, revered men. Yet unlike Huagua, women enjoyed significantly higher status. That women's rights were protected by law, and if they chose not to marry, they could establish themselves as independent women and traverse the world alone. In contrast, young masters were not afforded such legal protections. Although they bore the responsibility of continuing the lineage, their physiological makeup rendered them less favored by men, and their fertility was inferior to that of women. Thus, their status remained perpetually low, relegated to the role of mere appendages to men. In other words, if Gu Lin could not change this situation, he would have no hope of attaining freedom and would inevitably remain an accessory to some man. Gu Lin felt numb at this realization, yet he did not allow this blow to extinguish his fighting spirit. Though he had not yet graduated from university in modern times, he had already faced numerous trials from society after losing both parents. Lacking familial support, he was destined to endure far more hardship than others. Since middle school, while his peers traveled and squandered their summers and winters, Gu Lin had tirelessly worked part-time jobs to save for his high school and university tuition. His circumstances were unfortunate, yet he had never contemplated giving up. He consistently persevered, moving forward in life. This bitter experience had honed a resilient mindset, enabling him to swiftly adjust and face challenges with composure, even when confronted with thorny obstacles. The following day, upon hearing the crowing of roosters, Gu Lin awoke. Lacking toothpaste in ancient times, he followed local customs and utilized willow branches to clean his teeth. After freshening up, Gu Lin returned to the woodshed to prepare porridge. As he observed the dwindling corn in the cloth bag, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. If this continued, they would soon run out of food. He needed to find a way to earn money quickly. But how could one make money in ancient times? For a moment, Gu Lin found himself at a loss. That if he had transmigrated as a man, he might have attempted the imperial examinations. Even if he could not become an official, possessing a degree would afford him a more comfortable life. Yet, as a young master, he could not even claim to be a person of status. What about becoming a farmer? Gu Lin shook his head. Although farmers ranked second in the social hierarchy, they often lived the most arduous lives that he understood his own limitations. His frail physique rendered the prospect of subsisting through farming utterly unrealistic. What then about becoming a craftsman? Throughout history, skilled artisans have always been in demand, yet Gu Lin lacked the necessary skills to pursue this path. Ultimately, his thoughts shifted to the least esteemed profession, that of a merchant. Though merchants were considered lowly and faced substantial restrictions regarding their livelihoods and the futures of their descendants, Gu Lin could hardly afford to be concerned about such matters when he was nearing starvation. As his thoughts raced, a multitude of ideas began to surface. Yet, there was one more pressing matter he needed to address. Ji Lin approached Zheng Hao's door and called out, "Xiao Hao, have you risen? Breakfast is ready. Come out and eat." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. After contemplating throughout the night, Gu Lin ultimately decided to remain in the Zheng household, that is, in truth, aside from the Zheng family. He had nowhere else to go. The original character had a maternal family, but they were inconsequential. The Zheng household consisted solely of Zheng the hunter and Zheng Hao, without any other relatives, which meant Gu Lin could stay without any elder to impose restrictions on him. Moreover, if circumstances remained uncertain in the future, he could simply vow to remain a widow for Zheng the hunter, thereby ensuring that no man could legally control him. Having resolved to stay with the Zheng family, Gu Lin aimed to cultivate a better relationship with Zheng Hao if he wished to reside there in peace. He could not allow Zheng Hao to harbor unending disdain toward him, at the very least. They needed to establish a relationship akin to that of ordinary individuals. Seated at the table, Gu Lin was somewhat taken aback when Zheng Hao walked in. Although he had called out for Zheng Hao to join him for breakfast, he had not anticipated that the young man would actually come, that he merely intended to initiate small gestures, hoping to soften the other's attitude over time. Zheng Hao approached Gu Lin, his eyes cold as he regarded him with an icy tone. "What exactly do you want?" Since the previous day, he had sensed something was amiss with Gu Lin. Had he not been observant, he might have overlooked the peculiarities in the other's demeanor. Gu Lin, undaunted by Zheng Hao's scrutiny, replied, "Do you believe me if I say I wish to stay by your side and live a good life?" It is evident that Zheng Hao harbored deep skepticism, his vigilance intensifying upon hearing his words that he had long seen through Gu Lin's vanity and malice. Previously, in front of his father, she would feign concern, only to deride him as a wretched child behind his back. Now he could only speculate on the scheme she might be concocting. Ji Lin understood that mere words would be insufficient to gain his trust. Yet for the sake of the future, certain truths must be articulated. "I confess. I was not a good elder. I made your life difficult and subjected you to cruelty. However, after your father's passing, I reflected deeply and recognized my mistakes. Now, our household consists solely of you and me. It is challenging to find someone who could treat me better than your father did, and the thought of remarrying fills me with dread. Thus, I wish to dedicate myself to raising you well, so that I might not feel shame before your father in the afterlife that I have committed many wrongs in the past, not seeking your forgiveness. Yet you may observe that I will strive to amend my ways and make reparations." While Gu Lin's words contained both sincerity and artifice, her ultimate aim was to foster goodwill between herself and Zheng Hao, which momentarily obscured the theatricality of her performance from him. Nevertheless, Zheng Hao remained unmoved by Gu Lin's display of emotion. His father had once treated her kindly, yet she was devoid of warmth, now merely professing her loyalty as a widow out of necessity, not affection. After 3 years of mourning, she would have ample opportunity to seek a new partner. Zheng Hao, filled with disdain for this heartless woman, retorted, "I do not require your care." To Ji Lin, fully aware of his meaning, chose not to engage further, merely gesturing towards the firewood room. "You should fetch the porridge. It will be unpleasant to drink once it cools." Noticing Zheng Hao's fury flaring, Gu Lin felt compelled to add, "If you do not trust me, you may observe me closely. You are 10 years old now, and in 5 years, you will be 15, at which point you will be able to manage all household affairs. That if you still perceive me as I was, you may dismiss me." Zheng Hao, possessing a fierce spirit, did not recoil at the idea of expelling his father's wife. Viewing it as a matter of principle, he scrutinized Gu Lin, his dark eyes akin to a predator seeking the weaknesses of its prey, silently communicating all that needed to be said. Chapter 3. Zheng Hao's resilience. Zheng Hao turned away, observing Gu Lin's furious retreat, that he understood that the animosity between Zheng Hao and the original owner of this body could not be unraveled with mere words. Perhaps, in time, hatred would diminish, but certainly not in the present moment that Ji Yulin felt a pang of surprise as Zheng Hao returned, even as he approached with a bowl of porridge in hand. She recognized his return was for sustenance, yet it brought her an unexpected joy. Zheng Hao declared, "Regardless of your future actions, this is my home. Suppress any inappropriate thoughts. I shall not be deceived as my father was." Inherently untamed, Zheng Hao remained oblivious to Gu Lin's intentions behind her overtures of goodwill, yet he felt no fear. Each encounter had shown that Gu Lin had never succeeded in winning his favor. Gu Lin, undeterred by his disdain, felt gratified that he was willing to share a table and converse with him, selectively ignoring the latter part of his statement. "Of course, this will always be your home." Zheng Hao paused in his consumption of porridge that I end the past. When he had spoken thus, Gu Lin would respond with anger, calling him a wild child and asserting that the place was not his home, as their father would eventually have new children, solidifying their family. Zheng Hao glanced at Gu Lin and saw sincerity reflected in her expression that he averted his gaze and resumed drinking from his bowl. Watching him finish a bowl and refill twice, Gu Lin couldn't help but lament the original owner's cruelty in allowing the child to go so hungry. After Zheng Hao set down his bowl, Gu Lin seized the opportunity to say, "Our provisions are running low. I must visit the county today. Would you like to accompany me?" Determined to engage in commerce, Gu Lin realized that remaining in Xiao village was not feasible. She needed to explore the county to strategize her future endeavors. While she could have ventured alone, she invited Zheng Hao along not out of ignorance of the route, but to reassure him of her intentions. Yet, Zheng Hao interpreted her invitation differently. Upon hearing of her intention to visit the county, he recalled Lu Sanlai from the previous day, that he had suspected a connection between Gu Lin and Lu Sanlai, even while his father was gravely ill, but refrained from revealing it, fearing it might worsen his father's condition, that he had anticipated that once his father passed, Gu Lin would swiftly elope with Lu Sanlai. Zheng Hao had prepared himself, ready to let her go if she chose to leave alone. However, if she dared to plunder the Zheng family's possessions to elope with her lover, he would not hesitate to eliminate them both to ensure that his plans to kill Gu Lin and Lu Sanlai did not raise suspicion. Zheng Hao devised a scheme to create a private meeting space for the two, timing it perfectly to return with the villagers to catch them in the act, should Gu Lin and Lu Sanlai be caught in their affair. He would later stage their deaths to appear as a crime of passion, ensuring that no one would pursue the matter further. Yet, he was unprepared for Gu Lin's unexpected behavior the previous day. Now, upon learning of her intention to go to the county, Zheng Hao let out a cold laugh. She had finally slipped up, and no wonder she had so readily dismissed Lu Sanlai. She must have found a new lover in the county. Contemplating Gu Lin's heartfelt words from earlier, Zheng Hao's expression turned fierce. Her sudden change in demeanor was merely a tactic to lower his guard, that he knew she despised him, yet she feigned affection, calculating that he would choose not to accompany her, facilitating her plans to flee with her lover. Zheng Hao resolved not to allow her to succeed, responding curtly. He fixed his gaze upon Gu Lin, silently urging her to conceal herself well during her infidelity, for now that his father was gone, he would not spare her. Did Ji Yulin, taken aback by Zheng Hao's unexpected compliance, tentatively inquired, "Shall we leave now?" Though they spoke of departing, it was evident that they could not simply walk to the county. Xiao village lay several dozen miles away, and traversing such a distance on foot would surely exhaust them. Arriving at the village's edge, they found a bullock cart waiting, with a middle-aged man standing beside it, fanning the OX. The Ji Yulin approached. "Uncle Zhang, when will the cart leave for the county?" "Xiao Hao and I wish to join." Uncle Zhang, the village head's brother, had not divided his household with his sibling. They had jointly purchased the ox, and aside from the busy farming season, they were reluctant to overwork it. Nevertheless, each day, Uncle Zhang would use the ox to transport villagers back and forth from the county. Seeing Gu Lin approach, Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback. At first, he mistook her cheerful greeting for that of an unfamiliar boy. However, upon recognizing her, he noted that while she usually greeted him with an air of disdain, she now presented a more genuine demeanor, her posture upright and her eyes clear and sincere. Observing her plain, pristine attire, Uncle Zhang sighed. Indeed, even the most arrogant youth could only maintain their bravado with a dependable figure by their side. Once that support was lost, their courage would evaporate. Uncle Zhang replied, We shall wait a little longer. We will depart once everyone has arrived at Gu Lin, unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Inquired, "What will be the fare for our round trip?" Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Children take up no space. 2 will suffice." The Gu Lin could hardly take him at his word, just as she was about to respond. A group of women and boys approached, leaving her no opportunity to speak further. The leader of the group, upon seeing Gu Lin, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Lin Gu? Zheng the hunter just left, and you are already restless to head to the county." Gu Lin felt somewhat at a loss. It seemed the original owner's reputation preceded her. However, she held no fondness for the boy's mocking tone. If it had been simple jest, she might have overlooked it. But the malice behind his words was unmistakable. Not one to be easily intimidated, Gu Lin felt tears welling in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, not quite crying, but her frail form conveyed a sense of helplessness. "With the head of the family gone, how could I have the leisure to frolic in the county as before? The truth is, our provisions are running low. Previously, the head of the household would procure our grain. But now that he is gone, I am left to take the child to purchase supplies." That as she spoke, the newly widowed boy appeared to choke back emotion, delicately placing his hand on his chest, as if to soothe the pain of his loss. The provocateur was gently chided by a nearby woman. "Do not speak of such things, Wang Gur. Why bring up someone else's sorrow?" The others hastily gathered around, offering soft words of comfort to the visibly pained boy. Witnessing this, Wang Gur's dark features twisted momentarily. He had been at odds with Gu Lin for years, and despite her misfortune, he perceived her as feigning pity. Yet, as he noticed the accusing glances from those around him, he recognized that continuing would lead to his own disgrace, and he begrudgingly fell silent. That as the women spoke, Uncle Zhang refrained from interjecting, yet he found the previous exchange displeasing. With a stern expression, he declared, "Get on the cart." The women and boys settled around Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, engaging her in conversation. Although they did not trouble Gu Lin earlier, the thought of having failed to prevent Wang Gur from feeling disheartened filled him with guilt. As he listened to the chattering voices around him, Gu Lin refrained from overly engaging in conversation, responding only occasionally. Yet from their discourse, he managed to glean a wealth of information. Upon reaching the outskirts of the county town, Uncle Zhang did not enter, but turned to Gu Lin and the others, stating, "Those who miss the time to return at noon will have to find their way back to the village on their own." There were no objections, and everyone alighted from the carriage, greeting one another as they either paired up or ventured alone into the county town. The Gu Lin also disembarked with Zheng Hao, but before entering the town, he had not anticipated the necessity of paying a city gate tax. Silently, he retrieved 2 copper coins from his pouch and handed them to the gatekeeper before finally entering alongside Zheng Hao. Upon entering the county town, Gu Lin was struck by how vastly different the scene before him was from his expectations. That he had imagined the county town to be a stark contrast to the village, at the very least boasting clean and tidy streets. However, he found that the street surface resembled the yellow mud of Xia village, with the only distinction being that the county town's soil was more compact, preventing dust from swirling up as people walked by. Although Gu Lin felt somewhat disappointed with the ancient county town, he quickly regained his spirits. He observed that, while it might not be as prosperous as he had envisioned, it was undeniably bustling, with throngs of people filling the streets and alleys. He turned to Zheng Hao, saying, "Come, let us explore a bit." Upon encountering Zheng Hao's suddenly sharp gaze, Gu Lin quickly added, "After we wander about, we shall buy some things." Zheng Hao remained silent. Walking beside him, Gu Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed challenging to deceive someone so young. That as they ventured into the crowd, Gu Lin realized how overwhelmingly packed it was. He reached out to Zheng Hao, who instinctively pulled away without any mercy, causing Gu Lin to wince in pain. Rubbing the reddened back of his hand, he helplessly said to the guarded Zheng Hao, "I mean you no harm. There are too many people here. If we do not hold hands, we might get separated in the crowd." Zheng Hao's face displayed irritation, clearly unwilling to have any physical contact with Gu Lin. However, he could not allow Gu Lin to navigate the throngs alone. He would never give Gu Lin the opportunity to escape like a runaway. Suppressing his annoyance, Zheng Hao raised his hand and said, "Let us go." Chapter 4. We are family. Gu Lin grasped his hand, pushing through the crowd deeper into the town. Zheng Hao, held by Gu Lin, felt his entire body tense, overwhelmed by nausea as his stomach churned. Gu Lin sensed Zheng Hao's aversion, but dared not loosen his grip, fearing that if he did, Zheng Hao might be swept away by the throng that as they walked. Gu Lin gradually diverted his attention to the stalls lining the streets. Various vendors displayed their wares. Some sold vegetables, others sold noodle dishes, some offered candied treats, and still others provided various snacks. The Jiu Lin noted the considerable number of customers at the food stalls. Several noodle shops were packed, indicating the residents of the county town possessed a certain level of purchasing power despite the morning market rush. His thoughts began to crystallize that as time passed and midday approached. He led the silent and composed Zheng Hao to a stall selling buns, saying, "Boss, for meat buns, please." The vendor wrapped up 4 buns and handed them over, saying, "Enjoy, that will be 8 WN." Jiu Lin paid the sum, and after receiving the buns, offered 2 to Zheng Hao, saying, "Eat up, we've been walking all morning and must be hungry." Zheng Hao hesitated, looking up at Gu Lin, who was significantly taller. Throughout their journey, he had been waiting for Gu Lin to find a moment to abandon him, and he had prepared a counter-strategy to ensure Gu Lin's reputation would be tarnished. However, he had not anticipated that Gu Lin would cling to his hand the entire time without letting go. Now, Gu Lin was even buying him meat buns, leaving Zheng Hao puzzled by the person before him. Gu Lin took a bite of his bun, savoring the rich, fatty aroma after days of bland meals. The juicy meat danced on his palate. After finishing his first bun, he noticed Zheng Hao still hadn't taken his, saying, "If you don't eat soon, they'll get cold." Zheng Hao finally accepted the bun. He bit into the soft dough, his stomach longing for the taste of meat after such a long absence. He watched as Gu Lin devoured his food with ferocity, as if a beast tearing into its prey, and before long, the meat buns had vanished. The Jiu Lin turned and purchased 2 more. Zheng Hao averted his gaze. But Gu Lin placed the buns in front of him, saying, "I forgot you're still growing. 2 might not suffice. That go ahead and eat." Jiu Lin didn't buy more than 2 buns for Zheng Hao, not out of frugality, but because he genuinely felt full. The buns were as large as a man's fist and quite oily, leaving Gu Lin satisfied after just 2 at this time. Zheng Hao did not hesitate but took the buns with eagerness. Once Zheng Hao finished the last 2 buns, Gu Lin observed his apparent fullness and led him to a grain and oil shop. Upon entering, Gu Lin noticed the absence of other customers, with the shopkeeper standing behind the counter. The shopkeeper glanced up and, seeing a young gentleman and a child, approached without prejudice, asking, "What would you like to purchase, young sir?" Before the shopkeeper reached him, Gu Lin discreetly surveyed the prices of most items in the shop, and was taken aback by the exorbitant prices of rice and flour. And no wonder the Zheng family could only afford millet. Common folk could hardly afford rice and flour. However, Gu Lin was unaware that millet was already considered a fine staple for ordinary households. Most people subsisted on coarse food made from a mix of millet and the husks of various crops, which was rough and difficult to digest. That Jiu Lin pointed to the millet and said, "I would like 1 dough of millet, please." After all, he could not afford rice or flour at the moment. 1 dough of millet, weighing 15 jin, cost merely 45 won, while rice and flour would cost several times that amount. "Certainly," the shopkeeper replied, fetching the necessary tools to measure the millet. The Jiu Lin looked around and then inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you sell Sichuan pepper?" The shopkeeper paused, seemingly taken aback, before responding, "If you mean pepper, then yes, I have some for sale." After weighing the millet, "I will show it to you." After measuring the millet into a bamboo basket, the shopkeeper returned with a wooden box. "Here is the pepper. See if this is what you mean by Sichuan pepper," he said as he opened the box for Gu Lin to inspect. The Jiu Lin looked closely and confirmed it was indeed the pepper he desired, asking, "How much is this pepper?" The shopkeeper held up 1 finger, stating, "1 liang of pepper costs 100 WN." Jiu Lin inhaled sharply. He had anticipated that spices like Sichuan pepper would be expensive in ancient times, but he had not expected it to be so exorbitant. The shopkeeper continued, "This pepper comes from the south. Due to the long journey and its uses as both a medicinal herb and a spice, it is quite precious and therefore costly. However, do not think I am trying to deceive you with inflated prices. This pepper is genuinely worth its cost." The Jiu Lin understood the value of Sichuan pepper. Although its price was steep, one could not catch a wolf without first letting go of a child, and the success of his future business would heavily rely on this pepper. Suppressing his heartache, he said, "Please pack me 6 liang." Thus, within the span of a short incense stick, Gu Lin spent several hundred won at the grain and oil shop, leaving him with only 20 or so copper coins in his pouch. His heart twisted in pain, as though he were being flayed, yet when he turned to meet Zheng Hao's incredulous gaze, he felt inexplicably relieved. This was the first time Gu Lin had seen Zheng Hao display an emotion beyond hatred and mockery. He whispered, "I will explain everything when we get home." Zheng Hao remained silent. Feeling that Gu Lin was beyond redemption, in the past, Gu Lin had spent sparingly, but now he was recklessly spending the equivalent of a month's worth of rations for a family of 4 without a second thought. Unaware of Zheng Hao's thoughts, Gu Lin picked up the bamboo basket containing the millet and pepper and led Zheng Hao back towards the town exit. Just outside the gate, Gu Lin spotted Uncle Zhang hiding under a nearby tree with the ox cart. He approached, noticing that everyone else had gathered, and sheepishly said, "I'm sorry for making everyone wait. It was just too crowded to squeeze through." Before Wang Guer could retort, Uncle Zhang waved his hand, saying, "It's not yet noon. Hurry and get on the cart." Hearing this, Gu Lin smiled and thanked him as he climbed aboard. Wang Guer, seeing Gu Lin smile brightly, felt even more irked but restrained himself from voicing his displeasure. Fearing the judgment of others, that Ji Yulin noticed Wang Guer's sour expression but chose to ignore him, engaging in conversation with the others in the cart. Upon returning to Xia village, everyone disembarked at the village entrance. Gu Lin first took out some copper coins from his pouch and handed them to Uncle Zhang before swiftly departing without waiting for a response. Uncle Zhang looked at the 4 when in his hand, wanting to call Gu Lin back, but with the other gentlemen and ladies still in the cart, he hesitated, fearing any special attention might lead to unflattering rumors. Ultimately, he pocketed the coins. Once home, Gu Lin placed the items in the woodshed before seeking out Zheng Hao, saying, "We don't have much silver left at home, so I plan to start a small business to earn some money. Although it may not yield a fortune, it should be enough to support both of us. The Sichuan pepper I bought this morning is expensive, but it is the key to making a profit. I truly did not squander money." That Ji Yulin slightly lowered his head, earnestly explaining to Zheng Hao. The silver was from the Zheng family, and it was indeed somewhat unethical for Gu Lin to use it without consulting Zheng Hao beforehand. However, faced with the threat of hunger, Gu Lin could not afford to take a gradual approach in gaining Zheng Hao's acceptance. Zheng Hao looked at him and said, "You have already made your decision. It makes no difference whether you tell me or not." The other party's rare calm demeanor set off alarms in Gu Lin's heart, prompting him to respond earnestly. "I sincerely apologize for not discussing this with you before making my decision, but I assure you it was never my intention to conceal anything from you. Moreover, this is your home, and I am your relative. His family. You have the right to be informed about any matters that affect this household." Zheng Hao's body stiffened slightly. The Ji Yulin continued to look at him and said, "I hope that in the future, if you have any thoughts, you will express them directly to AS family. We should communicate more openly." After saying so much, upon seeing the bewildered expression on Zheng Hao's face, Gu Lin withdrew from the room, giving him space to ponder. His gaze lingered on the closed door, and even long after Gu Lin had left, Zheng Hao remained transfixed, the words just spoken echoing in his mind. Family, relatives. Zheng Hao recalled the events of the day and felt, for the first time, that dealing with Gu Lin was complicated. There had been too many surprises today. Gu Lin's behavior was always beyond his expectations, and he felt he could no longer predict Gu Lin's next actions. After leaving Zheng Hao's room, Gu Lin had not yet returned to his own when a knock sounded at the gate of the courtyard. But he walked over to open the door and found a somewhat familiar woman standing at the entrance. At first, he could not recall her identity, but as soon as she spoke, he remembered. The woman was Zhao, the one who had comforted him after Lu Sanlai was forced to kneel on the ground. Sister Zhao said to the young man before her, "I just picked some fresh vegetables from home, and I brought them for you and Zheng to taste." The Ji Yulin was momentarily taken aback as she filled his arms with vegetables. Sister Zhao, being straightforward and generous, said, "If you find them delicious, do let me know. There are plenty more in the field." Seeing Gu Lin's mouth open as if to refuse, Sister Zhao immediately interjected, "We're neighbors. It's just a few handfuls of vegetables. You can't say no to that." The words of refusal were caught in Gu Lin's throat, but he felt it would be impolite to take the vegetables without offering something in return. An idea struck him, and he looked at Sister Zhao and asked, "Sister Zhao, I remember your son is a carpenter. Can he make bamboo tubes?" Sister Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "He's not really a carpenter. He hasn't even been properly apprenticed. He just fiddles around on his own." Although she was unsure why Gu Lin was asking, she continued, "He can make bamboo tubes. Why do you ask, Gu?" Hearing this, Gu Lin's face broke into a smile. "That's great, Sister Zhao. I would like to buy 50 bamboo tubes from your family, at 2 in each. How does that sound?" Sister Zhao was momentarily stunned, then shook her head repeatedly. "There's no need for money. Bamboo is everywhere and hardly worth a few when if you want them, just say, so that the Jin made a lot of bamboo tubes and left them at home. I'll go fetch them for you. Without waiting for Gu Lin's response, Sister Zhao hurriedly turned and rushed back to her home. After a while, a young man carrying a large bamboo basket emerged behind Sister Zhao. She patted him and said, "The Jin, quickly put the bamboo tubes in your aunt's yard." Facing someone of similar age, Zhao Dejin called out to Gu Lin, referring to him as aunt. Then carried the bamboo basket into the Zheng household. Ji Lin felt a bit awkward being called aunt by a man, but he quickly steadied his emotions. Once the Jin unloaded the basket, Gu Lin looked inside at the bamboo tubes, then opened his pouch and took out 25 when a hand to the Jin. Add 2 when per 2 bamboo tubes, check if that's correct. Zhao Dejin stood there momentarily taken aback, as he stammered, "It's not worth much, just use it." However, Gu Lin frowned at this response, disapproving of the Zhao family's undervaluation of labor. He was determined to give this money. But before he could articulate his reasoning, Sister Zhao chimed in. "What are you being so polite about? It's just a few bamboo tubes that if you keep talking about money, I will get upset." Then she called to Zhao Dejin. "The Jin, hurry up and go. Don't delay your aunt from cooking." With that, Zhao Dejin seemed to seize the opportunity to escape, quickly running off. In that moment, Gu Lin could not stop the rapidly departing duo. Yet watching Sister Zhao's retreating figure, he felt a flicker of warmth long forgotten. Forget it. He would note down this debt and repay it when the opportunity arose. Chapter 5. The cold dishes sell like hotcakes the next day before dawn. Gu Lin awoke from his slumber, but he gazed out at the darkness outside and could not help but marvel at how he was now rising earlier than during his school days. After freshening up and finishing breakfast, Gu Lin headed to the woodshed, where he opened the wooden lid of a large vat and retrieved several baskets of vegetables. Some of these vegetables were gifted by Sister Zhao, while others were harvested from his own garden. Since returning from the county town, Gu Lin had determined what business he wanted to pursue. Other trades either required exceptional skills or necessitated substantial upfront investment. Given Gu Lin's current situation, neither of these options were suitable for him. However, the food business was different. Throughout history, sustenance has been ingrained in people's very essence that as long as individuals had some coins in their pockets, they would inevitably spend it on food. Moreover, the most crucial point, and the one Gu Lin valued most, was that the food trade required relatively low investment but offered tangible and visible returns. After careful consideration, Gu Lin chose to sell cold dishes that he noticed that among the myriad food stalls in the county, none offered cold dishes. Compared to other foods in Gu Lin's memory, cold dishes were simpler to prepare. And with May upon them, the hot weather meant that well-made cold dishes would surely attract customers. After washing the vegetables, Gu Lin set them aside on a wooden table, slicing and chopping as needed. Once all the vegetables were prepared, he placed them into a pot. While blanching the vegetables, Gu Lin did not idle away. He took out several bamboo tubes and portioned the necessary sauces for the cold dishes into them. Once the vegetables were adequately blanched, Gu Lin placed them into 50 bamboo tubes, and then heated oil in a pot, adding the Sichuan pepper he had purchased at a premium to release its fragrance. The key to delicious cold dishes lay here. Timing it just right to avoid burning, Gu Lin poured the hot oil into a prepared earthen jar. With everything ready, Gu Lin packed them into a large bamboo basket, crouched down, and hoisted the basket onto his back. Due to the weight of the basket, he stumbled a few steps as he stood. Once he steadied himself, Gu Lin stepped out of the woodshed, watching as the previously dark courtyard transformed into a bright expanse. Where Zheng Hao stood in the middle, the Ji Lin pondered for a moment and asked, "I'm going to the county to sell food. Do you want to come along?" In Gu Lin's eyes, Zheng Hao appeared exceedingly young, and given the neglect he had suffered from his father and the abuse from the original owner, even though he knew Zheng Hao had killed the original owner in the story. After spending 2 days together, Gu Lin could not help but feel a sense of affection for him. "Yes," Zheng Hao replied. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Uncle Zhang's ox cart was already occupied by several people. When they saw Gu Lin approaching with a bamboo basket, no one inquired further. It was quite common for farmers to carry their homegrown vegetables to the county for sale. Beneath their feet lay bamboo baskets of varying sizes, filled with vegetables ready for sale, that a woman, noticing Zheng Hao accompanying Gu Lin for the second consecutive day, teasingly remarked, "Zheng, I haven't seen you around lately. Are you not playing with my dog?" Gu Lin initially thought Zheng Hao would remain silent, but to his surprise, despite his cold expression, he patiently responded to the woman's inquiry. Zheng Hao said, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll go find the dog in a few days. You should hurry. I see the dog has been missing you daily. Ji Lin found it odd to see this boy, whom he thought would disdain playing with peers due to his precocious intellect, actually engaging with other children. It appeared that Zheng Hao not only played with them, but was also a leader among them. Feeling a strange contrast, a smile crept onto Gu Lin's lips. Noticing Gu Lin's curious gaze, Zheng Hao turned to look at him, his eyes flashing with irritation. Ji Lin offered him a slight smile, then nonchalantly averted his gaze. Zheng Hao, however, frowned in discomfort, puzzled by Gu Lin's sudden smile. Upon reaching the county town, Gu Lin did not set up a stall like the others along the street. Instead, he headed to the busiest avenue, spending 10 when to rent a stall for the morning from the street manager. The manager handed him a wooden sign, saying, "Just show this sign if someone comes to inspect." Ji Lin thanked him and took the sign, walking alongside Zheng Hao to their designated stall. Perhaps due to their early arrival, Gu Lin's stall was not located at the back, but rather in the middle of the street. He unpacked the bamboo tubes and various utensils from the basket, arranging them in order. Watching the bustling crowd before him, Gu Lin turned to Zheng Hao and, recalling that he had not eaten breakfast that morning, said, "Let me prepare a portion of cold dishes for you to tide you over." Zheng Hao remained silent, yet the words spoken by Gu Lin the previous day echoed in his mind, prompting him to nod slightly. Observing this, Gu Lin opened a bamboo tube and poured its contents into a large bowl before sequentially adding the meticulously prepared lard, chopped bayberries, minced garlic, and sauce, culminating with a drizzle of vinegar. With deft movements of his wooden chopsticks, he swiftly mixed the ingredients until they were harmoniously combined. Once satisfied, Gu Lin returned the chilled dish to the original bamboo tube and placed it before Zheng Hao, inviting him to taste and discern the flavor. Seeing Gu Lin's gentle smile, Zheng Hao accepted the bamboo tube and picked up a piece of cucumber generously coated in bayberry. Suddenly, his chewing faltered. The crisp sweetness of the cucumber intertwined with the piquant and sour notes of the seasoning, creating a flavor he had never encountered before. It was indescribable. Yet he felt as though the chilled dish emanated a refreshing coolness amidst the sweltering summer heat. He continued to lift a piece of eggplant to his mouth, the tender flesh saturated with sauce, melting almost instantly upon touching his tongue, a delicious blend of sour, spicy, and oily flavors, reminiscent of meat. Yet the eggplant offered an added layer of freshness. "How does it taste?" Gu Lin inquired, his confidence in his culinary skills unwavering. Yet a twinge of anxiety lingered, as this was his first experience preparing food for others. Despite his aversion to Gu Lin, Zheng Hao could not deny the deliciousness of the dish. Just as he was about to respond, a customer approached the stall. "Boss, what are you selling here? It smells incredible." A middle-aged man of average height and slightly plump stature inquired. From the moment Chun Wu stepped onto the street, he was enveloped by a rich, commanding aroma that overshadowed the usual array of diverse food stalls. His mouth watered as he followed the scent, leading him directly to this small stall. To his surprise, the source of such tantalizing fragrance was a young and handsome lad behind the stall. Unaware of Chun Wu's thoughts, Gu Lin took the arrival of his first customer seriously. We specialize in chilled dishes, seasoned with a secret blend of spices, offering a delightful sour and spicy flavor that is both appetizing and affordably priced, he explained. Chun Wu's curiosity heightened upon hearing about the secret spices associated with such a small food stall, especially as the chilled dish, being enjoyed by a child behind the stall, continued to emit an irresistible aroma. He could no longer resist. "Quick, prepare me a serving of chilled dish," he urged eagerly. "Certainly," Gu Lin responded, his spirits buoyed by securing his first sale. Under Chun Wu's watchful gaze, he repeated the process he had used for Zheng Hao, mixing the ingredients with care. Once blended, Gu Lin poured the chilled dish into the bamboo tube, along with a skewer, and handed it over. Chun Wu, driven by his love for food, particularly novel culinary experiences, eagerly speared a slice of lotus root with the skewer. The once pristine white of the lotus was now lightly tinged with red, and even before tasting, the tantalizing sour and spicy aroma wafted up to his nose. Utterly captivating, Chun Wu swallowed hard, unable to contain his anticipation as he took a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened. The explosion of flavors from the bayberries and vinegar melded together on his palate. Yet, it was not merely the taste of the sauce. Beneath the bold acidity and spice lay the subtle sweetness of the lotus root. This was not merely a fleeting moment. As the initial flavors faded, a lingering, slightly numbing richness enveloped his tongue, refusing to dissipate. The bamboo tube, roughly the size of a palm and wide enough for a finger, was filled to the brim with substantial portions of the chilled dish, ample enough for one person. However, it wasn't long before Chun Wu finished it entirely. Still unsatisfied, he called out to Gu Lin, "Boss, give me 5 more servings of chilled dish," initially anxious as he watched the man consume the chilled dish. Gu Lin held his breath, fearing that the flavor might not be to Chun Wu's liking. But upon witnessing the man's expressions and the speed with which he devoured the dish, Gu Lin's apprehensions began to dissipate. Indeed, upon finishing, the man, without uttering a single word of critique, proceeded to order 5 more servings, clearly indicating his satisfaction. With joy swelling within him, Gu Lin swiftly resumed preparing the chilled dishes. However, as he focused intently on his task, he failed to notice that a crowd had begun to gather around his stall. When he finally lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find himself nearly encircled by a throng of eager customers. Zheng Hao, however, was acutely aware of the situation. Long before Chen Wu began to eat, passers-by had been drawn in by the enticing aroma. The allure of the chilled dish proved so irresistible that the usual enticing smells of steamed buns and pancakes paled in comparison. They approached, initially hesitant to try a stall they had never seen before. Yet, upon witnessing the renowned gourmand of the county enjoy a serving, their curiosity piqued, and they quickly began to follow suit, their expressions shifting from surprise to satisfaction as they indulged and subsequently purchased multiple servings. "Young lad, I want a serving of chilled dish," called one. "Little brother, I too desire a portion," another chimed in. "Don't push, I'll take 3. As business boomed unexpectedly, Gu Lin was exhilarated yet somewhat flustered by the overwhelming number of customers. "Everyone, please be patient, point one at a time," he urged as he prioritized serving Chen Wu and quickly processed the transactions. Zheng Hao appeared beside him at some point, assisting by opening the bamboo tubes and preparing the chilled dishes. That Jiu Lin felt a surge of gratitude, but quickly returned his focus to the bustling crowd. Thus, he continued to mix and serve until only 2 bamboo tubes remained. "That we have just 2 servings left. Please do not queue any further." He announced that he efficiently prepared the last 2 servings, delivering them to the remaining customers. Those in line expressed their disappointment. How could they be sold out so quickly? It hasn't even been a short while. "Will you return tomorrow?" Those who missed out inquired, unwilling to give up hope. Gu Lin, surprised by the day's success, having only prepared 50 servings, reassured them, "Rest assured, I will definitely return tomorrow. I shall prepare a larger quantity." Chapter 6. Easing tensions once the chilled dishes were sold out. Gu Lin tidied his stall and shouldered the bamboo basket. Since it was still early, even if he left the county now, Uncle Zhang's ox cart would not depart just yet. Hence, Gu Lin decided against an immediate departure. Having sold 50 servings at 7 coins each, he realized he had earned a total of 350 coins. His heart raced with excitement before gradually calming. For this sum was not pure profit. The vegetables incurred no cost, and after deducting 50 coins for the seasonings, he had truly earned 300 coins. Yet, that was still a considerable amount that a smile of joy graced Gu Lin's face as he glanced at Zheng Hao, who maintained his aloof demeanor. However, recalling how Zheng Hao had assisted him earlier, Gu Lin found it increasingly difficult to harbor any fear towards him. Reflecting on Zheng Hao's backstory, Gu Lin surmised that the young man's transformation into a cold-hearted individual might stem from the multitude of misfortunes he faced in his childhood, losing his father, his stepfather and the usurper absconding with the family fortune, and growing up amidst ceaseless malice and mockery. Even the kindest heart could become twisted under such circumstances. Observing Zheng Hao, who was still young, Gu Lin believed that if he could show genuine kindness over time, Zheng Hao would not succumb to becoming the heartless figure depicted in the original tale. With this thought, Gu Lin felt hopeful for the future and turned to Zheng Hao with a smile, saying, "Let us go. We've made some money today. Let us treat ourselves to meat." God knows how much Gu Lin craved meat. Since arriving in this world, the only meat he had tasted were those 2 meat buns. Now that he had earned money, it was time to reward himself. The youthful exuberance radiating from Gu Lin was a sight Zheng Hao had never witnessed before, yet he felt no aversion towards it. The image of the once arrogant boy faded from his mind. In an instant, Jiu Lin returned the wooden sign to the street manager, much to their astonishment, and led Zheng Hao to the butcher's shop on the adjacent street. As he gazed upon the hanging pork belly, Gu Lin's mouth watered uncontrollably. After swallowing hard, he addressed the stocky and robust butcher. "Sir, I would like a pound of pork belly." Purchasing only a pound was not due to reluctance on Gu Lin's part, but rather a practical consideration. With only the two of them, buying too much would be excessive. Given the hot weather, meat is difficult to preserve, and any uneaten leftovers would spoil overnight. Thus, Gu Lin deemed it wiser to buy and consume on the same day. The butcher expertly sliced the desired portion of meat, tying it with twine, and declared, "That will be 15 coins." After paying, Gu Lin accepted the meat into his bamboo basket, and together with Zheng Hao, they departed the county. However, as it was still early, the other villagers had yet to arrive. Consequently, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao found shade beneath a tree to wait. Once the others arrived, they boarded the cart, and Uncle Zhang cracked the whip, setting them on the path home. Upon reaching Xia village, Gu Lin was the first to disembark and pay. As he left, the women and children remaining at the cart began to converse. Tian Dahua pointed at Gu Lin's departing figure, saying, "Did you see that?" Another girl nodded vigorously. "I noticed it long ago. That bamboo basket looks quite heavy. It seems Brother Lin didn't sell much today." Another woman remarked, "He is indeed pitiable. At the tender age of 18, he has already become a widow, accompanied by a burdensome child. It seems unlikely he will find another bride in the future." Tian Dahua cast a sidelong glance at her and scoffed. "Are you quite deluded? He shares not a trace of blood relation with Zheng's lad. What depth of affection can there be between a father and son forged in the middle of the road? You all witnessed how Gu Lin treated Zheng's boy in the past. Now, just because he feigned some semblance of kindness, you genuinely believe he has changed for the better." Although Tian Dahua's words were rather harsh, they bore a kernel of truth, prompting the other women to reflect quietly. The woman who had spoken earlier hesitated, feeling that Gu Lin had indeed transformed significantly. Yet upon seeing the acerbic expression on Tian Dahua's face, and considering the importance of not crossing someone with a well-educated son, she ultimately swallowed her words. Upon returning home, Gu Lin remained oblivious to the whispers that ensued in his absence. However, even if he were aware, it would not have stirred any feelings within him. As long as he did not overhear, he extracted the meat he had purchased, rinsed it thoroughly to remove the blood, and then tossed it into the pan for a sizzling stir-fry, adding a touch of minced garlic and seasonings, resulting in a delectable golden-brown plate of stir-fried pork belly. Ji Lin did not indulge immediately. Instead, he filled a bowl with the succulent meat and stepped outside to the Zhao residence. The door to the Zhao household stood ajar. Yet Gu Lin did not enter. He called out for Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, busy preparing a meal inside, promptly emerged upon hearing Gu Lin's voice. "What is it, Gu Lin?" Upon her appearance, he entered the Zhao home and explained. "This morning, I ventured to the county town and inadvertently bought too much meat. Zheng Hao and I cannot possibly consume it all, so I brought some over. In these times, ordinary families seldom enjoyed even a few morsels of meat throughout the year." Perpetually battling hunger, as Gu Lin stepped inside, Sister Zhao caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of meat, initially thinking it was merely a figment of her imagination due to her long absence from such delights, only to discover it was indeed real. Gazing at the glistening meat in Gu Lin's bowl, she swallowed hard but restrained herself, saying, "You should save the meat for yourself and Zheng's boy to nourish your bodies. Why bring it over? Hurry back and enjoy it. Your elder brother Zhao and I are too old to handle such rich fare." Although Sister Zhao craved the meat, she was not one to take advantage of others. If someone offered her a needle, she would feel compelled to return a whole bundle, let alone a bowl of meat. Ji Lin, perceptive to Sister Zhao's unspoken affection, insisted on not taking the meat back. With a slight bow of his head, his expression dimmed as he remarked, "Sister Zhao, do you regard me as a stranger? I hold you in the same regard as my own sister. Previously, when Lu Sanlai cast aspersions upon me, if it were not for your and Brother Zhao's defense, I would have been at a loss." "Oh dear," Sister Zhao exclaimed, seeing the young man on the verge of tears. She patted her thigh in exasperation. "You foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? If I truly regarded you as an outsider, would I have been so busy these days, worrying that Zheng the Hunter might mistreat you?" Gu Lin awaited this affirmation. Lifting his gaze to Sister Zhao, "Since you say that, you must not treat me as an outsider and refuse my meat. Otherwise, if you ever bring something to my home again, I would be too embarrassed to accept it." Having lived for decades, Sister Zhao was not blind to Gu Lin's sentiments. Yet seeing the sweetly spoken young man before her stirred warmth within her heart. She had only one son, who, while dutiful, lacked the eloquence to express such heartfelt words. Sister Zhao mused that perhaps having a daughter or another son would be preferable. She regarded Gu Lin and said, "This time I shall accept it, but it cannot become a habit." The sorrowful expression on Gu Lin's face faded, replaced by a smile, though he did not agree to her subsequent proposal. Unaware of Gu Lin's true intentions, Sister Zhao affectionately patted his shoulder and said, "Here, hand me the bowl that I will pour out the meat. And you can simply take the bowl back later." Feeling it was already somewhat shameless to accept meat from her, Sister Zhao hesitated to use Gu Lin's bowl. The Ji Lin willingly handed over the bowl. And after Sister Zhao transferred the meat to another dish, he took back his own ceramic bowl and said, "Sister, I have started a small business in the county town and require many bamboo tubes. The ones the Jin delivered yesterday have been used up, and I need another 150 made today." Taken aback by the quantity, Sister Zhao did not inquire further, simply replying, "All right, I will have the Jin deliver them." Gu Lin added, "This time, you must charge me. The last time you didn't take any payment, and I felt so ashamed I could not sleep at night that I will need 150 of these tubes every day. If you do not accept payment, I shall have no choice but to seek someone else." Seeing Sister Zhao prepare to refuse again, Gu Lin insisted, "Even blood brothers must keep accounts clear. If you won't accept my payment, I can only find another craftsman that at this." Sister Zhao became flustered. She did not want to accept payment for several reasons. The bamboo tubes were inexpensive, and she felt indebted to Zheng the hunter for many favors. It would be inappropriate to demand money from his widow for something so trivial. However, the thought of Gu Lin seeking another craftsman, if she refused, spurred her urgency. Not wanting this naive lad to be taken advantage of, she pointed at him and said, "You are exhausting me." "Fine, I will agree, but 1 penny for 2 tubes is excessive. Let us make it 1 penny for 5 to Ji Lin, unfamiliar with someone so concerned about others' welfare. Replied, "Sister, listen to me. 1 penny for 3 tubes is fair. Bamboo must be harvested from the mountains, and Dejin has to put in considerable effort to craft them into tubes. Are you really willing to let him toil for mere pennies?" Sister Zhao silently disagreed, realizing that it was not just a few coins that at 1 penny for 5 tubes. She would earn 30 pennies for 150 tubes in a day, which could buy 2 pounds of meat, a substantial sum. Ultimately, she could not resist Gu Lin's persistence and acquiesced. Once the arrangement was settled, Gu Lin returned home with a buoyant spirit as he savored the meat slices in his bowl, tender and fragrant. A satisfied expression graced his fair face, his round eyes blissfully closing in enjoyment. After indulging in several pieces of meat, he paused. Noticing Zheng Hao eating slowly, he hesitated for a moment before placing a piece of meat into Zheng Hao's bowl, saying, "Eat more. Today I owe you a great deal. Otherwise I would have struggled to manage such a crowd." Zheng Hao glanced at the meat in his bowl, then looked up at Gu Lin, his eyes sparkling with a star-like joy. After a moment of silence, he said nothing and began to eat. Yet upon closer inspection, one might notice a gentler demeanor in the boy's brow. In the end, the large bowl of tender, fragrant meat was entirely consumed by the two at the table. Chapter 7. A bright smile dispels darkness in contrast to yesterday. Gu Lin prepared an additional 100 bamboo tubes of cold dishes today that he surveyed the 2 bamboo baskets in front of him. His brow slightly furrowed. While he could carry 1 basket on his back, he pondered how to manage the other. Ji Lin first hoisted 1 basket onto his back, then attempted to lift the second with both hands, but ultimately found himself defeated by a lack of strength. Troubled, he considered seeking assistance from Sister Zhao next door when a voice called out from behind him. "What are you doing?" Gu Lin turned to see Zheng Hao standing at the door of the woodshed. Not concealing the truth, he replied, "The bamboo baskets are too heavy, and I was contemplating how to carry them." Zheng Hao's dark eyes flickered as he stepped into the woodshed, to Gu Lin's astonishment. He effortlessly lifted the bamboo basket with 1 hand. The Ji Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. That basket must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. The boy's already round eyes appeared even larger with shock. Zheng Hao held the basket with ease. Contrasting sharply with Gu Lin's earlier struggled, Ji Lin stammered, "Have you always possessed such strength?" Zheng Hao set the basket down, his expression unchanged. "Both my father and I are quite strong." Reflecting on the past, Gu Lin recalled that Zheng the hunter indeed possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary Zheng Hao was his son. It made sense that he would inherit such power. Recalling the original story where Zheng Hao rose from obscurity to achieve military accolades, ultimately becoming a formidable regent feared by both enemies and allies alike, Gu Lin pondered how a commoner could ascend to such heights without some extraordinary quality. In the county town S streets, a large crowd gathered in the middle of the road, leaving just enough space for pedestrians to pass. Curious passers-by inquired, "What is happening here? Why are there so many people?" A man at the back of the line replied, "I'm not quite sure. People have been lining up here since early morning that I overheard someone say there is a food stall selling something delicious. So I decided to join the queue." The passerby glanced again at the queue and noticed that it had lengthened significantly just as the conversation unfolded. Curiosity piqued within him. What delectable treat could possibly entice so many to rise early and stand in line? Unable to contain his inquisitiveness, he joined the queue. After receiving a wooden token from the street manager, Gu Lin made his way to his stall, only to be taken aback by the throng of people before him. Observing the tightly packed crowd, Gu Lin felt a flicker of confusion, unable to comprehend why these individuals congregated on the street. Soon, a mild anxiety crept in as he pondered how to navigate through the crowd to reach his stall. Unexpectedly, a man from the opposite line caught sight of him, calling out, "Boss, you finally made it." Eyes turned in his direction, and some patrons who had purchased cold dishes the previous day recognized Gu Lin. Exclaiming loudly, "The cold dish vendor is here. Everyone make way for the boss." Upon hearing the greetings and witnessing the eager expressions of the crowd, Gu Lin felt a surge of astonishment, but he could scarcely believe that these individuals had specifically gathered here to await his arrival. As the serpentine line parted to create a narrow passage, Gu Lin instinctively took the hand of Zheng Hao beside him. Zheng Hao glanced up at him, but did not release his grip. Together, they pushed through the throng until they reached the stall. Gu Lin's mind remained somewhat hazy as he looked at the faces before him. Those who had missed out on the cold dishes the day before began to urge him. "Boss, quickly prepare 3 portions of cold dishes for me. After tasting a bite of my friends yesterday, I couldn't stop thinking about it all night, so I came here first thing this morning. I want 3 portions too. Your cold dishes are simply divine. My wife was so eager to get some this morning that she hurried me along, fearing we'd miss out. Boss, I want 5 portions. Not too sour, and add extra spice. Boss, I'll have 4 portions. Hold the spice, and add more vinegar." Faced with a cacophony of requests, Gu Lin quickly regained his composure, setting aside his bamboo tubes and various utensils to address the crowd. "Please, everyone, remain calm. Form a line, and I shall begin preparing your orders right away." Grabbing a spoon and wooden chopsticks, Gu Lin swiftly mixed 3 portions of cold dishes for the first customer, then moved on to the next. As he worked, some requested 3 or 4 portions, while others asked for just 1 or 2. Some wanted no spice, while others desired extra chili and vinegar. With each passing moment, Gu Lin managed to keep up, though he felt increasingly overwhelmed. Just as confusion began to cloud his thoughts, Zheng Hao's voice broke through the din, calling out, "Next, 2 portions of cold dishes. Hold the spice and add vinegar." Hearing Zheng Hao's voice brought clarity to Gu Lin's mind. Seeing Zheng Hao standing at the forefront, diligently noting each customer's request, a smile broke across Gu Lin's face, blending relief with joy. Thus, Gu Lin continued to prepare the cold dishes, handing them to Zheng Hao, who relayed the customer's orders and collected payments. The sound of copper coins clinking into the wooden box resonated cheerfully. Gu Lin tirelessly mixed and served, losing track of time, only aware that Zheng Hao's stream of orders never ceased. Customers, unable to contain their excitement, opened their bamboo tubes to taste the cold dishes, exclaiming, "Heavens, what flavor is this? It has the spiciness of pepper and garlic, yet the tanginess of vinegar." One chimed in, "I've never encountered such a delightful dish before. Both sour and spicy. At first, I thought perhaps the cold dishes had spoiled, but the flavor is truly remarkable." Someone hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of eggplant, declaring, "Indeed, I used to despise eggplant. Even a glance would make me nauseous. Yet, this vendorous eggplant is tender, sour, and spicy, utterly delicious and appetizing. I can't stop eating." Curious passersby, drawn in by whimsy, purchased cold dishes and, after tasting, joyfully remarked, "Initially, I thought it was extravagant to see you all queued for cold dishes. But having tasted them, I believe no one in summer could resist such delights." "Absolutely, indeed." The crowd echoed in agreement. Gu Lin had anticipated that he could sell the 100 portions he prepared until noon. Yet within half an hour, they were all gone. His hands trembled from fatigue as he was about to call out, but Zheng Hao preempted him, announcing, "Today's cold dishes are sold out. Please return tomorrow." A young lad complained, "How could they sell out so quickly? I've tried for 2 days to buy some." "Boss, please make more tomorrow." Hearing this, Gulin glanced down at his weary, trembling arms, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Preparing 150 portions in a day was already his limit. He doubted he could manage more. After the customers departed, Gulin shifted from standing to sitting, gesturing for Zheng Hao, who had been tirelessly attending to the patrons, to join him. Zheng Hao approached, cradling a wooden box filled with coins. The Yulin looked at the box, grasping a handful of copper coins, calculating the day's earnings. Despite being prepared, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement upon tallying the total. He had earned a full 2 taels of silver, 3 times more than the day before. Gulin tucked the coins into his pouch and then placed it in Zheng Hao's hands. After locking the box, he turned to see Zheng Hao holding the pouch, his brow furrowed in thought. Gulin sighed inwardly. "This is what you deserve. You saw how today unfolded. Without your help, I surely would have been overwhelmed. That I'll need your assistance in the days to come." Zheng Hao remained silent. Yet his hand holding the pouch shifted slightly before he ultimately accepted it. After resting, Gulin rose, taking Zheng Hao with him to the butcher's shop, besides purchasing half a pound of meat. He also acquired several pork bones, feeling that Zheng Hao, being somewhat slender, needed proper nourishment. After securing the meat, Gulin proceeded to the oil and grain shop, realizing that the condiments for making cold dishes had quickly depleted the oil and vinegar at home. Upon entering, the shopkeeper recognized Gulin as the young man who had come to purchase peppercorns a few days prior. Not for any particular reason, but due to the striking appearance of Gulin and the fierce aura of the child accompanying him, which set them apart from other children. That Yulin said, "Shopkeeper, 10 pounds of white rice, and 1 pound each of soy sauce, vinegar, and salt." Although he had always adhered to thriftiness, he refused to deprive himself. Now that he had earned some money, he felt it was appropriate to buy a mix of white and corn rice. The shopkeeper, noticing the shift from corn to white rice from Gulin, though intrigued, did not pry further. "Very well, please hold on a moment." After purchasing the rice and seasonings, Gulin led Zheng Hao toward the city gate, passing by a stall selling tofu and dried bean curd. He altered his course to approach the stall, where a woman in her 30s was the vendor. Yulin inquired, "Madam, how much for your dried bean curd?" The woman glanced at Gulin and replied, "3 per pound." The Yulin responded, "I'll take 3 pounds, please." The woman cautioned, "Once you buy the dried bean curd, you must consume it quickly. Otherwise, it will spoil within 2 or 3 days. The Yulin smiled reassuringly. "No worries, it won't spoil." Seeing that her words could not dissuade him, the woman ceased her warnings and weighed out the dried bean curd for Gulin. His bamboo basket was already full, so he placed the bean curd into Zheng Hao's basket. Under Zheng Hao's watchful, slightly fierce gaze, Gulin smiled broadly, revealing his teeth. Zheng Hao's eyes flickered momentarily, the sunlight casting a golden sheen upon the youth before him. His smile radiant and bright, seemingly capable of dispelling all darkness from the world. Chapter 8. The lost home seems to return. Upon returning home, Zheng Hao quickly departed after a brief stay. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Gulin took out his box to tally the remaining funds. Today, he had spent 20 won on meat and bones, 300 won on soy sauce, vinegar and salt, and 9 won on the dried bean curd, leaving him with over 600 won. Though it appeared to be a collection of scattered copper coins, lacking silver made it seem as though he hadn't earned much. However, earning over 700 won in a day was a significant sum, both in ancient and modern terms. After securing the money, Gulin retrieved the pork belly he had bought, slicing it into pieces. He divided it into 2 bowls, marinating one with soy sauce and salt, while the other received garlic and peppercorns. After mixing the meat with the seasonings, Gulin set it aside, then took 2 large bones from the bamboo basket, washed them, and placed them in a pot with chopped lotus root to simmer in his soup. That moment, the marinated pork belly was ready for cooking, but Gulin discovered that aside from the iron pot on the stove, there were no other pots available in the Zheng household to grill the meat. He would have to wait for the soup to finish. Thus, Gulin turned to the garden to pull vegetables in preparation for tomorrow as cold dishes. "Boss, you've finally returned," Dogsy, spotting his leader from afar, ran excitedly toward him, halting just a few steps away. Zheng Hao regarded Dogsy, his eyes betraying an innate fierceness, and stated, "I've been occupied these past few days and haven't had the time to visit. You all should exercise restraint and avoid conflicts with others." Initially taken aback, Dogsy soon replied with indignation, "Boss, has that scoundrel Gu Lin been troubling you, keeping you at home to work and not letting you out?" Upon hearing a certain word, Zheng Hao's expression darkened, and the boy, though still immature, exuded an alarming aura, causing Guzi to be instantly silenced by fear. Zheng Hao stated, "It has nothing to do with him. From now on, do not call him that. Regardless, he is my stepfather, and even if he is scolded, I cannot distance myself from it." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, Guzi was taken aback and hurried to clarify. "Boss, I didn't mean to insult you." Zheng Hao, his face clouded with gloom, replied, "I know. Who told you that Gu Lin mistreats me?" Realizing that his boss did not misunderstand him, Guzi quickly relayed what he had heard. "Aside from the old women and men in our village, who else could it be? Rumors have been circulating for several days that I was worried that you might be abused by Uncle Gu, so I intended to check on you, but my mother kept stopping me, insisting that you were fine." As he spoke further, Guzi felt a twinge of guilt, recalling that his mother had said, even if Zheng Hao were beaten by Gu Lin, what could they do? Zheng Hao and Gu Lin were family. While they were outsiders, it was common for parents to discipline their children, and they had no right to interfere in others' affairs. Guzi, feeling indignant, had argued with his mother, asserting that Gu Lin not only scolded the boss but also starved him, wishing to see him perish. Yet his mother had remained silent for a while before saying that every family has its own troubles, and they could not meddle if Zheng Hao were truly starving. They could offer some assistance, but no family's resources appeared from thin air. Prolonged aid was simply unfeasible. Caught between loyalty to his boss and his family, Guzi found himself unable to make a choice. The thought of this filled him with profound shame. Had it not been for the boss leading them in hunting rabbits and fowl, his family would not have enjoyed meat on occasion. Now, when the boss was in trouble, he could not even offer him a meal. Observing Zheng Hao's gaunt face, worn down by Gu Lin's torment, he hastily retrieved a steamed bun from his pocket and offered it to Zheng Hao, saying, "Boss, please eat this. I brought it from home." Zheng Hao, noticing the change in Guzi's demeanor, understood his emotional journey. Although he felt no coldness, for he never expected to receive anything in return from others. He merely wished for them to fulfill certain tasks as per his requirements. Zheng Hao replied, "I do not need it. Keep it for yourself." Guzi's eyes welled with tears, feeling that even in his own dire situation, the boss still cared for him. Yet he could not genuinely reciprocate that concern, leading him to feel utterly unworthy. Zheng Hao handed him a bamboo tube, saying, "In the coming days, keep an eye on who in the village speaks ill of Gu Lin. Record it all, regardless of who it is." Guzi, overwhelmed with shame, perked up at the boss's request, determined to make amends. Watching the boss's retreating figure, Guzi opened the bamboo tube, immediately captivated by the aroma wafting from within. On his way back, Zheng Hao noticed a cluster of red fruits growing among the grass by the roadside. In the past, he would have paid them no mind and walked past, but for some inexplicable reason, Gu Lin's radiant smile flashed through his mind that he felt, quite whimsically, that Gu Lin might enjoy these little delicacies. Pressing his lips together, he approached the thicket. Holding the red fruits wrapped in leaves, Zheng Hao returned home, but paused in front of a neighbor's house. Tian Dahua leaned against the door and remarked to Wang Guer, "I wonder what Lin Guer has been up to in the county these past few days. He doesn't seem to have sold much produce." Wang Guer scoffed, "Who knows? Just by looking at him, he doesn't seem like a straightforward person. He claims to be selling vegetables, but who knows what unsavory activities he is involved in." Tian Dahua's interest was piqued. "We can't let this go. If that's the case, why did he take Zheng Xiaozi with him?" Wang Guer rolled his eyes. "As a widower, if he were to take a child to the county every day, wouldn't that blatantly suggest he has illicit affairs?" Tian Dahua found this reasoning quite valid and disdainfully remarked, "Indeed, I never misjudged him. With that seductive face, how could he possibly be a respectable young man?" Wang Guer's eyes glinted as he added, "Not to mention that Zheng Xiaozi doesn't seem to be a decent person either. He has no match for your Zixiang." Hearing her son being mentioned, Tian Dahua straightened up, her chin lifted high like a proud rooster. "He has nothing compared to my Zixiang. My Zixiang is a pure scholar, while Zheng Hao is merely a little hoodlum, unloved by both parents." Wang Guer chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, Zheng the Hunter truly believes that by merely having a scholar name his child, he can elevate him to a learned status that he fails to realize that a country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin. Unlike your Zixiang, who is a manifestation of the literary star, He has no business mingling with the likes of those filthy riffraff. After hearing Wang Guer's flattery, Tian Dawa's eyes almost sparkled with delight. Yet, Wang Guer felt a wave of nausea. Had it not been for the fact that her son was a scholar who would bother to indulge her flattery, just as Wang Guer was about to speak again, he caught sight of Zheng Hao standing a short distance away, causing him to freeze. When their gazes met, Zheng Hao's dark, cold eyes sent a chill down Wang Guer's spine, noticing the silence following her remarks. Tian Dawa nudged Wang Guer, who quickly regained his composure, only to find that Zheng Hao had vanished without a trace. Upon returning home, Gu Lin was in the courtyard cleaning vegetables, noticing Zheng Hao's arrival. He casually inquired, "You're back? Where did you go just now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Lin sensed something amiss. Had it been anyone else, it would have been a casual inquiry. But since it was Zheng Hao, his words felt almost accusatory. Before he could clarify, Zheng Hao remained impassive, as if he felt no offense. "There were some leftover condiments from the stall, so I prepared a tub of cold dishes to share with Guzi and the others." After a brief pause, Zheng Hao added, "I have money in my pocket. If he needs it, I can give him some." Jiu Lin looked at the young man before him, and considering the future power he would wield, forcing even the young emperor to respectfully refer to him as a regent, he found it amusing that in this moment, he was merely sharing cold dishes with his friends. That he smiled. Sharing with good friends is what one should do. That is how friendships endure. Zheng Hao fell silent for a moment, unsure how to express himself, for he did not regard Guzi and the others as friends. His companionship with them during hunts was merely due to their usefulness to him. Unaware of Zheng Hao's mature and unsentimental thoughts, Gu Lin finished tidying the vegetables, holding a basket of greens as he said, "Come, dinner is ready. Today, I have something you wouldn't expect that is absolutely delicious." Gu Lin placed the greens and freshly cooked rice on the table before heading into the kitchen, pouring a large jar of oil into the pot. He then took 2 plates of marinated meat and sequentially placed them into the pan to fry. Observing that the concave pan could not accommodate too much meat at once, Gu Lin felt it necessary to commission a flat-bottomed pan from the blacksmith. However, the fire in the stove blazed fiercely, and Gu Lin quickly fried the meat before bringing it out. Zheng Hao was already seated at the table. Noticing an extra bowl of red berries on the table, Gu Lin looked up at Zheng Hao and smiled. "Try my roasted meat. I specially washed the greens so you can wrap the meat in them. This way, it won't feel greasy." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao regarded Gu Lin with a look of curiosity and contemplation. Although he was born into a hunter's family and was not as deprived of meat as others, the game they caught had to be sold for grain. So even he only enjoyed a few more meals of meat throughout the year compared to others. How could Gu Lin think that an ordinary person would find meat unappetizing? Taking a leafy wrap, Gu Lin placed 2 pieces of roasted meat inside and handed it to Zheng Hao, saying, "Give it a tea or wide in a moment reminiscent of yesterday's meat sharing." Zheng Hao observed the boy before him, whose face radiated warmth and gentleness as he accepted the meat and took a bite. The roasted meat was fragrant and juicy, while the greens were crisp and refreshing, perfectly balancing the richness of the meat, making it extraordinarily delicious. The Jiulin also wrapped a few pieces of roasted meat for himself, and he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite flavor of the ancient black pork. The meat was filled with a delightful aroma, devoid of any unpleasant odor. After several helpings, he finally felt a bit greasy and paused, reaching for a red berry to eat. Instantly, Zheng Hao slowed his eating, quietly observing Gu Lin's reaction. "That's so sweet," Gu Lin exclaimed as the sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. That he took another and pointed at the berries, saying to Zheng Hao, "Xiao Hao, have some fruit. Don't just eat meat. Too much can be overwhelming." Upon hearing Gu Lin's affectionate address, Zheng Hao's pupils constricted, and he halted his chewing. His late parents had always referred to him as Hauer, while other elders called him Zheng Shaozi. That it had been a long time since he had heard such an endearing term from anyone. That he gazed at Gu Lin, his expression reflecting a complexity beyond his years. As a glimmer of moisture flickered in his eyes, elusive and hard to grasp, he picked up a berry and bit into it. Its sweetness and tartness released a flood of suppressed emotions, causing Zheng Hao's countenance to twist in an almost grotesque manner. The Jiu Lin, mistaking his reaction for distaste from the berry's acidity, hurriedly said, "I didn't know you couldn't handle sourness. Quickly eat some meat to balance it out." Zheng Hao swallowed the sweet and sour berry and murmured, "It's fine, it's not sour." Upon witnessing this, Gu Lin smiled and said, "As long as it's not sour, That's wonderful. This fruit is delightful. I will pick some in a few days, and we can make juice to enjoy. Very well. Although Zheng Hao was not fond of sweet things and was unaware of the taste of berry juice, he inexplicably felt inclined to agree with the words of the young man before him. He gazed at Gu Lin, who was devouring the berries with cheeks full, and in that moment of reverie, he sensed that the home he had long lost seemed to return to him. Chapter 9. The young man's good fortune. At the break of dawn, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao made their way to the county town. The stall remained in its original location, but to ensure a fixed spot and avoid the inconvenience of customers failing to find him, Gu Lin had thoughtfully brought 2 portions of cold dishes to the street overseer, saying, "These are homemade, a little something for you with your drink." The overseer was well aware that the popular cold dishes that had stirred much excitement in recent days were made by the young man before him. Even though a simple serving of vegetarian dishes cost 7 won, and there were throngs of people eager to purchase them, he had never managed to buy any. Thus, when they were offered to him, he graciously accepted. Producing a wooden sign, the street overseer stated, "Once you pay the rent for half a month, you may set up your stall for a month, but only in the mornings. That do not speak of this outside." The rental arrangements for stalls in the county town were varied, generally limited to daily rentals. Some rented for the morning, others for the afternoon, while some rented for the whole day. The Jiu Lin opted to set up his stall only in the morning and, having paid the rent for half a month, could rent for an entire month under the overseer's lenient gaze, thus alleviating the daily worry of securing a favored spot. "Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed," Gu Lin replied. Hearing the young man's careful choice of words, the overseer felt reassured. Furthermore, even if anything were to go awry, he had no cause for concern, as he could attribute all blame to Gu Lin and extricate himself completely. Upon reaching the stall, Gu Lin first went to the neighboring noodle stall and ordered 2 bowls of clear broth noodles. They had rushed out that morning, and both he and Zheng Hao had not eaten breakfast. After mixing the cold dishes into the noodles to achieve a harmonious blend, Gu Lin served 1 bowl to Zheng Hao and kept 1 for himself. When customers arrived, they beheld the sight of the 2 of them standing behind the stall. Savoring the delicious cold dishes, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Those in line who had skipped breakfast felt their stomachs rumble. With expressions tinged with mild annoyance, they looked at the young man and exclaimed, "Boss, we too wish to partake in the cold dishes." The Jiu Lin hastily swallowed a mouthful of mixed eggplant and explained, "I sincerely apologize. Everyone did my haste to sell cold dishes this morning. I neglected to have breakfast myself. I am almost finished and will prepare the cold dishes shortly." Upon hearing that he had rushed to work without breakfast, the crowd found it hard to express discontent. "But no matter, take your time. We can manage to grab something else to fill our stomachs." Despite their words, none of them left the queue. Some, lured by the enticing scent of the cold dishes, glanced at Gu Lin devouring the noodles and asked, "Boss, is it delicious to mix the noodles with the cold dishes?" After finishing the last bite of noodles and cold dishes, Gu Lin replied, "Indeed, it's delightful. It does not detract at all from the flavors of either the cold dishes or the noodles." Upon saying this, he produced a series of bamboo tubes, and seeing them, the customers surged forward. Unexpectedly, the first customer was someone Gu Lin recognized. Chen Wufu stroked his black beard and chuckled, "Young man, your business is quite bustling. I was delayed by some matters yesterday, and found both you and the stall missing upon my return." Jiu Lin responded with a smile, "You flatter me. It's merely a small venture." Hardly deserving of such praise, that he opened one of the bamboo tubes and poured the cold dishes into a large bowl, saying, "From now on, I will reserve a portion for you each day, if that suits you." Chen Wufu held a special significance for Gu Lin. The cold dishes had gained popularity on their first day in part due to Chen's willingness to be the first to try them. Yielding excellent results, that Jiu Lin held a favorable impression of him. Upon hearing Gu Lin's offer, Chen Wufu's smile deepened. "If that could be arranged, it would be splendid. However, I must assure you, I am not exaggerating. Since my family has tasted your cold dishes, nothing else seems appetizing. Yesterday, I failed to procure any, and upon returning home, I faced a good scolding from my family. Thus, I have hurried here today. Young man, quickly prepare 6 portions of cold dishes for me. I shall require this quantity daily, or I shall have no way to appease my family." That Jiu Lin chuckled at Chen Wufu's lengthy request. "You need not worry today. Our stall has introduced tofu, which is perfect for cold mixing and is beloved by the elderly. Upon taking this home, I assure you, you shall not face any reprimands from your family." Upon hearing of the new addition to the cold dishes, Chen Wufu's interest was piqued, recalling the flavors of the cold dishes he had sampled previously. Then I shall savor this thoroughly. The Ji Yulin worked swiftly, and in no time, he had prepared the cold dishes requested by Chen Wufu. Due to the addition of tofu, the price of the cold dishes had increased by 1 won, totaling 48 won for the 6 portions. Very well, Chen Wufu said as he completed the payment. I shall return tomorrow for more. Having sent 5 portions home, Chen Wufu took the remaining 1 to Fuminlu. Upon seeing him, the young waiter promptly greeted. Master Chen. Chen Wufu waved his hand, signaling the waiter to approach. Fetch me a serving of noodles boiled in clear water. Sensing that Master Chen had a request, the waiter's face lit up with joy. Please wait a moment. I will fetch it right away. Did I end the Fuminlu kitchen? The waiter relayed Chen Wufu's instructions to the head chef, who upon hearing, expressed confusion. Are you certain you did not mishear? Master Chen only wishes for a single serving of noodles boiled in clear water. The waiter assured, rest assured I did not mishear. The head chef found the situation increasingly odd. While others might not understand Chen Wufu's discerning palate, he knew all too well how particular he was. In the past, whenever he had requested dishes, he would provide an extensive list of specifications, insisting on exclusions or particular preparations. Nevertheless, the chef had to concede that it was precisely Chen Wufu's picky nature that had contributed to Fuminlu's growing success. Unaware of the chef's musings, Chen Wufu, upon receiving the noodles from the waiter, promptly opened the bamboo tube and poured the cold dishes into the noodles. Before they were even thoroughly mixed, an aromatic fragrance wafted upward and enveloped his senses. Even after having experienced this scent numerous times, Chen Wufu could not help but marvel at that moment. Several individuals entered the establishment, and the leading figure exclaimed, "What is that delightful aroma?" Chen Wufu turned to look, astonished to see Xiao Dongjia. He momentarily forgot the cold dishes he had eagerly anticipated and hurried to greet him. Fang Jiwei raised his fan, saying, Master Chen, no need for such formalities. I am merely here to inspect the tavern on behalf of my father. Chen Wufu dared not take the first part of his statement lightly. Xiao Dongjia, please ascend to the upper floor to rest. It may become crowded in the main hall, and I fear it might disturb you. Fang Jiwei waved his fan, saying, no need for such formality. I have always enjoyed lively gatherings, particularly in bustling places. He then turned to Chen Wufu, inquiring, Master Chen, may I ask what delectable dish I detected upon entering? Is it a new culinary creation from the tavern? Upon hearing this, Chen Wufu realized what Fang Jiwei was referring to and clarified. It is not a new dish crafted by the tavern, but rather cold dishes I purchased from a street stall. Cold dishes. Fang Jiwei raised his hand, opening his fan with curiosity and intrigue. The questioner was the young master, not someone easily misled by vague responses. Chen Wufu turned to the counter, retrieved the cold dishes, and presented them to Fang Jiwei, saying, Xiao Dongjia, these are the cold dishes. Observing the array of colorful, red oil-soaked vegetables in Fang Jiwei's bowl, he inhaled the rich, sour, and spicy aroma. Master Chen, where might I find these cold dishes for purchase? I shall send someone to acquire them. Chen Wufu shook his head, replying, there is but one stall in the entire county that sells these cold dishes. Though small, it enjoys better business than some of the smaller tea houses, and by now, they are likely sold out. Fang Jiwei expressed disappointment. Such a pity. Seeing the young man's crestfallen expression, Chen Wufu, unwilling to monopolize the cold dishes, offered, I have yet to finish this bowl. If you do not mind, you may sample it. Fang Jiwei looked up, a smile gracing his lips. Master Chen, how could I possibly refuse? Chen Wufu's eyes twitched. The young master was indeed shrewd, adeptly switching between addressing him as Master Chen when unencumbered and Uncle Chen when in need. Unaware of Chen Wufu's thoughts, Fang Jiwei eagerly accepted the cold dishes and began to eat with gusto. The first bite was of the tofu, and its spicy, tender texture made his eyes light up. He devoured the entire bowl of cold dishes, along with the noodles, leaving not a morsel behind. After finishing, Fang Jiwei looked up at Chen Wufu, his demeanor now composed and reserved. Uncle Chen, you did not deceive me. These cold dishes are truly delicious. Rich, fragrant, sour, and spicy, they are refreshingly appetizing. Chen Wufu regarded the empty bowl, remarking, Xiao Dongjia possesses a discerning eye. Fang Jiwei raised an eyebrow, dismissing the compliment, and with a hint of significance in his gaze, asked, has Uncle Chen considered purchasing the recipe for these cold dishes? After 2 consecutive days of mixing cold dishes, Gu Lin's hands had grown exceedingly sore, yet he dared not slow his pace. For before him stood a line of eager patrons to at this juncture. Zheng Hao approached from the front, saying, "Let me mix the cold dishes." "You go to the front," the Ji Yulin hesitated, casting a doubtful glance his way. "Are you able to do so?" Rather than being offended by the doubt cast upon his abilities, Zheng Hao replied, "Having observed you for 2 days, I have already learned how to do it." Upon hearing this, Gu Lin resolved to grant the other party a chance. Watching Zheng Hao skillfully chop, mix, and plate the vegetables, Gu Lin cast aside his previous hesitations and stepped forward to take Zheng Hao's place. One guest, witnessing this scene, remarked to Gu Lin with a hint of envy, "You are indeed fortunate, having such a good son who understands the hardships of his father," although he was publicly recognized as Zheng Hao's stepfather. Gu Lin, regardless of past or present, remained an 18-year-old youth, making it difficult to perceive Zheng Hao as his child. However, this did not mean that Gu Lin regarded Zheng Hao as a stranger. Rather, he saw him as a brother, one who had similarly suffered misfortunes in his early years. Turning to observe Zheng Hao's earnest and diligent actions, Gu Lin felt a genuine joy as he noticed the gradual diminishment of the other's previous aversion towards him. Exclaiming, "The child is quite sensible and endearing," as Gu Lin attended to the guests. The bamboo tubes passed back and forth between their hands, that he turned again and noticed that half of the bamboo tube remained. Saying, "Xiao Hao, you should take a break. Let me take over." Zheng Hao, however, did not yield his position, that he handed the prepared cold dishes to Gu Lin and replied, "No need. I can manage. Your strength is too slight. And I find it easier to mix the cold dishes myself." Upon hearing this, Gu Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that this grown man was less adept at the task than a young boy. Yet, observing Zheng Hao's swift and tireless movements, Gu Lin had to admit that allowing him to continue was indeed the best choice. Zheng Hao showed no signs of fatigue other than a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. And his arms remained steady. Ji Yulin cautioned, "If you find it too much, just call for me. Do not push yourself." Zheng Hao nodded and turned back to continue mixing the cold dishes. Chapter 10. The recipe for cold dishes though young. Zheng Hao worked with a speed rivaling that of adults by midday. While other stalls had sold little, their cold dishes had sold out. The June heat in the county was stifling, even on a morning without blazing sun. Merely standing outside for a moment could evoke a bead of sweat. The Ji Yulin, constantly engaging with the guests, felt his throat nearly becoming hoarse from continuous conversation. Turning to the bustling Zheng Hao, who appeared not to sweat much, Gu Lin noticed a faint flush on his sun-kissed face and expressed concern. "Let us head home once we finish packing up." That he then wandered to a nearby tea house and returned with 2 bamboo tubes of perilla drink, saying, "Have some to cool off." Zheng Hao accepted the drink, while Gu Lin had already opened his bamboo tube and taken a sip. The perilla drink was slightly sweet, and Gu Lin had even spent a fair sum to have the tea house add ice, which he relished, feeling as though the heat within him dissipated. Unlike Gu Lin, who had sampled various beverages in modern times, this was Zheng Hao's first experience with such a drink in ancient times. Sugar was a luxury that most could not afford, making this specially sweetened drink a rarity. With the coolness enveloping his mouth, Zheng Hao felt his mind clear significantly. Once finished with the drink, Gu Lin turned to see Zheng Hao, who was sipping intermittently, and assumed he could not finish it all at once, that there's no need to drink it all at once. "You can take it home," he suggested. However, Zheng Hao had no intention of saving the drink. He raised the bamboo tube and downed the remaining icy liquid, feeling a refreshing chill wash over him as he declared, "Let us go." He picked up the bamboo basket, and just as they were about to head towards the county gate, Chen Wu came running over, his round face flushed with urgency and sweat, that he halted before them. Relief evident as he exclaimed, "Thank goodness, you have not left yet." Wiping his brow with a handkerchief, Chen Wu's plump figure quivered as he caught his breath. Ji Yulin felt a wave of curiosity at Chen Wu's anxious demeanor. After drying his face and putting away the handkerchief, Chen Wu wore a smile reminiscent of the Buddha and addressed Gu Lin. "Might I inquire if you are interested in discussing a business opportunity with me?" Gu Lin was taken aback by this unexpected proposal. He raised his gaze to Chen Wu, who, despite his friendly demeanor, did not deceive Gu Lin with his genial appearance. Fu Man Lu. Gu Lin and Zheng Hao followed Chen Wu to the establishment. Before ascending to the second-floor private room, Chen Wu turned to remind them, "The person you are negotiating with today is our restaurant's young master." When Chen Wu had previously indicated on the street that he wished to speak with Gu Lin about business, Gu Lin had already surmised his intentions. However, he was surprised to learn of the young master's identity as the proprietor of a well-known restaurant in the county. Conventionally, Gu Lin would have refrained from such discussions. For those engaged in selling food, typically valued their recipes highly. Why would one part with a golden goose that laid eggs? Yet for Gu Lin, the cold dishes were merely one type of recipe he knew. While his mind brimmed with many delectable alternatives, leaving him unconcerned about selling the recipe and facing starvation. Moreover, he was aware that others in the county had begun imitating his cold dish sales. While he was confident in the uniqueness of his recipes, he recognized that competition would inevitably grow, resulting in a dilution of his business. Given this reality, it would be wise to sell the recipe for a favorable price early on. However, considering the other party's desire for an exclusive purchase, Gu Lin merely smiled. Upon entering the private room, Gu Lin's attention was immediately drawn to a richly attired young man seated behind the table. Fang Jue looked up, and upon noticing the arrival of a handsome young man, his expression momentarily faltered. Ji Lin, accustomed to such reactions, felt no discomfort. Many patrons had displayed similar expressions, as if to suggest that a young man, without male companions, should not so brazenly show himself in public. Fang Jue appeared to share similar sentiments. He was astonished that the holder of the cold dish recipe was a young man, as such recipes were typically passed down through generations exclusively to males. Chen Wu interrupted Fang Jiue's thoughts, addressing Gu Lin. "Boss Gu, this is our young master at Fu Man Lu." Before arriving at Fu Man Lu, Chen Wu had exchanged names with Gu Lin. However, out of respect for Gu Lin's status as a young man, he opted to address him as Boss Gu. Turning to Fang Jiue, he continued, "Young master, this is the owner of the cold dish stall I mentioned to you." Although puzzled, Fang Jue quickly regained his composure. Rising to introduce himself, "I am Fang Jue. I must apologize for the abrupt invitation to Boss Gu. I hope you do not take offense." Ji Lin, having conducted a few business dealings, had learned the necessary etiquette and responded, "Young Master Fang, you flatter me." Fang Jue waved his fan and smiled, "I have prepared a feast for you. I hope Boss Gu will grace us with your presence." Though Gu Lin had never engaged in business before, he understood that many important matters were often discussed over meals and drinks. Thus, he had come prepared, stating, "I am traveling alone and find it inappropriate to drink." Fang Jue raised an eyebrow. "Of course, it would be unseemly for a young man to overindulge in drink, that I have specifically prepared some non-alcoholic beverages that will not intoxicate." Relieved to find no pressure to drink, Gu Lin followed Fang Jue as they navigated around a screen to the back of the room, where a table was already laden with a variety of colorful and aromatic dishes. Fang Jue took his seat first and invited Gu Lin and the others to sit down. Thus, Gu Lin and the others took their places. Although the intention was to discuss business, Fang Jue showed no urgency. He had no intention of combining dining with negotiations. Instead, he addressed Gu Lin, "Boss Gu, please sample the dishes from Fu Man Lou." It must be said that from their initial meeting to this moment, Fang Jiue's generous and straightforward demeanor endeared him to Gu Lin. "Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Fang," Gu Lin replied. When dining with others, Gu Lin did not adhere to excessive politeness. His principle was to eat his fill while respecting basic etiquette, avoiding the embarrassment of appearing timid at the table. Today, he upheld this principle, serving himself and also ensuring that Zheng Hao, whose arms were too short to reach certain dishes, was well fed. Taking a bite of the fragrant roasted chicken, Gu Lin's mouth was filled with tender meat, reminiscent of a gluttonous little squirrel, his cheeks puffed out. Fang Jue was taken aback by Gu Lin's hearty appetite. In the Fang household, ladies and young men were expected to observe strict etiquette, often taking multiple bites of a single morsel and never reaching across the table for distant dishes. Ji Lin's behavior shattered Fang Jue's long-held impressions of young men being overly disciplined. Yet, observing the young man eat with delight, Fang Jue found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings. Instead, he perceived Gu Lin as refreshingly candid and unpretentious. Gu Lin finished his last mouthful and set down his chopsticks. He felt satisfied. Zheng Hao, too, had eaten quickly, finishing the rice and the dishes Gu Lin had served him. Fang Jue, noticing this, set down his chopsticks and inquired, "How did you find the meal, Boss Gu?" with a smile. Gu Lin praised, as expected of Fu Man Lu. Each dish possesses its own unique flavor, leaving a lasting impression. Though somewhat exaggerated, the flavors of the meal were indeed commendable, particularly the winter melon and barley soup, which pleasantly surprised Gu Lin. He had not anticipated enjoying such a southern delicacy while in the north. Fong Jue chuckled. Today, we have introduced many new dishes developed by our restaurant, with your praise. Boss Gu, we need not worry about them not selling in the future. Suddenly lifted high by another, Gu Lin's body paused, and he became acutely aware, pondering the forthcoming actions of his interlocutor. Indeed, Fong Jue swiftly altered his tone, saying, I presume that Boss Gu understands the reason behind my invitation to you to Fuminlu. Since its inception, Fuminlu has been committed to allowing people from all walks of life to savor various delicacies. The cold dishes sold by Boss Gu are exceptionally delicious, and I wish for more people to relish them. That he gazed at Gu Lin, his demeanor serious and devoid of any frivolity. I wish to purchase the recipe for the cold dishes from Boss Gu. I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss that if you are willing to part with it, Fuminlu will offer 300 taels for the recipe. Having spoken, Fong Jue observed the subtle shifts in Gu Lin's expression, yet saw no signs of excitement or joy. 300 taels is a considerable sum, and Gu Lin had amassed an understanding of its significance upon arriving in this world. However, he remained unmoved, replying, if I am not mistaken, once I sell the recipe, I will no longer be able to sell cold dishes. Fong Jue nodded in agreement. Naturally, the young gentleman, upon hearing this, did not display anger. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Then I cannot sell the recipe. Why? Fong Jue furrowed his brow, believing that spending 300 taels on a snack recipe was exceedingly reasonable. He scrutinized Gu Lin, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that this young man sought to inflate the price? Sensing his thoughts, Gu Lin shook his head gently. To Fong Xiaodong and Fuminlu, a recipe for cold dishes may merely be a pleasant embellishment, but for us orphans, it is a lifeline. Upon hearing this, Fong Jue was taken aback to discover that the young man before him was indeed an orphan. His gaze shifted to the boy beside him, and recalling his earlier words, Fong Jue inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, as if he had truly been bullying a pair of orphans. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Fong Jue replied, You make a valid point. 300 taels is somewhat inadequate. How about I offer 600 taels? Though phrased as a question, it was delivered in a declarative tone, clearly implying that he believed the young gentleman would no longer refuse in light of such a substantial sum. 600 taels was indeed a considerable amount. As long as one refrained from gambling or debauchery, it would suffice for Gu Lin and Zheng Hao to live comfortably in the county. Nevertheless, Gu Lin remained steadfast, unwilling to be swayed. It is impossible for me to completely relinquish the cold dishes recipe. Upon hearing this, Fong Jue's brows knitted deeply as he contemplated how to persuade the young gentleman to part with the recipe. Ignoring Fong Jue's current thoughts, Gu Lin suggested, Why don't you listen to my proposal? Fong Xiaodong, I have a mutually beneficial solution. Fong Jue raised his head, arching an eyebrow in non-committal acknowledgement. Unfazed by the slight disdain in Fong Jue's demeanor, Gu Lin continued, I can sell the recipe to Fuminlu, but with a time constraint. For the next 30 years, Fuminlu must share 30% of the profits from the cold dishes with me, and during this period, both I and Fuminlu shall retain the right to sell cold dishes. After 30 years, the recipe will wholly belong to Fuminlu. What do you think? This notion had long been brewing in Gu Lin's mind. While he wished to sell the recipe, he had never contemplated selling it at a pittance. Upon hearing Gu Lin's words, Fong Jue's lips curled into a smirk, his previous generosity replaced with a demeanor that was decidedly frivolous. From what I gather, after Fuminlu pays for the recipe, we would gain no benefits, and our business would be adversely affected. He raised his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Gu Lin. Boss Gu, such favorable terms do not exist in this world. Chapter 11. The cunning male protagonist Gu Lin remained unperturbed, taking a sip from his drink to clear his throat. I am genuinely interested in collaborating with Fuminlu. He met Fong Jue's gaze without flinching. You need not worry about the impact on Fuminlu's business. My operations are small-scale, catering to the common folk, while Fuminlu's clientele are either affluent or noble. Even if I had such intentions, I lacked the means. That Ji Lin was not excessively proud. He knew that in the realm of business, one must know when to elevate others. The levity on the man's face gradually dissipated as he regarded Gu Lin with keen interest. I agreed to this business arrangement, surprised by Fong Jue's sudden change from obstinacy to decisiveness. Gu Lin felt a sense of astonishment, having anticipated that he would need to exert considerable effort to secure Fong Jue's agreement. Noticing the astonishment etched on the young gentleman's face, Fang Jiue's grin widened, and he flourished his fan, declaring, "For merchants such as us, when interests do not conflict, harmony is paramount. Since Boss Gu has proposed a win-win solution, why should I be petty and fixate on trivial gains? There are plenty of opportunities in this world. I cannot hoard them all for myself." Astounded by Fang Jiue's unexpectedly magnanimous mindset, Gu Lin felt that collaborating with such a person was indeed most advantageous. And he sincerely remarked, "Fang Xiaodong possesses a broad vision." While Fang Jiue was confident in his own abilities and perspectives, being praised face-to-face by a striking young gentleman caused him a slight embarrassment, his ears flushing with warmth. Others might not have noticed, but Zheng Hao had been observing closely and soon perceived Fang Jiue's unusual demeanor, his gaze growing cold and contemplative. "Then let us draft a contract." Fang Jiue summoned someone to fetch paper and ink, swiftly penning the contract and signing his name before passing it to Gu Lin. Upon receiving it, Gu Lin looked down, his expression faltering as he realized that many of the characters were unfamiliar to him. However, they were not entirely alien. The script closely resembled traditional characters. Piecing together the meaning, Gu Lin managed to comprehend the contract's content. After confirming its accuracy, he signed the original owner's name, that he felt grateful that he had visited the original owner's household registration on the second day of his arrival in this world. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to sign, that a flicker of surprise crossed Fang Jiue's eyes. He had intended for the young gentleman to place his thumbprint, but was taken aback to find that he could read. This was not typical of someone from an ordinary family. Observing the young gentleman writing with his head bowed, Zheng Hao too fell into contemplation. Once the contract was finalized, Gu Lin dictated the cold dishes recipe for Fang Jiue to transcribe. And a look of realization crossed Fang Jiue's face as he understood that the young man could only write his own name. With matters concluded, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao departed fumingly. Upon exiting the county, they found that Uncle Zhang's ox cart had indeed left, prompting Gu Lin to spend 12 coins to hire another cart to take them home. Upon returning, Gu Lin examined the contract in his hands, his elegant brows furrowing. Today's agreement was merely the beginning. There would be many instances in the future when he would need to read, and he could not remain ignorant forever. Ji Lin could not reconcile himself with the prospect of becoming utterly illiterate. He desired to learn the written language of this world. Yet in the current climate, girls and young gentlemen alike had no opportunity for education that if one came from a wealthy family, they might afford a tutor. But Gu Lin could not. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the young boy squatting in the vegetable patch, picking vegetables, and his eyes brightened with inspiration. While he could not attend the academy, Zheng Hao could. The more he considered it, the more feasible it appeared. Zheng Hao was none other than the astute and resourceful protagonist of the original story, though he had not received formal education as a child. He effortlessly navigated both military and political matters in the later chapters that Ji Lin calculated Zheng Hao's age. He was nearly 11 and ought to be attending school. Ji Lin left his seat and approached the vegetable garden, his voice gentle, yet his expression reminiscent of a weasel offering New Year greetings to a hen. Zheng Hao set down the vegetables, his dark eyes fixed on Gu Lin. "What is it?" A smile played on Gu Lin's lips. "Xiao Hao, would you like to attend the academy?" Unbeknownst to Gu Lin, he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic, as Zheng Hao's calm demeanor abruptly transformed into one of hostility. Sensing the shift, Gu Lin's heart sank. Was the child averse to studying? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet he pretended not to notice the change in Zheng Hao's expression and casually inquired, "Xiao Hao, what do you wish to do in the future?" Seeing Zheng Hao's eyes fixed intently on him, Gu Lin assumed his question lacked clarity and added, "Do you want to engage in business, farm, or pursue something else when you grow up?" Zheng Hao's fierce expression gradually softened as he pressed his lips together, seemingly in contemplation. "That to be a bodyguard, but Ji Lin." Zheng Hao reiterated, "I want to be a bodyguard." Gu Lin was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, but upon reflection, it did not seem surprising. After all, in the original story, Zheng Hao rose through the ranks due to his martial prowess that Ji Lin's fingers fidgeted, his expression betraying a hint of worry. His desire to send Zheng Hao to school was indeed partly for his own benefit. Yet recognizing Zheng Hao's potential, Gu Lin could not bear to watch him squander his talent. Even bodyguards need to be literate. Noticing Zheng Hao's lack of retort, Gu Lin pressed on. "Look at those captains. Which one is illiterate? When employers entrust you with a task, a contract must be signed between both parties that if you cannot read, You risk being deceived. Of course, if you intend to be a bodyguard for life, then it may not matter. Indeed, Gu Lin was employing a strategy to provoke. He believed no young man could tolerate being told he was inadequate. Not even the male protagonist. He watched Jing Hao, who initially appeared lost in thought, before narrowing his eyes and looking up at him. You want me to study, then return to teach you how to read. Upon hearing these words, Gu Lin found himself at a loss for words, once again feeling a shiver run down his spine at Zheng Hao's astuteness. However, he did not resort to deception, stating candidly, "There is indeed some truth to that. But at your current age, you ought to be attending school. While you may not perceive the importance of literacy now, in the future, you will realize that navigating the world without it will be exceedingly difficult. Even if you excel in certain areas, the inability to read will impose significant limitations upon you. Nevertheless, do not feel overly pressured. My intent in sending you to school is not to prepare you for the imperial examinations, but merely to help you discern right from wrong and distinguish between good and evil." This reflects Gu Lin's genuine thoughts that in truth, given Jing Hao's remarkable talents, it would be most advantageous for him to pursue the illustrious path of the imperial examinations. Yet, as someone who has experienced life, Gu Lin understands the adage that what is poison to one may be nectar to another. He does not wish to impose undue pressure on Zheng Hao. Furthermore, not pursuing the examinations does not equate to a lack of opportunities. Some individuals thrive in various fields regardless, and Zheng Hao is one of them. It requires a substantial amount of money to pursue an education. Zheng Hao remarked incisively. He fixed his gaze intently on Gu Lin, scrutinizing his every expression, eager to discern whether the man would reveal even a hint of reluctance. Observing Zheng Hao's wavering resolve, Gu Lin cheerfully waved his hand and reassured him. "It's all right, we can earn a couple of silver coins each day selling cold dishes if we continue this for a few more days. We will have enough saved for your schooling. Moreover, in due time, the dividends from Fu Man Lu will also come through, so rest assured and focus on your studies." Zheng Hao's sharp, wolf-like gaze softened. Very well. Initially, his aversion to education stemmed from a disdain for those so-called scholars, who often appeared as hypocritical and pretentious. Yet Gu Lin's words held merit. Many endeavors in life inevitably require some degree of literacy. Although he aspired to be a bodyguard, he did not wish to remain one for his entire life. Just as Gu Lin was reveling in his elation and Zheng Hao was deep in contemplation, a sharp, jarring sound pierced through the air. Gu Lin rubbed his pained ears and stood to investigate, oblivious to the grim expression that had settled upon Zheng Hao's face as he followed closely behind. Upon stepping outside, Gu Lin witnessed an indistinguishable object darting past him. The object, as it ran, wailed in anguish. "Who is the scoundrel that has wronged me?" Initially, Gu Lin could not discern what the object was. But as it approached and spoke, a foul stench assaulted his senses. He widened his eyes in disbelief as a person, completely covered in excrement, sprinted past him, followed by a gaggle of children no older than 5, clapping and chanting, "Shame, shame, shame!" The young man and woman were kissing, and they accidentally fell into the cesspool. Gu Lin felt that this statement carried an overwhelming amount of information, leaving him momentarily perplexed. At that moment, Sister Zhao approached, prompting Gu Lin to inquire, "Sister, what is the story behind that person?" Sister Zhao clapped her hands and replied, "That is Tian Dahua, the daughter-in-law of Chun Yi. I don't know how it happened, but she and Wang Ger fell into the cesspool for no reason and were stuck there for quite a while before being rescued. When they were pulled out, their mouths were stuffed with, 'Enough of that, enough of that. If I say more, you might lose your appetite.'" Although Sister Zhao ceased her narration, Gu Lin could infer the specifics, and recalling the earlier scene, his expression twisted slightly, fearing he might genuinely lose his appetite later. Simultaneously, he noted the peculiar glint in Sister Zhao's eyes. Typically kind-hearted, one would expect her to feel sympathy for someone in such a predicament. Yet her unabashed delight suggested that both Tian Dehua and Wang Ger were not of good character. Nonetheless, Gu Lin remained curious about how these two individuals ended up in the cesspool together. Prompting him to ask, Sister Zhao's expression immediately shifted to one of curiosity. She glanced around and said, "After being rescued, Tian Dahua kept crying and claiming she was pushed into the cesspool by a thief. But where would a thief come from in Hehe village? If an outsider had entered the village, those elders at the entrance would have alerted everyone long ago, if it were someone from the village. I might believe it, but they fell into Wang Ge's latrine. Who would dare to intrude upon another's home in such a manner? She then leaned closer to Gu Lin and lowered her voice. However, there is a rumor circulating that Tian Dehua and Wang Ge fell into the cesspool because they were secretly engaging in amorous activities in the latrine and accidentally tumbled in. Upon hearing such scandalous gossip, Gu Lin's mouth fell agape. That cannot be, can it? From what he understood, in this world, both young men and women were expected to follow the path of marriage. And he had never encountered a young man in a relationship with a woman. However, Sister Zhao wore an expression of uncertainty, her voice dropping even lower. Young men are not devoid of such inclinations. A rush of heat surged to Gu Lin's face. As a young man himself, he understood Sister Zhao's implication. Yet being male, he felt embarrassed to continue the conversation. Seeking an excuse, he hastily retreated home. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Gu Lin exhaled in relief. Yet he could not resist turning to Zheng Hao and advising, "You must be cautious when using the latrine in the future. Do not fall in." The Jiu Lin had little regard for the current state of latrines. The conditions were not only abhorrent, but also perilously hazardous. The cesspool was covered by a wooden plank, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Tian Dehua and Wang Ge were fortunate to have been rescued. Many who fell and suffocated amidst the filth that I understand. The adolescent maintained a composed demeanor, appearing entirely detached from the day's events, making it difficult to imagine that he had orchestrated the entire affair. During lunch, Gu Lin, as expected, found his appetite lacking, that he observed Zheng Hao seated across from him, unaffected, consuming meat with gusto, and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, he was the protagonist, displaying a composure akin to facing Mount Tai without faltering. Chapter 12. The binding of Zheng Hao's hair, having resolved to send Zheng Hao to school. The following day, Gu Lin increased their sales of cold dishes from 150 to 200, that although the workload had intensified, so too had their earnings. The two worked in tandem, alternating in preparing the dishes, and even after selling 200 servings in a single morning, Gu Lin did not feel excessively fatigued on the fifth day. After finishing their sales, Gu Lin did not leave the city immediately. He calculated the profits made over the past 5 days, selling 200 servings of cold dishes daily at 8 when each. After deducting expenses, he had nearly earned 8 taels of silver. Cradling the heavy money box in his arms, Gu Lin made his way to the money exchange. Finding the copper coins cumbersome to carry a couple of days prior, he had already exchanged some of the copper for silver, and he intended to do the same today. After securing the silver and exiting the money exchange, Gu Lin lifted his gaze to the bookstore across the street, realizing that he now had the means. He deemed it time to prioritize Zheng Hao's education, that he turned slightly and said to the boy beside him, "Let us go to the bookstore and procure some stationery and books." Though Zheng Hao had yet to officially enroll, preparations must be made nonetheless. Entering the bookstore with Zheng Hao, Gu Lin surveyed the interior layout, which was neither too large nor too small, yet stocked with a comprehensive selection of items. Not wishing to browse aimlessly, as he was unfamiliar with the specific needs of scholars in this era, he approached the shopkeeper directly and inquired, "Good sir, could you kindly inform me what books a child requires for their initial studies?" The shopkeeper, glancing at the young boy and the adolescent beside him, quickly assessed the situation and replied, "For a child's initial studies, the typical selections are the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, 1,000-character classic, and the elementary learning anthology. However, for a child just beginning, the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic will suffice. These 3 books should be enough for 2 to 3 years of learning. Whether the child continues on afterward remains uncertain." The shopkeeper's gaze drifted past the two before Gu Lin pondered the shopkeeper's words that it made sense. Whether Zheng Hao would persist in his studies was an unknown variable. As for the other books, they could be acquired when needed in the future. Thus, Gu Lin instructed, "Please wrap up 1 copy each of the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic." Certainly, the shopkeeper replied. After retrieving and wrapping the 3 books, Gu Lin then noticed the writing implements displayed behind the counter and asked, "Additionally, I would like to purchase some ink and paper. Are there any suitable for a beginner?" "You have come to the right person for that inquiry," the shopkeeper responded, then retrieved a set of stationery from a shelf behind him. This set is ideal for novice learners. Although the inkstone and brushes are not made from the finest materials, they are still of good quality. This brush, for instance, is crafted from chicken feathers and goat hair, providing a perfect balance of softness and firmness. Making it highly suitable for young learners, the Gu Lin observed the brush and inkstone presented by the shopkeeper. While he lacked expertise in such matters, he could still discern the quality of the items. He replied, "Please wrap up this set of stationery as well. Furthermore, I require some paper." The shopkeeper seemed to have prepared for this inquiry, presenting a sheet of light yellow paper. "Young master, take a close look. This is bamboo paper, with a uniform thickness that is neither excessively smooth nor overly coarse, making it particularly suitable for young learners." However, Gu Lin noted the shopkeeper's slight hesitation and asked, "But what is the issue?" The shopkeeper explained, "The price is somewhat higher than other bamboo papers," that he clarified that this bamboo paper, sourced from the provincial city, does not possess the thin and fragile characteristics of ordinary bamboo papers that tend to blur ink, and thus is quite popular, commanding a slightly elevated price. Seeing no other issues, Gu Lin felt relieved. The materials required for education are of utmost importance. A higher price is inconsequential. "Please wrap these up." He gestured towards the writing implements on the counter. After the shopkeeper finished packaging the items, he stated, "Each of the 3 introductory books is 201, while the ink and paper set comes to 2 taels of silver, totaling 2 taels and 601. Upon hearing the price, Gu Lin immediately comprehended why there were so few scholars in ancient times. Merely the expenses for this enlightenment could deplete half of a typical household's savings. However, Gu Lin felt no reluctance whatsoever. After handing over the money to the shopkeeper, he had further inquiries to make. "Esteemed shopkeeper, could you enlighten me on the renowned private academies in the county?" Were Gu Lin to solicit this information from anyone else, they might be utterly ignorant, but his inquiry was directed at the very proprietor of the bookstore, having operated for over a decade. The shopkeeper frequently interacted with scholars, and the prosperity of his business relied heavily on this learned clientele. Thus, he was well acquainted with every private academy in the county. Noticing the young gentleman had spent a few taels of silver, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment before responding. If one speaks of the more illustrious private academies, they would undoubtedly be the Wulio Academy and the Wang Family Academy. The instructors of both possess commendable credentials. However, the former boasts a scholar, while the latter has a student. Should you wish merely to provide your child with the basics of literacy, the Wang Family Academy would suffice. Yet, it is worth noting that Wulio Academy produced 2 students in the past 2 years. Indicating the distinct advantage of having a scholar as a mentor, the shopkeeper mused. After hearing this, Gu Lin did not immediately reveal his choice of academy, but he bid farewell to the shopkeeper and prepared to leave the bookstore. Just as he was about to step out, the shopkeeper reminded him, "If you intend to visit the academy to pay respects to the instructor, you must don a long robe and bring the 6 ceremonial gifts." Scholars place great importance on such etiquette. The Gu Lin expressed his gratitude and departed the bookstore with Zheng Hao. Carrying a basket filled with recently purchased items, Gu Lin walked down the street, slightly bowing his head to inquire of Zheng Hao, "Which academy do you wish to attend?" Gu Lin had formed a specific idea in his mind, yet ultimately, it was not he who would be studying. The decision regarding the academy should satisfy Zheng Hao's own preferences. The young lad answered without hesitation, as if he had already contemplated it thoroughly. "Wulio Academy." The Gu Lin regarded Zheng Hao with a raised brow and a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. This was also the academy he favored. Nonetheless, he still queried, "What compels you to choose Wulio Academy? Is the Wang Family Academy not satisfactory?" Gu Lin's inclination towards Wulio Academy stemmed from its superior faculty compared to other academies in the county, as evidenced by the recent success of 2 students, indicating that the quality of education was commendable. This was his reasoning. Yet he was intrigued by Zheng Hao's choice. He observed that, despite the lingering fierceness in Zheng Hao's demeanor, he now exhibited calmness and composure. The Wang Family Academy is a clan school, and the instructors there inevitably place greater emphasis on the Wang family children. Moreover, I have heard that the Wang family students are quite arrogant within the academy, and the instructors do not only fail to reprimand them, but even show favoritism. In contrast, although Wulio Academy has not been established as long as the Wang Family Academy, its academic and pedagogical reputation is well known far and wide. Comparatively, I naturally choose Wulio Academy. Zheng Hao's rare lengthy discourse surprised Gu Lin, but what truly astonished him was, "How do you know so much?" In his recent inquiries about the academies, he had only managed to glean superficial information. such as the instructor's credentials and the number of students produced. He had no knowledge of deeper details. Zheng Hao's gaze remained steady. Many scholars in the county are aware of this. Every day, numerous patrons come to purchase cold dishes, and many of them have scholars in their families. It is inevitable that conversations arise during the queue. Although I have not paid close attention, I have retained the information simply from the frequency of the discussions. Gu Lin, upon hearing this, recalled the bustling sounds of the cold dish stall that morning, where he had to raise his voice to be heard. If a customer did not speak loudly, he could hardly discern their words. It is not necessary to exert oneself. One simply remembers upon hearing, Zheng Hao remarked. Observing the calm demeanor of the young lad in front of him, Gu Lin fell into silence, unwilling to further embarrass himself, and turned to head towards the clothing shop. However, Zheng Hao, despite his young stature, was not lacking in determination. Upon seeing Gu Lin turn away, he nonchalantly followed closely behind. The following day, Gu Lin arose not in his usual casual attire, but instead donned the newly purchased robe from the previous day. Tying his hair back, upon gazing into the copper mirror, he saw a reflection of a face. Though somewhat blurred, it was clear enough to discern that the individual appeared clean and refreshed. Satisfied, Gu Lin exited his dormitory and approached Zheng Hao's door. "Xiao Hao, are you ready?" Before long, the door opened, revealing Zheng Hao. The young gentleman's eyes brightened. Previously, Zheng Hao had worn coarse, drab garments that rendered him almost unnoticeable. Now, clad in a light-colored fine cotton long robe, he stood erect like a young cypress, presenting a clean and spirited appearance, especially with his naturally handsome features. He truly resembled a scholar at first glance. Gu Lin did not hesitate to offer his praise. "You look splendid," the young lad, unaccustomed to such direct compliments, felt a sensation akin to being stung by ants upon facing Gu Lin's candidness. Noticing Zheng Hao's hair disheveled, Gu Lin stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to tie your hair. Today, you cannot simply bind it carelessly at the back." Zheng Hao found himself seated on a wooden stool as Gu Lin gently pressed him down, lacking a copper mirror in the room. Zheng Hao was unable to see what was occurring behind him, yet he felt the warmth of Gu Lin's slender hands gliding over his head. That was a warmth different from that of a mother, trustworthy and reassuring. Gu Lin's deliberate movements as he wove his fingers through Zheng Hao's hair instilled a sense of tranquility. As Gu Lin used a wooden comb to style Zheng Hao's hair, he realized that he had never tied hair before. However, having adapted to local customs after arriving in this world, he had learned to manage his own long hair. Yet, tying one's own hair and that of another are two distinctly different experiences. Zheng Hao's hair was thick and somewhat coarse, and Gu Lin struggled to grasp it all with both hands. When he finally took a hair tie to secure it, he found it somewhat laborious. After considerable effort, his hands grew weary before he managed to complete the task. Pleased with his handiwork, Gu Lin patted Zheng Hao's shoulder. "Well done, you look quite spirited." Zheng Hao slightly turned his head, observing the young gentleman behind him, who wore a smile, his chin slightly raised, hands resting on his hips in an unsteady manner. Although he appeared somewhat unreliable, Zheng Hao's fluttering heart seemed to have found a place of solace. Chapter 13. Seeking instruction at the academy. Gu Lin carried a bamboo basket containing the 6 ceremonial gifts required for Zheng Hao's apprenticeship. Upon disembarking from the ox cart, they followed the route they had previously inquired about to reach Wulyo Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, Gu Lin noticed a long queue of people. Seeing the ever-increasing number of individuals behind them, Gu Lin quickly urged Zheng Hao to join the line. After a brief moment, he looked up to see 2 young attendants outside the academy, each taking turns to escort a group of individuals inside. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, they would lead one group out before ushering in another. After 4 groups had entered, Gu Lin finally reached the front of the line. The next attendant, with a round face, stood before them and instructed, "Follow me." Thus, 20 individuals, including Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, followed the attendant into the academy and arrived at a spacious and brightly lit hall. At the center sat a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a stern demeanor, clad in a dark long robe, sitting upright like a green bamboo, exuding an air of scholarly authority that was unmistakable. "Begin," the scholar Su commanded, casting a glance at the 10 children who had just entered. Gu Lin felt a bit perplexed, until the first child stepped forward and began to introduce himself, stating his age, how long he had been studying, and which books he had read. It was then that Gu Lin realized this was a self-introduction. Soon after, Su began to assess them, choosing questions from the text they had studied. He would state one sentence, and the children were to respond with the next, progressing gradually until he extracted a passage for them to recite. The Jiu Lin observed the children being assessed, noting how they transitioned from ease to stuttering, ultimately becoming flustered and unable to recite a passage correctly. "That is sufficient," Su declared. The children's faces immediately turned anxious, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as if oblivious to their distress. Su directed the attendant, "Take them outside to rest." The child could no longer contain his tears and was escorted out by his elders and the attendant. Before long, it was the turn of the next child, a 5-year-old who had already begun his studies. Having learned the 3-character classic, this child was assessed in the same manner as the previous one, that though somewhat nervous, he responded with slight stumbles but ultimately answered correctly. Gu Lin thought Su would surely accept this child. Yet to his astonishment, Su pondered for a moment and then said, "You may go." Jiu Lin's mouth fell slightly agape. How could a child so young recite an entire text yet still not meet Su's approval? What sort of student was he seeking? One after another, the children came forth. The bolder ones managed to stumble through Su's inquiries, while the more timid ones would burst into tears at the mere sound of his voice. Regardless, none succeeded in remaining. Watching yet another pair exit the hall with somber expressions, Gu Lin felt a pang of empathy, until he was jolted back to reality by the next call. That he glanced around and realized that he and Zheng Hao were the only ones left in the hall. Noticing that the final pair consisted of a young gentleman and a child, Su's brow furrowed slightly. How can a junior enter the academy for assessment without an elder present? Unaware that the instructor had already formed an unfavorable opinion of them upon their arrival, Gu Lin stepped forward with Zheng Hao and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Scholar XU." It would be unwise to address him as Sir before they were officially students, so Gu Lin believed it prudent to refer to him as Scholar. Su scrutinized the child before him, asking, as he had with the previous children, "Have you studied before?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the other party, Gu Lin felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Yet he maintained a smile on his face. Zheng Hao responded, "This lad has never been educated." Su Xiaocai's brow furrowed even deeper. Although he accepted uneducated children, the boy before him was already of an age past the typical time for enlightenment. He spoke bluntly to Gu Lin, saying, "Your son has surpassed the age of initiation. It would be best for him to seek education at another private school, as he is not suited for my instruction." Seeing this, Gu Lin opened his mouth to speak, but Zheng Hao stepped forward a few paces, saying, "I implore you, Su Xiaocai, grant this boy a chance." That Su Xiaocai, having observed the boy's prolonged silence upon entering, assumed he was merely shy like other children, only to realize that he was quite bold. Noting that the boy had only an older brother accompanying him to the school, Su Xiaocai surmised there might be some untold difficulties at home. Having experienced a humble upbringing himself, he understood the determination it took for an ordinary family to send a child for education. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "Very well, I shall test you. If you succeed, I will accept you." Jiu Lin felt a flicker of anxiety. He knew that the so-called test would undoubtedly assess academic knowledge, and no matter how clever Zheng Hao might be, it was impossible for him to pass without prior education. He regretted not sending Zheng Hao to another private school for some time before attempting to enroll him at Wuyou Academy. Yet Zheng Hao remained composed, replying, "Thank you, Sir." That Su Xiaocai stroked his beard and said, "I will read the 3-character classic silently twice, and you shall recite it back to me. That if you do so correctly, I shall accept you." Without waiting for a response, Su Xiaocai began to read the text in silence. After completing the first reading, he paused briefly before immediately proceeding to the second. Once he finished, he lifted his teacup, took a couple of sips, and regarded the quiet boy before him, stating, "You may begin." Though he had momentarily softened and offered the child a chance, it did not imply he would relax his standards. The test, while seemingly simple, posed a considerable challenge for a child who had never been to school, as the likelihood of accurately reciting the 3-character classic after hearing it only twice was extremely slim. Su Xiaocai sighed softly, observing the boy's composed demeanor. If he were just a bit younger, he might have accepted him on the spot. However, gazing into the boy's bright, dark eyes, Su Xiaocai ultimately hardened his heart, knowing that all his pupils must follow the path of the imperial examination, with no exceptions made for an individual. Unaware of Su Xiaocai's thoughts, Zheng Hao remained undeterred, for his youth did not equate to ignorance. He resolved to pursue his goals regardless of the obstacles he might face. Thus, when confronted with a test that he did not fully comprehend, Zheng Hao felt no fear or hesitation, that he articulately recited the material he had memorized, word for word. Initially, Su Xiaocai paid little attention. But as the boy flawlessly recounted the text he had just read, Su Xiaocai began to sit more upright, his expression tightening with focus as he regarded the boy with tanned skin and spirited eyes. When Zheng Hao delivered the final line without error, Su Xiaocai's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "You truly have never been educated." Zheng Hao replied, "Never." To Su Xiaocai, then inquired, "Do you understand the meaning of what you just recited?" The boy replied, "I do not know." Despite his lack of understanding, Zheng Hao maintained steady eye contact with Su Xiaocai. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaocai felt no disappointment. It was remarkable for someone who had never attended school to recite back the text he had read only twice. However, he steadied his mind, aware that exceptional memory alone would not suffice for the imperial examinations. Gradually regaining his composure, Su Xiaocai declared, "You may come to school starting tomorrow." After Gu Lin paid the annual fees and gifts, he departed the academy with Zheng Hao. Curiosity piqued, he wondered at the extraordinary memory of the boy beside him. But reflecting that everyone has their little secrets, he refrained from probing further and simply took Zheng Hao home in Uncle Zhang's ox cart. The occupants of the cart were astonished to see Gu Lin and Zheng Hao dressed in fine new garments, something they themselves could not afford even during festivals. Unable to contain their curiosity, one person asked, "Gu Er, what did you and Zheng Xiaozi do this morning?" Gu Lin, sensing their genuine curiosity devoid of malice, and knowing that Zheng Hao's educational matters were already settled, candidly replied, "We went to the academy to pay our respects to the teacher." The entire cart, including Uncle Zhang at the front, turned in astonishment, and someone quickly regained their composure to inquire, "Did you succeed?" Gu Lin nodded, "Yes, we did." The initial questioner noted, "Private schools in the county must cost quite a bit, right?" Gu Lin, well aware of human nature, understood that if he portrayed his circumstances as too dire, others would pity him. Conversely, if he appeared too well off, envy would arise that he feigned a hint of sorrow and smiled bravely. "Zheng Hao is still young. I cannot have him following me around selling vegetables forever. We have a bit of silver at home, and with some effort, I can send him to the academy. That I only hope he learns enough to find a stable job in the future." The other occupants had initially thought Gu Lin could afford to send Zheng Hao to school, but upon hearing his words, they quickly dismissed that notion. Why would a good family send their child to school, a place where money seemed to vanish without a trace? Gu Lin had lost his support. Surely he could not place all his hopes on the only son at home. They wondered how he managed to scrape together the funds. Fearing that his livelihood might soon be at stake, that a wave of sympathy washed over the group as they chimed in. "I see Zheng Xiaozi as someone destined for success. He will surely live up to your expectations." Gu Lin shook his head slightly, adding fuel to the fire. "Whether he succeeds or not is beyond my imagination. As parents, all we wish for is that our children might have a better life than we did." The women and youths present resonated with his sentiments. After all, what parent does not desire a brighter future for their offspring? Upon reaching Xia village, Gu Lin promptly took Zheng Hao away, escaping the sympathetic gazes of the gathering. Yet, despite his efforts to evoke sympathy during the cart ride, news of Zheng Hao's enrollment in the county school swiftly spread throughout Xia village. That a group of women gathered, inquiring of those who had just returned from the county. "Is it true that Gu Er is sending Zheng Xiaozi to the county to study?" It could not be more true. They wore new clothes today to pay their respects to the teacher. An elderly woman remarked, "Why is Gu Er so foolish? A private school is a bottomless pit. It would be better to teach Zheng Xiaozi a trade than send him to the academy." Another woman countered, "You speak easily. There are so many sons and nephews in a family. Why would they teach an outsider? Even if Zheng Xiaozi were accepted as an apprentice, would he not have to serve the master for years? Toiling like a beast, would the master ever pass on his skills? If he were to be treated well, that would be fortunate. Look at Zhao Dagan. Every year he brings gifts to that carpenter Wang. Working tirelessly, yet still lacks a formal apprenticeship. One morning, for reasons unknown, he incurred the master's ire and was unceremoniously thrown out. Bloodied, that a young man sighed. Zheng Xiaozi seems quite clever. It would do him good to be surrounded by the fragrance of books. Who knows what fortune may await him?" Before others could agree, a sharp voice interjected, "What foolish daydreams! Do you believe that merely attending school makes one a scholar? You should take a good look in the mirror. My son began his studies at 6, diligently studying for 10 years, and he still must follow the teacher humbly. Zheng Xiaozi is 10 and has only just begun. He lags far behind others. If he achieves anything, I shall walk backward. The speaker, upon hearing Tian Dao's harsh words, retorted, Your son Zixiang aims for fame, while Zheng Xiaozi may not. Once he learns to read, he can manage accounts in the county. Why must you speak so harshly? Since falling into disrepute, Tian Dao had endured gossip about her and Wang Er. Her husband had learned of it and had given her a sound beating. Had she not borne a good son, she would have been cast out of her family long ago. Thus, since yesterday, she had harbored resentment and anger without an outlet. Tian Dao, with a sharp and bitter visage, laughed mockingly. A mere peasant is still a peasant. That academy is a sacred place. Those who only carry the stench of copper will only defile it, thinking they can learn something. The young man, not one to back down, found himself at a loss for words after her retort. An elderly woman observed the exchange and said, Zixiang's mother, be mindful of your words. You must also consider Zixiang himself. If yesterday's events were to spread, his reputation would suffer. This, the others conjured images of Tian Dao covered in filth, alongside the dubious rumors. Those women who had long held disdain for her found themselves smiling at the scene. Upon hearing the elder's words and witnessing the derision directed at her, Tian Dao's face contorted in anger. Yet, knowing the elder was the village chief's wife, she dared not retaliate and stormed away in silence. Chapter 14. Zhao Dagan's injury. After Gu Lin returned home, he found no respite. Having paid the annual fees, he was left with only a couple of silver coins in his pocket. Expanding his business was imperative. If he continued selling cold dishes, he feared he might not even manage to sustain himself. However, the business remains precarious, and he cannot introduce dishes that diverge from the cold dishes. Otherwise, if he were to create new offerings at the expense of the cold dishes, it would likely displease the customers. That Ji Lin pondered that he needed to devise something distinct from the cold dishes, yet retaining certain similarities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Thus far, all the cold dishes he prepared were vegetarian. But there were indeed meat-based cold dishes available. However, due to limited ingredients, he decided to first try making shredded chicken to gauge the customer's acceptance. With a concrete plan in mind, Gu Lin felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Zheng Hao approached him with a look of confusion, inquiring, What's the matter? Zheng Hao continued, I will be leaving to study tomorrow. How will you manage selling the cold dishes alone? A sharp intake of breath escaped Gu Lin. Had it not been for Zheng Hao's reminder, he might have forgotten that detail, that a hint of melancholy surfaced on his face. The foot traffic at the stall was no longer as robust as it had been initially, and he could not simply endure on his own to handle over 200 servings of cold dishes. That Ji Lin felt a headache coming on, realizing he needed to hire someone for assistance. But whom should he employ? He wore a pensive expression, observing Gu Lin's turmoil. Zheng Hao, whose ordinarily cold and unyielding gaze softened with a hint of helplessness, suggested, You could consider hiring Aunt Zhao. That moment, Gu Lin happened to think of Aunt Zhao as well, but he quickly shook his head in rejection, stating, That won't do. It's June, and she's likely overwhelmed with the tasks of fertilizing and weeding in the fields. How could she possibly spare time to help me? Zheng Hao calmly analyzed. The Zhao family has 2 men. Aunt Zhao can finish her work in the fields a day or 2 ahead of time. If you offer a reasonable wage, she would likely come. Ji Lin felt a flicker of interest, but after pondering, shook his head once more, saying, I will consider it further. Since arriving in this world, he had come to understand how crucial farmland was for farmers. It could be said to be their lifeblood. The sustenance for the entire family for the year depended on that land. That if he delayed Aunt Zhao's work, Gu Lin's conscience would be troubled. Zheng Hao recognized Gu Lin's concerns but dismissed them. Having lived in Xia village for many years, he was well aware of the villagers' desire to earn money, though it seemed that every able-bodied person in Xia village was focused on farming. It was merely because they had no other means of income aside from agriculture. However, he chose not to press the matter further, having come to understand through their interactions that while Gu Lin appeared agreeable, once he had made a decision, it would be difficult to sway him. The Ji Lin did not intend to trouble Aunt Zhao and planned to seek other candidates. Yet, as night fell and he wrestled with how to slaughter a chicken for shredded chicken, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Gu Lin was taken aback by the sight before him. It seemed that Aunt Zhao appeared aged by nearly a decade in just one day. Sister, what has happened to you? Aunt Zhao, who had barely managed to hold back her tears, now let them flow freely. For her, the events of the day felt akin to the sky collapsing. Seeing Aunt Zhao's tear-streaked face and her nearly shattered composure, Gu Lin supported her into the courtyard, pouring her a bowl of warm water, saying, "Sister, please don't panic. Have you encountered some trouble? Share it with me. While I may not possess great abilities, I can still offer a few suggestions." Aunt Zhao gazed at the young man whose face was filled with concern and felt a pang of guilt for having not supported him much in the past, now finding herself in need of his help. Yet the only people she could turn to had already been consulted, leaving Gu Lin as her last hope. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry to trouble you. If it weren't for absolute desperation, I wouldn't have come to disturb you." Aunt Zhao spoke through her tears. This morning, De Jin went to learn a trade from Wang the carpenter, but soon after, he was brought back bloodied and lying on a stretcher by Wang's family. De Jin's arm was slashed with a wound the length of his forearm, exposing the bone that I nearly fainted, and before I could comprehend how De Jin was injured, Wang's family claimed he had disrespected his teacher and had a conflict with Wang. Gu Lin had not spent much time with Zhao Dejin, but he had interacted with him a few times. Knowing him to be honest, someone who would be too embarrassed to accept even the payment for a bamboo tube. Gu Lin could not believe he would resort to violence against an elder. "I believe Dejin is not that kind of person." Aunt Zhao continued, "I don't believe it either that Dejin awoke in the evening and told us that he was wrongfully driven out by Wang's family." The woman grew increasingly agitated, her voice nearly breaking. As Gu Lin listened to Aunt Zhao's account, his expression darkened further. It turned out that Zhao Dejin had not engaged in a conflict with Wang, but had been embroiled in the troubles caused by Wang's daughter. After quarreling with her husband, Wang's daughter returned to her parental home. That a few days later, her husband came looking for her, only to find her laughing and chatting with a stranger. The son-in-law of the Wang family felt betrayed and, in a fit of rage, assaulted Zhao Dejin, disregarding his explanations. Initially, Zhao Dejin had endured the blows, but when the attacks escalated, he was compelled to fight back in the midst of their struggle. Zhao Dejin suffered a heavy blow and crashed into a wood saw in the courtyard, causing blood to spurt, and he lost consciousness. Fearing the repercussions of a potential death, Wang's family hastily sent Zhao Dejin home after a barefoot doctor had tended to his wounds. Anger surged within Gu Lin as he struggled to maintain his composure, asking, "How is Dejin's wound being treated? Injuries to muscles and bones cannot be taken lightly. Is there enough money for treatment? I still have a few taels of silver here. You can take them for now." Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's description, Gu Lin could vividly imagine the severity of Zhao Dejin's injuries. Seeing the bone meant the wound was not only large but also deep. In an era where medical knowledge was limited, it was uncertain whether the injured bone could heal properly, and without appropriate medication during the recovery process, the risk of infection and inflammation posed a grave danger to life. Yet, in the face of Aunt Zhao's weathered visage, Gu Lin, despite his worries, did not dare voice his concerns. Reflecting on the instigator of this calamity, Gu Lin gritted his teeth and declared, "The Wang family and their son-in-law must be held accountable." However, no sooner had he spoken than Aunt Zhao's face contorted with bitterness, and Gu Lin felt an ominous premonition. Aunt Zhao's eyes were filled with despair, devoid of her usual spirit and vitality. Covering her mouth, she sobbed. "Dejin said that the son-in-law of the Wang family is an official in the county. How can we, who scrape a living from the land, dare to confront him?" After Aunt Zhao departed, Gu Lin's heart sank into desolation, the image of her despair etched in his mind. With a creak, Zheng Hao emerged from the house. Jiu Lin stood with his back to him, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or addressing Zheng Hao. Is it truly going to be settled this way? This is not merely a blade of grass or a flower. It is a living life. That Jiu Lin believed he had tasted the vicissitudes of human relationships throughout his life and had seen the dark realities of society. Yet he found that what he had encountered was but the tip of the iceberg, that he had not anticipated that there were indeed individuals bold enough to act with such impunity. When a life is harmed, it is the victim who bears the burden of responsibility, even enduring fears, while the perpetrator remains audaciously unscathed. Why should those who take lives continue to live freely? Zheng Hao approached him, and under the moonlight, their figures, one large and one small, cast elongated shadows on the ground. Zheng Hao, shedding his usual impulsiveness, displayed a composure he had never exhibited before. "Because we are the common folk." Gu Lin felt a chill run through him. He had never before perceived the stark division of social classes so vividly. It was as though he had underestimated the cruelty of this world from the very beginning. He turned around, lowering his gaze to the young boy beside him. Despite claiming to be common, Zheng Hao's expression bore no trace of timidity. Rather, there was an implicit sense of superiority that I in a moment of clarity. Gu Lin asked, if you were Aunt Zhao, what would you do? Zheng Hao's expression revealed surprise. Clearly not expecting such a question, the Jiu Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. He was indeed seeking advice in a moment of desperation. Zheng Hao, still just a child, had yet to achieve success, so what good could his insights provide? Just then a voice, slightly childish yet resonating with a chilling clarity in the stillness of the night, responded, officials are not omnipotent. The common folk have their means of retaliation. Zheng Hao understood that Gu Lin was inquiring on behalf of Aunt Zhao. Unlike before, he felt no compulsion to withhold his strategies. Even when facing the likes of Go Zi, he had only indirectly guided them. Thus, no one knew that the seemingly fierce and combative youth possessed a heart of calm wisdom. Had it not been for this, how could Zheng Hao have escaped the repeated abuse at the hands of Gu Lin, or led a group of children to hunt in the perilous depths of the mountains? Gu Lin urgently pressed. What plan do you have? Zheng Hao replied. Let them turn against each other. They were common folk, lacking the confidence to confront officials. Yet what are the enemies among the officials? Zheng Hao, hailing from a farming family without the teachings of aristocracy, had inherited a keen perception that allowed him to grasp the principle of when clams and gulls contend, the fisherman benefits. Gu Lin, however, felt a sense of confusion. He had already learned from Aunt Zhao that even a dog in front of the county office was valued more than an ordinary person. How could they, mere commoners, hope to contend with officials? He gazed at the half-grown boy before him, whose demeanor was one he had never encountered, cold and resolute. Zheng Hao stated, there may be many troubles ahead. Are you certain you wish to assist them? In his view, this matter was of no concern to the other party. Gu Lin need not involve himself, for it would only bring unnecessary trouble. Gu Lin was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet Sister Zhao was no stranger to him. She was the first to extend kindness when he arrived in this world, lost and alone, steadfastly standing by his side. With unwavering determination, Gu Lin declared, I am certain. Chapter 15. Acting in the bustling streets of the county town, throngs of people jostled against one another, creating a cacophony of sound. A small stall was surrounded by a crowd. Ah, Lin Gu, you've finally arrived. You didn't come yesterday, and my little son had no cold dishes to eat, causing quite a commotion all day. After the previous customers departed, an elderly woman stepped forward, saying, seeing that you were absent, I had no choice but to buy cold dishes from elsewhere to appease my little son, to my dismay. Upon tasting it, he spat it out, claiming it lacked the flavor of cold dishes. Skeptical, I try to bite myself, only to find it sour and bitter. Now I understand why your cold dishes sell so well. Nothing else compares that as she spoke. The woman shook her head, a look of displeasure crossing her features as she recalled the experience. Overhearing the elderly woman's fondness for his cold dishes, Gu Lin smiled and replied, I am grateful for your kind words. Recognizing her familiar face, Gu Lin recalled that she indeed came daily for cold dishes and inquired, if I'm not mistaken, your little grandson can handle spicy food. Correct? Indeed. That little rascal takes after his father and grandfather, showing no fear of spice. The elderly woman boasted, her voice rising above the crowd's clamor. Very well, Gu Lin replied, then turned to the busy woman behind the stall, saying, Sister, 1 serving of cold dishes, and please add extra spice. Upon hearing this, the woman looked up, her slightly aged face appearing somewhat puffy under the sunlight. Coming right up, from a distance, the elderly woman could only see a figure at the stall. Unable to discern the woman's features, curiosity piqued, she asked the young man in front of her, Lin Gu, where has your Zheng Xiaozi gone? Who is that woman preparing the cold dishes? Gu Lin looked at the elderly woman and answered, That is my neighbor's sister. Xiao Hao has gone to school, and with the stall short of hands, I specifically asked her to lend a hand. That moment, Sister Zhao approached, having finished preparing the cold dishes. The elderly woman finally got a clear view of Sister Zhao's face. Her complexion was dark, her expression lifeless, and her eyes, although small, appeared swollen and sunken. The elderly woman gasped, and once Sister Zhao had left, she quietly asked Gu Lin, What has your sister been through? She looks as if her very essence has been drained away, on the verge of collapse. The Jiu Lin first glanced at the departing woman before turning back. His previously cheerful demeanor now shadowed by concern that he softly replied to the elderly woman, "My sister has endured great hardships. Her husband is unwell at a young age, leaving her to manage all affairs at home. After raising her son with great difficulty and sending him to learn carpentry, she tragically faced conflict with the carpenter's family. Her son was mistakenly beaten by the carpenter's son-in-law, who believed he was having an affair with his wife. During the altercation, he struck his arm against the saw, resulting in a gory injury that exposed bone. Upon hearing Gu Lin's account, the elderly woman's face reflected shock that could take half a life. But what happened next? How did they handle it? The young man shook his head slightly, sighing, "What could they do? My sister went to the carpenter's home seeking compensation, yet they flatly refused to acknowledge the injury, dismissing her by saying my nephew brought it upon himself. They wouldn't part with a single coin." Gu Lin spoke the unvarnished truth. These words echoed the carpenter's family's exact sentiments. Since learning of the carpenter's son-in-law's identity, Sister Zhao had not entertained the thought of seeking justice. However, with her son injured and in need of medicine, and with no means to manage expenses, she had bravely approached the carpenter's home the previous night for compensation, only to encounter their brazen refusal and slander. The elderly woman's eyes widened in fury. What kind of scoundrels are they? To harm another and then shift the blame. Don't they fear the heavens striking them down with a bolt of lightning? As her words faded, a young scholar clad in a long robe stepped forward, saying, "If they refuse to compensate, Gu boss, you can take your sister to the authorities to be why now." The crowd that had formed in front of the stall had been listening intently, and upon hearing about the perpetrator's despicable behavior and the victim's quiet suffering, many could no longer contain their outrage. Gu Lin, with a bitter smile, replied, "If only it were that simple." Those with keen insight immediately sensed a deeper issue at play and pressed for more information. "What do you mean?" Gu Lin looked around at the gathering crowd, helplessly explaining, "The carpenter's son-in-law is not an ordinary man. He is an official in the county office that we common folk would not dare to confront him. Even when half of our lives are at stake, we must swallow our grievances. This silence enveloped the crowd. Living in the county town, they had more frequent encounters with officials and their subordinates than those residing outside. Thus they understood all too well that in the eyes of the bureaucrats, they were worth less than a mere flower in the county office. Observing the people's reactions with a composed demeanor, Gu Lin's gaze fell upon a pale-faced man with a black beard who suddenly left the queue. Sensing the somber atmosphere, he quickly sought to divert the conversation, attempting to revive the spirits of those present. And gradually, they regained their composure, shaking off their despondency. Once all the cold dishes were sold and the last customer departed, Sister Zhao approached Gu Lin, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Is this truly going to work?" Gu Lin's expression turned grave. "Regardless of its efficacy, we have no other options. Today, he had staged this performance deliberately for certain onlookers to witness. When he had confronted Zheng Hao the night before and asked if there was truly no way to bring the carpenter's son-in-law to justice, the latter had sensed Gu Lin's determination to assist the Zhao family and suggested a plan. Dealing with the carpenter's son-in-law is not difficult. There are other officials in the county office. A minor official visits the stall daily to buy cold dishes, and he happens to have a grudge against the carpenter's son-in-law. Tomorrow, you and Sister Zhao should stage a scene for him to see, and he will likely become suspicious and investigate, after which everything will fall into place." Thus, Gu Lin had brought Sister Zhao to the county town early that day, orchestrating her debut performance in front of others. Lacking experience, he sought to avoid appearing too deliberate, so he devised a plan for Sister Zhao to present herself before the customers with a weary expression, knowing that the elderly women purchasing cold dishes would inevitably become curious and inquire. As expected, upon witnessing Sister Zhao's haggard and weathered visage, the elderly woman in front could no longer contain her curiosity and voiced her concerns to Gu Lin, of course, could not respond immediately. He had to feign difficulty before quietly informing the elderly woman of the situation, allowing this exchange of questions and answers to spread the word to those with keen ears. Recalling Zheng Hao's visage, Gu Lin realized that had it not been for his timely suggestion, he would have remained oblivious to the hidden talents among the customers at his cold dish stall. Turning to the still anxious Sister Zhao beside him, Gu Lin gently reassured her, "Overthinking is of no benefit. Let us pack up and purchase some meat to nourish the general initially lost in thought." Sister Zhao snapped back to attention at Gu Lin's words. "Yes, we must buy some meat for the Jin." With nimble hands, she tidied up the stall and led Gu Lin to buy meat. The woman, who usually pinched every penny, bought a generous amount of meat without hesitation after her son had suffered a grave injury. And later, she prepared meat porridge using the clinic's stove to feed Zhao Dejin. Seeing Zhao Dejin finish the porridge and close his eyes to sleep, Gu Lin, unable to assist further and standing vigil alongside Zhao Dej and Sister Zhao, said, "Xiao Hao will soon finish school. I shall go check on him." Sister Zhao, realizing this, quickly replied, "Go ahead. We're fine here. I have your Zhao Dej with me." Jiu Lin turned and left the clinic, heading towards Wuyou Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a group of children emerging from the academy with their book bags. As he scanned the crowd, he soon noticed a small figure in a green robe exiting the school. The young man raised his hand and waved towards the boy. "Xiao Hao, I'm over here." Zheng Hao glanced in his direction and quickened his pace to approach. Jiu Lin reached out, intending to take the boy's book bag. But Zheng Hao slightly sidestepped, saying, "I can carry it myself." Very well, Jiu Lin had initially feared that the book bag might be too heavy for him, but seeing Zheng Hao handle it effortlessly, he refrained from insisting that it's almost lunchtime. "Let us go eat." Jiu Lin took Zheng Hao to Fumin Building, where the atmosphere was lively. Manager Chen stood behind the counter, quickly working the abacus. Upon seeing Gu Lin, he could only offer a brief "NOD." Jiu Lin, unfazed, nodded back and led Zheng Hao to a vacant table by the window in the main hall. "Today marks your first day of school. We must celebrate properly." With a beaming smile, Gu Lin spoke to Zheng Hao, feeling a twinge of guilt and regret for not having accompanied Zheng Hao to the school in the morning. Gu Lin reflected on the significance of this being the child's first day of school, that in a modern family, a multitude of relatives would have gathered to accompany him, yet he had allowed the child to venture alone to the academy. Upon hearing Gu Lin's words, Zheng Hao fell silent, pondering whether the other party understood the weight of what was being said. For ordinary families, the ability to educate a child often required the collective effort of the entire household, with one family member tightening their belt to support another's education, leaving little room to celebrate the start of school. That moment, a waiter hurried over, inquiring, "How may I assist you, esteemed guests?" Gu Lin gestured to Zheng Hao, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Zheng Hao lowered his gaze slightly and replied, "I am not particular." "You may order." Jiu Lin then turned to the waiter, asking, "What signature dishes does your establishment offer?" The waiter, with a robust voice, listed, "For happiness, meatballs, squirrel fish, braised pork," and continued to enumerate a dozen dishes before pausing to ask, "Esteemed guest, these are our signature dishes. What would you like to choose?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lin replied, "One serving of braised pork, squirrel fish, and sauteed seasonal vegetables, please." The portions at Fu Man Lu were generous, and these 3 dishes would suffice for 2. He glanced at Zheng Hao and inquired, "Are these acceptable?" Zheng Hao nodded affirmatively. The waiter tossed the cloth over his shoulder and said, "Very well, please wait a moment." Once the waiter departed, the table fell into a tranquil silence, prompting Gu Lin to ask Zheng Hao, "What are your impressions of the academy?" Zheng Hao lifted his gaze and replied, "The teachers and classmates are quite agreeable." He continued, "Today, the students are merely familiarizing themselves with the academy's rules. Formal classes commence tomorrow." Gu Lin nodded in understanding, recognizing that the first day of school typically allowed students a period to acclimate to their new environment. Noticing Zheng Hao's momentary distraction, he paused before asking, "Was this morning smooth?" Upon mentioning this, Gu Lin's spirits lifted as he responded, "Indeed, it went smoothly. As soon as I finished speaking, the person left." Zheng Hao contemplated for a moment and said, "That individual will likely come looking for you the day after tomorrow. Do keep an eye out, you and Aunt Zhao." Observing the youthful seriousness on Zheng Hao's face, Gu Lin couldn't help but smile, knowing the boy meant well. But he reassured him, "Rest assured, we know what steps to take." With that, their conversation shifted as the dishes arrived, and they began to enjoy their meal together. After finishing, Gu Lin requested the waiter to pack a serving of braised pork and a bowl of red date stew with old hen to take back for Aunt Zhao and the others. As Zheng Hao still had to go to the academy in the afternoon, Gu Lin accompanied him before returning to the clinic. Chapter 16. Evil begets evil. Upon returning to the clinic, Gu Lin handed the food to Aunt Zhao, who hesitated to accept, insisting he eat it himself. Jiu Lin urged, "I have already dined. This is for Dejin to recuperate. Please do not refuse me." Acknowledging Gu Lin's words, Aunt Zhao realized that continued rejection would not only seem distant but also hurtful, so she accepted the food box and patted Gu Lin's hand, saying, I am grateful for your kindness. Lin Ge, when one endures hardship, excessive sympathy does not empower, but rather amplifies their suffering. Having experienced similar trials, Gu Lin chose to remain silent. Uncle Gu, Dejin awakened, having been informed by his parents of Gu Lin's assistance. Gratefully, he addressed Gu Lin. If Uncle Gu ever needs my help, please do not hesitate to ask. For Dejin, had it not been for Gu Lin's intention to seek justice on his behalf, he would have had no choice but to endure the humiliation, unable to face his parents. Now an adult, he felt the burden of having to rely on his elderly parents to garner funds for his treatment. Additionally, Dejin was filled with anxiety. If Uncle Gu's actions from the morning were exposed, the Wang family's son-in-law would not let the matter rest. Knowing the risks Uncle Gu had taken to assist him, Dejin was not ungrateful. Regardless of the outcome, he would always remember this kindness. Perceiving Dejin's thoughts, Gu Lin sighed softly. The Zhao family members were all earnest and sincere, often feeling guilty when receiving help from others. Not wanting him to dwell on concerns during his recovery, Gu Lin offered some reassurance. Focus on your recovery. I will need your assistance with the bamboo tube soon. This minor injury poses no issue. In a few days, I shall be able to work, Dejin replied with a hearty smile, despite his dry and pale lips that Jiu Lin would not permit him to work with an injury. Yet outright refusal seemed inappropriate. Thus, he said, the bamboo tube project is not urgent. Aunt Zhao's preparations suffice for now. While you recuperate, could you ponder crafting a shock-absorbent wooden cart? Every time I ride, I fear the bamboo basket will break the pottery inside. Hearing this, Dejin's previously cheerful expression shifted to one of disappointment and despondency. I apologize, Uncle Gu. I have not yet formally apprenticed and cannot make a wooden cart. His current reputation was tarnished, and he feared that he might never find a carpenter willing to take him on as an apprentice again. The Jiu Lin could not bear to see him disheartened and said, I have seen the wooden chairs and tables in your home. Aunt Zhao mentioned you crafted them yourself. Had I not known beforehand, I might have assumed they were made by a professional carpenter. That in my eyes, your skills are already sufficient for you to stand on your own as a carpenter. Gu Lin spoke sincerely. He had seen the furniture in Aunt Zhao's home, sturdy and meticulously crafted. His craftsmanship was undoubtedly commendable, and Gu Lin had not flattered Dejin insincerely. Then I shall give it a try. Dejin resolved with determination. Aunt Zhao had prepared the meal, and since Dejin could not consume overly greasy food, she served him only a bowl of chicken soup while she and Zhao Degu enjoyed their meal. The braised pork glistened enticingly, and as they neared the end of the meal, Aunt Zhao hesitated to discard the remaining portion. Jiu Lin suggested, Sister, you can save the leftover meat in the food box for dinner. But if it is not finished tonight, it must be discarded. Aunt Zhao nodded quickly, placing the remaining braised pork in the food box for safekeeping. After they finished their lunch, Gu Lin did not leave. Zhao Degu had stayed up all night watching over Dejin, and Aunt Zhao had also not rested well. Appearing rather weary, Jiu Lin felt uneasy about departing, since Zheng Hao had yet to finish school. Gu Lin resolved to remain at the clinic until the evening, when they could return to Xia village together. However, in the afternoon, a man arrived with 2 constables in tow. The man stood tall at 7 feet. With a fair complexion and dark beard, clad in fine cloth garments, his gaze sharp and discerning, unlike that of an ordinary person. The 2 constables stood behind him, deferring to him as their leader. The young constable scanned the 4 individuals before him, finally resting his gaze upon Aunt Zhao, asking, Is your son, Zhao Dejin, the one injured by Wang the carpenter's son-in-law? Aunt Zhao, momentarily dazed, failed to respond until Gu Lin nudged her, bringing her back to reality. Upon seeing the man and the constables, her complexion paled. Noticing her fearful reaction, the young constable's initial irritation at her lack of response dissipated as he reassured them. Do not worry. I am an official from the county office. The county magistrate, upon learning of Chun, the young constable's abuse of authority and causing injury to someone, was greatly enraged and has ordered us to seek the victims for an inquiry. Chun, the young constable, was indeed the son-in-law of the Wang family. Is it true? Is it really true? Aunt Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears as she trembled in disbelief. Witnessing her incredulity, the young constable, despite his desire to eradicate his enemies, found himself feeling empathetic and patiently explained, It is indeed true. The magistrate has also instructed us to carry the injured to the county office, where you may present your grievances. The magistrate despises evil and will surely impose severe punishment on the perpetrator. Lin Ge, Aunt Zhao turned to Gu Lin, her eyes filled with unease, despite the young constable's assurances that they would not be harmed. The Zhao family had been farmers for generations, always keeping their distance from the county office, and the prospect of going there filled them with dread. Gu Lin contemplated for a moment before addressing the young constable. "Sir, might I accompany the Zhao family? They are in a fragile state, and many matters require assistance." The young constable recognized Gu Lin as the proprietor of the cold dish stall, and, seeing the Zhao family's elderly and injured condition, replied, "Yes, you may accompany them." After the young constable's words, the two constables stepped forward to lift Zhao Dejin onto a wooden stretcher, and Gu Lin led Aunt Zhao and Zhao Dege to follow behind the young constable to the county office. Upon entering the county office, Aunt Zhao and Zhao Deji's legs began to tremble. Gu Lin offered some words of comfort, but they were in vain. It was not until they entered the main hall and saw Chen, the young constable, kneeling below, that Aunt Zhao and Zhao Deji's attention was captivated, their trembling legs finally steadying as they glared at him with hatred. Apart from Chun, the young constable, a man wearing an official cap and robe sat above them to the young constable's signal. Gu Lin and the Zhao family knelt and saluted, saying, "We pay our respects to the county magistrate." Although Gu Lin was uncomfortable with the act of kneeling, he could not afford to cling to his pride in the presence of someone wielding life and death power over him. The term commoner felt all too clear. The lives of ordinary people were as inconsequential as grass, easily reaped. Magistrate Ye's piercing gaze swept over the gathered individuals before finally settling on Zhao Dejin as he asked in a solemn tone, "Victim Zhao Dejin, were your injuries inflicted by Chun, the young constable?" Gu Lin cast a glance at Chun Shaoli beside him. From the moment they entered, the latter's gaze had been laced with venom. Zhao Dejin, who had previously harbored a deep-seated fear of Chun Shaoli, now, upon witnessing the aged countenance of his parents and the relentless efforts of Gu Lin on his behalf, felt a surge of courage. With reddened eyes, he implored the county magistrate, "Esteemed sir, I beseech you to take heed of my plight, that I, a mere commoner, have suffered unjustly at the hands of Chun Shaoli, nearly losing my life. Were it not for my elderly parents, I would have perished long ago." The words spoken by Zhao Dejin were carefully crafted by Gu Lin, for it is common for ordinary folk to become flustered upon entering the court, often unable to articulate their grievances coherently when questioned, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to deny Chen Shaoli an opportunity for reprieve. Gu Lin had previously advised Zhao Dejin on what to say within the county office. As expected, once Zhao Dejin finished speaking, Chen Shaoli swiftly proclaimed his innocence. "Please, sir, I am but a victim of false accusations. In a moment of haste, I accidentally pushed Zhao Dejin, causing his injury. But I had no intention of harming him." Faced with Chen Shaoli's distorted account of events, Zhao Dejin's face paled further in agitation. That Gu Lin, seeing this, could not allow Chen Shaoli to evade responsibility. He turned to the county magistrate and stated, "Honorable sir, if Chen Shaoli's actions were indeed unintentional, then why did he neglect to provide compensation after injuring Zhao Dejin and instead conspired with the Yu family to tarnish the victim's reputation?" Upon hearing Gu Lin's rebuttal, Chen Shaoli's expression darkened with fury. Yet he was compelled to respond. "The reason I returned Zhao Dejin home was that my family and the Yu family believed his injuries were severe and required him to recuperate. We were unaware of anyone maligning Zhao Dejin's character, and as for compensation, I intended to deliver it today, but I was unexpectedly summoned to court." That a cold light flickered in Gu Lin's eyes. How artfully Chen Shaoli spun his words, portraying himself as an unwitting perpetrator filled with remorse, conveniently omitting any mention of his intent to take Zhao Dejin's life. Fortunately, they had prepared well before coming. Gu Lin stated, "Sir, I possess witnesses who can attest to Chen Shaoli's intent to kill Zhao Dejin." General Chen Shaoli's countenance darkened, and the county magistrate, with a stern expression, commanded, "Summon the witness." As the magistrate's words fell, an elderly man, stooped and trembling, entered, bowing his head in respect. "I am Wang Ernyo, and I pay my respects to the magistrate." The magistrate inquired, "Wang Ernyo, did you witness Chen Shaoli's intent to kill Zhao Dejin?" He continued, "Should you utter even a single lie here, you shall face punishment." Wang Ernyo, voice quaking, replied, "I would not dare deceive you, sir. Yesterday, when Chen Shaoli and Zhao Dejin were fighting, I happened to pass by the Wang family. I intended to intervene, but the two grew increasingly violent, until I saw Chen Shaoli deliberately push Zhao Dejin towards a saw, resulting in Zhao Dejin's severe injury and unconsciousness. Fearing trouble, I fled home, that I have since felt a pang of guilt, and when Zhao Dejin's family sought my testimony, I came forth. Upon the entrance of the witness, Chen Xiaoli could no longer feign ignorance. It was evident he had been targeted. He turned to Li Xiaoli, who met his gaze without flinching, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Indeed, it was the work of his adversaries. Chen Xiaoli's expression twisted in rage, breathing hastily. Had it not been for their interference, how would the magistrate have been aware of these events, and how could these commoners dare confront him in court? Li Xiaoli withdrew his gaze, his demeanor solemn as he implored, "Esteemed sir, I urge you to discern the truth and deliver justice for the victim." The magistrate struck the table, directing his gaze at Chen Xiaoli. "Chen Mu, do you have anything further to say?" Chen Mu's eyes glowered as he regarded Gu Lin and his group, cursing himself for not having eliminated Zhao Dejin entirely. Had he done so, he would not now find himself ensnared by Li Xiaoli's accusations. With all evidence stacked against him, Chen Mu found himself unable to refute. Observing this, the magistrate declared, "From this day forth, Chen Mu shall be dismissed from his post, imprisoned for 3 years, and required to compensate the Zhao family with 10 taels of silver." Witnessing his position stripped away, Chen Xiaoli's eyes were filled with rage. Yet before the magistrate, he clung to a shred of composure. "I confess my guilt and thank you for your leniency, sir." "Court adjourned," the magistrate pronounced, forcefully striking the table. As the wrongdoer was led away by the constables, Zhao Shaozi erupted in a mixture of tears and laughter. When she received the silver from Li Xiaoli, she could scarcely believe that she had truly received compensation, and that the once untouchable mountain of injustice had finally faced retribution. The Zhao family was elated. Yet Gu Lin did not forget that this swift resolution owed much to one individual, that he gestured to Zhao Shaozi, who followed his gaze and approached. "Thank you, Wang Degu, for testifying today," she expressed. Wang Ernyo took a puff from his pipe, coughing a few times before replying, "There is no need for thanks. I merely sought to avenge my daughter. Had it not been for Chen Mu and the Wang family, my daughter would not have suffered such a tarnished reputation and been forced to marry far away." Ji Yulin was taken aback by this revelation, realizing how Chen Mu and the Wang family had terrorized the village over the years. Now, one evil had been eradicated, that if you wished to offer thanks, direct it towards Li Xiaoli. Without his assurance, I would not have dared to testify, Wang Ernyo remarked before departing. After addressing Chen Mu's case, Zhao Shaozi needed to remain in the county to care for Zhao Dejiyin. That as the day grew late, Gu Lin bid them farewell to fetch Zheng Hao. Upon exiting the school, Zheng Hao spotted a young gentleman standing nearby, gazing up at the school as if waiting for a child to be dismissed. Approaching, Zheng Hao casually asked, "Is the matter resolved?" Gu Lin had been holding back a torrent of words, but now, unable to contain himself, recounted all that had transpired that afternoon. As the orange sun dipped low, the two strolled down the street, their shadows stretching long, merging into the fading light. Chapter 17. Hand-pulled chicken and cold pig ears. With Zhao Dejin's issue resolved, the tension that had gripped Gu Lin began to dissipate. But he had arranged for the live chickens he had purchased for hand-pulled chicken to be slaughtered, and had prepared them alongside the pig ears he had bought. Neatly packed into bamboo tubes, Ji Yulin surveyed the row of bamboo baskets on the ground. With the addition of these new dishes, 2 more baskets had been added. Zhang Ershu's cart was already cramped, and the extra baskets would surely exceed its capacity. Thus, Gu Lin pondered a solution and personally visited Zhang Ershu to rent a bullock cart to transport him, and Zheng Hao to and from the county. Of course, considering that others in the village also needed to use the cart, Zhang Ershu would be free to transport villagers when they were not in need of it. Zheng Hao followed Gu Lin into the city and arrived at the stall, where he began to unpack and arrange the contents of the bamboo baskets. As he diligently set up the stall, Gu Lin stepped next door and purchased 2 steamed buns, returning to offer them to Zheng Hao, saying, "You can leave the rest to me. Go back to your studies at the school, that if you feel hungry, have a bun to tide you over." Receiving the buns, Zheng Hao said nothing further, shouldering his book bag and turning to leave the stall. Gu Lin had grown accustomed to his quiet demeanor and thought little of it, turning back to his work. Recently, having inquired about Zhao Shaozi's aunt, the old woman sighed as she observed the tender scene between Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, remarking, "Young Master Lin, you are truly blessed." Ji Yulin had heard such sentiments numerous times since he began his stall. Initially influenced by the original plot, he had felt trepidation towards Jing Hao, but after spending time together, he discovered that aside from being a bit more mature and taciturn, Jing Hao was no different from other children. Therefore, he no longer approached such topics with trepidation and replied with ease. Who could compare to your fortune? I have seen your grandson. Despite his young age, he is already so filial. Hearing Gu Lin praise her little grandson, Sun Yang felt as though she had consumed an elixir of happiness. Her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, my little grandson is exceedingly filial. Just the other day, I accidentally strained my back while fetching water, and he stayed by my bedside all day, asking, "Grandma, does it hurt?" My heart nearly melted. As Gu Lin prepared the hand-pulled chicken and cold pig ears, he remarked, "It seems your family is filled with harmony and joy. No wonder you dote on your grandson so." Sun Yang beamed even brighter. Finding Gu Lin increasingly agreeable, she watched as he laid out the dishes she had never seen before and, with a rare softness in her voice, asked, "Young Master Lin, what are these?" Gu Lin explained. "This is hand-pulled chicken and cold pig ears. The former is spicy and appetizing, while the latter is chewy and refreshing. Not only is it delicious, but it also has numerous benefits for both children and adults. You should consider purchasing some to try." Glancing at the pig ears, Sun Yang's expression turned conflicted and slightly disgusted. However, upon seeing the hand-pulled chicken, its snowy white surface drizzled with chili oil and minced garlic, becoming a tempting shade of pink, adorned with a sprinkling of peanuts, her appetite was immediately piqued. She pointed at the dishes and inquired, "How much for these two items?" Gu Lin replied with a straight face. "The hand-pulled chicken is 7 won per tube, and the pig ears are 10 won per tube." The Jiu Lin did not impose exorbitant prices. The reason why pig ears were sold at a higher price than hand-pulled chicken was that, unlike modern times, the population of pigs in ancient times was considerably smaller. The supply of pig ears from the local butcher shop was limited, and Gu Lin had only managed to pre-order 3 or 4 pairs. Additionally, the labor required to clean the pig ears added to the cost. Hence Gu Lin priced them slightly higher, while the hand-pulled chicken remained at a standard rate. Upon hearing the price, Sun Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "So expensive? One chicken in the county town cost merely 40 won. I wonder how many servings of hand-pulled chicken that could yield." Furthermore, pig ears were not a rarity. They were typically unwanted, easily purchasable for just a few won. So how could they command such a high price? In response to Sun Yang's skepticism, Gu Lin remained unperturbed that he patiently elucidated, "Madam, a single chicken can yield a maximum of 10 servings of hand-pulled chicken. After deducting the 41 for the chicken and the cost of spices, we barely make a profit of a few won. Although pig ears are not expensive to purchase, they require considerable time for cleaning, and the spices used are far more than those for hand-pulled chicken. Thus, for these two dishes, we are merely earning a meager profit that in truth, a closer calculation would reveal that Gu Lin was not being disingenuous. While hand-pulled chicken and marinated pig ears appear to be pricier than vegetarian dishes, the labor costs associated with them were also significant. Therefore, Gu Lin was not profiting more from these two dishes than from the vegetarian options. However, Gu Lin had never intended to make a profit from these dishes. He merely sought to experiment and gauge customer acceptance that if these dishes were well received, future culinary creations would likely face less resistance. Gu Lin presented a piece of pig ear on a bamboo skewer to Sun Yang, saying, "You may try it first. If you find it to your liking, you can purchase some." Sun Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted and began to eat. This was not her first encounter with pig ears. In her impoverished childhood, meat was a luxury, and her parents would buy pig ears to boil as a substitute for meat, the pungent and bitter taste still vivid in her memory. Suddenly, her chewing came to a halt. Observing this, Gu Lin inquired, "How is it?" After swallowing the morsel, Sun Yang looked at Gu Lin with a hint of incredulity and asked, "Are you certain this is pig ear?" She had never tasted such delectable pig ears before. Seeing her satisfaction, Gu Lin smiled and replied, "Indeed, what you just had was pig ear, though we also have hand-pulled chicken. Would you care to give it a try?" Without needing further encouragement from Gu Lin, Sun Yang instinctively skewered a piece of hand-pulled chicken and began to eat. With each bite, she found it increasingly intriguing. The flavor of the chicken was unlike that of her home-cooked version, nor did it resemble the taste of cold dishes. The acidity and spiciness intermingled with a hint of sweetness and meaty aroma. Pointing at the hand-pulled chicken and marinated pig ears, she declared, "Ligur, I would like one serving each of the marinated vegetables, marinated pig ears, and hand-pulled chicken. Among those in line was a young man who lived next door to Sun Yang, well aware of her reputation as a notorious miser. Although her husband's family was well off, she was notoriously frugal when spending money. She could haggle a dish priced at 5 when down to 2. Now, she was unhesitatingly spending over 21 at this cold dish stall that he had sampled many of the stall's offerings, but still found it hard to accept pig ears that he looked at Sun Yang with suspicion, asking, "Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Is the pig ear truly that delicious?" This young man had always struggled with the idea of consuming unappetizing animal parts. He felt that anything other than the meat was either inadequately cleaned or retained an overpowering odor, which repulsed him. Naturally, he was not alone in this line of thought. Many others cast doubtful glances at Gu Lin and Sun Yang, questioning whether they were conspiring to deceive them. Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Sun Yang did not possess Gu Lin's patience. Raising her chin slightly, she retorted, "The proprietor has prepared everything. If it's good or not, you can simply try it. Besides, would I, Sun Jingxiang, deceive you?" Seizing the opportunity for self-promotion, Gu Lin produced a bamboo skewer and gestured towards the sample portions of pig ears and hand-pulled chicken, stating, "Everyone is welcome to try. Though the stall may be small, the food is prepared with utmost cleanliness." While some remained skeptical, the thought of the cold dishes they had always consumed without issue, coupled with the enticing appearance of the hand-pulled chicken and pig ears, led them to approach the stall nonetheless. Of course, most were still unable to overcome their mental barriers, opting to sample the hand-pulled chicken instead, while a small number, inspired by Sun Yang's earlier enjoyment of the pig ears, bravely reached for a piece. Yet, as they prepared to take a bite, regret washed over them. After all, no one could bear the thought of consuming something that might taste revolting. However, as they looked down to select the hand-pulled chicken again, they discovered that only a plate of largely untouched pig ears remained. Faced with the smiling young man at the stall, they hesitated to walk away without trying the pig ears, and thus, steeling themselves, they closed their eyes and popped the food into their mouths. The few individuals chewing on the pig ears opened their eyes, their previously indifferent expressions transforming into one of delight. They had expected a strong, off-putting flavor from such an unrefined part, but to their surprise, there was no unpleasant taste. Instead, it was fragrant and crispy, a texture entirely distinct from pork or other organ meats, characterized by a savory, chewy richness. Glancing at the remaining pig ears, they instinctively quickened their chewing pace. Others, observing the silence of these individuals, initially assumed they had been repulsed. However, as time passed, and they continued to chew, their expressions, though peculiar, did not suggest that they were tasting something unpleasant. Curiosity got the better of the onlookers, prompting one to ask, "What's going on? Are the pig ears good or not?" The group remained silent, and after swallowing their bites, they exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously raising their bamboo skewers to point at the remaining pig ears. The speed of their actions left the crowd momentarily stunned. One person exclaimed, "No way! Are the pig ears really that delicious?" The group did not respond, but soon enough, they provided an answer, one after another addressing Gu Lin. "Boss, your marinated pig ears are fantastic. Quickly prepare a serving for me to take home as a side dish." "Boss, I want 2 servings of marinated pig ears. That if your pig ears are this good, I suspect the hand-pulled chicken is equally delightful. Please prepare me a serving as well." The last man called out, "Boss, how many pig ears do you have left? I want them all." At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the pig ears were not only palatable but exceptionally delicious. Consequently, those who had yet to try the pig ears grew anxious, exclaiming, "Li Lao San, you can't do that. How can you just take them all? What will we buy?" "Exactly, Li Lao San, show some decency. You can't just hog all the food." Li Lao San turned to glare at them, retorting, "Just now, the young boss offered you a taste, and each of you turned your noses up at it. Now that I've decided to buy, you're all clamoring." As tensions mounted, Gu Lin quickly interjected, "Let's keep the peace. A harmonious atmosphere fosters prosperity. Given the limited quantity of pig ears, each person may purchase only 1 serving. However, as a token of gratitude for your support, I will offer an additional serving of hand-pulled chicken and marinated vegetables." Gu Lin remained neutral amidst the quarrel. For him, both the hand-pulled chicken customers and the pig ear patrons were equally valued, that he would not offend one group to appease the other. Nevertheless, to the customers, It appeared that Gu Lin was favoring their side. For those who had sampled the hand-pulled chicken, the limited purchase of pig ears seemed to benefit them, while for those who had tried the pig ears, the complimentary chicken and vegetables brought them closer to Gu Lin. Thus, both parties left satisfied, reforming the queue to purchase the cold dishes. However, due to the prior commotion, much time had been wasted, and by the time Zheng Hao arrived after school, Gu Lin still had not sold out, with a dozen bamboo tubes remaining. Blushing, Gu Lin inquired, "Why are you here so early?" After placing his book box behind the stall, Zheng Hao approached and took over Gu Lin's position to prepare the cold dishes, stating, "I have memorized the rules of the school. Therefore, Mr. Su has permitted me to leave early that in the future I need not attend in the afternoons, as Mr. Su has established an enlightenment class and a student class, teaching the former in the morning and the latter in the afternoon, that I only need to attend one session in the morning." The Ji Lin expressed his delight. "That makes things much more convenient for us." Originally, Gu Lin pondered where to go after selling his cold dishes. Considering that Zheng Hao would be studying in the school all day, he had even contemplated hiring Uncle Zhang's ox cart to assist in picking people up. However, upon hearing that Zheng Hao did not need to attend school in the afternoon, Gu Lin found himself uncertain whether to feel envious or to celebrate the fact that he no longer had to worry too much. Chapter 18. Teaching characters after sending off the last guest. Gu Lin went to the butcher's to pick up the pig ears and chicken he had ordered in advance before leaving the county town. Since he did not know how to kill a chicken and found the process cumbersome, he had specifically asked someone to prepare the chicken for him, intending to clean it up once he got back. Carrying the chicken and pig ears, Gu Lin took Zheng Hao out of the city and back to Xia village. After lunch, Gu Lin felt a bit drowsy and informed Zheng Hao before returning to his room to rest. In the evening, Gu Lin awoke from a deep slumber, initially feeling disoriented, thinking he had slept until the early hours of the next day. However, upon glancing at the orange-yellow sunset outside, he realized he had slept from noon until evening. He sat up in bed to clear his mind, and once his thoughts settled, he stepped outside to the woodshed, where the meat and vegetables he had prepared for dinner awaited him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Gu Lin turned slightly to see Zheng Hao entering, who said, "I just woke up. Are you hungry?" Zheng Hao shook his head and replied, "Not really." "Then that means you are somewhat hungry," Gu Lin remarked. "Shall we have chicken tonight?" Gu Lin, no longer as ravenous for meat as he had been in the initial days after arriving, felt a bit tired of pork after several consecutive days of eating it. Remembering that he hadn't had chicken in a while, he decided to focus on the chicken he had brought back at noon. Zheng Hao, not picky with food, nodded in agreement, selecting a relatively small chicken from the ones prepared. Gu Lin chopped it in half, placing one half in a pot to stew for soup and cutting the other half into thumb-sized pieces, which he marinated with seasonings before frying. Soon, a fragrant dish of pepper-salt chicken emerged. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Gu Lin's stomach began to rumble that he hastened his cooking, washing the iron pot, heating it up, and melting a large piece of lard before adding the washed vegetables Zheng Hao had prepared. Stir-frying them over high heat, the to preserve the vegetables' texture, Gu Lin did not cook them for too long. Once they softened, he removed them to prevent them from becoming overcooked and bitter. When Gu Lin emerged from the woodshed with the vegetables, he found that Zheng Hao had already set the rice and the other two dishes on the table. After placing the vegetables down, Gu Lin sat and served a piece of pepper-salt chicken into Zheng Hao's bowl, saying, "Try it quickly. You must be starving after waiting so long." Afterward, Gu Lin helped himself to a piece of chicken, and he was immediately captivated by the burst of savory juices in his mouth. Picking up his chopsticks, Zheng Hao took a piece of chicken from his bowl, pausing momentarily as the outer crispiness and tender interior of the chicken released a savory juice that lingered in his mouth. After swallowing, he turned to Gu Lin and asked, "Is this a new dish you plan to sell?" Having witnessed Gu Lin's process of making the pepper-salt chicken, Zheng Hao realized that although the preparation was somewhat more labor-intensive before frying, selling it in the county town was certainly feasible. The cooking process was not complicated. With proper marination beforehand, it could easily be fried and sold. That if he wanted to simplify things, Gu Lin could also fry the chicken pieces at home and transport them to the county town for sale. Gu Lin paused for a moment, spitting out a bone. He had not considered this possibility and furrowed his brow, saying, "For now, I will stick to selling cold dishes. That if I complicate things too much, not only will I be overwhelmed, but the customers might also find it hard to accept." This was not a matter of Gu Lin exaggerating or being timid, but rather an acknowledgement of the current market dynamics. Whether it was a stall or a shop, the business revolved around simplicity. Those selling noodles sold only noodles. Those selling buns sold only buns, and those selling wontons sold only wontons. There was no blending of the three. Zheng Hao understood this reasoning well. He nodded without any sign of displeasure, merely offering a suggestion, ultimately leaving the final decision to Gu Lin. After finishing their meal, Gu Lin began to tidy up the dishes. But Zheng Hao spoke up, saying, "Put the dishes in the woodshed. I will wash them from now on." Jiu Lin hesitated. Although he disliked washing dishes, he felt it inappropriate to let a young boy do it. Zheng Hao looked at him and said, "It is only right for you to cook while I wash the dishes." "All right," Gu Lin responded, relieved to feel some of the pressure lift off his shoulders. After placing the dishes in a wooden basin in the woodshed, Gu Lin went back to his room to take a bath. In ancient times, bathing was not an easy task. Water had to be carried in buckets from the river, and firewood had to be hauled from the mountains. Jiu Lin, lacking both time and strength for such labor, spent a few coins to have someone fetch water and gather firewood for him. The bathing water had been prepared before his meal. After soaking in the hot water, Gu Lin felt much of his fatigue dissipate. Once he dried off and changed into clean clothes, he stepped outside to pour the used bathwater into the yard. The ground, warmed by the sun during the day, emitted a slight, sizzling sound as the water touched it. After placing the wooden tub down, Gu Lin was about to return to his room when the door across from him suddenly opened. Zheng Hao walked out and said, "I learned the three-character classic today." Jiu Lin was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively asked, "How did it go? Did you understand what the teacher taught?" "I understood." Zheng Hao replied. Jiu Lin blinked, feeling as if he had sensed a fleeting expression of ease on Zheng Hao's face when he had inquired. However, why was Zheng Hao sharing this with him? A trace of confusion crossed Gu Lin's mind. Did Zheng Hao want him to praise him? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. What child wouldn't want to receive praise from an adult? So, without reservation, Gu Lin gave Zheng Hao a thumbs up, saying "well done," observing the young gentleman's behavior. Zheng Hao, although unsure of the meaning of the peculiar gesture, inferred from the context that it was likely a form of praise. Having grown accustomed to Gu Lin's occasional odd behavior in recent days, he felt no discomfort. Yet, he also realized that there were some things he needed to express directly. Otherwise, Gu Lin might never comprehend them. Zheng Hao addressed Gu Lin. "Did you not wish to learn characters? I can teach you now." It dawned on Gu Lin what Zheng Hao meant, yet he hesitated, saying, "But you just learned it, right? Wouldn't this delay your homework?" Seeing that Gu Lin did not harbor distrust or disdain, Zheng Hao replied, "I have already completed my homework, and while teaching you, I can learn it again myself." "Then I must trouble you," Gu Lin said. He indeed wished to learn characters. He did not know if he could return to the modern world, and if he could not, he would need to learn the writing of this world for long-term development. Gu Lin followed Zheng Hao to the side room, which had originally been an empty space. After Zheng Hao started school, the previous room lacked a table, so this room was converted into a study for him. The dim candlelight illuminated the desk as they sat down, and after Zheng Hao carefully opened the book, Gu Lin could sense how much he cherished the text. Zheng Hao looked up at Gu Lin and said, "Look at the book and read along with me." Jiu Lin quickly focused on the book, reading a line after Zheng Hao, who was reading sentences he had learned in his previous life. Yet he remained earnest, recalling past memories to decipher the characters within the book. After reading through it twice, Zheng Hao picked up a brush, dipped it in clean water instead of ink, and wrote the character for person on the table to teach Gu Lin to recognize it. After confirming that Gu Lin had memorized it, he continued to write the next character. Jiu Lin became increasingly attentive, unconsciously following Zheng Hao's brushstrokes until he realized Zheng Hao had written the last character and ceased. Zheng Hao put away the book and brush, saying, "Today's lesson is complete." "That was quick," Gu Lin remarked, glancing at the watermarks on the table. It had only been a short while, yet he had completed an entire chapter. Zheng Hao did not elaborate. He had noticed from the moment Gu Lin signed the contract with Fang Jiue that Gu Lin was not entirely illiterate. Now, as he recognized characters, it became evident that he seemed to be someone who had learned previously but forgotten. Quickly recalling with a little guidance. Noticing it was getting late, Gu Lin looked at the still damp water stains on the table and said to Zheng Hao, "Do not hold back on the ink. Feel free to practice your writing well." With his slightly darker eyes glimmering, Zheng Hao replied, "All right." Afterward, Gu Lin turned and returned to his room. As business continued to flourish in recent days, Gu Lin's wooden box filled with silver coins. But since he had yet to find a suitable person to hire, he had only maintained the quantity of cold dishes while not preparing much of the hand-pulled chicken and pig ears. After lunch, a knock sounded at the wooden door of the courtyard. Jiu Lin went over to open it, and was surprised to find it was Sister Zhao. "Sister, what brings you back?" Gu Lin asked. Somewhat taken aback that in recent days, Sister Zhao had been primarily at the county town clinic taking care of Zhao Dagan. Jiu Lin, feeling it inappropriate for a young man to visit daily, had still made an effort to check in on the Zhao family every other day to see if they needed assistance. Sister Zhao followed Gu Lin into the Zheng household, appearing somewhat shy as she said, "Gu Lin, do you still need someone?" Gu Lin immediately understood her intention and replied, "I am indeed in need of someone to assist me with my business." "Do you think I can manage?" Zhao Seoni inquired. Jiu Lin replied, "It would be most beneficial if you could assist me. However, what about Dejin's injury?" As far as he understood, Zhao Dage kept vigil at night. While during the day, it was Zhao Seoni who tended to Zhao de General. If she were to leave, the Zhao family would surely descend into chaos. Zhao Seoni responded, "Dejin's wounds are beginning to heal. The doctor has said he can return home to recuperate." Jiu Lin was taken aback by the swiftness of this news, that he furrowed his brow slightly, for Zhao Dejin's injuries were no trifling matter. In modern times, a hospital stay of half a month would hardly be considered excessive. However, thinking of the expenses at the medical hall, Gu Lin said then, "Sister-in-law, please come help me. Preparing the salad here is quite a tedious task. But I assure you, I will not let you work for nothing. How does 31 a day sound?" 31. Zhao Seoni thought she must have misheard, but upon seeing Gu Lin's serious expression, she realized he was indeed earnest. She could hardly believe it. After all, a man laboring at the docks for a day only earned 15 won. Yet here she was, merely required to stand behind the stall and prepare a cold dish for 31. As for Gu Lin's mention of the arduousness of the task, Zhao Seoni dismissed it. No matter how exhausting, it paled in comparison to fieldwork. Nevertheless, when faced with Gu Lin's generous offer, she declined, saying there is no need for such a large sum. 10 or so one would suffice. Jiu Lin's demeanor shifted from its usual gentleness to a more resolute expression as he firmly stated, "No, sister-in-law, you must listen to me. This wage is not just for you. I would offer the same to anyone else." Zhao Seoni's brow furrowed slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. However, upon seeing Gu Lin's unyielding countenance, she relented, saying, "Very well, but I shall forgo the wages for the first 2 months. You needn't refuse. My family owes you so much that working for you for a year without pay is only fair." Jiu Lin was displeased by this sentiment. He had never intended to leverage kindness in return for favors. Nonetheless, seeing Zhao Seoni's stubborn expression, he realized that it would be futile to argue at this moment, and thus acquiesced. As for those 2 months' wages, he could always present them later as a bonus. Chapter 19. Zheng Hao's appetite the following morning, before dawn had even broken, Zhao Seoni arrived at the Zheng household to assist Gu Lin in preparing the cold dishes intended for sale in the county town. The vegetables had already been prepared the day before, so Gu Lin instructed Zhao Seoni to blanch the chicken and pig's ears, then chop and portion them into bamboo tubes. With Zhao Seoni's help, Gu Lin was no longer in a frantic rush as he had been previously. Today, he finally had the time to prepare breakfast. That he took out some flour, kneaded the white dough, and cut it into thin strips. He added lard and finely chopped scallions to a bowl, poured in steaming chicken broth, and finally added the delicate noodles. However, these alone were insufficient for breakfast, so Gu Lin also fried 3 eggs. Placing one in each of 3 bowls, he then called towards the woodshed, "Sister-in-law, breakfast is ready." Zhao Seoni, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, swallowed hard, saying, "No need, I already ate at home." In these times, who among them did not cherish their grain? Gu Lin providing her with a job was already a tremendous kindness. How could she be so thoughtless as to eat? Upon hearing her words, Gu Lin fell silent, but he strode into the woodshed, taking her by the arm and gently leading her out, saying, "In our household, we do not eat alone, we eat together." After several days of interaction, Gu Lin's initial aloofness toward Zhao Seoni had given way to a burgeoning intimacy, allowing him to reveal his true self. Zhao Seoni could do nothing but comply, saying, all right, Gu Lin, just take it slow. Sister-in-law will listen to you." Bringing Zhao Seoni to the main hall, Gu Lin took a seat in the center, with Zheng Hao to his left and Zhao Seoni to his right. After glancing at the two, Gu Lin contentedly declared, "Let us begin." Yet Zhao Seoni hesitated, her hands lingering over the noodles. These fine noodles were a luxurious commodity, one she had rarely tasted in her decades of life. The last time had been 6 years prior when Zhao Dejian had earned money from building a house for a wealthy family in town and returned with steamed buns made from white flour. She had received them but could not bear to eat. She had merely taken a bite before giving the rest to Zhao Dejian. The sweet and fragrant flavor lingered in her memory, even now. To her surprise, Gu Lin was feasting on white noodles so early in the day. Zhao Seoni gazed at the pristine noodles in her bowl, reluctant to take a bite. She looked around and saw the young man already lifting his bowl to eat. Followed closely by Zheng Hao, who also began to eat, both appearing entirely accustomed to this indulgence. She had initially believed that Gu Lin struggled to make ends meet in the county town. But now it seemed not so dire. She could not help but release a breath of relief to in these times. It was truly difficult for a widow and her child to survive, though she was unaware of Gu Lin's earnings. Zhao Seoni did not inquire that Jiu Lin had helped their family immensely. Without him, her small household would have fallen apart long ago. Thus, regarding his affairs, as long as Gu Lin did not mention them, she chose to remain blissfully ignorant. When Gu Lin needed assistance, she would willingly step forward. That as Zhao Seoni began to eat the noodles, she found them chewy and savory, a delightful treat for someone accustomed to coarse grains. With the noodles warming her belly, she eventually finished them off, even drinking the broth. That in contrast, Zheng Hao's eating speed had remarkably quickened. While Gu Lin savored his noodles, Zheng Hao finished an entire bowl in no time. It was noteworthy that both used bowls of the same size. Yet Zheng Hao's bowl held 3 times the amount of noodles as Gu Lin's. That Gu Lin had only recently discovered Zheng Hao's considerable appetite. Previously, he had assumed that the boy's appetite was akin to that of any ordinary child, so he had prepared meals that would suffice for an adult and a child. Just a few nights prior, having eaten a hearty meal in the county, Gu Lin found himself still full during dinner, barely touching the spread before him, that he lamented the waste of food and resolved to prepare less in the future. To his astonishment, Zheng Hao had emptied his bowl and looked up at him, asking, "Are you full?" Gu Lin, thinking it a casual inquiry, replied, "Yes, I'm full." That he then watched as Zheng Hao took the remaining dishes and polished off 3 plates of food meant for 2. Gu Lin's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a voracious appetite belonged to a 10-year-old child. Yet, recalling their meals together over the past few days, he noticed that the dishes were invariably left empty by the end. He furrowed his brow and looked at Zheng Hao, asking, "Have you not been getting enough to eat these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao appeared somewhat taken aback, pausing for a moment before meeting Gu Lin's gaze and saying, "I am used to it. It's always been this way." Observing the boy's demeanor, Gu Lin felt a twinge of sympathy. It seemed as though Zheng Hao regarded hunger as a common plight, which, in these times, it regrettably was. Just take He village and the surrounding 10 or so villages. How many could claim to have had enough to eat throughout the year? Going hungry had become the norm. Unless one were a landlord or wealthy household, it was rare to find anyone who was not hungry. Compared to many families in the village, the Zheng family's circumstances were relatively favorable. At least they had a decent meal every few days. And occasionally, there was meat. Though Zheng Hao had seldom eaten his fill, he had not become a mere shadow of his former self. Such was the nature of the world, seeing the boy's fierce exterior paired with his calm demeanor. Gu Lin felt a pang of concern. "You mustn't endure this any longer. If you're hungry, you should speak up that we have enough grain at home. You are at an age where you need to eat well and rest well." Zheng Hao's initially cold expression faltered momentarily. Yet Gu Lin remained oblivious. It dawned on him that Zheng Hao's appetite had always been evident. Firstly, the boy possessed strength beyond that of ordinary children, which surely required a substantial intake of food to maintain. Still feeling uneasy, Gu Lin instructed Zheng Hao, "I have stored some grain in the woodshed that if you find yourself hungry, feel free to cook. If you cannot manage the more complicated dishes, you can always boil a few eggs to stave off hunger." Faced with the young man's genuine concern and care, Zheng Hao found himself unable to voice his refusals, simply replying, "All right." Throughout their conversation, Zhao Seoni had remained silent. She recognized that Gu Lin and Zheng Hao had not always shared a good rapport, but seeing their current camaraderie filled her with a sense of relief. As they finished their meal, Zhao Seoni rose to clear the dishes and take them to the woodshed. Zheng Hao paused mid-action, then turned to Gu Lin, who helplessly replied, "It will be fine in a few days." Zheng Hao did not respond. Instead, turning to retrieve his book box from his room, in the county town, the marketplace continued to bustle with life. Elderly woman, her face weathered by time, stood behind a small stall. Her expression tinged with anxiety as she faced the throngs of customers beside her. The young man offered calm reassurance. "Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so tense. Just treat these customers like the folks from our village. Sell your food and chat with them as you would with friends. But it's not the same." Zhao Xiaoni waved her hands dismissively. The Jiu Lin countered. "How is it not the same? Think about it. When you sell something, you must introduce it, and in doing so, you'll naturally strike up a conversation. How is that different from chatting with people in the village?" Upon hearing Gu Lin's remark, Zhao Sazi found her attention diverted. Initially anxious, she gradually relaxed as she observed the queue ahead lengthening. Turning to glance at Lin Ge beside her, she took a deep breath. With increasing composure, Zhao Sazi stated, "I am fine now. Lin Ge, you may attend to your tasks." Noting that although the tension still lingered in the other's expression, it was no longer as bewildered as before, Gu Lin replied, "All right, sister, you give it a try first. Call for me if you need anything." After Gu Lin turned to leave, Zhao Sazi inhaled deeply once more to bolster her courage, then raised her voice, albeit with a slight tremor, to announce, "Everyone, please queue up. We may begin purchasing the cold dishes now." At the front was the ever-early Sun Dinyang, who upon seeing Zhao Sazi, initially failed to recognize her. It was only as she drew closer and discerned Zhao Sazi's features that she exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't you that woman from a few days ago? How is it that after just a few days, your complexion has improved so much and you seem to be in much better spirits?" Zhao Sazi, noticing the tone of Sun Dinyang's voice resembled that of the women from the river village, felt a wave of familiarity wash over her, causing her nerves to dissipate. "I appreciate your concern that a few days ago, I had matters to attend to, but now that I have some free time, I've returned, having navigated social circles among the wives and aunts for many years." Sun Dinyang possessed a keen instinct for certain matters. She scrutinized Zhao Sazi and inquired, "Has the matter regarding your son been resolved?" Zhao Sazi, not wishing to conceal the truth, smiled genuinely and replied, "The county magistrate is a good official. He has taken our family's side." This revelation not only caught Sun Dinyang's attention, but also intrigued those behind her, who were astonished. Pondering how a mere vendor could influence the county magistrate to discipline an official, several scholarly-looking young men approached, eager to elicit further details about the magistrate. Yet although Zhao Sazi appeared simple and honest, her words slipped through their fingers like an eel. She readily answered their inquiries. But when pressed for specifics regarding the magistrate's actions against the petty official Chun, she steadfastly maintained, "The magistrate is upright and incorruptible. He acts for the people's benefit," revealing not a whisper of useful information. Disheartened, the scholars fell silent and departed one by one, without observing their retreating figures. Zhao Sazi felt a twinge of helplessness. She had not intended to tantalize their curiosity, but upon leaving the county office, Li Shaoli had warned her not to disclose any details about the case, lest they incur the magistrate's ire. Zhao Sazi was not inclined to invite trouble upon herself. Today, Zhao Sazi was surrounded by questions. Gu Lin swiftly interjected, "There are only 30 portions of hand-pulled chicken left. Who else would like some?" With Zhao Sazi's inquiries yielding little, the crowd gradually lost interest in the spectacle. Upon hearing that their favorite hand-pulled chicken was nearly sold out, the onlookers quickly formed a line, calling out, "Lin Guer, I didn't manage to buy any yesterday. You must save a portion for me. Lin Guer, I don't want hand-pulled chicken. Please reserve a portion of cold pig ears for me. I want both hand-pulled chicken and cold pig ears." As the crowd shifted their focus away from Chen Mu's affairs, Zhao Sazi breathed a sigh of relief, spotting Gu Lin diligently preparing the cold dishes. She hurried over to switch places with him. Jiu Lin removed the gloves he had specially tailored for himself at the tailor shop and handed them to Zhao Sazi, ensuring she was suitably equipped. He then moved to the front and, despite his voice being overwhelmed by the crowd's chatter, projected with a resonance that commanded attention, there are still over 100 portions of vegetarian dishes available. Each person may purchase a maximum of 2 portions. Those wishing to buy more are kindly requested to return tomorrow. Upon hearing this announcement, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the throng, while the first 100 customers wore expressions of relief, and those behind them appeared regretful. Chapter 20. Gu Father and Gu Mother Noon. After tidying up the stall with Zhao Sazi, Gu Lin returned from Wulu Academy with Zheng Hao and arrived at the medical clinic. Noticing that Zhao Dejin's injuries had not yet healed, but he was able to walk. Gu Lin felt a measure of relief that on the journey back to Xiaohe village, due to the presence of an additional injured person, Gu Lin and Zhao Sazi decided against taking Uncle Zhang's ox cart and instead hired a donkey cart in the county town for their return. As the donkey cart approached the village entrance, a woman residing next to the Zheng family craned her neck and exclaimed, "Lin Ge, your parents have arrived." "My parents?" Gu Lin turned to the woman, momentarily pausing in his descent from the cart, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. While he was familiar with this woman, having recently hired her to fetch firewood and water for his family, he felt lost regarding her mention of his parents. Having spent so long in this world, he had no recollection of the original owner's parents that he had thought them deceased, only to discover they were alive. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come. My back is nearly breaking. Old lady, are you certain you haven't misheard? Lin Guer has made money in the county." Gu father, having traversed 2 mountains early that morning to reach Xiaohe village, adjusted his waist. Although Gu mother was equally fatigued, she spoke with conviction. "Your ears are merely for show. Have you forgotten how the villagers spoke to us upon entering? Zheng Hunter didn't even send Zheng Hao to study. If Lin Guer hadn't made money in the county, how could Zheng Hao attend the academy?" With that, Gu mother huffed indignantly. What an ungrateful brat. After only a few years of marriage, he has turned his back on his own family. He hasn't even thought to share any of his good fortune with his brother. Erju is his only biological brother. He would rather squander his money on strangers than help Erju. What a thankless wretch. Gu father's face was lined with age, and he cast a disapproving glance at Gu mother, saying, "Do not speak of this in front of Lin Gu." Gu mother raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. "I know that. Right now, we need his help, so we must treat him well." Seeing that she understood his intent, Gu father fell silent. As they neared the Jing household, Gu Lin spotted a man and woman seated at the entrance. Just then, Gu mother turned her head and saw the young man standing not far off. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly rose from her seat, brushing off her backside, her face blooming with a smile as she approached. "My dear Lin Ge, you have finally returned." As Gu Lin walked closer, fragments of memories regarding the original owner's parents began to resurface in his mind. Thus, when confronted by the seemingly warm and amiable Gu mother, he was not swayed by her sweet words. Reflecting on how she had relentlessly exploited the original owner, draining him of resources to support Gu Erju, whom she had pampered, Gu Lin could not suppress a cold sneer, though his face bore a facade of joy. "Mother, what brings you here? It has been ages since I last saw you and father. Have you eaten? I haven't yet. Did you and father bring any delicacies to share with me?" Upon hearing the first part of Gu Lin's statement, Gu mother wore a smile, but as he continued, her expression faltered. Her smile stiffened, and her eyes involuntarily rolled upward. However, she quickly regained her composure and feigned concern. "Your father and I haven't eaten, yet we were so worried about you that we rushed over early this morning without even having breakfast, let alone lunch. But it's so late. How is it that you haven't eaten yet? You mustn't starve yourself." Observing Gu mother's feigned concern, Gu Lin thought that if he were the original owner, he would likely be moved yet again to sacrifice for the Gu family. But he pretended not to understand her implications and did not display any sympathy for her or Gu father's situation. "I am grateful that you and father have come. Since the head of the household passed, I have longed for you both to visit. Yet months have passed without a word, and I began to worry that you no longer recognize me as your son." After speaking, he shot Gu mother a sorrowful glance. The corners of her eyes twitched, and her previous demeanor began to crack. With a dramatic wail, she wiped her eyes and lamented, "Lin Gu, are you trying to pierce your parents' hearts? Ever since we heard about your son-in-law's departure, we've been constantly worried about you, fearing you might be mistreated. Please do not hold it against us for not coming when your son-in-law left. We were in the midst of planting, and you know our situation. There are only your father and brother as the men of the household. If we delayed the planting, we would have no food for the entire year. We wanted to come but simply couldn't." Looking at the theatrics of the woman before him, Gu Lin understood why the original owner, despite knowing how poorly his parents treated him, would always forgive them. The emotional manipulation was a tactic most ordinary people would find hard to resist. "That I understand that you and father have it tough. I don't blame you." Addressing the theatrics of Gu mother, Gu Lin remained unmoved. "However, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. Would you be able to lend me some silver?" Upon hearing his initial words, Gu mother's lips curled into a smirk of triumph. She knew her child well. Lin Ge was the softest-hearted among them, that as long as she shed a few tears, he would surely be reluctant to see her distressed. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent request, Gu mother nearly jumped in disbelief. Borrow silver. Did you not make a fortune in the county? Why then do you come to me for money? Gu Lin's bright eyes darkened momentarily, that he finally understood why. In the original owner's memories, Gu father and Gu mother seldom visited during festivals, yet appeared now. It was because they had learned of his business success in the county. His smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. Mother, you are unaware of the situation. Although it appears that I am thriving in the county, I am actually indebted to others for dozens of taels of silver, and I have yet to repay them. Dozens of taels? The situation had escalated to the point where not only Gu Mu, but also Gu Fu, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. The facade of benevolence that the couple had initially put on was gradually wearing thin. Observing their demeanor, a flicker of irony crossed Gu Lin's eyes. While he could assume the identity of the original owner and provide for his parents, he would not allow Gu Fu and Gu Mu to treat him as a mere source of sustenance. Upon learning that the other party not only possessed no money, but also owed several dozens of taels of silver, Gu Mu's maternal image crumbled. Her eyes widened as they darted toward Gu Lin, her expression turning harsh and cruel. Lin Ge, you must not lie to your parents. We are dear mother and son. Are you now starting to guard against us? How could the Zheng family possibly owe others several dozens of taels? You must have money now and no longer wish to be filial to your parents, right? You were once so devoted, yet now you refuse to care for us. She was utterly unconvinced that the Zheng family owed such a sum. She had meticulously calculated that Zheng the hunter had saved at least several dozens of taels after years of hunting. Jiu Fu chimed in. Lin Ge, one must not be so heartless. Faced with their seemingly righteous yet greed-driven reprimands, Gu Lin nearly laughed in exasperation. But out of respect for the filial piety of this era, he refrained from tearing his facade apart. Father, mother, do you truly not know what kind of person I am? Even if the Zheng family were wealthy, they had been drained dry after the head of the household was injured, and they even borrowed several dozens of taels for his treatment. Yet, sadly, it could not save his life. Zheng Hao and I were left with no choice but to go into the county to do business, working from dawn till dusk just to make ends meet. Enough! Gu Fu bellowed. He shed his guise of simplicity, his aged eyes fixating on Gu Lin like a hyena eyeing its prey, greedy and salivating. When we first entered the village, we heard the villagers say that you sent Zheng Hao to the county to study. How much does education cost? Now, you come to us lamenting your poverty. Gu Lin remained silent, while Gu Mu, hands on her hips, interjected, Lin Ge, how can you be so foolish? Zheng is an outsider. Why spend your money on him when your own brother is suffering at home? Gu Lin cast a cold glance at them, recognizing their shift in tactics. Having realized that emotional appeals were ineffective, they now had Gu Fu play the villain while Gu Mu took on the role of the victim. However, Gu Lin was not one to be easily intimidated. He regarded Gu Fu and Gu Mu, his expression resigned. Father, mother, you cannot say such things. Now that I am married into the Zheng family, I am one of them. Even if I have my maternal family in mind, I can only do my best. Yet presently, I can scarcely feed myself, and while I wish to be filial, I am powerless. Zheng Hao's ability to attend school was made possible only by a sum left for him by the previous head of the family. That money, witnessed by the village chief and elders, is something I cannot touch, that I in the face of such parasitic parents. Gu Lin had no intention of reasoning with them. Instead, he adopted an even more futile stance that he asked for whether they would seek verification from the village chief. Unless they were truly devoid of shame and wished to be ridiculed by the surrounding villages, they would never dare to lose all face and commit the act of consuming their son-in-law's family wealth. Indeed, Gu Lin's intuition was correct. Even though Gu Fu and Gu Mu were coveting the Zheng family's wealth and lamenting that it was spent on Zheng Hao, they would not dare to brazenly consume the Zheng family's resources. However, what he did not anticipate was that Gu Mu and Gu Fu actually believed his words. After exchanging glances, Gu Fu and Gu Mu reasoned that Gu Lin was not deceiving them. Although Lin Ge did not appear particularly obedient, he was indeed timid and lacked his own opinions when faced with adversity, especially without reliable elders around him. It was not impossible for money to be coaxed away from him. Fortunately, their visit to Xia village was not solely for this matter, but rather for another purpose. The Jiyu Mu, frustrated by her son's perceived foolishness, pointed at Gu Lin. "You fool. Zheng the hunter is gone. And yet you still intend to remain a widow for him. The people of Xia village are bullying you, your father, and I will not stand for it. I have found you a new match in Taohua village." The family name is Peng, a wealthy landlord from the neighboring village, with only one son who is never married. Upon hearing of your diligent and capable nature, they specifically sent a matchmaker to inquire. "Your father and I have seen the family, and we believe this match to be excellent. You could marry into wealth, becoming a young lady of the household, without any chores to do, living off white steamed buns." Having witnessed the peculiarities of Gu Fu and Gu Mu, Gu Lin's initial reaction to their sudden proposal was not anger, but rather a sense of impending storm, that he found it curious that despite their usual volatility, they had restrained their anger upon seeing him, even holding back several times, only to reveal that they had been waiting for this moment. That as Gu Mu excitedly spoke of the match, her gaze avoided direct contact with him, leading Gu Lin to suspect that this proposal was not as straightforward as it seemed. Indeed, the truth was more complex. Confronted with the innocent and bright eyes of the young man, Gu Mu's gaze faltered, revealing that the marriage prospect was not as favorable as she had portrayed. Although the Peng family was affluent and their son unmarried, this did not necessarily indicate their integrity or the virtue of their son. In fact, their son was a simpleton, 20 years of age, with the intellect of a 3- or 4-year-old child, and he had a tendency toward violence. Logically, one might assume that even a simpleton would have numerous impoverished girls willing to marry him. Yet the Peng family believed their son to be exceptional in every regard, deeming ordinary farm girls unworthy of him. They were determined to find a talented and beautiful woman for their son. However, as time dragged on, witnessing their son reaching his 20s without a match while his peers were already becoming parents, Mr. and Mrs. Peng grew anxious. At this juncture, a matchmaker acquainted with the Peng family suggested that there was a young man from the Gu family in Taohua village. 18 years old, diligent and capable, tall and well-built, making him a suitable match for their son. Although the Peng couple felt some discontent upon learning the prospective bride was a boy, they were still relieved at the prospect of their son not remaining a solitary figure. However, they quickly realized that girls typically married by the age of 15, while the Gu family's boy was still at home at 18, raising suspicions about possible physical ailments. This thought planted seeds of doubt in the Peng couple's minds, for they had no desire to marry a worthless individual. The matchmaker, sensing their hesitation, hesitantly explained that the Gu family's boy had indeed been married, but was newly widowed. She assured them, "Rest assured, the Gu family's boy is indeed remarkable in both appearance and character. He is blessed with features that ensure good offspring." After hearing the matchmaker's explanation, the Peng couple surprisingly felt no anger at being offered a widower for their son. They understood that the matchmaker would not dare deceive them. The Gu family's boy was not only handsome, but also easily manageable. Aside from not being a virgin, he otherwise met their criteria for a daughter-in-law. The next day, they invited the matchmaker to the Gu family to formally propose 50 taels as a bride price for Guel Ian, the Jiu Fu and Gu Mu, having toiled their entire lives, had never seen such a sum of silver. 50 taels. They could never hope to earn such an amount in their lifetimes. With this money, they could marry off their son and build a new house. The mere thought of it kept them awake all night, fearing that the Peng family might reconsider and seek another match, rendering their 50 taels worthless. Thus, as dawn broke, Gu Fu and Gu Mu, with bloodshot eyes, climbed 2 mountains to reach Xia village. Upon entering the village, they began to inquire about Gu Lin, initially expecting him to be living a miserable existence after Zheng the hunter's death. To their surprise, Gu Lin seemed to be thriving, even able to earn enough to send Zheng Hao to school. That in their eyes, once Zheng the hunter had passed, everything belonging to the Zheng family was rightfully theirs. Upon hearing that Gu Lin used their money to send Zheng Hao to study, Gu Fu and Gu Mu felt a surge of anger. How dare this ungrateful boy spend their money on an outsider when his own brother was suffering at home? Chapter 21. I will protect you. Gu Fu and Gu Mu's behavior was certainly noted by Gu Lin, who observed that from the moment they appeared, they had shown not a hint of compassion for the original owner's plight. Instead, their eyes glimmered with greed, intent on squeezing the last vestiges of value from him before selling him off to another family. Jiu Lin's expression gradually turned cold, unwilling to wear a facade of goodwill any longer. He stated, "You should return. I will not accompany you back to the Gu family." Setting aside whether a grown man would willingly marry, given Gu Fu and Gu Mu's nature of seeking profit, one could hardly expect them to find him a suitable match. However, Gu Fu and Gu Mu did not share this perspective. Upon hearing Gu Lin's rejection, they perceived that he had grown defiant and threatened. "You refuse to listen to reason. Today you will return with us, whether you want to or not, or we shall bind you and take you back." With that, Gu Fu's countenance twisted into a snarl as he produced a bundle of rope from his cloak. Advancing with Gu Mu to encircle Gu Lin, they drew closer. Gu Lin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his parents would be bold enough to attempt to abduct him in Xia village. He cast a furtive glance around, realizing that at midday, most families were absent, either working in the fields or delivering lunch, leaving him without anyone to call for help. That he assessed the advancing Gu Fu and Gu Mu, weighed their physical prowess against his own, and felt his heart sink. Though Gu Fu and Gu Mu were aged, years of labor in the fields had rendered them robust and formidable, in contrast. Gu Lin, as a young man, appeared excessively delicate and vulnerable before them. The disparity in strength was stark. Gu Lin assessed that if he attempted to flee, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Yet, despite the turmoil churning within his heart, Gu Lin maintained a facade of composure. His gaze flicked towards his parents, whose stern expressions were formidable enough to intimidate. "Father, mother, you must consider this carefully. I am now a resident of Xia village. That if you forcibly take me away, are you not afraid of inciting conflict and jeopardizing the relationship between Taohua village and Xia village?" Humph. At these words, Gu mother cast a sidelong glance, her eyes wide with incredulity, her tone sharp. "Who are you trying to frighten? The Zheng family has no living elders in Xia village. Do you believe that even if I were to drag you through the streets in front of the villagers, no one would dare intervene?" Did Gu Lin believe it? Naturally, he did. In modern times, many astonishing occurrences would seem entirely reasonable, just as if Gu father and Gu mother were to forcibly take him back and arrange a marriage. If the Zheng family had living elders, and if they were unwilling to release him, even Gu father and Gu mother's formidable presence would be insufficient to secure his departure. But alas, the hunter Zheng had passed away, and his parents had long since departed this world, leaving no one in the Zheng family to determine Gu Lin's fate. Zheng Hao, not yet 15, was regarded as nothing more than a child, and no one considered him a complete individual. Thus, while Gu Lin was nominally his stepfather, he could not contest his parents' authority regarding his own fate. The Ji Lin could be dragged away in tears and struggles, and no one in Xia village would dare to intervene. Such was the patriarchal society. From the moment the hunter Zheng died, Gu Lin had lost his support, unless Zheng Hao reached adulthood, at which point he could rely on Zheng Hao in accordance with the custom of following one's husband after the father's death. Only then would Gu father and Gu mother be unable to threaten him. But for now, Zheng Hao had yet to mature, and if Gu father sought to exercise complete control over Gu Lin, no one could justly object. However, Gu Lin was a living, breathing individual, and he was unwilling to be treated like an object subject to the whims of others. His eyes hardened as he stared at his approaching parents. A thought flickering through his mind. It would simply be a case of mutual destruction. Noticing that the young man before her had fallen silent, Gu mother assumed he had resigned himself, saying, "It would have been better if you had understood this sooner. What good is the Zheng family? Having a burden by your side will only weigh you down. Once you marry into the Peng family, you will enjoy a life of luxury, with servants to attend to you. You can then bear a healthy son, and your family will dote on you. Is such a life not desirable? Lin, you must understand. Mother would never harm you. This is all for your own good." The Ji Lin let out a cold laugh, displaying for the first time since his arrival a fierce demeanor. "If it's so wonderful, why not marry Gu Erju directly?" Gu mother, whose very essence revolved around her only son, Gu Erju, was taken aback by Gu Lin's ungratefulness and the venomous words directed at Gu Erju. Her expression darkened immediately. "What are you still discussing?" Although the other party had just contemplated abandoning him, it would be unreasonable to lay blame from a rational perspective. However, it is impossible for Gu Lin not to harbor any resentment. Yet now, as they still resided in Xia village, to avoid any ill feelings from the village chief that might result in petty retaliation, Gu Lin could only adopt an appearance of complete nonchalance. Indeed, upon witnessing Gu Lin's demeanor, the village chief was quite pleased, feeling that his assistance had not been in vain, and he consoled them, saying, "You may return now. For a while, your parents should not come back." Gu Lin departed alongside Sister Zhao, with Zheng Hao trailing behind him back to the Zheng residence. Once home, Gu Lin turned to Sister Zhao and said, "Sister, I am fine now. You need not worry and may return." Sister Zhao remained somewhat apprehensive, but seeing that apart from his pale complexion, Gu Lin appeared much the same as before, she replied, "I shall stay at home. If anything arises, just call out. All right." With that, Sister Zhao turned to leave the Zheng household. After witnessing her figure vanish completely, Gu Lin gazed up at the azure sky, where a flock of birds soared beneath the fluffy clouds. Reflecting on the earlier scene, apart from his anger, Gu Lin felt a trace of sympathy for the original owner. Or perhaps a sense of empathy. After all the quarrels, Gu Lin's parents had not even noticed that their son had become a different person. Or rather, even if they were aware, they would not care. For in their eyes, the original owner was merely a commodity. As long as the son could bring them sufficient benefits, it mattered not who he truly was. This was the tragic fate of the original owner. Having parents was worse than having none. And Gu Lin's parents were not like Gu father and Gu mother. Watching the great bird leading the little birds in flight, Gu Lin recalled the faces of two loving individuals that by the time he lost his parents. He was already old enough to remember. In his memories, they were deeply affectionate and doted on him greatly. Yet in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed, and memories of his parents had begun to fade like the vast ocean. Now that he had traversed into a story, he realized he no longer even had their photographs. Perhaps in a few years, he would forget their faces altogether. The Gu Lin pondered, not blaming the original owner for sharing the same name. Gu Lin, as their experiences were so similar. Both had grown up without parental love, struggling to make their way through life. The Gu Lin was somewhat better off than the original owner. At least he had felt the warmth of parental love and could decide his own marriage. However, Gu Lin suddenly felt a chill on his cheeks. Raising his hand to wipe it away, he discovered he was weeping, that he had actually cried. Uncle Gu, that a familiar voice came from behind, causing Gu Lin to pause before turning to face the newcomer. By this time, he had managed to suppress his tears, yet his eyes remained glistening and red, though he was entirely unaware of it. Upon seeing Zheng Hao, Gu Lin was taken aback by how the boy addressed him. For Zheng Hao had never referred to him, so over the past few days, Zheng Hao retrieved the contract that had threatened Gu father and Gu mother from his pocket and handed it to Gu Lin, saying, "Uncle Gu, rest assured, my father has already annulled your contract. You are a member of the Zheng family, not a servant." Gu Lin glanced at the characters on the paper, which bore no relation to the contract. His eyes widening as tears brimmed in his eyes, ready to fall. Zheng Hao observed the tears of the older boy before him, feeling anxious. However, being inherently stoic and unskilled in offering comfort, he could only awkwardly say, "Do not cry." The Zheng family had never treated him as an outsider. His father had let him suffer upon his passing, but from now on, he would protect and honor Gu Lin, ensuring that no one would bully him again. Recalling the earlier events, a fierce glint crossed Zheng Hao's dark eyes. Looking at the half-grown youth before him, who made such promises, Gu Lin wiped away his tears and smiled, saying, "I believe you." Zheng Hao's expression grew ever more resolute as he replied, Chapter 22. Ties of interest. Even though Gu Lin claimed to be fine, he had little appetite for lunch, that he cooked a pot of rice. Stir-fried a plate of vegetables, and after eating a few bites, he retreated to his room. Lying on the bed, he stared at the dark ceiling above, feeling no hint of drowsiness. Initially, he thought sleep would elude him. But unexpectedly, after a while, his eyelids grew heavier, and at last, darkness enveloped him, clouding his consciousness. After sleeping for a full 2 hours, Gu Lin opened his eyes, struggling to distinguish between day and night in the pitch-black room. His gaze fell upon the wooden window, where he noticed a faint orange glow seeping through the paper, realizing he had slept until evening. His bright eyes roamed in the darkness, and Gu Lin felt as if he had awakened feeling refreshed. The oppressive emotions of the day had dissipated, as if all negative feelings had vanished with this afternoon's slumber. He rose, washed his face, and made his way to the firewood room. Approaching the stove, Gu Lin tossed all the vegetarian dishes, chicken and pig ears into the pot to blanch them before retrieving them and mixing in the seasonings. Filling bamboo tubes with the concoction, that he carried several bamboo tubes to Zheng Hao's door and called out, Xiao haoed, in the blink of an eye. The door opened, and Zheng Hao stepped out, asking Gu Lin, "What is it, Uncle Gu?" Raising the plate of cold dishes, Gu Lin replied, "Come with me to the village chief's house to thank him for his assistance." "All right." Zheng Hao understood immediately that he first went to the yard to fetch a scoop of water from the water tank to clean his hands, washing away the ink stains on his wrists before joining Gu Lin. Observing this, Gu Lin couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Zheng Hao entered school, he had become increasingly particular, yet this newfound fastidiousness was not irksome. For Gu Lin could clearly sense that Zheng Hao was not merely imitating others, but genuinely demanding excellence from himself. Stepping out of the Zheng family courtyard, Gu Lin was uncertain of the village chief's residence, so he discreetly followed Zheng Hao's lead to the village chief's home. The village chief's door was slightly ajar, and the yard outside was empty. Before Gu Lin could react, Zheng Hao peered inside and called out, "Grandpa, village chief." The boy's voice, still unbroken, retained a hint of childishness, instantly restoring Gu Lin's familiarity with him. Within moments, a somewhat slender and sprightly woman emerged from the house. Upon seeing Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's Lin and Zheng," and beckoned them inside, saying, "Come in. Have a seat. I'll get you both some water shortly." Gu Lin and Zheng Hao followed her inside, but upon hearing her words, Gu Lin replied, "There is no need to trouble yourself. Aunt Zhang, we are here to thank the village chief for his help this morning." Although Aunt Zhang had not been present during the events at the Zheng family in the morning, she had learned about them from the village chief afterward. She held a deep disdain for Gu father and Gu mother's actions. Yet she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin. Turning to Gu Lin, she remarked, "You are from Xia village. How can you allow others to take you away? It is only right that the head of the household helps you. So there is no need for any thanks." Upon entering the house, Aunt Zhang called out, "Dear, Lin and Zheng are here to see you." The village chief was inside smoking a pipe, and as Gu Lin stepped in, he was greeted by a cloud of smoke. Aunt Zhang shot a fierce glare at her husband, but with guests present, she held her tongue, swallowing back the reprimands that threatened to spill forth. Instead, she glared at the smoking pipe in the village chief's hand, as if prepared to snatch it away at any moment. The village chief instinctively tucked the pipe away, having not heard his wife's call. He was surprised to see Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, exclaiming, "What brings you two here?" Aunt Zhang shot him a disapproving look, saying, "Is that how you greet guests?" She pointed to the stools in the room and turned to Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, saying, "Don't mind the village chief. Quickly sit down." Then she called out to the door, saying, "And I, bring in 2 bowls of water." Before Gu Lin could refuse, a frail-looking girl entered with 2 bowls of water. As there was no table in the room, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao had to accept the bowls from the girl. The bowls were nearly full, and Gu Lin found it difficult to maneuver with them. So he lowered his head to drink some before lifting his gaze to the village chief, saying, "Village chief, we have come to thank you for your help this morning." Rising as he spoke, he stepped forward to hand the cold dish to Aunt Zhang, saying, "Aunt Zhang, I made this cold dish myself. Please try it and see how it tastes." Though Gu Lin's parents had been driven away, he understood that this was only temporary. They would certainly return. With only himself and Zheng Hao in the Zheng family, it would be difficult for the two of them to contend with Gu father and Gu mother alone when that time came. Thus, Gu Lin had contemplated for a long time and decided to seek external assistance, with the first step being to cultivate a good relationship with the village chief. Meanwhile, apart from the village chief, who had only asked one question before falling silent, he raised his eyelids to look at the cold dish, displaying a hint of interest as he asked, "Is this what you've been doing in the county?" Gu Lin had been taking several bamboo baskets to sell vegetables, starting with 2 and eventually increasing to 6. Any reasonably astute person would realize he was not merely selling vegetables in the county. The villagers of Shaha often made their way to the county town, and over time, it was only natural that some of them would encounter Gu Lin selling cold dishes. Just a few days prior, news of Gu Lin's business in the county had already spread like wildfire through the village. The village head, intrigued by the flavors of the cold dishes that could fetch such a price of 7 or 8 when in the county, urged his wife, saying, "My dear, let me have a taste." Observing her husband's eager demeanor, the village head's wife muttered under her breath, "Really, the older he gets, the less he can control his cravings. What elder behaves so gluttonously in front of the younger generation? Even our 3-year-old grandson would be more composed." Despite her words, she nonetheless opened the bamboo tube and presented it before her husband. Instantly, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted forth from the bamboo, replacing the smoky scent that filled their home with a tangy and spicy fragrance. The village head, upon catching a whiff, felt his mouth watering, and as he glanced at the vibrant assortment of cold dishes within the bamboo, his anticipation to savor them grew insatiable. The village head's wife, too, was unable to resist swallowing hard as the delightful scent engulfed her. Feeling slightly embarrassed and vexed, she realized she was no better than a child in her desire. Upon noticing her husband's intense gaze fixed on the cold dishes in her hands, she felt a semblance of dignity returning and said, "Go ahead, eat." The village head, foregoing chopsticks, pinched a piece of lotus root drenched in red oil with his fingers and took a bite. As he savored the first mouthful, a spark of brightness ignited in his murky eyes that he turned to Gu Lin, realizing why his culinary creations were so popular in the county. Such skill would surely be in high demand wherever he went. However, he wondered why he had never heard of Gu Lin's remarkable culinary talent before. The village head then gestured for his wife, saying, "My dear, you must try this." The village head's wife felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as her husband had so brazenly indulged in the cold dishes before Gu Lin and Zheng Hao. It was quite unbecoming for someone of his age to behave so. Nevertheless, the enticing aroma wafting through her nostrils sparked a flicker of curiosity within her. Unlike her husband, she delicately picked up some cold dishes with chopsticks and placed them in her mouth. After pausing for a moment, she quickly chewed a few bites and turned to Gu Lin, exclaiming, "Lin Guer, your culinary skills are truly impressive. How did you come up with such a delightful way to prepare eggplant and lotus root? I've never tasted eggplant this delicious." Suddenly, the village head's wife felt a few nudges at her elbow and shot a glare at her husband, upon seeing the implicit message in his eyes. She became acutely aware of her indiscretion and quickly turned back to Gu Lin, explaining, "Lin Guer, please don't take offense. I didn't mean to pry into your recipes." The village head, feeling a slight headache, tapped his smoking pipe. His wife's bluntness could lead others to develop suspicions, even if she had no such intention. That Gu Lin, however, took no offense and reassured the village head's wife. "Aunt, rest assured I understand your meaning." "That's a relief," she responded, feeling at ease with Gu Lin's gracious demeanor. Gu Lin smiled slightly and then turned his gaze to the village head, saying, "Uncle Village Head, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." The village head, having prepared himself for any request that might arise, inquired, "What is it?" Gu Lin replied, "I am currently engaged in the cold dish business in the county, and my supply of vegetables is running low. I would like to inquire if any villagers in Xia have surplus vegetables that I could purchase." The village head halted, his hand holding the pipe, pausing mid-air, his initially indifferent expression shifting to one of seriousness as he scanned Gu Lin with concern. "Lin Guer, do you understand what you are saying?" It was understandable for the village head to be serious. Although Xia village did not have as many inhabitants as neighboring villages, each household had an ample supply of vegetables. How could Gu Lin possibly consume all of them alone, if he could only purchase from a portion of the villagers? The others would surely object, and the village head might become a target for their grievances. That Gu Lin, sensing the village head's worries, assured him, "Please rest assured, I will take as many vegetables as the village can provide. I will ensure it does not cause you any trouble." "Good," the village head exclaimed, a rare look of joy breaking through the usual wrinkles on his face, that if this can truly come to fruition. "Lin Guer, you will have done a great service for the village." Gu Lin, knowing when to be humble and when to accept praise, responded with confidence, "You flatter me, village head, that I am also a member of Xia village. And now that I have the means, it is only natural that I give back to my community." The village head's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing Gu Lin's words. "Excellent, excellent. I will gather all the heads of households to discuss this matter. Lin Guer, you can rest assured, I will handle it thoroughly." Although the village head was often seen as timid and fearful, he was not oblivious to the greater good. Gu Lin's intention to purchase vegetables from Xia villagers stemmed from a sense of duty to his roots, that if things did not go well, he would not allow anyone to jeopardize their means of livelihood. As the village head's formerly pallid face radiated with warmth, Gu Lin finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. "I have another matter for which I need your assistance." After Gu Lin had mentioned his intention to purchase vegetables from the villagers, the village head felt elated at the prospect of providing an additional source of income for them. His gaze turned back to Gu Lin as he said, "Feel free to speak. If it is within my power, I will certainly help you." To Gu Lin explained, "Uncle Village Head, you may know that my parents visited me this morning, but you may not know their intentions." They wish for me to abandon Xiao Hao and return to their home to marry a fool in exchange for money to marry off my brother. However, I have made it clear that I do not wish to remarry. After the head of the family is gone, I only want to care for Xiao Hao and live a good life. At this, the village head's wife immediately exploded with anger. How can parents be like this? They show no concern for their own son-in-law's death and even want to push their own child into the fire. Gu Lin lowered his gaze slightly. Though he remained silent, the trembling of his eyelashes betrayed his struggle and vulnerability. The village head shot a glance at his wife, signaling her to refrain from further antagonizing Lin Guer, before turning back to Gu Lin and saying, "Once a daughter is married, she belongs to her husband's family. If you do not wish to remarry, no one can force you. Should your parents dare to create a scene, while you may find it difficult to confront them as their child, we, the people of Xia village, will not be afraid." Observing the village head's transformation from his usual timidity to a demeanor of unwavering resolve, Gu Lin felt a sense of satisfaction that he knew that both the village head and the villagers would assist him, respecting the past ties with Zheng the Hunter, as long as their own interests were not compromised. However, the events of the morning with his parents served as a poignant reminder. He realized that if he encountered troubles that made the villagers believe helping him would jeopardize their own interests, no amount of past kindness would matter. That it was only when their own interests were threatened that the village head and the villagers of Xiao would stand united with him. Thus, Gu Lin sought to intertwine the villagers' interests with his own. The village head struck the gong vigorously, the resounding clang reverberating throughout the village, continuing for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. Shadows began to appear along the village paths, as the villagers hurried over upon hearing the sound of the gong from the village head's house. "Uncle, why have you called us here?" A young man at the forefront of the crowd asked. He was the village head's nephew, known as Zhang Erniu. "Indeed, what is the matter, village head? Why are you ringing the gong at this late hour?" Another man of similar age inquired. The gong was not struck lightly. It signified an urgent matter requiring the villagers' immediate attention, something that seldom occurred in a year. Zhang Er's uncle playfully smacked the back of his head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not trust your uncle's judgment?" Zhang Erniu, rubbing the spot where he was struck, replied, "It's nearly midnight. Is there really nothing that can wait for tomorrow? Aren't you curious about what our uncle has to say?" Zhang Er's uncle gave him a sidelong glance. "Be quiet. You will know soon enough. Your uncle must have something important to discuss." The commotion in front of him settled. The village head raised his hand, and the crowd gradually quieted. Satisfied by the respect he commanded despite lacking authority in Xia compared to other village heads, he addressed the assembly. "Have all the heads of households arrived?" Zhang Erniu scanned the crowd and replied, "Uncle, Wang Mozi's family has yet to come." Wang Mozi's household consisted only of himself and his widow mother, who had toiled tirelessly to raise him, only to see him grow into a disappointment. In the past, when Lu Sanlai had not been expelled from Xia, Wang Mozi had always been in his company. Now, no one knew where he had gone to indulge in petty theft again. The village head furrowed his brow, letting out a huff, and said sternly, "There is no need to concern ourselves with him." Scanning the gathered villagers, the village head continued gravely, "I know you are all curious as to why I have summoned you here at this late hour." Chapter 23. Smooth talker, the village head declared. Lin Guer from the Zheng family is now conducting business in the county and needs to purchase a large quantity of vegetables. Remembering our kinship, he intends to procure vegetables from all of you. As farmers, we toil in the fields year-round and barely see a few coins. I thought Lin Guer's vegetable procurement was a significant opportunity. Hence I called you all here to discuss it. The village head's words landed like a thunderclap in the still of the night. The dozens of people in the courtyard erupted into a cacophony of voices, raising their heads to ask the village head, "Is what you say true? When it comes to the matter of earning money, everyone is rendered restless." The village chief anticipated the intense reaction of the crowd even before he broached the subject. After hearing Gu Lin's words, he took a considerable amount of time to calm his own excited heart. He raised his hand to gesture for silence, declaring, "Quiet. I shall let Lin Gu speak to you." It was then that the crowd noticed there was another young man present in the courtyard apart from the men. Once the village chief stepped back, Gu Lin approached the crowd. Darkness enveloped the sky. The courtyard was illuminated solely by the moonlight and the torches held by the villagers, leaving Gu Lin's features obscured. The young man's countenance appeared enigmatic in the interplay of shadow and light, leading the villagers to momentarily perceive him not as a youth, but as a man. Unaware of the villagers' thoughts, Gu Lin stood tall before the assembly and addressed them. "I appreciate your coming here tonight. Uncles, that I wish to discuss a business proposition, that I have set up a small stall selling food in the county town and have earned a modest sum over the past few days. Knowing that it is challenging for the villagers to make money and that our own vegetables are nearly depleted, I propose to purchase melons and vegetables from you. Rest assured regarding the pricing. I will offer 3 won for every 2 jin, and I promise not to deceive anyone." Upon hearing Gu Lin's proposed price, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming as they turned to him and inquired, "Lin Gu, which melons and vegetables do you intend to purchase?" The question came from a young man named Zhang Erniu, the village chief's nephew, who inadvertently prompted Gu Lin's next words that Jiu Lin readily responded. "Primarily eggplants, cucumbers, and radishes." After Gu Lin spoke, the villagers' excitement surged even further. They had anticipated that he would seek rare produce, yet he was interested in the very items that were abundant and often wasted. Zhang Erniu was particularly astonished. Eggplants were a staple in every household, often left to rot in the fields. Yet Gu Lin was willing to pay 3 won for them. This line of thinking was shared by others as well. And soon they began to press Gu Lin with questions. "Lin Gu, if I sell you 2 jin of vegetables and they are all eggplants, will it still be 3 won?" The inquiry came from an elderly man, whose garments bore countless patches that Jiu Lin's gaze fell upon him. And he replied, "Yes, as long as they are among the vegetables I specified, it will be 3 won for 2 jin." "Good, good," the old man repeated, visibly thrilled. Observing the fervent discussions among the crowd and finding no further questions, Gu Lin stepped back, allowing the village chief to take the forefront. The chief knocked his smoking pipe against the wall, producing a sound that commanded attention. Gradually, the villagers quieted down and turned their gaze towards him. His eyes scanned the assembly as he issued a warning. "Remember, Lin Ji's willingness to purchase melons and vegetables from Xia village stems from his regard for our kinship. Do not presume that your seniority over Lin Gu gives you the right to act unscrupulously. If any of you cause Lin Gu to feel disheartened, thereby impacting the income of others, then do not blame me for lacking compassion when that time comes." This was the sternest admonition the village chief had delivered since taking office. The men, one after another, thumped their chests in assurance. "Lin Gu, rest assured, if anyone dares to act ungratefully, we will handle it ourselves without needing your intervention." Seeing that his warning had achieved the desired effect, the village chief waved his hand. "All right. The harsh words have been spoken. Everyone should weigh their actions. Now, disperse for the night, and do not delay your work in the fields tomorrow." As the crowd began to disperse, Gu Lin turned to the village chief and said, "Chief, we shall take our leave as well." The chief responded with a gentle Then, realizing it would be unsafe for Gu Lin and Zheng Xiaozi to return alone, he instructed, "Do not leave just yet. I will have Daniel escort you home." Daniel, the chief's eldest son, hesitated momentarily when summoned, but quickly regained his composure and said to Gu Lin, "Let us go." After departing from the chief's home, Daniel maintained a stoic silence, walking ahead to avoid any appearance of favoritism, while Gu Lin and Zheng Xiaozi followed behind. As they walked, Gu Lin couldn't help but gaze up at the sky. The ancient night sky was not a blanket of darkness like it is today. The moon cast a gentle glow, and the stars twinkled incessantly. Jiu Lin felt a sense of joy this evening, knowing that he and Zheng Xiaozi's safety had finally been assured, alleviating his fears of being suddenly whisked away by his parents. Feeling a tug on his sleeve, Gu Lin looked down at Zheng Xiaozi. The young boy's eyes sparkled with a hope Gu Lin had never seen before, captivating him momentarily until Zheng Xiaozi reminded, "Uncle Gu, there are stones ahead. Be cautious of your footing." Jiu Lin's gaze shifted to the path ahead, where he noticed a large stone just a few steps away. Had he not seen it, he surely would have stumbled. Consequently, he refrained from further admiring the night and focused intently on the journey ahead. In an instant, his attention shifted to the sides of the road, and compared to the beautiful night sky, the rural night had an eerie quality. The dense underbrush, lush trees swayed gently in the wind, rustling the leaves while shadows danced on the ground, creating an unsettling atmosphere as if a ghost might materialize with a mere blink. However, before his imagination could run wild, they returned to Zheng's home. Gu Lin turned to Nyo at the entrance and said, "Thank you for escorting us home. Are you thirsty? I can fetch you a bowl of water. No need, Daniel replied, shaking his head in refusal. Before Gu Lin could comprehend his intent, Daniel turned and left Zheng's home. The Jiu Lin immediately understood and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had simply wanted to offer water, not invite him inside. Nonetheless, it was clear that Daniel harbored no ill intentions. That he then turned to Zheng Xiaozi and said, "Let us go. I will prepare a late-night snack, and after we eat, we can retire for the evening." That night, Gu Lin and Zheng Xiaozi had been invited by the village chief to dine with him. The chief's wife, concerned that they might not have enough to eat, had even prepared a hearty porridge that in rural households. A thick porridge represented a considerable hospitality standard, as most people typically consumed rice soup unless they were engaged in labor-intensive farming. Previously, Zheng Xiaozi had lived this way. But since sharing a household with Gu Lin, they had enjoyed a steady supply of white rice and meat, making their hunger palpable after just a bowl of porridge that night. "Lin Gu, you re-up early. Are you headed to the county town to conduct business shortly?" inquired an aunt from next door as Gu Lin and Zheng Xiaozi stepped outside. Since Gu Lin began purchasing melons and vegetables from Xia village, the villagers had grown considerably more courteous towards him and Zheng Xiaozi. That was not that they had been overtly hostile in the past. Rather, their demeanor had visibly softened, becoming more amiable and approachable. After the passing of Zheng the Hunter, villagers had hesitated to approach Gu Lin, fearing he would burden them with requests for loans or provisions. Now, however, the village's women would pause to greet him whenever they crossed paths. Gu Lin and Zheng Xiaozi set their bamboo basket down at the doorstep and looked up to engage in conversation with the aunt. "Indeed, you're up early too. Shouldn't you rest a little longer? The sun hasn't even risen yet." The aunt waved her hand dismissively. "Those of us who toil in the fields have no luxury of sleeping in. After breakfast, it's straight to the fields to tend to the crops." At this point, the aunt turned her gaze towards Gu Lin, expressing her gratitude. "We owe you a debt of thanks, Lin Gu, for purchasing our melons and vegetables. Thanks to you, we no longer need to live frugally like in past years. After paying the autumn tax, we won't need to sell our grain for silver. Finally, we can look forward to a good year. That on New Year's Eve, I will be sure to send a delicious dish to your family." Gu Lin smiled and replied, "Thank you, aunt. Your culinary skills are renowned in the village." That Jiu Lin's words caught Zheng Xiaozi's attention. Feeling the boy's gaze upon him, Gu Lin's cheeks flushed with warmth. That he had to admit that after a month of engaging in business, he had indeed become more silver-tongued. The aunt, flattered by Gu Lin's compliment, beamed, "You have quite the sweet tongue. Young man, if Zheng Xiaozi could learn even a fraction of your charm, he would have no trouble finding a bride in the future." Gu Lin could only laugh helplessly. "I appreciate your kind words." Upon finishing, the aunt's gaze shifted to Zheng Xiaozi, who once a scrawny boy, now stood tall in a well-fitted blue robe. His previously sun-kissed skin had become fairer, and with a book bag slung over his shoulder, he held himself upright, staring ahead with a focused demeanor, resembling a scholar from a traditional play. All these changes were attributed to the presence of Gu Lin. The aunt remarked, "Lin Gu, you truly are the best stepfather in the region. Zheng Xiaozi has always been bright. You can look forward to his filial piety in the future." Such remarks had become all too familiar to Gu Lin during his time conducting business in the county town. Yet for him, Zheng Hao is the younger brother he has nurtured with his own hands. That he has observed the gradual transformation of his brother, and thus he finds no weariness in hearing such statements. After a few more words from the aunt beside him, Uncle Zhang's ox cart arrived, and Sister Zhao also emerged from her home, lifting several bamboo baskets from the ground and placing them onto Uncle Zhang's cart. Following his farewells to the aunt, Gu Lin departed with Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao, riding on the ox cart. As they traveled, Gu Lin contemplated Zheng Hao's earlier gaze directed towards him, feeling it necessary to clarify his thoughts to prevent any misunderstandings. He spoke softly to Zheng Hao. "Little Hao, while the villagers may harbor their own intentions and may not genuinely care for us, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Since they treat us kindly, we ought to reciprocate with warmth." He continued, "Of course, while we value harmony, it does not imply that we must pander to them, that if they commit any wrongdoings, we need not endure it. We strive to be kind, yet we are not to be seen as weak or easily bullied." Zheng Hao nodded earnestly in response to the young man's admonitions, affirming, "I understand." Seeing that his actions had not been misunderstood, Gu Lin let out a subtle sigh of relief. Raising a child is no easy task, and he often fears that his own actions might set a poor example for his brother. Upon arriving at the county gate, Gu Lin paid the entrance fee for the ox cart and requested Uncle Zhang to assist in delivering the bamboo baskets to the cold dish stall. Subsequently, Uncle Zhang did not proceed into the town, but instead found a shady spot across from the stall to tether his ox cart and rest, after Zheng Hao helped set up the small stall. Gu Lin urged him to head to the school, while he busied himself with preparations. With Sister Zhao's assistance and the steady supply of vegetables from Xia village, Gu Lin had expanded his offerings to include an additional 100 servings of cold dishes, 20 servings of hand-torn chicken, and cold mixed pig ears. Yet even with the increase, those portions seemed but grains of sand lost in the vast sea of the bustling crowd, within just 2 hours. The bamboo baskets at the stall were completely sold out. The Jiu Lin did not immediately close up shop, but he signaled to Sister Zhao, retrieving a clay pot from behind the stall, and kindled a fire to heat it. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the street. At that moment, the remaining customers, still lingering, halted in their tracks and turned to inquire, "Boss, what is in that clay pot?" As the conversation unfolded, the patrons who had missed out on the cold dishes fixated their gaze upon the pot before Gu Lin. Rather than offering an immediate explanation, Gu Lin deftly picked up a pair of long chopsticks, extracted a generous piece of succulent, marbled braised meat from the pot, and used clean scissors to cut it into bite-sized pieces, which he placed into prepared clay bowls. That he then looked up at the customers and introduced the morsels. "This is a new delicacy from our stall called braised meat. Please have a taste." Although they were aware of the stall owner's generosity, the customers could not help but marvel as he skillfully portioned out palm-sized pieces of meat, cutting them into thumb-sized portions for sampling. Enticed by the enticing aroma emanating from the clay pot, the customers, though yet to taste, felt their stomachs rumble in anticipation. Swallowing the saliva that pooled in their mouths, they could no longer resist and immediately popped an entire piece of braised meat into their mouths. The moment they bit into the tender morsel, the harmonious balance of fat and lean meat melted in their mouths, neither greasy nor dry, the lean meat succulent and fragrant, while the fat dissolved effortlessly. The flavors rich and savory, perfectly seasoned with salt and spice. The customers soon found their mouths suffused with the delightful aroma of the braised meat. After swallowing the delicious morsel, one customer exclaimed, "Boss, your braised meat is exquisite. I've never tasted anything like it before. How much do you sell it for?" Observing the favorable reception of the braised meat, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Today, the braised meat is only available for sampling. We will start selling it tomorrow." The customer displayed a look of regret, yet upon hearing that it would be available for purchase the following day, he perked up and eagerly replied, "Boss, I will definitely come back to buy some." "You must save a portion for me," Gu Lin assured. "Rest assured, all 10 customers who sampled today will have a portion reserved for them for the next 10 days. Please come by tomorrow. I will ensure there is a serving of braised meat set aside for you." Delighted, the customer departed with a spring in his step. In truth, Gu Lin's intention to sell braised delicacies had not arisen spontaneously. As he sensed the weather gradually cooling, no longer as scorching as a month prior, he realized that selling cold dishes was not a sustainable venture. After inquiring with Sister Zhao about the frigid winters in this region, which often brought snow, Gu Lin prudently prepared for the colder months ahead. Cradling a wooden box in his arms, Gu Lin calculated the 65 taels of silver he had earned over the past month. The spices required for braised dishes were considerably more than those for cold dishes. Thus they came at a steeper price. Fortunately, Gu Lin had accumulated enough capital from selling cold dishes to procure the necessary ingredients for preparing braised delicacies. Chapter 24. The picky Zheng Hao. Taking advantage of Zheng Hao's school schedule, Gu Lin first visited the herbal shop to purchase ample spices for his braised dishes, and then made his way to the butcher to collect the pork belly, pig liver, pig intestines, and other offal he had ordered the previous day. Indeed, Gu Lin intended not only to sell braised meat, but also to offer braised offal. How could one consider a braised dish complete without offal? Upon his return, Zheng Hao had already finished school and arrived at the cold dish stall. Seeing Gu Lin approaching with a basket, Zheng Hao stepped forward to take it from him. The Jiu Lin affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "I'll prepare something delicious for you at home." Once they returned to Xia village, Zheng Hao first delivered the vegetables to the villagers. The Jiu Lin then carried the pork into the woodshed. The process of preparing the pork was not overly complicated. After washing the meat, he chopped it into chunks and set them aside, ready to be tossed into the iron pot once it was time to cook. Gu Lin's gaze shifted to the offal, such as the pig intestines and lungs, which required much more meticulous handling than in the past. He would have used flour and vinegar to clean the intestines. But now he could not bear to waste fine grains on such a task. Instead, Gu Lin retrieved a basin of wood ash from the stove and combined it with water to wash the intestines. After 3 rounds of cleaning, noticing some stubborn residue, he poured in the white vinegar he had purchased from the county town. After scrubbing for 5 or 6 rounds until no trace of dirt remained, he finally stood up, stretching his aching back. Carrying the cleaned intestines and offal to the stove, Gu Lin filled a pot with cold water and brought it to a boil, adding star anise, dried tangerine peel, and cooking wine, among other spices. Once the broth reached a vigorous boil, he added the pork and offal to the pot to braise. The bubbling broth emitted a rich soy fragrance that gradually filled the woodshed. As Gu Lin gazed at the simmering delicacies, he swallowed hard. Although he had prepared braised meat that morning, due to limited quantities, he had not tasted any himself, and now, with the enticing aroma wafting through the air, his stomach began to growl in hunger. However, Gu Lin felt that this alone would not suffice, that he turned and called out towards the outside of the woodshed, "Little Hao, bring me some vegetables." Zheng Hao, who was outside preparing vegetables for the next day, promptly entered with a basket upon hearing Gu Lin's summons. "Uncle Gu, what vegetables do you need? These are all cleaned and ready to use." "Good lad," Gu Lin replied, selecting lotus root, white radish, and mushrooms among other ingredients, then looked up at Zheng Hao. "It will be ready to eat shortly. Please take a portion of the braised dish to Sister Zhao." Zheng Hao gathered the remaining vegetables, nodded in agreement, and headed off to deliver the food to the Zhao family. The Jiu Lin washed the selected vegetables, cutting the less tender white radish into small pieces before adding them to the pot to braise alongside the meat. Due to the smaller size of the vegetable pieces, they cooked quickly. The Jiu Lin poured the braised dish from the iron pot into a prepared clay bowl, and then exited the woodshed. Upon returning to the woodshed with the meal, Zheng Hao came back from the Zhao household. Washing his hands in the courtyard, the Jiu Lin called out, "Come in and eat." As soon as Zheng Hao dried his hands and stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sight of the clay bowl on the table. He then looked up at Gu Lin, who, meeting his gaze, quickly understood the source of his confusion and explained, "Our family has a large appetite. Not only is there this clay bowl, but I plan to have a full set of dishes made in the future." Zheng Hao, recalling his own appetite, expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Sure enough, since the child had begun attending school, he had become increasingly articulate. Jiu Lin felt fortunate that he was so sensible. Otherwise, he might find it hard to resist such sweet words. During their meal, both Gu Lin and Zheng Hao were not particularly talkative. While occasional exchanges occurred, they primarily focused on enjoying their food. As the 2 pairs of chopsticks danced swiftly, the contents of the clay bowl diminished. Gu Lin noticed something amiss, and after swallowing a piece of braised pig intestine, asked Zheng Hao, "Do you not like pig intestines?" Zheng Hao hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, "The odor of pig intestines is quite strong. I find it difficult to accept that in truth, this was not the sole reason. He had also eaten pig kidneys and lungs, which also bore strong odors. However, Zheng Hao's aversion stemmed from the fact that he could not reconcile the notion of intestines being a part of the pig. Yet, Gu Lin refrained from directly addressing this at the dining table, fearing it might disturb Zheng Hao, so he chose to phrase it as being unable to tolerate the odor of pig intestines. "Then I will serve you a separate portion in the future." Zheng Hao was aware that there were certain foods he could not stomach, and Gu Lin did not urge him to try them or force him to eat. He himself also had his own aversions and understood the nauseating sensation that accompanied the ingestion of disliked foods. Zheng Hao's expression softened slightly as he replied, "All right." Autumn had arrived, the air turning pleasantly cool. As they walked through the county town, the wafting smoke from food stalls selling delectable treats was visible from afar, while a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, prompting passers-by to rub their arms to ward off the goosebumps. During this time, a young man settled at a noodle stall and ordered a steaming bowl of soup noodles. The stall owner, evidently familiar with him, jested, "You didn't go for cold dishes today? If you wait much longer, they'll be sold out." The youth adjusted his thin garment and waved his hand dismissively. "It's chilly now. I only crave something warm, so I'll pass on the cold dishes." The owner tossed a sweat towel over his shoulder and remarked, "I heard that the cold dish stall has introduced a new delicacy today. Many have gone over there." What new delicacy?" The young man raised an eyebrow. his eyes filled with skepticism. What new offerings could a cold dish stall present, other than the usual chilled pig ears or shredded chicken? The stall owner shook his head. I haven't been over there. I don't know what they're selling, but the bamboo tubes in the hands of those coming from that direction are steaming. Originally indifferent, the young man's interest was piqued. After several days of refraining from cold dishes due to the cooling weather, he had longed for them. Now, hearing of hot food from the cold dish stall, he felt an irresistible urge and hastily finished his noodles, tossing some coins onto the table before departing. Upon entering the street where the cold dish stall resided, he was met by a throng of people, bustling and lively, far from the desolate scene he had anticipated due to the drop in temperature. In fact, he found it more challenging to navigate through the crowd than ever before. Suddenly, he spotted a young man squeezing through the mass of bodies and immediately called out, Zhao Xiong? In disbelief, he noted that the usually impeccably groomed young man appeared somewhat disheveled today, his hair slightly tousled and clothing wrinkled. The young man addressed as Zhao Xiong looked up and recognized him, Wang Xiong. Curious about the steaming bamboo tube in Zhao Xiong's hand, the young man leaned closer and inquired, What is that? Zhao Xiong? Zhao Xiong raised the bamboo tube and replied, This is a new delicacy from the cold dish stall. Braised meat. Braised meat? The young man's expression was one of confusion. He had evidently never encountered such a dish before. However, due to societal decorum, he refrained from peering into Zhao Xiong's bamboo tube to see its contents. After bidding farewell, he pushed his way through the crowd until he finally reached the cold dish stall, where he observed several ceramic bowls displayed, each filled with different types of braised meat. Meanwhile, Gu Lin was facing skepticism from a group of individuals that Li Lao San pointed at the bowl containing pig intestines and questioned. Gu boss, are you certain pig intestines are edible? They're considered the dirtiest part of the pig. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened. Although he had never tasted pig intestines, he was well aware of their origin. He glanced down at the bowl of braised meat, his initial enthusiasm waning considerably, to the point where the noodles he had just consumed threatened to resurface. Ji Lin had grown accustomed to the doubts surrounding new foods and understood why they found pig intestines unpalatable. Much like the starkly divided opinions people held towards delicacies such as live seafood, insect eggs, or silkworm pupae, some savored these dishes as sumptuous and nourishing, while others recoiled in disgust. Ji Lin respected their sentiments. Yet he was determined to promote his business and encourage acceptance of pig intestines. That he addressed the crowd at the stall. Rest assured, we wash the pig intestines thoroughly with plant ash and vinegar after purchasing them each day. And we cook them with a blend of spices that we eat them ourselves. Braised meat paired with clear soup noodles is simply delightful. That morning, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao had enjoyed soup noodles for breakfast, opting not for fried eggs as usual, but instead pairing the freshly cooked braised meat with the noodles. Initially lacking an appetite, Gu Lin found that the bowl of clear soup noodles combined with the fragrant braised meat warmed his stomach immensely. Sunda and I pushed through the crowd, hands on our hips, and declared defiantly, If you want to eat it, I will. You still doubt the food from Gu Xiong's stall? No wonder you never get to enjoy anything hot. Turning to Gu Lin, she affirmed, Gu Xiong, I trust you that if you can make pig ears taste so exquisite, I refuse to believe the pig intestines can be anything less. Faced with Sunda and Ni's staunch support, Gu Lin felt a surge of gratitude. He skewered a piece of pig intestine with a bamboo stick and presented it to her. Unlike her previous hesitance when tasting pig ears, she boldly accepted the pig intestine and promptly popped it into her mouth, causing the onlookers to gasp, nervously stepping back as if fearing she might vomit. Unperturbed by Chun Wu let out a sigh that seemed both genuine and feigned, saying, It is not only I who desire to indulge, but the owner and young master of Fu Man Lu would surely share this appetite. However, they reside in the capital, and I fear that sending them marinated delicacies there may lead to their spoilage. Those who possess wisdom often speak with veiled meanings. Gu Lin discerned that the other party's intentions lay beyond mere indulgence in wine. Yet, he felt neither aversion nor took the initiative, merely responding, This matter requires careful consideration. Seeing that Gu Lin grasped his implication, though he did not agree outright, Chen Wu understood there remained room for negotiation. Well said. Not wishing to press too hard, Chen Wu departed after purchasing the marinated dishes. As he observed the diminishing quantity of delicacies in the iron pot, Gu Lin was astonished to find that even the pig intestines had sold out. He packed up the bamboo tubes of his subordinates, and, upon raising his head, noticed Zheng Hao approaching with a gentleman. That gentleman was Mr. Su from the Wulio Academy. whether it was due to his role as a student or as Zheng Hao's guardian. Gu Lin could not help but feel a sudden chill upon seeing Mr. Su. Chapter 25. Zheng Hao enters the student class. He turned to offer a few words of instruction to Aunt Zhao, then removed his gloves and approached Mr. Su and Zheng Hao, addressing Mr. Su. Mr. Su nodded and then said to Gu Lin, "I have some matters concerning your son that I need to discuss with you." Glancing at Zheng Hao beside Mr. Su and seeing him nod slightly, Gu Lin felt a bit more at ease and replied, "Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I will have a brief word with my sister-in-law and return shortly." "Very well." Mr. Su nodded. To Ji Lin quickly walked back to the cold dish stall and said to Aunt Zhao, "Sister-in-law, I will be stepping out for a while. That if the marinated dishes sell out, you may close up and return home." "All right, you go on." Aunt Zhao replied that AS business had dwindled. There were not many customers left, and she could manage alone. After arranging everything, Gu Lin returned to Zheng Hao and Mr. Su, saying, "Mr. Su, as it is nearly lunchtime, shall we go to a restaurant? We can discuss matters while dining." Upon hearing Gu Lin's suggestion, Mr. Su's stern expression faltered slightly. He had come to speak with Gu Lin regarding Zheng Hao and had not intended on dining out. Moreover, he was aware of the Zheng family situation, relying on the income from the morning's cold dish stall to make ends meet. Given their struggles, he would not impose such an expense upon them. Noticing Mr. Su's silence, Gu Lin subtly turned his head to glance at Zheng Hao that moment. Mr. Su's lips parted slightly as if to refuse, but Zheng Hao interjected, "Sir, the children's class will begin shortly." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's reminder, Mr. Su furrowed his brows slightly. The midday break was indeed too brief, making even errands feel rushed. Ji Lin assured, "There is a restaurant nearby, quite close to the Wulyo Academy. After we eat, it will not delay your return for class." That Mr. Su pondered briefly and replied, "Then it is better to obey than to refuse." That as they made their way to the restaurant, Zheng Hao walked behind Mr. Su, resulting in Gu Lin missing the opportunity to inquire about the reason for Mr. Su's visit. However, observing Zheng Hao's calm demeanor, Gu Lin felt reassured that it was likely not a matter of great urgency. Thus, he relaxed and contemplated which restaurant to choose for their meal. There were several dining establishments in the county, yet he had not visited any. After much thought and fearing an unfortunate choice, he led Mr. Su to Fuman Lou.at that moment. The main hall of Fuman Lu was filled with patrons. That Mr. Chun, the manager behind the counter, had a keen eye and recognized the trio as they entered. Having met Gu Lin earlier that morning, Mr. Chin's warmth and smile remained unwavering, but he stepped out from behind the counter and approached Gu Lin. "Boss Gu, welcome. What brings you here?" Gu Lin smiled and performed a polite bow, then introduced Mr. Su. "This is Mr. Su from the Wulyo Academy, my son's teacher." That Mr. Chen, "May I inquire if there are any available seats?" Mr. Chen was already aware that Gu Lin had enrolled his son in the prestigious Wulyo Academy, a place he had once considered for his own son, but was turned away by Mr. Su. That he gestured towards the second floor. "There is a private room available upstairs. Would that be suitable for you?" "Boss Gu," before Gu Lin could respond, Mr. Su's brow furrowed slightly at the suggestion. Having been in this world for over a month, Gu Lin was familiar with certain conventions, even though he was merely a young man accompanied by a child. To outsiders, he and Mr. Su would appear to be alone in a private room. That he shook his head gently and replied to Mr. Chen, "There is no need for such formality. Simply find us a spot in the main hall." Mr. Chen agreed. "Very well. There happens to be a quiet table by the window. That I shall have a waiter lead you there." "Thank you, Mr. Chen," Gu Lin replied. That a waiter, who had been cleaning tables in the distance, was summoned by Mr. Chen, and he guided the trio to the vacant table by the window. Once seated, the waiter bowed slightly and asked, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order?" Gu Lin turned to Mr. Su and inquired, "Mr. Su, what would you prefer?" Out of courtesy, and given Mr. Su's position as Zheng Hao's teacher, Gu Lin felt it necessary to first seek Mr. Su's opinion. After some contemplation, Mr. Su replied, "Something light will suffice." Gu Lin nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Zheng Hao, asking, "And what about you, Xiao Hao?" Zheng Hao, as always, replied, "Uncle Gu, you decide. I am fine with anything." Thus, adhering to Mr. Su's preference for lighter fare while considering Zheng Hao's tastes, Gu Lin ordered steamed fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, deep-fried river shrimp, dompa pork, crispy roasted duck, and mushroom chicken soup. After the waiter departed, Zheng Hao rose to pour tea from the pot on the table for both Mr. Su and Gu Lin before returning to his seat. The Ji Lin, facing Mr. Su, whose demeanor was markedly different from that of a business transaction where one must conceal their true thoughts, politely inquired, "Mr. Su, may I ask what brings you and your son here today?" Upon hearing the young man's straightforward and candid inquiry, Mr. Su inwardly shook his head, relieved that he had recognized Zheng Hao's potential early on. Otherwise, the boy would have faced undue delays. However, considering Gu Lin's singular effort in securing Zheng Hao's place at the academy, Mr. Su felt it prudent to respond, "Are you aware of your son's performance at the academy?" Familiar with such inquiries, Gu Lin felt a slight pang of apprehension. Though he knew Zheng Hao would not cause trouble at the academy, he nonetheless felt a twinge of anxiety, and he carefully chose his words. "While I am not privy to the specifics of Xiao Hao's performance, he has always been sensible and diligent in his studies at home, showing no signs of laziness." Rather than lavish excessive praise on Zheng Hao, Gu Lin opted to speak truthfully of his commendable attributes. Mr. Su turned to glance at the young boy beside him, recalling Zheng Hao's performance over the past month at the academy, his expression revealing a hint of satisfaction. He who does not strive in youth will only regret it in old age. It is commendable that Zheng Hao possesses such a diligent spirit. Then, turning his gaze back to Gu Lin, Mr. Su's expression grew serious. "Mr. Gu, your son has made remarkable progress at the academy, completing the introductory texts in just a month. The introductory class is no longer suitable for him. The Jiu Lin was well aware of the number of introductory books, having previously inquired at the bookstore. Upon Zheng Hao's successful enrollment in the Wuliu Academy, he had taken him to purchase several introductory texts as per the academy's provided list. For an average student, it would typically take several years to complete these books, yet Zheng Hao had astonishingly finished them all in a mere month." Gu Lin's expression conveyed disbelief as he turned to Zheng Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, have you truly completed them all?" Having once been a prodigy himself in school, Gu Lin could memorize passages in mere minutes while others struggled for half an hour. However, that was merely a reflection of his memorization skills. His comprehension of the material was comparable to his peers. Yet he would not compare Zheng Hao to himself. The mere fact that Mr. Su had personally come to speak with him indicated the boy's exceptional talent. How could a scholar suddenly take such interest in a student who had only recently enrolled unless the boy's innate abilities had captured his attention? This so-called innate talent encompassed not only the ability to memorize, but also to grasp the underlying meanings of the texts. In light of this, it appeared that Zheng Hao indeed embodied the latter. Zheng Hao replied, "Uncle Gu, it is as the teacher stated." Observing Zheng Hao's youthful yet distinct features and recalling his natural strength, Gu Lin realized he had once again underestimated the boy's capabilities, that he quickly accepted Zheng Hao's extraordinary abilities and, meeting his gaze, asked, "Xiao Hao, do you wish to pursue further studies?" At Gu Lin's question, Mr. Desu's discontent became evident, his frown deepening as displeasure etched across his face. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Gu? Are you suggesting that if Zheng Hao expresses a desire not to pursue further studies, you would acquiesce?" Mr. Su found the notion absurd. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zheng Hao earnestly replied to Gu Lin, "Uncle Gu, I wish to continue my studies that I in truth." Zheng Hao wanted not just to continue his studies, but to pursue the imperial examination as well. Since the last time when Gu's parents attempted to bind Gu Lin with the ethics of filial piety, Zheng Hao has felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity that he mused that both the townsfolk and villagers harbor a deep fear of the constables, who in turn dread the county magistrate, that if he were to succeed in the imperial examinations and become an official, would that not ensure that no one would dare to take Uncle Gu from his side? Gu Lin, oblivious to Zheng Hao's thoughts, believed that a child with a passion for learning should be wholeheartedly supported by their parents. Observing the composed and disciplined child before him, Gu Lin couldn't help but recall a month ago when he had asked Zheng Hao if he wished to study, only to be met with a refusal, citing a desire to become a bodyguard. Yet, merely a month later, the child had transformed. The hostility in Zheng Hao's brow had gradually dissipated, and his expression had become resolute, as if a drifting water plant had finally found its destination. Witnessing the Zheng father and son make their decision in such an inexplicable haste, Su Xiukai retracted the lengthy discourse he had prepared. Well, as long as the Zheng family could arrive at the correct conclusion, the bizarre nature of the process mattered little to it must be said. Fu Manlu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to gauge people's moods. As soon as Gu Lin and the others finalized their discussions, the meal was promptly served. The Jiu Lin was aware of the numerous rituals and etiquette that scholars of ancient times adhered to, emphasizing silence during meals and rest, and thus Apart from his initial warm greeting to Su Shiokai when the food arrived, the three of them fell into a comfortable silence, each attending to their own meal. After finishing their repast and having sorted out Zheng Hao's educational aspirations, the three made no further delay that Jiu Lin rose to settle the bill at the counter. Su Shiokai's hand hovered near his purse. Yet he was not as swift as Gu Lin. From the moment he had been brought to Fu Manlu, Su Shiokai had prepared himself to cover the expenses. Fu Manlu, being the premier tavern in the county, commanded prices that left the common folk in trepidation. Although the tavern keeper appeared amiable towards Gu Lin, Su Shiokai, standing a few paces away, had not clearly heard the exchange between Gu Lin and the manager, Chun. Thus, he presumed that the tavern keeper's friendliness was merely a facade for business, and should Gu Lin attempt to run a tab, the keeper might very well turn hostile. With this in mind, Su Shiokai was ready to supplement the costs. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Gu Lin approach with his party, the manager Chun refused with a smile. "Young master, you were informed earlier that you need not pay for your meals here. The last time I accepted your money, I was reprimanded by the young master." Manager Chun, being a long-standing figure at Fu Manlu, had shown evident regard for Chun during a previous negotiation regarding cold dishes. How could he possibly offend an elder for the sake of an outsider? Gu Lin, disliking the idea of being indebted, replied to Manager Chun, "A deal is a deal that if you refuse to accept payment, I shall not dare to return." Manager Chun, whose countenance had been as jovial as the Buddha's, promptly furrowed his brow and said, "Master Gu, do not put me in a difficult position," seeing the young man still unwilling to relent. Manager Chun added, "Very well. Our young master just arrived in the county yesterday and has some free time this afternoon. You two may discuss it then." Jiu Lin raised an eyebrow, recalling that the manager had mentioned Fong Jiwa was still in the capital that morning. Manager Chun, seeing Gu Lin's confusion, explained helplessly, "I only just learned that the young master has come to the county." Jiu Lin chose not to comment, observing that the manager appeared genuinely troubled rather than acting. "Very well." As Gu Lin and his companions turned to leave Fu Manlu, Manager Chun couldn't help but shake his head. This young man was indeed stubborn. It seemed best to let the young master resolve it himself. Upon exiting Fu Manlu, they found Wuyo Academy nearby, and Mr. Su and Zheng Hao returned directly to the academy. After bidding them farewell, Gu Lin returned to the cold dish stall. Just as he finished tidying up the stall, Gu Lin handed the takeout from Fu Manlu to Sister Zhao. "Sister, Xiao has class this afternoon, so I must wait for him in the county. You may head back first." "All right," Sister Zhao replied. With Zhao Dejing's injuries still not healed, she was uneasy about leaving home for too long. Therefore, Gu Lin first assisted Sister Zhao in moving the bamboo baskets out of the county before placing them onto Uncle Zhang's ox cart. Then handed Uncle Zhang 2 coins, saying, "Uncle Zhang, please drive the cart to Sister Zhao's house upon returning to Xia village." After receiving the coins, Uncle Zhang replied, "Very well." Once Sister Zhao was sent off, Gu Lin returned to the county. Ordinarily, after selling cold dishes, Zheng Hao would finish school just in time for them to return to Xia village. However, now that Zheng Hao also had afternoon classes, Gu Lin could not leave. Instead of resting at a tea house or inn, he turned and headed towards a real estate agency to look for a house. Previously, Gu Lin had contemplated moving from Xia village to the county. Every day before dawn, he would ride the ox cart from Xia village to sell cold dishes, which was exhausting. While earning quick money in the short term was feasible, it was unsustainable for his health in the long run. If he had a shop in the county, the situation would be different. Moreover, since Zheng Hao would now be studying at the academy all day, Gu Lin felt that relocating to the county was becoming increasingly urgent. Furthermore, he had recently earned a fair amount of silver. While he could not afford to buy a house in the county, he could certainly rent one. Upon entering the real estate agency, a man with a black mole by his mouth approached and introduced himself. "Greetings. My surname is Yi. You may call me Yi-san. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed and what you require?" Gu Lin replied, "My surname is Gu, and I wish to rent a house with a shop in the county." Yi-san's eyes gleamed as he smiled. "Then I shall call you Master Gu. I have several houses with shops available. May I inquire about your specific requirements, such as the size of the house and the desired location for the shop?" After pondering for a moment, Gu Lin responded, "The house need not be too large, nor the shop. It should preferably be situated in a bustling area." Understood. Though this gentleman was not looking to buy a house, how many could afford to do so in the county? If he could rent out a good property, it would still be a lucrative deal for Yi-san. With a smile, Yi-san continued. I have 3 houses that meet your criteria, all within walking distance of the agency. Shall I show them to you? Yes, Gulin agreed, following Yi-san out of the agency. Chapter 26. Inspecting the house. Dividing the cold dish profits after navigating through a few streets, Gulin and Yi-san arrived at a house, standing outside the entrance. Gulin watched as Yi-san produced a large ring of keys from his waist and unlocked the door. Upon entering, Gulin inhaled deeply, only to be choked by the dust that filled the air. Raising his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth, he continued to cough uncontrollably. Observing this, Yi-san chuckled awkwardly. The house has not been cleaned in quite some time. It is inevitable that dust has settled. Once Gulin's coughing subsided, he turned his attention to the interior of the house, initially from his vantage point outside. He had deemed the building too small and dilapidated. However, upon entering, he found that the exterior was not as ruinous as he had imagined. The paint had peeled from the side rooms and the yard. Thick moss carpeted the steps and cobwebs adorned the corners, with spiders scuttling about. Gulin's gaze swept across the courtyard, prompting Yi-san to say, Master Gu, do not be disheartened by the state of the house. Once cleaned, it could make for a lovely residence, and its proximity to the market ensures convenience for your purchases. That IT is far too decrepit. Gulin remarked, as someone in the food business, his clientele primarily consisted of families of modest means from the county. Such households would naturally prioritize cleanliness in the items they purchased, and given the filthy condition of this house, Gulin doubted that the shop would be any better. Some might argue that he could simply hire someone to refurbish the shop. But such endeavors would not only incur expenses, but also consume a significant amount of time. Time was precisely what Gulin lacked. He needed a house and shop that were ready for immediate occupancy. Noticing that the young man clearly disapproved of the place, Yi-san hastily added, though the house is somewhat worn, the shop is located on the busiest street, opening a business that would undoubtedly yield great profits. Moreover, the landlord only charges 200 won in rent each month. 200 won. Gulin surveyed the property before him. Despite its dilapidated state, it should have fetched 500 or 600 won in rent. Assessing the shop's location on the bustling street, it could conservatively rent for 800 won. Thus, it was implausible that the combined rent for both the house and shop would only amount to 200 won. Gulin could not believe that such a generous offer would simply fall into his lap, but he inquired of Yi-san, if it is truly that inexpensive, why hasn't the property been rented out already? Even if the landlord intended to do a good deed by offering the house and shop at a low rate, I would think it would have been rented long ago. After all, whether in ancient or modern times, prime locations for homes and shops are highly sought after, representing a continuous source of convenience and wealth. Who would be foolish enough to let such an opportunity slip away? Upon hearing Gulin's question, Yi-san hesitated, but realizing that without revealing the truth, the young man would not rent the place, he steeled himself. What if his disclosure prompted the young man to consider renting? This property had been in his possession for half a year, and if it remained unrented much longer, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Yi-san resolved to explain to Gulin with a pained expression. Master Gu, you may not be aware, but this house was once connected to a good shop, and thus has never lacked tenants. 3 years prior, a family that specialized in sesame cakes took up residence in a shop. One fateful night, all 5 members of this family met their untimely demise within the premises. Despite the arrival of officials from the county office and the coroner, the cause of death remained shrouded in mystery. In the wake of this tragedy, some individuals grew superstitious, believing it to be an ill omen. Yet others remained skeptical and continued to rent the space. Strangely, those who subsequently occupied the shop either fell victim to fires, thefts, or suffered financial ruin and illness. Consequently, no one dared to rent the premises again. However, Yi-san hastily clarified that apart from the original sesame cake family, the subsequent tenants had all lived on without incident. Thus, rumors began to circulate that the building was cursed, inflicting upon its inhabitants the consequences of their past misdeeds. Yet, I remain unconvinced. If such tales bore truth, it should not have been the honest sesame cake makers who perished. Yi-san looked up at Gulin and remarked, Gu Fu Lang, should you wish to rent, I can offer you the most affordable price with no commission. Yi-san was eager for someone to take this hot potato off his hands. Allowing him to conduct business vigorously and dispel the surrounding rumors as for the alleged curse. Gulin was equally skeptical, but he believed such occurrences were more likely the result of human actions or unfortunate accidents. Observing the house before him, Gu Lin pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us first explore other properties." Upon witnessing Gu Lin's disinterest in the current house, Yi San felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly composed himself and led Gu Lin to the next location. In comparison to the first property, Gu Lin could distinctly sense that the second house was much quieter due to its distance from the marketplace. Moreover, this house was considerably larger, with a tasteful and tidy arrangement. The paint on the windows and doors was clearly fresh. Although the courtyard was somewhat smaller, it was entirely adequate for just Gu Lin, and Jinghao de Jiu Lin should have been satisfied with the present dwelling. However, the shop in front was exceedingly cramped. Yi San first guided him to inspect the shop, and as they stood within, Gu Lin found it difficult to move. Even without any inventory, if they were to add a large pot, a chopping board, and numerous bamboo tubes, it would be nearly impossible for Gu Lin and Zhao Shaozi to navigate the space. Such a confined shop was only suitable for selling simple fare like steamed buns and pancakes, making it ill-suited for Gu Lin's intended sale of cold dishes and marinated items. That he promptly articulated the shop's shortcomings to Yi San and added, "Let us proceed to the next location." As Gu Lin and Yi San departed from the second property, they found the third house located conveniently on the adjacent street. That Jiu Lin approached a uniquely grand house, and Yi San turned around, somewhat resigned, to inform him, "Gu Fu Lang, this property was just listed with our agency yesterday. The owner, who is also a businessman, has entrusted us to rent it out as his son is seeking fortune elsewhere. If this does not meet your satisfaction, we have no other properties that may interest you." Jiu Lin felt a sense of urgency, but maintained his composure, replying, "No matter, I will take a look." As they entered, Yi San elaborated, "This house and shop are significantly larger than the previous two, and the best part is, while the house is nestled in a tranquil alley, the shop is situated on a bustling street, ensuring your daily rest remains undisturbed." Upon hearing this, Gu Lin carefully examined the architecture of the house and noted that the third property indeed boasted more rooms than the first two, featuring a main room and 4 side rooms, with a garden specifically designated for growing vegetables, which delighted Gu Lin immensely. However, even when confronted with the most appealing property thus far, he refrained from making an immediate decision, telling Yi San, "I shall return home to contemplate and provide you with an answer by tomorrow." Yi San displayed no impatience, readily agreeing. Such was the nature of property transactions. Gu Lin's prompt response was considered rather swift, as some individuals would take months to arrive at a decision, ultimately withdrawing entirely. After leaving the agency, Gu Lin made his way to Fu Man Lu. Upon spotting him, Manager Chen exclaimed, "Gu boss, the young master is already upstairs preparing refreshments for you." Gu Lin replied to Manager Chen, "Please, lead the way." As Manager Chen attended to guests below, he instructed a young waiter to escort Gu Lin upstairs, climbing the wooden stairs and turning through the hallway. Gu Lin arrived at a private room. The waiter gestured, "Gu boss, please, the young master awaits you inside." With that, the waiter bowed slightly and departed downstairs. Upon pushing open the door, Gu Lin entered the room and was met with familiar decor, momentarily halting in his steps. That he had initially believed this to be a randomly vacated room, only to discover it was the same one used during his previous banquet hosted by Fang Jiue. "Gu boss, long time no see." Fang Jiue rose to greet him with a bow. Jiu Lin returned the gesture. "Indeed, it has been a while, Fang Xiao Dong Jia." Fang Jiue did not take offense at Gu Lin's somewhat aloof demeanor. Having met countless individuals, he could discern a person's character after brief interactions. Although Gu Lin was reserved, he was not arrogant or self-important. He was merely unaccustomed to engaging in conversation. Fang Jiue had no desire to pressurize others. Recognizing Gu Lin's discomfort with excessive enthusiasm, he adjusted his demeanor accordingly. Once seated, Fang Jiue poured a cup of tea for Gu Lin and remarked, "This tea was a gift from a friend. I invite you to sample it." To Jiu Lin, having spent the entire afternoon running errands without a sip of water, was parched and readily accepted the tea. However, lacking the finesse for tea tasting, he drank it all in one go. The tea served at Fu Man Lu was far from ordinary. Gu Lin had unknowingly consumed a cup of Hong Pao worth a significant sum. Observing Gu Lin's unceremonious gulping of the precious tea, Fang Jiue found the scene quite amusing. Once his thirst was quenched, Gu Lin noticed Fang Jiue's expression of surprise and assumed his boldness had startled the other man. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he explained, "I have grown accustomed to drinking tea this way." Fang Jiue recovered from his surprise and smiled. "Tea is meant to be enjoyed, whether savored slowly or consumed in one breath. Each approach has its own merit. Indeed, Fang Jiue was a skilled conversationalist. The Jiu Lin reflected on their contrasting abilities and realized that he could not easily compliment others with such poise. Truly, in the company of others, one can always find a mentor. In the realm of commerce, he had much to learn. Unaware of Gu Lin's contemplations, Fang Jiue refilled his cup. Stopping when it reached three-quarters full, he then retrieved a silver note from his waist pouch and presented it to Gu Lin, stating, "The purpose of inviting you here is to discuss the profit sharing from the cold dishes. Ever since we incorporated your cold dish recipes, Fu Man Lu's business has flourished." This was Gu Lin's first encounter with a silver note since arriving in this world. Upon receiving the note and discerning its denomination, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he inquired, "Isn't this amount too generous? The profit from the cold dishes cannot possibly warrant this." Gu Lin examined the 200 taels in his hand, mentally calculating that even if the price of the cold dishes were to increase tenfold, it would only amount to 80 coins. Given the county size, only a few affluent families could afford nearly 100 coins for cold dishes, making a 200 tael profit implausible. Fang Jiue waved his fan and chuckled. "I never claimed that Fu Man Lu was the only establishment." Gu Lin blinked, quickly grasping the implication, but chose not to press further, merely thanking Fang Jiue as he tucked the silver note away. Observing Gu Lin's composed demeanor, Fang Jiue subtly shook his head. Realizing he had underestimated him, it was remarkable that a country lad could remain so unflustered in the face of such wealth. One should never underestimate someone with such composure. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, Fang Jiue remarked, "This is merely from the cold dishes. In just a few days, it has earned you 200 taels. Are you not tempted?" Gu Lin regarded Fang Jiue and replied, "Fang Xiao Dongjia. It would be better if you spoke plainly." With Gu Lin's directness, Fang Jiue decided to forego any preamble, stating, "Fu Man Lu wishes to purchase your recipes for hand-pulled chicken, cold pig ears, and marinated dishes. As for profit sharing, Fu Man Lu will ensure you are not at a disadvantage. The profit from these 3 items will align with that of the cold dishes. How does that sound, Gu Boss?" Fang Jiue had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, yet Gu Lin was refreshingly straightforward. "Agreed," Gu Lin confirmed, then added, "I can sell you the recipes, but only after 1 month. That a month is sufficient for him to find a suitable residence and shop. And during this period, he is confident he can establish his store in the county town." Although Fang Jiue is unaware of the reason behind the other party's delay in selling the recipe, he agrees when he sees Gu Lin's decisive and straightforward demeanor. After finalizing a series of matters with Fang Jiue, Gu Lin prepares to leave Fu Man Lu. Fang Jiue says, "Boss Gu, when you come to Fu Man Lu in the future, there is no need to settle the bill. That I consider you a friend, and I can afford to treat friends to a few meals." Witnessing the unwavering sincerity in the other's expression, Gu Lin feels unable to refuse and can only nod in resignation. "Well, I shall agree for now." Just as Gu Lin steps out of Fu Man Lu, Zheng Hao approaches with a book box. "Uncle Gu." When they parted at noon, Gu Lin had informed Zheng Hao that if he did not see him outside the school after class, he should come to Fu Man Lu to find him. Having just received a substantial sum of silver, Gu Lin is in high spirits and smiles at Zheng Hao, saying, "Let us go on their way back." Gu Lin and Zheng Hao walk closely together, and he quietly shares the events of the afternoon with Zheng Hao as a member of the family. Gu Lin feels Zheng Hao has the right to know about family matters and to offer his own suggestions and thoughts. Regarding the matter of renting a house in the county, Zheng Hao has no objections. In fact, he understands that Gu Lin's intention to do so is likely for his sake, that he raises his head slightly and tells Gu Lin, "I will listen to Uncle Gu." Skipping over the rental discussion, Gu Lin informed Zheng Hao about selling the recipes for marinated delicacies and hand-pulled chicken with cold pig ears to Fu Man Lu. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao's brow furrows momentarily, yet he refrains from voicing his thoughts that he is aware that Gu Lin's decision to sell the recipes to Fu Man Lu means sacrificing a portion of the profits. But he also understands that without any backing, selling the recipes to Fu Man Lu is the best choice for them. Nevertheless, Zheng Hao still feels insufficiently empowered. Chapter 27. Buying a house, feeling jealous the next day. In the morning, Zheng Hao arrives at the Wulyo Academy and says to Gu Lin, "Uncle Gu, may we wait until I return at noon to look at the houses?" Gu Lin furrows his brow slightly. The midday break at Wulyo Academy is particularly short, and Zheng Hao barely has enough time to rest after lunch, let alone accompany him to view houses. Zheng Hao lowers his gaze slightly and says, I would like to go with Uncle Gu to see where we will live in the future. Observing the rare look of disappointment on the young boy's face, Gu Lin feels a twinge of reluctance and concedes. Very well. Zheng Hao lifts his gaze to Gu Lin, and the normally straight line of his lips curls into a slight smile. Thank you, Uncle Gu, seeing the rare smile on his face. Gu Lin shakes his head slightly and smiles back. Now off you go to the academy. After Zheng Hao leaves, Gu Lin returns to the cold dish stall and begins working alongside Aunt Zhao. As customers continue to stream in, and with Aunt Zhao becoming increasingly adept at preparing cold dishes, coupled with the ample vegetables provided by Hehe Village, Gu Lin increases the supply of cold dishes by 100 servings. It isn't until Zheng Hao finishes school at noon that they finally sell out of both cold dishes and marinated delicacies. Zheng Hao places his book box down and steps forward to assist Gu Lin and Aunt Zhao in tidying up the stall. Noticing that Gu Lin's wrist has become chafed and raw, Zheng Hao takes the cloth from Gu Lin's hand and says, Uncle Gu, why don't you rest for a bit? Aunt Zhao and I can handle the stall. Perhaps due to the recent days of frequently bending down to wash pig offal, Gu Lin's back has been aching. Seeing Zheng Hao offer to help, he does not hesitate to reply, there are some empty bamboo tubes left at the back of the stall. Just tidy them up and place them in the bamboo basket. All right, Zheng Hao responds, and then, with surprising agility that contrasts with his scholarly attire, he organizes the various clutter on the stall. Afterwards, he turns to Gu Lin and says, Uncle Gu, I'm finished. Good. Gu Lin nods and says to Zheng Hao, let us go eat first, and afterwards I will take you to look at the houses and shops. Okay. Zheng Hao replies that Ji Lin does not take Zheng Hao and Aunt Zhao to Fu Man Lu or any other restaurants. Instead, they turn down a side street and arrive at a small stall selling wontons. The wonton stall is run by a middle-aged couple with only 3 or 4 small wooden tables outside. Despite its small size, the tables are visibly clean, and Gu Lin and Zheng Hao have visited this place to eat several times before that Ji Lin addresses the stall owner's wife. Madam, we would like 7 bowls of fresh meat wontons. Certainly, she replies, then turns to the man behind the iron pot making wontons. Dear, 7 bowls of fresh meat wontons. Upon hearing Gu Lin's sizable order, Aunt Zhao's expression momentarily turns blank. When she realizes he has ordered 7 bowls of wontons, her heart involuntarily skips a beat. Brother Lin, can we really finish this many wontons? Gu Lin glances at Zheng Hao and smiles reassuringly at Aunt Zhao. Do not worry, we will definitely finish them. After saying this, he pours tea from the pot, placing a bowl in front of Zheng Hao and Aunt Zhao, then serves himself a bowl to sip, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing as the sweet flavor of the tea washes over him. At that moment, the stall owner's wife brings over the cooked wontons and sets them down before the 3 of them, saying, Enjoy your meal. Just as she turns to leave, Gu Lin inquires, Madam, what type of tea do you brew in this teapot? Hearing Gu Lin's question, the stall owner's wife chuckles, and Gu Lin finds this puzzling. Gradually, her laughter subsides, and she explains, Sir, you jest. Tea leaves are quite precious. How could we afford such luxury? This tea is made from flowers and herbs that my husband and I harvested from the mountains, that we find the flavor delightful at home, so we serve it to our customers as well. Gu Lin tastes the tea in his bowl again. It is sweet and pleasant that an idea flashes through his mind, but without seeing the actual ingredients, he cannot be certain that he addresses the stall owner's wife. I think your tea is quite exquisite that my child at home does not like to drink water. But this sweet tea should appeal to him, that I wonder if you could sell me some of those flowers and herbs? The stall owner's wife shows a hesitant expression, saying, We have used up all the herbs we had at the stall, that if you want some, we want tea have them until tomorrow. Initially, seeing the stall owner's wife's face filled with hesitation and difficulty, Gu Lin thought she might refuse. However, upon realizing her true intent, he replies, No worries, I will come back tomorrow. Thank you for your trouble. The stall owner's wife waves her hand, and although she does not voice it, she remembers Gu Lin's handsome appearance and his frequent patronage. Deep down, she thinks, we have plenty of those herbs at home. It's no trouble at all. Tomorrow, I will bring you a bundle. Gu Lin thanks her once more. After she leaves, Gu Lin ponders what culinary delights he might create if the herbs are indeed what he suspects. Suddenly, Zheng Hao speaks up. Uncle Gu, do you know other children? Initially, Gu Lin is caught off guard, not fully processing Zheng Hao's question. After a moment, he turns to Zheng Hao and notices the seriousness and determination in the boy's expression. as if he is seeking an answer from him. Gulin quickly realizes that the young boy is feeling jealous. Amused, he playfully pokes Zheng Hao's brow with his finger and asks, "Aside from you, do I know any other children at home? Moreover, am I mistaken about you? You always stay in the study for an entire evening without coming out for water or to use the restroom, that I've mentioned it several times. While studying is indeed important, one must also take care of their health." The Ji Yulin deeply respects Zheng Hao's dedication to his studies, yet he worries that the boy may be too extreme. Generally, a person should take a break to drink water or eat after studying for an hour. But Zheng Hao hardly even leaves the restroom, that if this continues, it will not be a good thing. Upon realizing that Gu Lin's mention of other children refers to him, Zheng Hao feels no anger despite being chastised by Gu Lin. He rarely adopts such a submissive demeanor, replying, "Uncle Gu, I was wrong, that I will improve." "That's more like it." Gu Lin responds earnestly, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is paramount. Suddenly, Aunt Zhao cannot hold back her laughter and exclaims, "You two truly are." She shakes her head, unsure of how to describe Brother Lin and young Master Zheng. Although they are father and son, their interactions lack any semblance of paternal authority. How can a father lack even a hint of authority? Scolding his child in a tone of complaint. However, Aunt Zhao, looking at Brother Lin's youthful, fresh face, suddenly realizes that he is merely 8 years older than Zheng Hao, which in many other families would be akin to siblings. Unbeknownst to Aunt Zhao's thoughts, Gu Lin is quite satisfied to see that Zheng Hao has absorbed his words. His appetite also grows, and after finishing 2 bowls of wontons, his previously flat stomach begins to bulge. After placing down his empty bowl, Gu Lin pats his belly. Once Zheng Hao and Aunt Zhao have also finished their meals, he settles the bill and first accompanies Zheng Hao to see Aunt Zhao off outside the city, before returning to town straight towards the pawn shop. Yi San, who had been dozing off, opens his eyes just in time to see Gu Lin walk in. "Mr. Gu, you've finally arrived." Gu Lin addresses Yi San, "Please take us to see the first and third houses we viewed yesterday." "Certainly." As Gu Lin entered, Yi San instinctively directed his gaze towards him, that it was only upon hearing him mention that he noticed the young lad beside him. Following the route taken yesterday, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao accompanied Yi San to the first house. As Zheng Hao examined the property, he listened intently to Gu Lin recount the details he had gathered about it. After traversing every corner of the house, Zheng Hao turned to Yi San and requested, "Please lead us to the next location." "All right," Yi San replied absently. What kind of scene had he just witnessed? It was one thing for an adult to view a property accompanied by a child, but it was utterly absurd to seek the child's opinion. Surely, today would not end with him unable to rent even a single house. With a heavy heart, Yi San guided the duo to the third house. After repeating the actions taken during the inspection of the first property, Zheng Hao looked up at Gu Lin and said, "Uncle Gu, I have something to discuss with you." The Ji Yulin instantly understood, turning to Yi San to say, "I need to consult with my family first. I shall provide you with an answer shortly." Yi San nodded, understood, and then stepped a few feet away. Once the distance was established, Zheng Hao looked at Gu Lin and inquired, "Uncle Gu, which house do you wish to rent?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lin replied, "In truth, I would prefer to rent the first one, that the first house was neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for the two of us, and the shop in front was spacious, situated in the heart of the county town, ensuring a steady stream of business." However, as he trailed off, a conflicted expression crossed Gu Lin's face. That it had been mentioned earlier that a family had perished in the first house, and since then, none who rented it had met with a favorable fate. Although Gu Lin did not believe in ghosts or deities, he was wary of human nature, and he suspected that the house had been marked by some ill-intentioned individuals. And the cause of death of the family selling sesame cakes remained unresolved. Many murderers had a penchant for revisiting crime scenes. Thus Gu Lin hesitated to gamble with his and Zheng Hao's lives. Noticing Gu Lin's demeanor, Zheng Hao surmised that his uncle harbored some reservations about the first house due to its tragic history. That he said, "Actually, the third house is considerably better than the first." Gu Lin nodded. "It is indeed superior, but both the house and the shop are rather large. If we were to rent it, the cost-effectiveness would not be high." While he sold food, he had no intention of opening a restaurant. Zheng Hao met Gu Lin's gaze and said, "Although the third house is sizable, Aunt Zhao and her family will inevitably visit the county town, and having more rooms would be convenient for them. As for the shop, although it appears large, if we designate a portion for a kitchen, there will not be much space left. Thus, it seems that among the 3 properties, Only the third house and shop are the most economical for us. Moreover, if Uncle Gu feels that renting is a loss, what if we consider buying a house? Our initial intent to rent was due to a lack of funds, but now that we have the means, we could purchase them outright. Zheng Hao's words enlightened Gu Lin. Although he was more mature and composed than most of his peers, he still thought like an ordinary student, even after receiving a profit from the cold dish venture. He had not considered using that money to buy a house and shop. Ji Yulin looked at Zheng Hao with sparkling eyes and gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Hao, you were simply brilliant. Seeing Gu Lin sincerely praise him, Zheng Hao replied earnestly. Uncle Gu simply had not thought of it at the moment. Given a few more days, he would surely make the right choice. That Ji Yulin did not refute Zheng Hao's statement. He knew that he had merely been stuck in a narrow mindset, that in a few days he would come to understand. He patted Zheng Hao on the shoulder and said, I am fortunate to have brought you along. Having resolved to buy the house and shop, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao approached Yisan. Ji Yulin informed him, we have made our decision. We wish to purchase the third house and shop. Purchase a house and shop? Yisan exclaimed in astonishment, puzzled as to why they had suddenly changed from renting to buying. And that too, the most expensive option. That Ji Yulin continued, I would appreciate your assistance as an intermediary. So I may negotiate with the owner of this property. The price is negotiable. Although the owner had not explicitly stated a desire to sell the house and shop, given that they intended to leave their homeland with their son, it was likely that a discussion could lead to a sale. That is the price truly negotiable. Upon hearing Gu Lin's words, Yisan snapped back to reality, looking at the young man before him. He could hardly believe that he was a person of hidden depth. When Yisan posed his question, Gu Lin's ears perked up. He asked nonchalantly, is the owner willing to sell? Do you know the asking price? Yisan smiled, the mole on his cheek twitching slightly. The owner initially entrusted me to sell the house and shop, but due to the high price, many potential buyers were deterred, so they resorted to renting. Now that a buyer has come forward, it is fortuitous indeed. I will not deceive you. You have seen the quality of the materials used in this house, and the shop is spacious and well lit. The minimum price is certainly this amount. That he gestured with his hand, 150 taels. Gu Lin observed the figure Yisan indicated, and upon seeing him nod, he pondered for a moment. Yisan remained composed, yet could not help but lick his dry lips. The price of 150 taels was slightly steep. In truth, 140 taels would suffice. However, the owner was adamant about the 150 taels, unwilling to sell for less, leaving Yisan with no choice but to comply. Ji Yulin, having gathered information on the general pricing of properties in the county town from Manager Chun, estimated that the combined value of this house and shop was around 140 taels. Despite the 150 taels being somewhat high, he reasoned that one could not always monopolize good fortune. The additional 10 taels would not enrich him, but it would facilitate a smooth transaction without complications. Gu Lin deemed it worthwhile. Then he nodded and said, all right, 150 taels. It is that Yisan's mouth fell slightly agape. He had anticipated a lengthy haggling process, yet the young man before him made a decisive offer without any negotiation. Having traversed the county town's business circles for many years, Yisan knew all the prominent families, yet he found himself perplexed by the identity of this young man. Was he perhaps the newly-wed son of a wealthy merchant? With a tone slightly more respectful, he said, Gu Fulong, please follow me. I will take you to meet the owner of the property. Following Yisan, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao met with the property owner. After a brief discussion with no apparent issues, they promptly signed the contract and exchanged payment. Seeing the young man before him genuinely produce 150 taels to hand over to the seller, Yisan was utterly convinced. This was indeed a person capable of purchasing property. Why had he not mentioned it sooner? After Gu Lin paid the commission to Yisan, he and Zheng Hao left the pawnshop. Upon returning to their newly acquired property, Gu Lin could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed to Zheng Hao, Xiao Hao, we finally have a house in the county town. Indeed, Zheng Hao replied, his heart brimming with joy. It is all thanks to Uncle Gu. Gazing at the property deed in his hands, with both their names proudly inscribed upon it, Gu Lin smiled broadly. Once we tidy up the house, we shall immediately arrange a banquet and invite Aunt Zhao's family over for a meal. Watching Gu Lin enthusiastically plan ahead, Zheng Hao chimed in, that sounds splendid. Having spent a considerable amount of time purchasing the property, they realized that the hour for class at Wulio Academy was fast approaching. Zheng Hao shouldered his book box and departed from the house, while Gu Lin proceeded to the shop in front to measure its dimensions. contemplating how to renovate it according to its original layout. Chapter 28. Zheng Hao greatly relished this sensation. The following day, prior to commencing business, Gu Lin placed a wooden sign in front of the stall. The sign bore black characters on white paper, which he had instructed Zheng how to write the previous night. That a considerable number of customers gathered before the cold dish stall, examining the sign. Many illiterate individuals struggled to decipher its contents. Just as they were about to approach the stall owner for clarification, a few scholars emerged from the crowd and read aloud from the sign. The stall will be closed starting today. A new shop will open on Mingrong Street in 5 days that we hope to see your patronage. As one scholar finished reading, a commotion erupted among the crowd, who feared they would be deprived of their beloved cold dishes in the future. They hurriedly approached Gu Lin, who was busy preparing food, and asked, "Boss Gu, are you really opening a shop? Will you still sell cold dishes and marinated delicacies?" Gu Lin, finishing his preparations, looked up and confirmed, "Yes, we will continue selling them. The stall is too small, and the daily supply of cold dishes and marinated delicacies is limited, so closing the stall to open a shop is a necessity." Upon hearing Gu Lin's affirmation, the crowd realized the truth of the sign. Nearby, several other small stall owners were left astonished. How had Gu Lin managed to earn enough to open a shop in such a short time? Though they had witnessed the bustling business of the cold dish stall, they found it hard to believe that Gu Lin could open a shop so soon. They began to ponder whether selling cold dishes was truly that lucrative. No, that couldn't be right. They collectively shook their heads. Since the cold dishes began selling, many had attempted to imitate the success, initially gaining some business due to lower prices, but eventually failing due to poor taste. Retreating in disgrace. This indicated that the cold dish business was not as easy as it seemed. One questioner seized upon the key point in Gu Lin's words, his eyes alight with excitement. "Boss Gu, does this mean that once you open the shop, there will be no limits on cold dishes and marinated delicacies?" Indeed, that Gu Lin did not keep his interlocutor in suspense. The questioner was not the only one filled with joy. Even those waiting behind him burst into exuberance upon hearing the news. Several patrons at the cold dish stalls nearly leapt with excitement, exclaiming to Gu Lin, "Boss Gu, you should have opened your shop long ago." Not only did Gu Lin himself feel dissatisfied with the limited space of his stall and the few cold dishes and braised items he offered, many customers shared this sentiment, due to the small quantity of cold dishes and braised items sold daily. Despite their early rising, there were always those who arrived even earlier, resulting in several occasions where they missed out on purchasing their desired items. Now, upon learning that Gu Lin would increase the quantity of cold dishes and braised items when he opened his shop in 5 days, the patrons swiftly shed their earlier discontent and frustration over the stall's temporary closure, smilingly assuring Gu Lin, "Rest assured, Boss Gu, we will definitely come to support you." Seeing that the diners bore no ill will towards him, but rather showed such support, Gu Lin smiled and revealed to them the special events planned for the opening day of his new establishment. "Thanks to everyone's patronage, we will introduce new delicacies and numerous discounts on the opening day. I hope you all will visit." After successfully informing the customers about his upcoming closure and shop opening, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had worried that they might express their dissatisfaction. But seeing that everything was resolved amicably, he was genuinely pleased. Furthermore, upon learning that Gu Lin would not be setting up his stall for the next 5 days, the customers immediately unleashed an unprecedented purchasing power. With hundreds of servings of cold dishes and 2 large pots of braised items astonishingly selling out within just an hour, Ji Lin, alongside Sister Zhao, began to tidy up the stall. Once they had nearly finished their tasks, Gu Lin bid Sister Zhao farewell and made his way to the wonton stall to seek out the proprietress. "Madam," Gu Lin called out at that moment. It was still before lunchtime, and the wonton stall was rather empty. The proprietress, who had been standing behind the iron pot making wontons, raised her head upon hearing Gu Lin's voice. She wiped her flour-covered hands on her apron and approached him holding a bundle of herbs. "Mr. Gu, is this the herb you were looking for?" Accepting the herbs from the proprietress, Gu Lin lowered his gaze to examine and sift through the bundle, ultimately confirming that the herbs before him were indeed the licorice he desired. He fiddled with the clumps of licorice in his hands and discovered several brown fruits within. Ji Lin paused, then raised his gaze towards the proprietress, noticing the brown fruits in Gu Lin's hands. The proprietress explained, "These fruits are called sweet fruits. The water boiled from them is also sweet. You can take them home for your children to drink." Ji Lin half closed his eyes, a thought swiftly crossing his mind. Then, lifting his gaze with a smile radiating genuine joy, he addressed the proprietress. "Madam, how much licorice and sweet fruit do you have?" Licorice. Initially puzzled by the unfamiliar term, the proprietress quickly realized that Gu Lin was referring to the bundle of herbs upon seeing the eagerness in his eyes. While she was unsure of his intentions, she candidly replied, "There is an abundance of licorice and sweet fruit in our village. Hardly anyone cares to collect them." Upon learning about the plentiful supply of licorice and sweet fruit, Gu Lin's smile deepened as he said, "Madam, I would like to discuss a business proposition with you." "A business proposition?" The proprietress was taken aback. At that moment, the owner, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, approached. Gu Lin addressed both of them. "I would like to collaborate with you. I need a substantial quantity of licorice and sweet fruit, but I lack the time to procure them from your village. You could act as intermediaries to collect them and sell them to me. I won't concern myself with the price you pay the villagers. I will offer 10 won per pound for licorice and 3 won per pound for sweet fruit. What do you think?" The proprietress and the owner were momentarily stunned by Gu Lin's words, appearing somewhat perplexed, having previously stated that licorice and sweet fruit were abundant and disregarded by others. They found it hard to believe that he would offer such high prices for them. Surely, this was not a jest. Gu Lin was indeed serious. The prices he proposed seemed high to the proprietress and owner because they viewed licorice and sweet fruit as worthless weeds. Yet 10 won was the standard price for licorice. Licorice is a medicinal herb, an essential ingredient in herbal medicine shops. Gu Lin, accustomed to dealing with spice vendors, knew that licorice typically cost around 15 won at retail. However, that was for processed licorice. The proprietress and the villagers obviously did not offer processed herbs, as the licorice Gu Lin was interested in was directly harvested and sun-dried by them. Thus, he offered them a price reflective of unprocessed licorice. After all, he intended to use the licorice for culinary purposes, so whether it was processed or not was of little consequence to him. Observing the earnest demeanor of the young man before her, and recalling how he had swiftly progressed from a small stall vendor to a shop owner within just a month, the proprietress felt her initial apprehension dissipate, and she harbored a vague premonition that she should agree to his proposal. The proprietress fixed her gaze on Gu Lin and inquired, "Mr. Gu, how much licorice and sweet fruit do you need?" "As much as you have." Gu Lin replied without hesitation. "Tomorrow, I will require 50 pounds of licorice and sweet fruit. At that time, please deliver them directly to the shop on Mingrong Street." He produced a silver ingot and presented it to the proprietress, saying, "This is a deposit." Having never seen such a large ingot of silver in her life, which weighed around 10 taels, she bit her lip and agreed, "All right, I will ensure that the licorice and sweet fruit are delivered to your shop tomorrow." After finalizing the business deal, Gu Lin took the herbs and fruits and departed. For the next 5 days, Gu Lin refrained from setting up his stall as he focused on renovating the house and shop in the county. He also granted Sister Zhao a break, allowing her to rest at home. Each morning, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao would ride Uncle Zhang's ox cart to the county. Zheng Hao attended school while Gu Lin busied himself with finding contractors for the renovations. Guided by his aesthetic preferences, Gu Lin communicated with the renovation team to design the house warmly, while opting for a more minimalist approach for the shop. During the renovation of Zheng Hao's room, Gu Lin specifically inquired about his preferences, only to find that Zheng Hao requested simplicity, stating, "This is sufficient. Please ask Uncle Gu to help me set up a few more bookshelves." In response to Zheng Hao's straightforward request, Gu Lin waved his hand and promptly instructed the workers to install several bookshelves in Zheng Hao's room and study. Once the house renovations were completed, the shop was also nearing its final touches. Gu Lin fulfilled his promise made on the day of purchasing the house by inviting Sister Zhao's family to a housewarming banquet at their new home on the 4th day. The banquet was filled with a rich and diverse array of dishes laid out across the table. There were dishes sourced from Fuminlu, as well as those prepared by Gu Lin himself. In short, there was a wide variety of meats, vegetables, cold dishes, and hot meals, all expertly cooked. After exchanging a few auspicious words at the beginning, everyone became fully engrossed in enjoying the feast. By the end of the meal, only a few remnants of the numerous dishes remained. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Sister Zhao finally found a moment to ask Gu Lin, "Brother Lin, when are you moving?" Gu Lin shared his plans. "Tomorrow. I have nearly finished packing my belongings that we don't need to move the furniture, as the previous owner left quite a bit behind. Zheng Hao and I only need to bring our clothes and a few odds and ends." "All right," Sister Zhao immediately replied. "I will have my husband and the others come over to help you." "Good." The bond between the two families continued to strengthen, and Gu Lin felt comfortable with Sister Zhao. Yet, he harbored some concerns and turned to Sister Zhao, saying, "After the new shop opens, I will need your and Brother Zhao's assistance." Sister Zhao assumed he was referring to her own matters and waved her hand dismissively. "What trouble could there be? It's simply moving into. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't even have a house in the county." Seeing Sister Zhao's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Lin smiled helplessly. "It's not just a matter of inconvenience for you. I will also need Brother Zhao's help. After Zheng Hao and I move to the county, we won't be able to return to Xiahe village frequently, but the vegetables there still need to be collected and delivered to the county." Gu Lin expressed to Sister Zhao, "I would like to collaborate with Brother Zhao to help purchase the village's produce, then transport it to the county every morning. However, this will require Brother Zhao to rise early. And if he is willing to take on this task, I will pay him 4 taels of silver each month as wages." After speaking, Gu Lin turned to Brother Zhao and asked, "Brother Zhao, does that sound acceptable?" The typically taciturn Brother Zhao replied, "No need for silver. I wake up early every day anyway. After delivering the vegetables, I can just return to the fields." Sister Zhao disagreed, saying, "What Brother Zhao said is right. You've already offered me 5 taels of silver as wages. It doesn't make sense to pay him 2. Gu Lin understood that Sister Zhao likely felt he was taking advantage of her. And he helplessly explained, "Sister, this cannot be generalized to be why bringing you from the village to work with me in business. It means you won't be able to return home often and will have to work from dawn till dusk. The 5 taels of silver I offer you is what you rightfully deserve. It is hardly excessive. Zhao, my elder brother, is procuring fruits and vegetables for me, which necessitates interaction with the villagers and the transportation of produce. When the weather turns colder in a few days, Zhao will brave the biting winds to journey from the village to the county town. He has not taken an excessive fee for his labor. After all, you all toil with your physical strength, and if I fail to offer appropriate wages, I would feel a pang of guilt within my conscience." Upon hearing Gu Lin expound on these principles, Zhao's wife began to feel a headache and interjected, all right, you young man certainly knows how to make a case for your arguments." That Zhao's wife continued, "I shall return today to tidy up and will come to the county tomorrow." Observing that the other party no longer resisted and even suggested arriving 2 days early, Gu Lin could not help but feel moved, exclaiming, "Sister Zhao, you are truly wonderful." That Zhao's wife felt a flush rise to her cheeks at this compliment, saying, "At our age, we shouldn't be so sentimental." Yet, despite her words, the affection in her gaze towards the young man before her was unmistakable. However, upon hearing Zhao's wife's reminder, Gu Lin instinctively turned to see Zheng Hao watching him. Reflecting on how he had just acted coyly with Zhao's wife, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and straightened his demeanor to adopt a more adult-like composure. Little did Gu Lin know, in Zheng Hao's eyes, he had never appeared particularly stable. Unlike other elders who exuded a sense of maturity, Gu Lin managed to be serious when necessary, yet he was never shy about expressing his affection openly. Moreover, Gu Lin was distinctly different from those around him. He showed Zheng Hao a profound respect, making him feel not like a mere appendage of the elder, but rather a valued member of the family. Gu Lin would not overlook his opinions and would always inquire about his thoughts regarding various matters. For instance, when Zhao Dejing was injured, he sought Zheng Hao's counsel for a solution. Similarly, during discussions about purchasing a house and a shop, Gu Lin would consult him as well. Even when Gu Lin had to act quickly on matters that did not allow for consultation, he would inform Zheng Hao afterward, slowly building a sense of home between them. A feeling that Zheng Hao cherished deeply, in contrast to the joy shared among Gu Lin and the others. Zhao Dejing appeared somewhat dejected. His injuries were healing, yet as a young man, with both parents working, he felt defeated lying at home, relying on others for sustenance. The Jiu Lin, ever observant, noticed Zhao Dejing's discontent and asked, "Dejing, have you figured out how to make that wooden cart I asked you to think about the other day?" Upon hearing Gu Lin call his name, Zhao Dejing quickly masked his frustration and replied, "Not yet, but I know how to make it now. That if you need it, Uncle Gu, I can have it ready by tomorrow." "Good," Gu Lin responded. "Start by making 3 or 4 carts. The road from Xia village to the county town is terribly bumpy, and if we continue to use Uncle Zhang's ox cart to transport the produce, the items in the bamboo baskets are bound to get damaged. That we will use the carts you make. However, given the high volume of produce to be transported daily, Zhao will likely need your assistance in delivering it as well." Upon hearing Gu Lin's words and realizing he was not useless and had tasks to undertake, a spark ignited in Zhao Dejing's eyes as he assured Gu Lin, Uncle Gu, don't worry. I will do my best. Seeing the young man's spirits lifted, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him. When he turned to meet Zhao's wife's grateful gaze, he couldn't help but reflect on the deep compassion inherent in parental love. Chapter 29. Moving in reality. The opening of a new shop typically involves unveiling a red cloth followed by the firing of firecrackers. But for the sake of narrative requirements, the sequence has been reversed. At Xia Village, 2 carts were stationed at the entrance of the Zheng household. One a bullock cart from Uncle Zhang's family, and the other a donkey cart hired by Gu Lin from the county town. The villagers of Xia had never seen so many carts at once and flocked over to witness the spectacle. Initially, they presumed these carts were hired by Gu Lin to transport food to the county for trade. But when they saw Gu Lin, Zheng Hao, and Zhao's wife carrying wooden boxes, book boxes, and bundles out to load onto the carts, they began to sense something amiss that a nearby ant could not help but inquire. Gu Lin, what are you all up to in a village as small as Xia? Any stirrings quickly became common knowledge. Gu Lin had not anticipated that their move to the county would be kept under wraps. Yet he refrained from disclosing the entire truth. Addressing the crowd gathered at the Zheng household, he explained, Xiahao now attends school in the county during the day, and I must rise early each morning to conduct business there. For convenience, we have decided to rent a place in the county to avoid the anxiety of returning home each night. The villagers of Xia were momentarily taken aback. While they were aware that Gu Lin was making money through his business in the county, they had not imagined that a small stall could afford them the means to relocate there. Looking at the father and son before them, they felt a sense of dissonance. The once destitute orphan and widow had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into prosperous citizens of the county town. That a bittersweet pang filled the villagers' hearts, and they voiced their thoughts. Renting a place in the county must cost quite a bit, right? Gu Lin had never overestimated human nature. He had anticipated envy when revealing their move to the county. However, feigning ignorance to the bitterness in their words, he lamented, indeed, not only are the houses in the county expensive, but they are also dilapidated. I managed to rent a small, shabby place for over 100 coins. And as if that were not enough, the roof leaks during rainstorms. Gu Lin then shifted his tone. What is even more unbearable is that firewood and vegetables in the county come at a price. If it weren't for the children and the business there, I would never squander my money in such a manner. Upon hearing that Gu Lin had spent over 100 coins on a rundown, leaky house, the villagers of Xia felt a bit better. However, when they learned that Gu Lin also had to spend money on firewood and vegetables, their earlier envy and bitterness began to dissipate. One ant, with a hint of pride, remarked, what Gu Lin says is true. Houses in the county are exorbitantly priced, and my nephew works as a waiter in a tavern and spends 400 to 500 coins just on rent each month. Good houses in the county are hard to come by, and renting one requires a hefty sum. With this, the villagers felt increasingly convinced that Gu Lin's life in the county was far from easy. Some even felt a twinge of schadenfreude, thinking that the money Gu Lin earned from his business would hardly suffice after paying rent. The ant who had previously gathered water and firewood for Gu Lin, though lamenting the loss of future earnings, recalled that she could now earn a share through his vegetable sales, prompting her to say, Gu Lin, wait a moment. I will go pick some vegetables for you to take to the county, so you don't have to spend money buying them. Watching her dash off, Gu Lin's lips moved slightly, and upon meeting the sincerity in her eyes, he ultimately accepted her offer, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing the woman's generous act inspired others to follow suit, but Gu Lin quickly intervened, saying, Aunties, please rest assured, Zhao will deliver vegetables to the county every day. Though my life in the county may not be as carefree as in the village, I will not lack for vegetables. Even as he reassured them, the Annies felt that Gu Lin's move to the county would mean a life of hardship, where the fruits they had previously enjoyed freely would now have to be rationed. Thus, after all belongings were packed and loaded onto the 2 carts, Gu Lin departed Xia village under the sympathetic gazes of the village women. As they watched the carts and figures gradually recede into the distance, Wang Guer, who had long been confined at home, finally gaining a semblance of freedom, turned to Grandma Chen beside him and mused, Aunt Chen, I recall that your son, Zixiang, used to attend the private school only half a day before being called home for 6 or 7 years. Yet this young lad attends school all day long. Even Gu Lin has moved to the county for him. Could it be he is truly gifted in studies? Grandma Chen, the grandmother of Chen Zixiang and the mother-in-law of Tian Dahua, though not particularly fond of her daughter-in-law, had high hopes for her grandson, From the age of 6, when Chun Zixiang exhibited intelligence surpassing that of his cousins, the Chen family had resolved to invest all their resources in sending him to study in the county. Over the years, they had lived frugally to support him, hoping he would attain scholarly success and erase the muddy legacy of their ancestors. Thus, even though Chun Zixiang was now 16 and had not yet made his mark, Grandma Chen was confident in her grandson's future, convinced he would excel and become the first scholar of Xia village. Therefore, in response to Wang Ge's veiled jibe, Grandma Chen retorted without hesitation. Regardless of others, your boy is destined to be a mud-legged peasant. With precise aim, she preferred to deliver a decisive blow rather than engage in petty squabbles. Wang Ge, upon receiving her blunt scorn, felt his neck and face flush with anger, yet he dared not retort. Observing Wang Ge's pitiful demeanor, Grandma Chen cast him a disdainful glance before departing. That eye in her eyes, neither Zheng Hao nor any of the others could compare to her grandson. Her grandson, gifted with remarkable intelligence from a young age, is believed to be the reincarnation of the literary deity. Anyone daring to compare themselves to him is merely inviting humiliation upon themselves. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Wang Ge and Grandmother Chun had a rather unpleasant quarrel. Upon moving into his new abode, Gu Lin swiftly arranged his belongings in his room, which was spacious and bright. While Zheng Hao took residence in the eastern chamber along with the study, and Sister Zhao settled in the west, the group busied themselves in their respective quarters throughout the day, and as twilight began to descend, Gu Lin, noticing his room was nearly organized, stepped outside, where he found Zheng Hao waiting. Observing that Sister Zhao had not yet emerged, he called out to her, "Sister, what would you like to eat tonight?" Upon hearing Gu Lin's voice, Sister Zhao, who had been momentarily entranced by the beauty and tidiness of her own room, regained her senses. After placing her bundle on the table, she exited her chamber and inquired of Gu Lin and Zheng Hao. "What do you wish to eat? I shall prepare dinner." Zheng Hao, not being picky, and Gu Lin, who voiced his desired dishes, saw Sister Zhao head into the woodshed that Ji Yulin attempted to follow her in to lend a hand, but was promptly shooed away by Sister Zhao, who exclaimed, "Go away, don't make a mess." Thus, Gu Lin stood outside the woodshed, exchanging glances with Zheng Hao. After a moment's pause, Zheng Hao asked Uncle Gu, "Would you like to see my bedroom and study?" Gu Lin had previously visited Zheng Hao's chambers and study, having assisted in their decoration, yet he had never seen them arranged by Zheng Hao himself. With Sister Zhao's dismissal from cooking, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time, and upon hearing the invitation, his interest was piqued. Noticing the spark of excitement in Zheng Hao's eyes, Gu Lin followed him. Their first stop was Zheng Hao's bedroom. Following Zheng Hao's suggestion, Gu Lin instructed that a screen be placed a few steps inside the door, ensuring that upon entering, one could not discern the exact details within. After maneuvering around the screen, Gu Lin beheld 3 bookshelves standing against the wall, not only adorned with books, but also housing small wooden boxes. Zheng Hao ventured further into the inner chamber before halting. Observing Zheng Hao's sudden stop, Gu Lin was momentarily puzzled, but soon saw him take another step inside. Upon following, Gu Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration at the cleanliness. Indeed, despite having spent the entire day organizing his own quarters, which remained in disarray, Zheng Hao's bedroom was immaculate and orderly, with every item in its rightful place, devoid of any clutter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Lin inquired, "How have you managed to keep your bedroom so tidy?" Neither in the past nor present had Zheng Hao ever visited Gu Lin's room, so he was unaware that the seemingly pristine quarters of his elder were, in fact, quite chaotic, with clothes strewn across the table or sprawled on the bed. Zheng Hao replied, "Frequently used items are kept in plain sight, while those less often utilized are stored away in cabinets or boxes. When I finish using something, I return it to its original place. And thus the bedroom remains clean and organized." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's method, Gu Lin rubbed his nose, realizing he could never adhere to such a principle that he could maintain cleanliness in his shop, as it was a place for food preparation. But in the sanctuary of his private quarters, he preferred a certain disarray, which imparted a unique sense of comfort and security. After departing from Zheng Hao's bedroom, Gu Lin accompanied him to the study. Compared to the bedroom, the study was even brighter and exhibited a more rigorous and serene arrangement. For instance, the bookshelves in the study differed markedly from those in the bedroom. As they held only books, devoid of any other items, Ji Yulin distinctly perceived that Zheng Hao had delineated the bedroom as a space for rest and the study for work. Unbeknownst to Zheng Hao, who was leading the way, Gu Lin was lost in thought. Upon reaching the desk, adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone, Zheng Hao turned to Gu Lin and said, "Uncle Gu, you are welcome to use the study whenever you wish to read or write." Gu Lin accepted Zheng Hao's invitation with a smile, replying, "Thank you. I generally use the study during the day, so I will not disturb your studies." Zheng Hao, upon hearing this, frowned slightly, not believing that Gu Lin's presence would disrupt him. He earnestly stated, "Uncle Gu, please do not worry. The study is meant for learning. Your reading here will not be a disturbance that if I cannot concentrate due to external distractions, that is a reflection of my own inadequacy. And I must strive harder." Listening to Zheng Hao's composed and reasonable words, Gu Lin found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Zheng Hao often articulated unexpected insights that, while surprising, were invariably logical, leaving Gu Lin speechless. Just as he pondered how to express his thoughts to Zheng Hao, Sister Zhao called them to dinner. Zheng Hao observed Gu Lin's conflicted expression and suggested, "Uncle Gu, let us go eat." Deciding to temporarily set aside the matter, and recognizing that Zheng Hao had not spoken incorrectly, Gu Lin resolved to discuss these topics with him at a later time. On Mingrong Street, a grand yet simplistic shop was festooned with a string of firecrackers, its sign draped in red cloth that a bustling crowd gathered outside, animatedly chatting. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Light the firecrackers." Gu Lin approached the firecracker with a lit match, successfully igniting the fuse before swiftly retreating to Sister Zhao's side, covering his ears as he watched the firecrackers crackle to life. Amid the din, some passers-by were drawn in, inquiring about the commotion. "Which shop is opening that has attracted such a crowd?" A middle-aged man turned, smiling as he explained, "It is the store run by Boss Gu, which previously sold cold dishes and marinated delicacies. After 5 days of preparation, it finally opens today." Upon hearing this, the curious onlookers immediately recognized the establishment. The middle-aged man continued, "For the grand opening, Boss Gu will unveil new dishes today. And true to tradition, there will be tasting samples available. However, having gone without cold dishes and marinated delicacies for 5 days, I wonder if I will get to taste the new offerings by the time my turn arrives." A bystander, unfamiliar with the customs of the cold dish stall, scoffed at the middle-aged man. "Isn't it just food? If the owner doesn't give it away, we can simply buy it ourselves." The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger at the insult. But before he could respond, another patron clarified, "Boss Gu only allows tasting of new dishes the day before they are sold. So if they run out today, we must wait until tomorrow to purchase them." Faced with this rebuttal, the scoffing man's expression soured. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "It's merely food. Does it truly matter?" With that, he hastily turned to leave. However, the remaining crowd reacted differently. Upon hearing that Boss Gu was introducing new dishes, they were nearly drooling in anticipation. Initially, there were pig ears and vinegar, followed by pig intestines and liver. What would typically be deemed unpalatable transformed into delectable dishes under Boss Gu's skillful hands. Thus, it was widely believed that anything prepared by Gu Lin could not possibly be distasteful. Eager patrons jostled toward the crowd, hoping to be among the first to sample the new offerings. Once the firecrackers fizzled out, Gu Lin removed the red cloth from the sign, revealing the 3 characters Xing Fu Ju. The crowd erupted in applause, and Gu Lin, beaming with delight, raised his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your patronage. Today, the first 100 customers will receive a complimentary new dish." Upon hearing this, those behind him urged their companions forward. "Hurry." Boss Gu said the first 100 customers will receive a new dish. "We must get there quickly, or we might miss out." The crowd surged forward, each person eager not to fall behind and miss the chance for a new dish. However, the patrons of the cold dish stall were accustomed to the routine and, despite their eagerness, instinctively stepped back when they noticed a line forming, soon creating an orderly queue outside Xingfu Jiu in front of the first 100 customers. Gu Lin and Sister Zhao swiftly packed each bamboo tube. Soon, the first 100 customers not only acquired the cold dishes and marinated delicacies they craved, but also received a new dish as a gift from Xingfu Jiu. This new offering was somewhat unusual. A tube containing a liquid known as milk tea. Unfamiliar with this beverage, some customers approached Gu Lin with questions, yet he merely smiled and said, "Please try it. The taste will surely be unlike any drink you've had before." Intrigued by Gu Lin's words, the customers opened the bamboo tubes to find a slightly yellowish-white liquid inside. One of them frowned and remarked, "Isn't this just goat's milk? The distinct and pungent aroma of goat's milk often deters many from indulging in it. Gu Lin gently shook his head and clarified, "It is not goat's milk. Rather, it is a concoction of cow's milk brewed with tea leaves." Upon learning that it was cow's milk, the customer's initial aversion dissipated, replaced by an intensified curiosity. It is worth noting that in this era, cattle are considered precious, and the milk they produce, though many have not tasted it, is instinctively regarded as a delicacy. The customer lifted the bamboo tube and took a sip. Initially apprehensive of the cow's milk's strong flavor, cautiously sipping at first. However, as he savored the silky, rich, and slightly sweet liquid, he quickly began to gulp it down with gusto. Once he drained the bamboo tube, he set it down, revealing it to be completely empty. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he exclaimed, "Refreshing." It was evident that the customer had developed a profound affection for this beverage known as milk tea. A lover of sweetness, he had indulged in various candies, preserves, and sweet drinks in the county, yet nothing compared to the creamy sweetness of the milk tea before him. Turning to Gu Lin, the customer inquired, "Boss, do you sell milk tea? How much for a tube?" Without a flicker of an eye, Gu Lin replied, 10 won per tube." "What? 10 won per tube?" A middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise that they're gold infused in this milk tea. Gu Lin patiently explained, "Sir, the ingredients for our milk tea are both substantial and precious. First, cow's milk is a rarity. You can inquire around the county and discover that there are almost no places selling it. Our shop sources milk at a high price. The brewing of milk tea also requires a generous amount of tea leaves, and we use premium black tea that I believe those who have just tasted the milk tea have discerned the tea's flavor. Additionally, we incorporate a significant amount of honey to mitigate the bitterness of the tea leaves, ensuring that the milk tea is delightfully sweet. However, due to the high production costs, we can only brew a limited number of tubes each day. So we kindly ask for your understanding. Is it truly so?" The middle-aged man's tone held a hint of skepticism, yet the struggle on his face indicated that he was wavering, beginning to trust Gu Lin's words. Indeed, the shop prided itself on honesty. Were Gu Lin's claims entirely true? One might say they were a mix of fact and embellishment. The milk was indeed sourced at a premium, and while the tea leaves were not as exquisite as he claimed, they were certainly not of poor quality, merely ordinary. However, the expense of honey was undeniably high. Fortunately, the ancients had a penchant for sweetness without the bombardment of modern artificial sweeteners. Thus, Gu Lin's 5-part sugar version of milk tea was already exceedingly sweet for them. The milk tea was undeniably refreshing and enjoyable. "Boss Gu, please prepare 5 tubes for me to take home and indulge my family," one customer said after his earlier sip. Upon hearing this, another individual chastised him. "Did you not hear Boss Gu say the milk tea is in limited supply? How could you buy so many?" After delivering his rebuke, this accuser glanced hopefully at Gu Lin, wishing he would reiterate the limited purchase policy. But to his surprise, the young proprietor, with an apologetic expression, replied, "I apologize. Due to the optimal time for consuming milk tea, missing it would affect its flavor, so our shop does not impose a limit on milk tea." In an instant, the crowd outside the shop erupted into a mixture of sighs and cheers. Those who lamented knew they were fated to miss out on the milk tea that day, while those at the front rejoiced, realizing they could purchase as many tubes as they desired without restriction. Observing this scene, Gu Lin found himself at an impasse. As a businessman, he needed to profit. If he limited sales of every new dish due to a few customers missing out, it would appear no different from when he offered limited quantities. However, should he continue to operate under such a model, he would find himself only dealing with a few silver coins in the future that in the early stages to stabilize his customer base. Gu Lin's limited offerings were justifiable. Now, however, with the reputation of his cold dishes and marinated delicacies firmly established, he sought to correct the public's old mindset before they became entirely accustomed to the limitation model. Nevertheless, he did not wish to leave the patrons entirely disheartened and thus offered an unexpected surprise, aside from milk tea. Our shop also offers other delightful beverages that a customer who could not procure milk tea asked. "Are these other drinks as delicious as the milk tea?" Gu Lin replied, "While their flavors differ slightly, each possesses its own unique allure." "Very well. Let me have 2 tubes of each, that if they are to my liking, I shall purchase more." The customer appeared not to be one who was short on funds. Gu Lin prepared the licorice drink and the sweet fruit drink, handing them to the customer, while other diners, curious about the remaining beverages following the sweet milk tea, awaited their turn to taste. The customer generously opened the licorice drink before the eager eyes of the crowd. The cool, sweet beverage slid smoothly into his mouth, soothing his parched lips and throat. After swallowing the delightful liquid, he turned to the expectant onlookers and proclaimed, "The licorice drink is sweet and soothing, far surpassing the flavors of the purple perilla drink and the pear drink from Rui Lu." Upon hearing this evaluation, diners who had dined at Rui Lu gasped in surprise that if one were to name the most renowned restaurant in the county, aside from Fu Man Lu, it would undoubtedly be Rui Lu. Unlike Fu Man Lu, which focused on culinary dishes, Rui Lu specialized in crafting exquisite pastries and desserts, making it the go-to place for the finest sweet treats in the county. Now, with someone claiming that the drinks from Xingfu Ju surpassed those of Rui Lu, many were stirred by curiosity and eager to sample them. "That I got it. I got the milk tea." A young boy squeezed through the crowd, holding up a bamboo tube, his voice nearly breaking with excitement. Drawing the attention of many, Zhao Xing pushed through the throng from behind and called out to the exuberant boy, Wang Xiong. Seeing the bamboo tube in Wang Yu's hands, Zhao Xing felt a twinge of regret. When Gu Lin had announced the opening of his shop, Zhao Xing was entangled in the rigorous examinations at the academy. After finally completing his tests and intending to reward himself with some cold dishes, he found that the stall had long since been dismantled. He had visited several times over the following days, but the vendor never returned. Discouraged yet again, he ventured out today in hopes of a stroke of luck, only to find a shop bustling with people and lively chatter on the same street as the academy. Recognizing the familiar scene before him, Zhao Xing could not resist approaching for a closer look. Standing on tiptoe, he peered over the sea of heads and spotted the young proprietor of the cold dish stall. Before he could react further, he saw his neighbor, Wang Yu, emerging from the crowd. "Zhao Xiong, what a coincidence." Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly, lifting the bamboo tube as he spoke. "Are you here to buy milk tea as well?" "Milk tea?" Zhao Xing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and his expression brightened. It was not that he was unfamiliar with milk tea. Rather, he had read about it in a travelogue at the academy, which detailed various customs of the northern tribes. The account noted that the northern tribes were particularly fond of milk tea, a staple for both common folk and nobility alike, consumed daily. Yet, Zhao Xing wrinkled his nose, skepticism creeping onto his face. According to the travelogue, milk tea was savory, often made with butter and dried meat. He questioned, how could milk tea contain oil and smoked meat? Why would Xingfu Ju sell such a thing? Wang Yu paused, then burst into laughter, tears welling in his eyes. Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong, confused by Wang Yu's laughter. Zhao Xing watched as he gradually calmed down, still chuckling. "Zhao Xiong, milk tea is not savory. It is sweet." "How can that be?" Zhao Xing remained unconvinced, adamantly stating, "I read it in the travelogue. The milk tea of the northern tribes is savory." While Wang Yu had not seen the travelogue Zhao Xing mentioned, he had just tasted the milk tea and knew its flavor well that he replied, "You mentioned that it comes from the tribes. This is Artichien's milk tea. How could it possibly be the same?" Despite calling Zhao Xing brother affectionately, their relationship was far from amicable. Wang Yu seized the opportunity to point out Zhao Xing's flaw in reasoning. Their rivalry dated back to childhood, as the Wang and Zhao families had been neighbors for generations. Their fathers were close friends, marrying in the same year and welcoming sons shortly thereafter. The two fathers hoped their sons would grow up together, fostering a lasting friendship. However, Wang Yu and Zhao Xing had never seen eye to eye. Wang Yu was the more mischievous of the two, while Zhao Xing was quiet and studious. Consequently, whether at home or school, Zhao Xing always excelled, leading to constant comparisons between the two boys. Unsurprisingly, praise was heaped upon Zhao Xing, while Wang Yu received little but criticism. Naturally, Wang Yu resented this, often seeking fault with Zhao Xing. As Zhao Xing observed, though seemingly docile, he was not one to be easily trifled with. Thus, the two had engaged in a clandestine rivalry for over a decade, resulting in a stalemate where neither would concede to the other. This was evident even in their manner of address. Neither acknowledged the other's seniority, yet out of respect, they had to feign camaraderie with forced smiles. Wang Yu, in the presence of Zhao Xing, unsealed a bamboo tube, raised it to his lips, and took a sip, exclaiming afterward, "It is as sweet as honey." Zhao Xing, well aware of Wang Yu's deliberate action, was accustomed to it and recognized that there was no malice behind it. He countered, "Is there still milk tea available?" Upon asking, he glanced at the bustling crowd ahead, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of concern. Observing Wang Yu's calm demeanor devoid of anger, he remarked, "It has just begun to be sold. If you go now, you can still procure a tube." "Very well. Thank you, Brother Wang." After expressing his gratitude, Zhaoxing swiftly navigated through the throng. The milk tea, renowned for its rich sweetness, had sold out within 2 days of its arrival. Not only the milk tea, but the shop's cold dishes and marinated delicacies were also in constant demand, often selling out. An elderly woman inquired of Gu Lin, "Boss Gu, does your shop operate all day?" "Indeed, we are open in the morning and afternoon," Gu Lin replied. The elderly woman beamed. "That is splendid. Previously, you only opened in the morning, and when I brought the marinated delicacies home, my family finished them before lunchtime. Now, with your shop in the county town, we can come by whenever we wish." Ji Lin smiled at the elderly woman, assuring her, "Rest assured, we remain open until nightfall." At 18 noon, Zheng Hao returned from school, and Gu Lin had reserved a portion of licorice drink for him. Previously, while concocting milk tea and beverages at home, Gu Lin had allowed Zheng Hao to sample each, only to discover that he was not particularly fond of sweet fruit drinks or milk tea. Thus, Gu Lin inquired about the reason, to which Zheng Hao replied that milk tea was too sticky on his throat, and the sweet fruit drink was excessively cloying. Ultimately, he developed a preference for the mildly sweet licorice drink. During their lunch, the three of them abstained from the marinated delicacies and cold dishes. Even the most delectable items could become tiresome with daily repetition. However, they could not forego meat entirely. Hence, each morning, Gu Lin would send Sister Zhao to the market to procure several pounds of meat, which would then be divided for both lunch and dinner. Lately, Sister Zhao had been preparing their meals, and her culinary skills had notably improved. Previously, she was reluctant to use oil and salt, but after training with Gu Lin, she had become more generous with seasonings, resulting in increasingly delectable dishes. When it was time to eat, Gu Lin closed the shop's door and sat at the dining table, advising Zheng Hao, "After we finish lunch, you should take a nap before heading to the academy." Initially, Gu Lin had found the Five Willow Academy rather strict. But upon learning from Zheng Hao that private schools in Deqian did not allow students any time for a midday rest, he had no choice but to concede. The brief lunch meant that Zheng Hao would need to prepare to leave for school shortly after resting for a mere 15 minutes, which was still contingent on the proximity of their residence to the Five Willow Academy. Although Zheng Hao felt quite energetic and showed no signs of fatigue, he cherished Gu Lin's care and affection. With his gaze slightly lowered, he humbly advised Gu Lin, "Uncle Gu, you should not overexert yourself either." He raised his hand, deftly picking up a piece of scallion-oiled chicken and placing it into Gu Lin's bowl. Gu Lin, touched by the gesture, felt a swell of emotion. From Zheng Hao's recent behavior, Gu Lin could distinctly perceive the changes in him. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere one-sided goodwill, as Zheng Hao gradually began to accept the kindness that Gu Lin bestowed upon him. They were slowly becoming a family. Chapter 31. How could Uncle Gu worry? After lunch, Zheng Hao rested in his room for a while before setting off for the academy. During the time between noon and afternoon, many were taking their midday respite. Noticing the shop was quiet, Gu Lin chose not to open early and instead returned to his room for a half-hour nap before emerging, observing the drowsy young man with a fair complexion. Blushing from the warmth of the covers, Sister Zhao expressed her affection. "Why are you up so early? There is still plenty of time before the shop opens. Go back and sleep a little longer." With his eyes slightly squinted and a look of weariness, Gu Lin resolutely shook his head, showing no intention of returning to sleep. That a midday nap was merely to relax his mind. Sleeping too long would disrupt his nighttime rest, thereby throwing off his routine. Moreover, it would not be long before customers arrived to purchase marinated delicacies and cold dishes. That if he succumbed to sleep and left everything to Sister Zhao, even if she had the strength of 3 men, she would still struggle to manage. Approaching Sister Zhao, Gu Lin took a seat on a small wooden stool that had become vacant and rolled up his sleeves, joining her in washing vegetables. "Sister, you should take a nap as well." Although Gu Lin had indulged in a brief midday slumber, he could still hear the sounds of activity in the courtyard. Thus, he knew that Sister Zhao had been busy throughout the afternoon without a moment's respite. Sister Zhao flicked the water off the vegetables and replied, "At my age, I can't afford to sleep as much as you youngsters. If I were to nap at noon, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night." Gu Lin gently shook his head, explaining, "Sister, napping doesn't necessarily mean you have to fall asleep. Simply resting your eyes for a bit is beneficial. The doctor has said that a midday nap can alleviate mental fatigue and is good for the body." especially for those of advanced age, that if one can consistently take midday naps, it could even prolong life. That true. Sister Zhao regarded Gu Lin with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. You can't doubt my words. Sister, I've read this in medical texts. Upon hearing that Gu Lin's assertion was drawn from medical literature, Sister Zhao's initial doubt transformed into unwavering belief. She then expressed her concern, Brother Lin. My husband and our nephew have never developed the habit of napping. They've gone without for decades. This one tea harm their health, will it? Gu Lin had hoped to encourage Sister Zhao to rest and avoid overexertion. Not wishing for his well-intentioned advice to have adverse effects, that he quickly reassured her, it's not too late. They can start napping from now on. Very well, when your brother Zhao comes by tomorrow to deliver the vegetables. I will remind them not to labor incessantly in the fields and to take proper breaks. After finishing washing the vegetables, Gu Lin and Sister Zhao took them to the shop to blanch and pack. As anticipated, customers began to trickle in as the afternoon wore on. Having sold a considerable amount of marinated delicacies and cold dishes in the morning, Gu Lin understood the importance of not overextending supply. Thus, he and Sister Zhao prepared only 100 portions of cold dishes and 2 pots of marinated food for the afternoon. As dusk approached, the marinated delicacies and cold dishes were sold out. Thankfully, Gu Lin and the others resided in the county town. Otherwise, contemplating a return to Xia village along the darkened road, where wild beasts or bandits might leap out unexpectedly, would be utterly terrifying. After tidying up the shop and returning home, Sister Zhao inquired, Brother Lin, what would you like for dinner tonight? Reflecting on her question, Gu Lin realized that for days, their meals had consisted solely of rice. Steamed buns or noodles that he pondered for a moment before responding, Sister, I would like dumplings filled with pork and scallions. Indeed, Gu Lin was craving the plump, tender dumplings with thin skins and generous fillings. Without hesitation, Sister Zhao went to the kitchen, scooping out several bowls of flour, adding water to knead into dough, and then fetching the fresh meat bought that morning to chop in a filling, mixing it with chopped scallions and salt. Once the filling was ready, Sister Zhao pinched off small pieces of dough and rolled them into thin, round wrappers that in the blink of an eye. Gu Lin watched as the wrappers transformed into plump little pockets in Sister Zhao's hands. Feeling a surge of excitement, Gu Lin couldn't resist picking up a wrapper to fold. With a simple twist and pinch of his hands, a round, plump dumpling appeared on the table. Seeing Gu Lin's handiwork, Sister Zhao was delighted and praised. How lovely! This shape is auspicious. Gu Lin, puffing out his chest with pride, replied, Of course. Just look at who made it. He recalled his days working part-time at a dumpling shop, where he was famed as a dumpling master, known for his swift and perfectly shaped creations. Observing the proud demeanor of the young man beside her, Sister Zhao couldn't help but smile. However, compared to the mature and responsible Gu Lin, who had to shoulder family burdens at the tender age of 18, she preferred the vibrant spirit of the Gu Lin before her. For the mature version made her heart ache. As Gu Lin and Sister Zhao chatted and laughed while making dumplings, they soon completed the task, each dumpling standing proudly on the wooden board. Sister Zhao then carried the wrapped dumplings into the kitchen, and Gu Lin intended to follow her in, but as expected, he was shooed away and told to find something else to do. Feeling a bit bored, Gu Lin idly kicked stones and plucked leaves in the yard. Just as he was about to strip a branch of its leaves, Zheng Hao returned. Uncle Gu. Upon entering, Zheng Hao spotted a figure playing with the branches and leaves of a large tree. Illuminated by the rising moon, Gu Lin, with his back to the door, did not initially notice Zheng Hao's arrival. However, upon hearing Zheng Hao call him, Gu Lin quickly turned around and greeted, Little Hao. You back. Are you hungry? Due to the fear of hunger that had accompanied him throughout his school years, Zheng Hao often found himself worried that Gu Lin might go hungry at the academy. Zheng Hao shook his head lightly and replied, I am not hungry. Fearing his response might seem overly blunt, he added, I had a hearty meal at home, so I do not feel any hunger in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Gu Lin felt a slight sense of relief that he suggested to Zheng Hao, How about I prepare a box of snacks for you to take to the academy tomorrow? That way, if you feel hungry, you can have something to eat. Zheng Hao contemplated mentioning that eating in the academy was prohibited, but upon noticing the affectionate concern in Gu Lin's gaze, he found it difficult to refuse. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Gu, he said. There is no trouble at all, Gu Lin replied with a smile. Observing the worry lift from Gu Lin's expression, replaced by delight, Zheng Hao thought to himself that while the teacher had indeed stated that snacks were not permitted within the academy, he had never mentioned anything about consuming them outside of the classroom. With this realization, Zheng Hao's last vestige of doubt dissipated. Sister Zhao called from the kitchen, "Lin Gu, Zheng Xiaozi, it's time to eat." "Come on," Gu Lin patted Zheng Hao's shoulder and said, "Sister has made dumplings with pork and scallions tonight. Let's hurry over. Freshly boiled dumplings dipped in sauce are simply irresistible." "All right," Zheng Hao replied. He first returned to his study to set down the book box he had been carrying, then exited the house to join Gu Lin in the kitchen. Amid Sister Zhao's laughter and calls, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao each emerged with a large bowl of dumplings that in the soft yellow glow of candlelight. The three of them sat around a wooden table. The young man and the middle-aged woman chatted and laughed as they enjoyed their dumplings, while Zheng Hao, though not particularly talkative, couldn't help but let a slight smile curve his lips as he watched Gu Lin's animated expressions. Although Sister Zhao had prepared dumplings for dinner, she worried that the two young men, one a youth and the other an adolescent, would go hungry after only eating dumplings. Thus, in addition to the dumplings, she had also stir-fried 2 substantial meat dishes for them. These meat dishes were no mere side dishes. Each was a large bowl filled with scallions and garlic sprouts. Though in the sea of meat, the scallions and garlic were akin to needles in a haystack, difficult to discern, that it was no wonder that after boiling a large pot of dumplings, Sister Zhao felt compelled to stir-fry 2 extra bowls of meat dishes. She had been duly intimidated by Zheng Hao's appetite and Gu Lin's voraciousness that on the first night after Sister Zhao moved to the county, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from the woodshed not far away. Thinking it might be a rat causing trouble, and recalling that some grain had not been properly stored in the kitchen, Sister Zhao hurried over to her surprise. Upon reaching the kitchen door, she did not find a pilfering rodent, but rather a large and small figure at the stove. One was kneading dough, while the other was chopping meat and vegetables. Having just finished dinner an hour and a half prior, Sister Zhao was momentarily bewildered by the sight before her. Just then, Gu Lin turned his head and spotted Sister Zhao, prompting her to ask, "Lin Gu, Zheng Xiaozi, did you not have enough to eat tonight?" The young man, noticing Sister Zhao's presence when she should have been asleep, felt a flush of heat rise to his face as he replied, "Sister, we were merely feeling peckish. Regardless of hunger, we must have something to eat before bed." Ji Lin acknowledged this, but Sister Zhao, thereafter, could not afford to skimp on meals. With 3 meals a day of rice and oil at no cost, she would even stir-fry 1 or 2 plates of meat for breakfast, fearing that the two youths would soon find themselves hungry again. Thus, Gu Lin remained unaware that Sister Zhao's culinary skills had rapidly improved, largely due to the influence of himself and Zheng Hao. After finishing dinner, Gu Lin went to the woodshed to prepare water for a bath that a considerable amount of water was required. Zheng Hao accompanied Gu Lin to fetch it. After pouring in the last bucket of water into the large iron pot, Gu Lin turned to Zheng Hao and inquired, "Would you like to wash up first?" The process of heating water for a bath took quite some time, and Gu Lin was concerned about delaying Zheng Hao's studies. Zheng Hao shook his head, replying, "No need, Uncle Gu. You go first." "Very well." Gu Lin agreed without further protest. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the sleeve of Zheng Hao's left hand. Instinctively, he reached out to tug at Zheng Hao's sleeve, only to discover a palm-sized stain on the once pristine blue fabric. Furrowing his brow, Gu Lin asked, "How did this happen?" Normally, such a prominent stain would be conspicuous against the blue robe, yet the mark was faint, indicating that Zheng Hao had previously attempted to clean it. Moreover, the dim lighting of the evening rendered it easy to overlook had Gu Lin not chanced upon it. Just now, the Ji Lin scrutinized the stain before casting a glance over Zheng Hao's entire figure and noted that aside from the stain on his sleeve, there were no other marks or damages. Zheng Hao maintained his composure as he explained, "Accidentally tripped over a stone while walking at the academy and fell, using my hand to brace myself. Which is how my sleeve got soiled the time. I had no spare clothes to change into, and the teacher requires students to maintain a tidy appearance in class, so I washed the stain with clean water." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's explanation, Gu Lin felt a measure of relief, realizing it was not as he had initially feared. However, Zheng Hao's true account was not quite as he had described. The stain on his sleeve was inconsistent with his version of events. In truth, after spending over a month in the introductory class at Wulyo Academy, Zheng Hao had been promoted to the student class, which had incited resentment among many of the other students. Among them, one student of similar age harbored particularly strong animosity towards Zheng Hao. Prior to Zheng Hao's arrival, this student had been the youngest in the class, and thus, Mr. Su had shown him some leniency. However, ever since Zheng Hao's entrance into the class, Mr. Su had noticeably become stricter with him. Especially during class today, Zhou Wan had been contemplating how to reprimand Zheng Hao after the lesson, only for Mr. Su to unexpectedly call on him, and he happened to have not been paying attention to Mr. Su's lecture. Thus, confronted with the stern and austere Mr. Su, Zhou Wan stumbled over his words and was ultimately reprimanded and punished with 3 strikes. Following this, Mr. Su called on Zheng Hao to answer the question Zhou Wan had failed to address. Zheng Hao responded fluently, and although Mr. Su did not offer any verbal praise, he nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Wan glared at Zheng Hao with bitterness, unable to confront Mr. Su, and thus directed all his frustration towards Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao felt the hostility but did not deign to acknowledge him. After class, Zheng Hao shouldered his book box and exited the student class. However, before he could leave the academy, Zhou Wan and several others surrounded him with an aggressive demeanor, though Zheng Hao had been tempering his own hostility in recent days. It did not imply that he had become weak or easily bullied. Faced with the encroaching group, he calmly set his book box aside, then lifted his leg and retaliated against the 5 individuals before him. In the end, Zhou Wan and his companions found themselves laid out on the ground. Zheng Hao pressed his foot against Zhou Wan, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. Instantly, the arrogant expression on Zhou Wan's face vanished, replaced by fear and disbelief, and ultimately, he grit his teeth and led his group away. Although Zheng Hao claimed that the stain on his sleeve was the result of an accidental fall, Gu Lin's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of school bullying. With a serious expression, he admonished Zheng Hao, "Xiao Hao, if anyone bullies you at the academy, you must tell me." "All right," Zheng Hao nodded in response. Though inwardly, he thought it was merely a trifling matter, not warranting Uncle Gu's concern. After enjoying a hot bath, Gu Lin felt entirely relaxed, sinking into a deep slumber. The next morning, while Gu Lin lay in bed, still lost in sleep, he vaguely heard voices outside. Gradually awakening, he was unable to discern the content of their conversation, but could sense that the speakers were quite animated, deliberately lowering their voices. After washing up, Gu Lin stepped outside and spotted Sister Zhao and Zhao Dage in the courtyard, engaged in a hushed conversation. Sister Zhao wore an expression of anger, her teeth clenched, while Zhao Dage appeared helpless and worried. Considering the possibility that their discussion might pertain to private matters, Gu Lin hesitated to intrude. Instead, he called out from a distance, "Sister Zhao Dage." "Linger," Sister Zhao responded, turning to face him. Jiu Lin then noticed Sister Zhao tugging at Zhao Dage's sleeve, seemingly imparting some urgent instructions, to which Zhao Dage nodded repeatedly, albeit subconsciously glancing at Gu Lin. Observing this, Gu Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering if their earlier conversation had any connection to him. Chapter 32. Gu Lin's subtle blade. Gu Lin was not a person of excessive curiosity, yet the conversation between Sister Zhao and Brother Zhao that morning evidently pertained to him. Their expressions during the discourse were far from pleasant, which only heightened Gu Lin's intrigue regarding the nature of their discussion. Seizing the opportunity presented by the influx of customers in the shop, Gu Lin engaged Sister Zhao in conversation, deftly steering the dialogue to elicit information. As he observed Sister Zhao's attention waning, he began to subtly inquire about the events of the morning. Caught off guard, Sister Zhao inadvertently divulged the reason for her earlier anger. Upon learning the cause of her ire, Gu Lin's previously gentle demeanor hardened. That it appeared he had been too accommodating, or perhaps too easily bullied. Otherwise, how could the villagers of Xia dare to trample upon him? Gu Lin's decision to purchase vegetables from the villagers stemmed from both personal motives and a genuine desire to uplift them. Striving for a mutually beneficial arrangement, that he had prepared himself for the arduous task of fostering goodwill, even having made his intentions clear to the village chief. Yet, the villagers remained insatiable, resorting to mischief. While they dared not confront him directly, Brother Zhao, residing in Xia village, became their primary target. Jiu Lin entrusted the vegetable procurement to Brother Zhao, initially without objection from the villagers. However, upon discovering the monthly wages Gu Lin provided to Brother Zhao, envy flared in their eyes. Though they harbored grievances, they did not dare to express them openly, resorting instead to whispered discontent. The situation shifted dramatically with the return of Huang Matzi from abroad. Discovering that Gu Lin had bypassed his family in the procurement process, Huang Matzi became disgruntled. He began to sow discord among the villagers, claiming that while Gu Lin profited handsomely from business in the county, he was squeezing the villagers for lower prices on their produce. Under ordinary circumstances, the villagers would not heed Huang Matzi's incitement. Yet, fueled by pre-existing resentment over Gu Lin's generous compensation to Brother Zhao, the villagers grew increasingly embittered. They began to suspect that Gu Lin's intentions in Xia village were to exploit their ignorance of fluctuating market prices, allowing him to undervalue their crops. As their discontent festered, the villagers questioned why their hard-earned produce yielded only a pittance, while Brother Zhao, merely a transporter, garnered substantial earnings. That a few hot-headed villagers, already envious of Gu Lin's success, took it upon themselves to rally others under the guise of seeking justice for the community, inciting a potential uproar at the village chief's residence. However, Brother Zhao reported that their unrest was swiftly quashed by the village chief. The Gu Lin's gaze grew steely as he listened, and he spoke coldly to Sister Zhao. "Sister, I leave the shop in your capable hands this afternoon. Brother Zhao and I will return to the village." Sister Zhao immediately set aside her tasks, concern etched on her face as she turned to Gu Lin, saying, "Brother Lin, they are numerous and formidable. Do not confront them directly." She understood the gentle facade he wore masked a resolute spirit, and if provoked, Gu Lin might very well engage them in confrontation. But the villagers were known for their brutality. While people in the county might harbor disputes, they refrained from escalating them due to the presence of authority. In contrast, the villagers of Xia, emboldened by their perceived immunity, often resorted to violent altercations. The Gu Lin reassured her, "Do not worry, sister, that I shall not instigate conflict, but neither will I allow them to bully me." When Zheng Hao returned from school that afternoon, Gu Lin recounted the unfolding events in Xia village and his intent to return. Zheng Hao insisted, "Uncle Gu, I will accompany you." "No," Gu Lin replied without hesitation. Zheng Hao was still a child, and it was best he remained uninvolved in the adult matters at hand. Moreover, Gu Lin, despite his usual reticence, recognized Zheng Hao's earnest desire to excel in the imperial examinations. That he understood that in this era, reputation held greater significance than life itself for those aspiring to government service, especially the opinions of one's own community. If Zheng Hao accompanied him back, how would he navigate the potential conflict between his father and the villagers? The risk of resentment towards Zheng Hao could lead to the tarnishing of his reputation. And while he might defend himself, the stigma could linger long after. Zheng Hao's expression was resolute. "Uncle Gu, please allow me to go." He understood the futility of returning to Xia village, yet the thought of letting Gu Lin face the situation alone was unbearable. Gu Lin regarded him with unwavering resolve, gently patting the young man's shoulder. "Listen to me. Trust that they cannot harm me. Brother Zhao and De Zhen will accompany me." Zheng Hao pressed his lips together, casting a glance at Gu Lin, whose determination remained unshaken. Finally, he said, "Uncle Gu, be cautious and return early." Once he had reassured Zheng Hao, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief, and he departed for Xia village with Brother Zhao. Upon their arrival at the village chief's residence, the chief immediately discerned the purpose of their visit. Reflecting on the recent turmoil, an expression of shame and remorse crossed his face as he addressed Gu Lin. "Brother Lin, I truly feel unworthy to face you." Gu Lin gently shook his head, stepping forward. "There is no need for guilt, Chief. Everyone has their own perspectives, which we cannot control." Seeing Gu Lin refraining from accusing him, the village chief faltered, struggling to express his intention to better manage the villagers and prevent their gossip. However, the coldness in Gu Lin's eyes rendered his words unspoken. "Chief?" Gu Lin inquired, sensing the chief's hesitation. Yet the chief found himself at a loss for words. How could he expect Gu Lin, who had done a good deed, to bear the brunt of the villagers' ingratitude? Should he not compel the villagers to apologize? Seeking to maintain face with Gu Lin, the thought of further alienating Gu Lin loomed large. If he turned his back on Xia village, what would become of them? The chief wrestled internally, ultimately concluding that the village's welfare should not be sacrificed for the sake of a few fools. His earlier trepidation gave way to determination as he addressed Gu Lin. "Brother Lin, you are likely aware of the discord in the village. That I admit my failure in managing them. Please tell me how you wish to proceed, and I will support your decision." Surprised by the chief's unwavering stance, Gu Lin reflected on the intricacies of their relationship, realizing the chief was genuinely invested in the well-being of Xia village. With the chief's backing, regardless of how unruly the villagers became, Gu Lin would ultimately grant them leniency to preserve the chief's dignity. However, Gu Lin was resolute not to let himself be taken advantage of. "Chief, I ask that you summon every household in Xia village. Some matters must be addressed face to face. If the villagers believe I have wronged them, I have no intention of forcing them." Upon hearing this, the chief's heart sank, yet he felt relieved that he had not foolishly urged Gu Lin to let the matter rest. Soon, the village's gong resounded once more. The courtyard of the village chief's residence, filled with villagers, stood in stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of joy. Now, it was thick with tension. Some villagers glared at the young man standing before them, while others, meeting Gu Lin's gaze, quickly averted their eyes. Guilt-ridden, the village chief addressed the crowd, his voice aged yet firm. "Everyone is present. Let me speak. You all understand why I have called you here. Recently, several individuals have approached me regarding this issue. I shall not beat around the bush. What do you wish to achieve?" Previously, every household had struggled to make ends meet, counting every grain of rice, fearing that a single meal might be their last. Yet, since Brother Lin began purchasing vegetables from the village, their fortunes improved. Some earned hundreds of won a month, while the diligent could make a tale of silver. What then could justify their discontent? After finishing his speech, the village chief emphatically struck his smoking pipe against his palm. Wang Matzi, a villager, narrowed his eyes and replied, "Chief, what do you mean by our dissatisfaction? It is truly lamentable how Lin Gu has been treating us unfairly. We are all from the same village, yet when he comes to purchase our melons and vegetables, he offers a mere 3 won for 2 jin. Such a lack of human decency. When he collects the produce from us, he presses down the prices, while generously compensating the 3 members of the Zhao family with increasingly inflated wages, effectively squeezing us to subsidize them." A woman murmured quietly, yet in the stillness of the courtyard, her voice rang out disproportionately loud. Jiu Lin's gaze shifted to her, a face not entirely unfamiliar, that of Tian Dawa, the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. The village chief's expression darkened as he commanded, "Silence, speak. What do you wish to do?" Seeing the village chief refrain from reprimanding them and instead inquire about their desires, a majority of the villagers in the courtyard felt a surge of joy. They furtively cast glances at Gu Lin, only to find his face calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. However, to the villagers, this was indicative of his displeasure. The young man, typically jovial, was now clearly unable to smile, suggesting he was indeed angered. The villagers felt that Wang Matzi had finally proven to be reliable. As long as they dared to stand up to Lin Gu, he would surely relent and raise the purchase prices for their produce. After much deliberation among themselves about how to negotiate terms with the village chief, they ultimately selected Qindali, the eldest son of the Qin family and husband of Tian Dawa, as their representative. Qindali addressed the village chief, saying, "Village chief, we have no intention of causing a ruckus, but ever since we learned that melons and vegetables in the county are fetching 5 won for 2 jin, we feel that Lin Gu is deliberately undercutting prices here in Xia village, but we are all villagers, bound to see each other often. How could Lin Gu engage in such exploitative practices against his own kin?" Upon hearing Qindali's words, the veins on the village chief's forehead throbbed slightly, yet he suppressed his irritation and queried, "How many others share this sentiment?" Initially hesitant, the families behind Qindali began to rise one by one, stating, "We feel the same way. So do we." As it became apparent, aside from those under Zhang's management and a few honest families in the village, the majority believed Gu Lin was taking advantage of them. The village chief scolded, "A bunch of ungrateful wretches." At this, Tian Dawa protested, "Village chief, how can you say that? It is clearly Gu Lin who deceived us first. Not only do you refuse to advocate for us, but you also scold us." Her words insinuated that the village chief had accepted bribes from Gu Lin, deliberately siding with him to exploit them. The village chief's lips quivered as he prepared to respond. But Gu Lin interjected, "Dear uncles and aunts, I believe there has been a misunderstanding." His voice resonated. Everyone in the courtyard turned their attention towards him. Jiu Lin regarded them with an uncharacteristically frosty demeanor and spoke in a measured tone. "I am uncertain what has led you to believe that I am intentionally undercutting prices in Xia village, because I cannot procure melons and vegetables elsewhere, that I had previously refrained from being overly explicit, fearing it might hurt your pride, but it seems I was mistaken." His gaze swept across the gathered villagers without mercy, as he stated bluntly, I indeed require a continuous supply of melons and vegetables. But you should understand that it is not I who is pleading for you to sell them to me. Rather, it is you who need me to purchase them." Wang Matzi pointed at Gu Lin, exclaiming, "That does not justify your price undercutting." Gu Lin turned to him, his seemingly gentle facade now taking on a sharper edge. "Price undercutting? Recently, the prices in the county have indeed risen to 5 won for 2 jin. But this is due to the transportation costs increasing to 3 won per person. Doubt if you can deliver the melons and vegetables to the county and ensure their pristine condition, I would also be willing to pay 5 won." The villagers' expressions shifted as they realized the distance from Xia village to the county was considerable. The round trip would cost them 2 won, and entering the county would incur an additional 3 won. How could they possibly afford that? Observing their grim faces, Gu Lin continued without hesitation, "I do not wish to force anyone. Since you feel I am exploiting you, from today onward, I will no longer purchase melons and vegetables from this village." His words caught the villagers off guard. Ji Lin added, "I initially thought that as fellow villagers, we should care for one another. Hence I overlooked the long journey and enlisted Brother Zhao as assistants in transporting the produce. It seems, however, that I should instead procure melons and vegetables from the villages surrounding the county. They are closer, making transportation more convenient, sparing Brother Zhao from the daily toil of early mornings and late nights. From now on, dear uncles and aunts, you may live your lives without concern for price undercutting or feeling indignant over the wages of Brother Zhao and Sister Zhao Tiomi. Brother Zhao and Sister Zhao work tirelessly from dawn till dusk without a word of complaint. They have earned every bit of their compensation." After delivering this final remark, Gu Lin disregarded the villagers' reactions and departed with Brother Zhao and Zhao Dagan. The villagers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why the situation, which had initially seemed manageable, had spiraled into an outcome they had not anticipated. Realizing the young man's cold demeanor and his declaration of no longer purchasing their produce, the villagers quickly recognized their grave error. They had committed a significant mistake. It appeared Gu Lin was indeed serious and would no longer engage in buying their melons and vegetables. Panic ensued among the villagers, as the monthly income from selling produce amounted to several hundred won, a substantial sum for them. If it were to be severed just like that, what would they do? The villagers lost all semblance of the calm confidence they had previously displayed, scurrying about the village chief's courtyard like ants on a hot pan. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Suddenly, they looked up at the village chief, their eyes lighting up as if they had found a savior, and rushed towards him. "Village chief, I was wrong. Please intercede with Lin Gur on our behalf that we have the elderly and the young at home. We cannot be without this income." The villagers believed that since Lin Gur respected the village chief, seeking his intervention would surely rectify the situation. The village chief, however, discerned their motives with a cold snort, stating, "Why did you not think of this sooner? Now it is too late." With that, he turned his back on them and entered his home, leaving the villagers in a state of despondency, exchanging glances filled with regret. In their expressions, they recognized the depths of their remorse. Chapter 33. Gu Lin does not suffer insults after leaving the village chief's residence. Gu Lin did not linger for a moment and promptly returned to the county in the ox cart driven by Brother Zhao. Resolving the matters of Xia village consumed an entire afternoon, and by the time he returned home, Zheng Hao had already finished school. Upon seeing Gu Lin enter, Zheng Hao, who had been seated on a stone bench, immediately rose and approached him. "Uncle Gu," he scanned Gu Lin from head to toe, relieved to find him unharmed and properly dressed, before inquiring, "Uncle Gu, how did things resolve in Xia village?" Gu Lin's previously cold demeanor had vanished, and he reassured the visibly anxious Zheng Hao, "Do not worry. They will not gain any advantage from me. Lin Gu, you have returned." Hearing the commotion, Sister Zhao emerged from the kitchen. She approached Gu Lin, just as Zheng Hao had, to check for any signs of injury. Seeing him unscathed, she sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." She completely ignored Brother Zhao, who stood quietly behind. Observing this, Brother Zhao led the black ox away, letting out a quiet sigh. Sister Zhao then asked, "What was the village chief and the villagers' reaction upon your return?" Noticing Sister Zhao's worried expression, Gu Lin felt a tinge of helplessness. Zheng Hao interjected, "And Uncle Gu must be hungry after being out for so long. Let us eat first and discuss later." Yes. How could I have forgotten? "Lin Gu, Please take a seat at the table. The meal will be ready shortly." With that, Sister Zhao dashed back into the kitchen. Brother Zhao tied the ox in the yard, washed his hands, and followed her to assist. With two people already in the kitchen, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao made their way to the main hall. Soon, Sister Zhao and Brother Zhao brought the dishes to the table as everyone sat down. Gu Lin recounted how he had handled the issues in Xia village while eating. Upon learning about the villagers' reactions and attitudes, Sister Zhao exclaimed in anger, "A bunch of ingrates! How dare they demand higher prices? If it weren't for Lin Ger purchasing their melons and vegetables, they would have rotted in the fields, unwanted." Earlier, during his time in the village chief's courtyard, Gu Lin had observed the villagers greedily discussing how much to raise the prices for their produce. While he maintained a calm exterior, a fire of anger simmered within him. Yet as he gazed at the villagers, their faces filled with avarice, their bodies emaciated and yellowed, their skin resembling dry, withered tree bark. The anger in his chest gradually dissipated, that he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, realizing that an orphan like him felt sympathy for others, particularly for those who toiled from dawn to dusk. Laboring all year, yet struggling to stay warm and in contrast to Sister Zhao's fervor, Zheng Hao remained composed, stating, "Uncle Gu did the right thing. Let them stew for a bit. Once they realize you no longer intend to purchase their melons and vegetables, they will naturally grow anxious that if Uncle Gu had dealt with them directly, he would have been criticized for being mercenary and lacking compassion." Upon observing Zheng Hao's ability to articulate his thoughts, Gu Lin felt a sense of surprise, even a tinge of delight. From the very beginning, Gu Lin had no intention of severing ties with the villagers of Xia village, for it would be sheer folly to believe he could stand against an entire community alone. Thus, he had never contemplated the possibility of ceasing to procure the fruits and vegetables from the villagers. However, this did not imply that Gu Lin was willing to passively endure their grievances. He resolved to make the villagers of Xia remember this lesson profoundly, ensuring they would think twice before harboring inappropriate intentions in the future. Though Sister Zhao could not comprehend the conversation between Gu Lin and Zheng Hao, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where will we procure the fruits and vegetables for the shop?" The demand for produce at Xingfuju had significantly increased compared to the days of their humble market stalls. The substantial cartload of fruits and vegetables that Brother Zhao delivered each morning was just enough to sustain the shop's daily operations. The Ji Yulin reassured Sister Zhao, saying, "There are plenty of villages near the county town. I've spoken with Brother Zhao. Starting tomorrow, we'll procure the produce from nearby." Brother Zhao, who was dining nearby, nodded in agreement. The sales of Xingfuju's marinated delicacies and cold dishes were thriving as the weather grew colder. The sales of cold dishes saw a slight decline. However, the demand for marinated dishes and milk tea surged. An elderly man, supported by a young man, alighted from the cart and ventured down a street. Upon seeing a bustling crowd ahead, the village chief remarked, "This must be Brother Lin's establishment. No wonder a widow and her orphan child could move to the county town and rent a place to live." It is no surprise that a few days ago, he showed no fear of the villagers' coercion. Brother Lin is no longer the same as before. His confidence is something they cannot fathom. He recalled how the villagers of Xia had been incessantly visiting him since Gu Lin's departure, pleading for intercession on their behalf. Today, a group had come to his home, discussing Gu Lin's procurement of produce from other villages. Even the village chief, who had intended to teach the villagers a lesson, felt trepidation at the thought of Gu Lin abandoning Xia village in anger and choosing to procure from other villages instead. Though anxious, the village chief maintained a calm exterior as he gazed at the weary villagers before him, stating gravely, "Now you're all anxious, yet you squandered the good life you once had. And now you come begging. Who will heed your pleas? Did you truly believe the few fruits and vegetables in your fields held any value? Reflect on the years when produce lay rotting in the fields, untouched. You all lack the fortune to appreciate the good life that was offered to you, which you have squandered." Listening to the village chief's merciless reprimand, none of the villagers dared to retort. They hung their heads in shame. In truth, regret had set in the moment Gu Lin left. After returning home over the past few days, they increasingly felt as if they had been blinded by greed. Previously, they earned scarcely a few taels of silver in a year. Now, they could earn hundreds of one in a month. What more could they possibly desire? The villagers pleaded with the village chief, some even kneeling and weeping, repeatedly confessing their mistakes and promising never to err again. Despite harboring anger towards the villagers, the village chief could not turn his back on them. They were all from Xia village. Descendants of those who had fled together from hardship, to avoid being bullied. Their ancestors had set aside their surnames and emphasized their shared roots, establishing Xia village. After decades, they had gradually made a home for themselves. Zhang Daniu supported the village chief as they entered Xingfuju. Upon seeing Gu Lin, the village chief called out, "Brother Lin." Noticing the village chief and Zhang Daniu's arrival, Gu Lin displayed no surprise that he turned to Sister Zhao, offering a few instructions before leading the two men to the rear of the shop. The villagers' unrest had little to do with the village chief, and Gu Lin bore no ill will towards him. He invited the village chief and Zhang Daniu to sit, pouring each of them a cup of licorice tea, saying, "Village chief, Brother Zhang, please drink and soothe your throats." That it was not customary to dive straight into requests without pleasantries. And as the village chief sipped the sweet tea, he found it difficult to swallow. Glancing down at his cup, he sighed, realizing why Gu Lin thrived in the county town. With such skill, he was destined for prosperity. How could the villagers fail to comprehend this? The village chief set down his cup and remained silent for a considerable time, while Gu Lin patiently refrained from speaking. Finally, the village chief looked up at Gu Lin and said, "Brother Lin, I know it is unfair to ask you to forgive them, but I implore you, for the sake of our shared years as neighbors, grant them clemency this once. The villagers rely on selling produce to meet the autumn tax. Without this channel, they will struggle to afford winter clothing next year." Though the village chief did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear that Jiu Lin perceived that the village chief's words were half sincere and half an appeal to emotion. Replying, "I cannot truly harden my heart against my fellow villagers. Yet this time, they were easily swayed and committed such a distressing act that I fear that if another instigator arises, the aunts and uncles will again blame me for their troubles. I am but one man. At that point, it would be as if I had jumped into the Yellow River and could not clear my name." Observing that Gu Lin had not completely condemned Xia village, the village chief quickly assured, "Brother Lin, rest assured, I have expelled Wang Matzi from Xia village. Furthermore, I will ensure that the few families who instigated trouble will no longer have their produce purchased. Should anyone else in the village, like Wang Matzi, be incited by Lu Sanlai to cause trouble, I will expel them without hesitation." That Jiu Lin had not anticipated Lu Sanlai's involvement in this matter. However, considering that Lu Sanlai could only manipulate Wang Matzi from the shadows, it seemed he lacked true influence. But Jiu Lin chose not to dwell on him, but he sensed the village chief's sincerity in his promises. In the ancient society, where clan affiliations held paramount importance, being expelled from a village was a grave consequence. This fate meant that a person would have no burial site after death, becoming a wandering spirit, vulnerable to the harassment of other malevolent spirits, which would affect their reincarnation. Thus, for the people of the time, expulsion from a village was an exceptionally harsh punishment. Nonetheless, Gu Lin was unwilling to suffer such a loss. He insisted, moreover, for the next 2 years, I will not procure produce from the families that instigated trouble in Xia village. However, I shall continue to purchase from those who did not engage in the unrest. Realizing Gu Lin's frustration, the village chief gritted his teeth and replied, "Then, Brother Lin, what of 2 years hence?" Gu Lin interjected, "As long as the villagers remain peaceful and refrain from causing trouble during these 2 years, I will resume procuring produce from the village thereafter." "Agreed," the village chief responded. "They certainly need to learn a lesson. Otherwise, they might think they deserve what is offered to them without consequence." Once the matter was resolved, the village chief prepared to take his leave. The Jiu Lin made a few polite attempts to retain them. He bid farewell to the two men. Gu Lin prepared several containers of marinated delicacies, cold dishes, and beverages for the village chief to take home. When Zheng Hao returned for lunch, Gu Lin shared the decisions he had made that morning. According to the social customs of the time, when a village chief came to the county town to acknowledge the villagers' mistakes and made promises of punishment and reconciliation, Gu Lin would typically seize the opportunity to forgive and display his generosity. However, Gu Lin was not one to suffer losses lightly. He could endure hardship, but only when faced with a formidable adversary that left him powerless to resist. Given that the villagers of Xia had erred first and were now seeking his favor, why should Gu Lin feel compelled to feign magnanimity for the sake of societal expectations after being wronged? Zheng Hao nodded in agreement. Uncle Gu acted correctly. How can one repay kindness with enmity? If we easily forgive them, they will not learn their lesson. Only by instilling fear will they refrain from repeating their mistakes in the future. Seeing Zheng Hao's support for his approach, Gu Lin felt a sense of relief. After all, he had raised a child who understood the distinction between right and wrong and would not be swayed by the false virtues of others. Gu Lin pondered. Zheng Hao's mind drifted to a name that had not graced his life for some time. A chill washed over his being. After finishing lunch, Zheng Hao took a brief nap at home before rising to bid farewell to Gu Lin and head to school, instead of going directly to Wulyo Academy. He ventured into a small alley beside the street, where several disheveled beggars Saturday upon seeing Zheng Hao enter. Their eyes glimmered with greed. Such a fine young lad could fetch a handsome price if sold. Just as one of them contemplated making a move, a man who had been keeping his eyes shut smacked him, saying, "Open your eyes." That is a scholar from Wulyo Academy, though Zheng Hao had no official title. Capturing a scholar was not a trivial matter, especially one from Wulyo Academy, known for its formidable reputation. This young lad was not someone they should provoke. The man who had just reprimanded the beggar turned to Zheng Hao, saying, "Young master, do not wander aimlessly. You should return home quickly." Zheng Hao did not budge. Instead, he looked at them and calmly stated, "I wish to propose a business deal with you." The beggars scoffed, but when Zheng Hao revealed 2 taels of silver, they fell silent. Zheng Hao continued, "I will only speak with the one among you who can articulate." Niu Chong, the man who had spoken earlier, glanced at the nearby teenager and declared, "I am their leader." "Young master, what business do you wish to discuss with us? I require your assistance in dealing with an individual." With such words, Zheng Hao maintained an exceedingly calm demeanor. Niu Chong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "We do not kill." Zheng Hao responded with a slight smile, "There is no need for you to kill." Observing Zheng Hao's words, Niu Chong stepped forward, bowing his head as Zheng Hao leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear, causing Niu Chong's eyes to flicker momentarily. Without paying heed to the other's reaction, Zheng Hao produced 10 taels of silver from his pouch, adding them to the earlier 2 taels he had given to Niu Chong, and, fixing his gaze upon him, stated, "This silver serves as a deposit for you. Upon the successful completion of the task, there will be further remuneration." After speaking, Zheng Hao turned and departed, burdened by a heavy scholar's box. His slender figure stood upright like a verdant bamboo. Watching the figure gradually recede, Niu Chong's mind echoed with those cold, beast-like, black eyes, and as he recalled the conversation they had just shared, a chill of sweat began to bead upon Niu Chong's skin. Chapter 34. Zheng Hao is no benevolent character. As Zheng Hao entered the academy, Su Xiaocai followed closely behind. Initially, upon noticing Zheng Hao's tardiness, Zhou Wan reveled in the prospect of his misfortune, envisioning the scene in which Su Xiaocai would scold and chastise him should he arrive flustered after the lesson had commenced. However, to Zhou Wan's dismay, Zheng Hao seemed to have timed his arrival perfectly. Appearing before Su Xiaocai arrived, frustrated, Zhou Wan ground his teeth in annoyance. Once Su Xiaocai had settled, he produced the Analects and scanned the assembly of students below him. "This morning, I assigned a question. I now wish to hear your responses." His words fell. An eerie silence enveloped the classroom, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Observing the students' downcast and guilty expressions, Su Xiaocai admonished, "Among you, the latest to join the student ranks has studied the Analects for 2 years, yet you all stand mute. Do you wish to remain silent, or are you at a loss for words? If it is the latter, how do you expect to succeed in the imperial examinations?" Su Xiaocai's gaze swept over the few brave souls who dared to meet his eyes, eventually landing on the youngest figure in the room. Before addressing Zhou Wan at the back, "Zhou Wan, you shall respond upon being called upon." Zhou Wan, despite his uncertainty, stood with a forced bravado. Struggling to recall the question posed earlier, he stumbled through a few incoherent sentences. Su Xiaocai descended from his position, standing before Zhou Wan, and commanded sternly, "Extend your hand." Zhou Wan flinched but complied, and without mercy, Su Xiaocai struck his palm 3 times with a wooden board, "Based on your answer. Return home and compose an essay. Present it to me tomorrow." "Yes, sir," Zhou Wan replied, withdrawing his now red and stinging hand before bowing respectfully. Once Zhou Wan seated himself, Su Xiaocai continued to call upon others, his gaze settling on Zheng Hao. "Zheng Hao, you shall respond, sir." Zheng Hao acknowledged, rising to pay his respects. After receiving Su Xiaocai's nod, he began to articulate his answer. Su Xiaocai listened intently, although Zheng Hao was still youthful and lacked the fluency of classical references. His reasoning and logic far surpassed that of his peers, and each of his statements was grounded in substance and reason. That Su Xiaocai nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard, and when Zheng Hao concluded, he gestured for him to sit. That Su Xiaocai did not pose any further questions and returned to the front to commence the next lesson. After class, as Su Xiaocai departed, Zheng Hao busied himself with tidying his scholar S-box. Having hurriedly arrived from the narrow alley, causing it to collect some dirt, lowering his head slightly, he wiped the surface with a damp cloth, wishing to avoid any concern from Gu Shu regarding the blemishes on his box. Zhou Wan, brimming with indignation, stormed up to Zheng Hao, gritting his teeth as he accused, "Zheng Hao, was that intentional?" This was the second time Su Xiaocai had called upon Zhou Wan, only for him to falter, subsequently allowing Zheng Hao to answer. Today, Zheng Hao had gone even further, not only extending the scope of Zhou Wan's answer, but also elaborating in detail, rendering Zhou Wan utterly inferior. Zheng Hao glanced up at him, airy and dismissive. And if it is, as Zhou Wan sought to provoke Zheng Hao, the others in the classroom sensed the brewing tension and hastily made their exit, with only Zhou Wan and Zheng Hao remaining. Zheng Hao felt no need to maintain pretenses. "You," Zhou Wan began, pointing a finger at him, but upon meeting Zheng Hao's icy demeanor, he recalled the last encounter where Zheng Hao had taught him a lesson, and he fell silent. Without casting another glance at Zhou Wan, Zheng Hao hoisted his now-clean scholar S-box and exited the classroom. Watching Zheng Hao's retreating figure, a rare somberness clouded Zhou Wan's face. Did Zheng Hao sense this? Naturally, he did, yet he regarded Zhou Wan with utter disdain. Zhou Wan, a peasant from Zhoujia village, had been taken in by the affluent Zhou family in the county, born on the same day as their son, ostensibly to ward off misfortune for the true young master. From a young age, Zhou Wan had been made aware of his purpose in the Zhou household. However, having lived there for over a decade, where Zhou's parents treated him as their own, he had long forgotten his true identity. As he matured, the notion of usurping the place of the genuine young master had begun to take root in his mind. He believed he had concealed his ambitions well, unaware that Zhou's parents and the true young master had already seen through him. Nonetheless, out of gratitude for Zhou Wan's role in shielding their son from misfortune, they chose to overlook his transgressions as long as he did not go too far. Yet, the Zhou family upheld stringent morals, instilling in their offspring the values of scholarly pursuits. Even Zhou Wan was not permitted to become a debauched scion. Observing Zhou Wan's mischievous nature, Zhou's parents resolved to send him to the best academy in the county, hoping he would learn decorum and reason. However, Zhou Wan was destined to disappoint their expectations. Once he entered Wuliu Academy, he began to bully his classmates relentlessly. Since he targeted the offspring of ordinary families, compensating them with a bit of silver sufficed to quell their grievances. Had he not been so wary of Zheng Hao's knowledge of his background, Zhou Wan would not have felt the need to tread so carefully. Zheng Hao was inherently not a benevolent soul. Despite his recent pretense, his vicious nature remained unchanged. Faced with Zhou Wan's repeated provocations, Zheng Hao resolved to no longer let him off easily. However, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Wan was publicly recognized as a member of the Zhou family. Should any incident arise, it was likely the Zhou family would retaliate. This matter required careful timing, followed by a decisive strike. Upon returning home, Zheng Hao maintained his usual demeanor, and Gu Lin remained oblivious to the discord he had experienced at the academy days later. Zhou Wan found himself lacking the energy to provoke Zheng Hao further. This was not due to fear of Zheng Hao, but rather an inexplicable shift in his weak elder brother, who had suddenly begun to impose discipline upon him. Zhou Wan bore the brunt of his brother's wrath, receiving beatings for poor academic performance, being reprimanded for returning late after drinking, and scolded for failing to demonstrate ambition. His backside bore the marks of these encounters. With such tribulations, he had little inclination left to seek trouble with Zheng Hao in the county. Gu Lin felt time pass swiftly. Unlike the village, interactions here were cordial and measured. He no longer had to ponder the identities and familial ties of those he encountered, nor how to engage in casual conversation. In summary, Gu Lin found his life in the county exceedingly comfortable. Standing in the courtyard, he held a blueprint and directed the now-recovered Zhao Dagan and the mason in constructing an oven. A few days prior, during a casual conversation with Zhao's wife, Gu Lin learned of Zheng Hao's birthday in mid-August. Calculating the time, he realized it was fast approaching, and thus resolved to bake a birthday cake for Zheng Hao, enlisting the mason and Zhao Dagan to assist in building the oven. Upon discovering his initial design was inadequate for baking a cake, even failing to cook an egg tart, Gu Lin toppled the oven and spent several days revising the blueprint with knowledge gleaned from modern sources, subsequently having the mason and Zhao Dagan reconstructed. After the second construction, the mason informed Gu Lin, "The oven will be ready for use tomorrow." "Thank you, Master Jean," Gu Lin replied gratefully, bringing sweet fruit drinks to the two tireless workers. After sipping the drinks, the mason patted Zhao Dagan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad, did you learn this craft before?" Observing this scene, Gu Lin felt a stirring within, but remained silent, unaware of the underlying tension. Zhao Dagan replied honestly, "No, you have some talent. Would you like to learn masonry with me?" The mason inquired. Realizing his assumption was correct, Gu Lin raised an eyebrow. Zhao Dagan, appearing flustered, shook his head resolutely. "No, I wish to learn woodworking." "Woodworking? Do you have a master?" the mason asked, astonished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dagan's expression fell. "No," the mason pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you work with wood? How skilled are you?" Before Zhao Dagan could shake his head to express his lack of skill, Gu Lin spoke to the gold tiler, saying, "Gold tiler, while my nephew is not apprentice formally, he has taught himself quite well. You may take a look at that wooden cart by the corner of my wall, as well as the tables and chairs in the hall. Those were all crafted by my nephew." The gold tiler had indeed seen these items in recent days, and if it were true that Zhao Dagan had made the cart and the furniture, they were indeed commendable. The gold tiler addressed Zhao Dagan. "I have a carpenter friend who is seeking apprentices, but his requirements are exceedingly strict. I can introduce you to him, but whether he accepts you will depend on your own abilities." Hearing the gold tiler's words, Zhao Dagan felt a twinge of disbelief. He stared blankly at the man, and when the gold tiler was not looking, Gu Lin discreetly tapped Zhao Dagan's arm. Instantly, Zhao Dagan snapped back to reality and turned to Gu Lin, who mouthed a silent "thank you." Zhao Dagan quickly pivoted back, his mind surprisingly agile for once, and expressed his gratitude to the gold tiler. "Thank you, Uncle Jean." The gold tiler waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If it weren't for your honest nature, willingness to work hard, and a modicum of talent, I would not have offered my assistance." He continued, "I will come by tomorrow. Be prepared that I shall take my leave now." Gu Lin reminded Zhao Dagan, "See Uncle Jean home." Prompted by Gu Lin, Zhao Dagan followed the gold tiler back to his residence. The following morning, the oven in the courtyard had finally dried out. When there were fewer customers in front of the shop, Gu Lin slipped into the back room and began to prepare egg tarts in the kitchen. That he first separated the egg yolks from the whites, placing the yolks into a dry bowl. After thoroughly mixing the yolks, he added milk and stirred again, followed by the addition of brown sugar. The initially pale yellow mixture transformed into a deep crimson hue. In this era, white sugar was unavailable, with only maltose and brown sugar at hand. Given that maltose could not match the sweetness of brown sugar, Gu Lin opted for the latter to create the egg tarts. However, he remained uncertain of the maximum temperature his newly constructed oven could reach. Thus, Gu Lin could only proceed cautiously, learning through trial and error that he poured the prepared egg tart mixture into the tart shells he had made that morning, placing them sequentially into the oven. When Zheng Hao returned, he witnessed Gu Lin bend over, half his body leaning into the oven that had been under construction for the past fortnight and had only just been completed yesterday. Zheng Hao approached and inquired, "Uncle Gu, what are you doing?" Gu Lin immediately straightened up, instinctively shielding the oven behind him, and replied, "Nothing much, just experimenting with some new food." Observing Gu Lin's demeanor, Zheng Hao did not perceive anything amiss. He was well aware of his uncle's penchant for concocting new culinary delights. Thus, he nodded and refrained from further questioning, knowing that Uncle Gu would always allow him to sample any new creations first. Gu Lin's special attention provided Zheng Hao with an unprecedented sense of security, prompting him to suppress his true nature and behave like a dutiful and understanding child in his uncle's presence. With Zheng Hao not pressing for more details, Gu Lin let out a small sigh of relief. Had Zheng Hao pursued his inquiries further, Gu Lin would have been at a loss for how to deceive him. "Come, let us have a meal first," Gu Lin suggested to Zheng Hao. The latter glanced back at the oven and asked, "Uncle Gu, aren't we going to light it first?" Gu Lin replied nonchalantly, "No need. Let the contents rise for now. They will taste better when baked later." Although Zheng Hao could cook, his expertise was limited to simple dishes, and thus he accepted Gu Lin's explanation without doubt. Consequently, Gu Lin, having successfully deceived Zheng Hao, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After Zheng Hao finished his meal and took a nap before heading to school, Gu Lin emerged from his room to continue baking the egg tarts. After approximately 15 minutes in the oven, Gu Lin donned specially designed gloves, opened the oven, and retrieved the baked egg tarts. To his dismay, the egg tart mixture, although hot, showed no signs of solidifying. Clearly, this attempt at baking the egg tarts had failed. Nevertheless, Gu Lin did not give up, that he gleaned insights from his failed attempt and continued to refine his method over the next few days, making sure to bake the tarts only after Zheng Hao had left for school to avoid raising suspicion. Fortunately, 2 days before Zheng Hao's birthday, after numerous trials and errors, Gu Lin concluded that for the egg tarts to bake successfully, they required a full incense stick's worth of time, done on Zheng Hao's birthday. Gu Lin closed the shop half an hour earlier than usual. Leaving the remaining tasks for Sister Zhao to tidy up, he hurried home to prepare the egg tart mixture with ingredients he had ready earlier, pouring it into a specially made large tart shell. Finally, Gu Lin calculated the timing and placed the large tart into the oven. Given its size, it would require at least half an hour to bake properly. And Zheng Hao was expected to return in about an hour. By then, the egg tart should be ready. While the egg tart baked, Gu Lin entered the kitchen to begin preparing the dishes for Zheng Hao's birthday feast. When Zheng Hao returned home from school and opened the door, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. The courtyard, usually empty, was now occupied by people that he saw Uncle Gu and Sister Zhao seated at the stone table. Surrounded by an array of various dishes, the Jiu Lin stood up from the stone bench and approached Zheng Hao, taking his hand and leading him towards the table. "Xiao Hao, today we celebrate your special day together." Special day? As he followed Gu Lin, a smile lighting up his face. Zheng Hao's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Uncle Gu was aware of his recent examination success and had prepared this feast to celebrate his achievement? Chapter 35. Zheng Hao's birthday. Purchasing chili peppers, Zheng Hao followed Gu Lin's lead to the stone table. Sister Zhao emerged from the kitchen, carrying the egg tarts and placing them on the table. The addition of brown sugar had given the golden tarts a slightly reddish hue, making them quite appealing. The Jiu Lin lowered his head slightly, gesturing towards the tarts, and said, "Xiao Hao, happy birthday. This is the birthday egg tart I made for you." Previously, Zheng Hao had not celebrated birthdays, often dismissing them as mere trifles for children. However, since joining the Wulyo Academy, he learned that many students celebrated their birthdays with longevity noodles or ordered peach buns for the occasion. Gazing at the round, thick egg tart before him, Zheng Hao felt a stir of emotion. This was indeed a special creation made just for him by Uncle Gu. Standing beside Zheng Hao, Gu Lin observed him fixated on the egg tart and assumed he was eager to indulge. "Let us eat first," he urged. "We can enjoy the birthday tart later. This." Zheng Hao lifted his gaze to the stone table and realized he had not fully taken in the spread before him. The evening's offerings were not only diverse, but also sumptuous, each dish meticulously prepared by the cook, requiring significant time and effort. Zheng Hao turned to Gu Lin, his expression earnest, and said, "Uncle Gu, you have put in a lot of effort." Gu Lin patted his shoulder and replied, "We are family. There is no need for worry." Zheng Hao settled down beside Gu Lin. That evening, while Gu Lin had prepared a plethora of dishes, he had not arranged for any beverages. The table offered only soup, milk tea, and water. However, this did not dampen the spirits of the gathering. By the end of the meal, the table was cleared of all the delicious food, consumed entirely by the 5 of them. Sister Zhao deftly cleared away the remnants of the feast. As night fell completely, Gu Lin placed specially ordered small candles atop the egg tart and turned to Zheng Hao, saying, "Xiao Hao, close your eyes. You may begin to make a wish now that Dio not speak it aloud, or it will not come true." For Zheng Hao, this entire experience felt wonderfully novel and refreshing. He closed his eyes, a spark of inspiration coursing through him, and without much hesitation, made a wish. When Zheng Hao opened his eyes moments later, Gu Lin leaned in and asked, "So, what did you wish for?" Zheng Hao raised his gaze to meet Gu Lin's, replying earnestly, "Uncle Gu, if I say it, it won't come true." Unbeknownst to him, his own words had turned back upon him. Yet, while Gu Lin was curious about Zheng Hao's wish, he did not press for details. Instead, he fetched a knife typically used for cutting fruit and handed it to Zheng Hao, saying, "Now, let us divide the birthday tart." Receiving the knife from Gu Lin, Zheng Hao, though inexperienced in cutting birthday tarts, had ample experience slicing vegetables and meat, but he assessed the tart for a moment before knowing precisely how to cut it. He deftly sliced the tart into evenly sized pieces, placing them onto a plate before slightly turning to present a piece to Gu Lin. "Uncle Gu, have some egg tart." Gu Lin took a bite of the tart and urged Zheng Hao, you should eat as well." Thus, after serving egg tarts to Sister Zhao, Brother Zhao, and Zhao Dagan, he finally cut a piece for himself. As he took a spoonful, he was met with the delightful contrast of the crispy outer crust and the creamy, smooth filling that melted in his mouth. The Ji Yulin inquired, "Is it delicious?" Zheng Hao nodded in affirmation. Very delicious that he harbored no fondness for milk. Yet he delighted in the egg tarts meticulously crafted by Uncle Gu, which were not overly sweet like other pastries. Their sweetness was just right, leaving no cloying aftertaste. It was evident that Uncle Gu had prepared them with his preferences in mind. Zheng Hao lifted his gaze to observe the young gentleman before him, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with Aunt Zhao. And a subtle sweetness welled up in his heart that in the deep autumn of September, the winds along the streets seemed to grow ever stronger, and the leaves on the trees transformed from tender green to withered yellow, cascading down in droves. Were it not for the dedicated street cleaners in the county town, who swept the roads twice daily, the ground would have been entirely carpeted with leaves. The Ji Yulin sat pensively on a chair behind the shop. It had been over a month since Happiness Residence opened, and following the success of milk tea and other beverages, it was time to introduce new culinary delights. As winter approached, Gu Lin's thoughts drifted far afield. The chilly autumn and impending winter were undoubtedly the perfect seasons for selling steaming hot dishes. Initially, Gu Lin had considered offering beef offal, which was savory, crispy, and tender, with beef tendon balls that burst with flavor and sweet. Soft white radish, accompanied by a clear, piping hot broth. Such fare would surely sell well in winter. However, the preciousness of oxen made it impractical to slaughter them freely. Even officials could not indulge in beef at their whim, let alone ordinary folk. Thus, his idea of selling beef offal was evidently unfeasible. Hence, he began to rethink, recalling the more popular winter dishes of the modern era. Hot pot. No, Gu Lin shook his head, setting aside the issue of space. If one wished to prepare a spicy hot pot, it would require a considerable amount of oil and spices for the broth, which would be exceedingly costly. Furthermore, in ancient times, the variety of spices was limited, and Gu Lin could not readily concoct a comprehensive hot pot base like those of later generations. That a clear broth hot pot demanded exceptionally fresh ingredients. Ideally, the chicken, duck, or fish should be slaughtered just before serving. Yet, in the harsh winters of ancient times, livestock were prone to illness and prices soared, making a clear broth hot pot unfeasible. As well, the Ji Yulin shook his head, feeling a twinge of headache. At that moment, Aunt Zhao entered, informing him that the spices in the shop had run out. The Ji Yulin, eager for a mental diversion, rose to head to the apothecary for supplies. That on his way, he passed through the market and suddenly halted in front of a small stall. He crouched down, peering at the array of vibrant red produce, then looked up to inquire of the vendor, "Good sir, what is this delightful item? So festive in its appearance." The vendor, initially hopeful at seeing a customer, was taken aback when the young man overlooked all other wares to pick up this seemingly unlucky item. Internally lamenting, the vendor remarked, Young master, this produce is known as bell pepper, imported from foreign lands. The nobility of those realms favor it for ornamental purposes. That if you wish to purchase, I can let it go for 25 coins per pot." The Ji Yulin chuckled at the response, and just as the vendor thought he had encountered a simpleton, Gu Lin rose and declared, "I had a fleeting interest in this bell pepper to admire at home, but your insincerity has led me to seek elsewhere." Seeing the young man turn to leave, the vendor, recalling the interest shown in the bell pepper, gritted his teeth. Realizing he ought to sell whatever he could, he called out, "Please, young master, I'll sell it to you for 20 coins." The Ji Yulin raised an eyebrow with a smile, pondering why he appeared so foolish to others that they all seemed eager to take advantage of him, and he walked away with a more determined stride. The vendor, noting that not only had he failed to retain Gu Lin, but the young man was quickening his pace, hastily exclaimed, "Do not go, young master. I shall sell you the bell pepper for 15 coins. At this, Gu Lin halted, turning back to the vendor. "Good sir, it would have been better to begin thus. Why treat me as a fool?" The vendor, with a resigned smile, replied, "I initially bought it for 20 coins from a foreign merchant. Selling it at 25 is not unreasonable." The Ji Yulin, unmoved, retorted, "Given that no one desires your bell pepper, The price cannot be fixed. Indeed, the vendor conceded, feeling the bitterness of regret, that he had foolishly invested all his savings in bell peppers, lured by tales of great profit, only to find the county's market saturated, with wealthy households and officials no longer interested, and common folk unwilling to spend over 20 coins for a mere pot of flowers. Very well, Gu Lin said, in light of your newfound sincerity. I shall take all the bell peppers you have left. What did you say? The vendor exclaimed, his surprise palpable, that I wish to purchase all the bell peppers you have, that if you can acquire more from elsewhere. I shall take those as well, but I will pay no more than 20 coins, Gu Lin reiterated. The vendor, now standing in excitement, realized the potential for profit that I in a market flooded with bell peppers. They were often sold for 10 coins or less, and reselling to Gu Lin could yield a small profit. Do you know where Happiness Residence is? Gu Lin inquired. Of course, I am well aware of the renowned establishment that has gained fame over the past month. The vendor replied. Gu Lin pointed at the bell peppers. Please deliver them directly to Happiness Residence and inform them that it is from Boss Gu. The vendor, suddenly recognizing that the young gentleman before him was the owner of Happiness Residence, felt reassured regarding the legitimacy of the transaction. Very well, Boss Gu, I shall deliver the bell peppers to you in 3 days. Gu Lin nodded in agreement. After departing from the stall, he proceeded to the apothecary to purchase spices. As a regular patron, both the doctor and the apprentice were familiar with him, ensuring he received the best prices on herbs. Upon returning to the shop with his spices, Aunt Zhao inquired, Young master, a man just delivered a cart full of red items, claiming you sent him. Setting down the spices, Gu Lin plucked a bell pepper from the corner and took a bite, savoring the familiar spiciness that burst upon his palate. This was precisely the chili he desired. He turned to Aunt Zhao. He will return several more times. When he does, please accept all the bell peppers he brings, that I have already settled the payment. Understood, Aunt Zhao replied without hesitation. Gu Lin gathered a pot of chili and retreated to the back of the shop, entering the kitchen with the intent to craft a new dish using the freshly acquired peppers. Although the previous ideas of beef offal and hot pot had proven impractical, the sight of the vibrant peppers in the market had sparked an irresistible idea in his mind. The spicy, fragrant, and utterly captivating malatang, that he prepared the necessary vegetables for the dish, then took out the pork and chicken he had purchased that morning, seasoning them with his carefully blended spices from our nation, and fried some tofu and eggs. Finally, he began to prepare the base broth for the malatang. Due to the limited availability of seasonings, Gu Lin acknowledged that he could not replicate the flavors of the modern malatang. So he opted for a simplified version that he heated oil in a pot, frying ginger, garlic, and scallions briefly, then added yellow bean paste and chopped chili peppers. Once the fragrance fully developed, he poured in the bone broth he had simmered, straining out the solids, and then introduced the remaining spices. Soon, a thin layer of red oil floated atop the malatang broth. As the broth came to a boil, Gu Lin ladled a spoonful into his mouth. The flavors were delightful, spicy and aromatic. Though lacking the extensive array of modern seasonings, the taste was already quite commendable. That he then added the marinated meat slices, fried eggs, and tofu into the pot, and as they neared completion, he tossed in the various vegetables. When the broth once again reached a vigorous boil, Gu Lin lifted the iron pot and poured the malatang into a ceramic bowl. Originally, he intended to wait for Zheng Hao and Aunt Zhao to return and share the malatang together. But the tantalizing aroma proved too tempting to resist. Succumbing to temptation, he served himself a bowl to satisfy his cravings. As he savored the steaming malatang, its rich flavors enveloped his senses, and he was utterly captivated. Uncle Gu, he thought to himself, unaware that his indulgence had not gone unnoticed. It was not Aunt Zhao who caught him in the act, but rather Zheng Hao, who had returned home earlier than usual. Startled, Gu Lin instinctively turned his head, meeting Zheng Hao's gaze. The young gentleman, once fair and composed, now bore a flush upon his cheeks, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and even his nose and lips appeared tinged with a rosy hue. In this era, a chill or fever was no trivial matter. Zheng Hao's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of concern as he hastened to Gu Lin's side, asking, Uncle Gu, are you feeling unwell? Initially caught off guard by Zheng Hao's early return and his own covert indulgence, Gu Lin's heart raced with guilt. However, the unexpected question left him puzzled. Zheng Hao scrutinized his face, sensing something was amiss. Uncle Gu, why is your face flushed and you sweating? Gu Lin immediately comprehended that it was undoubtedly the spicy hot pot he had consumed that had caused his face to become flushed and sweaty, thereby startling the other party. But he hastily pointed to the spicy hot pot on the table and explained, "I am perfectly fine. It is merely the effect of the spicy hot pot that has rendered me in this state." Upon hearing Gu Lin's explanation, Zheng Hao glanced at the bowl of crimson hot pot and then scrutinized Gu Lin's complexion. Although the young man's face was reddened and perspiring, he exhibited good vitality and looked nothing like someone who was unwell. He appeared quite spirited. Only then did Zheng Hao feel reassured, and his gaze shifted back to the hot pot as he inquired, "Is this the new delicacy that Uncle Gu plans to introduce?" "Indeed," Gu Lin replied. Zheng Hao's eyes sparkled as he suggested, "In truth, Uncle Gu could sell egg tarts. There would surely be a great demand for them." However, Gu Lin, who had always been rather money-minded, remained resolute, shaking his head firmly. "Though that is not a dish I have created, it is unlikely that anyone here could replicate it. I wish for it to be uniquely yours." This was Gu Lin's genuine sentiment. He had no intention of selling the egg tarts he had made specifically for Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao fell into a momentary silence, feeling somewhat despicable for often testing Uncle Gu's kindness. Did Gu Lin treat him well? Undoubtedly, he did. While other families might offer 2 meals a day, his family provided for, buying him new clothes, stationery, and sending him to school. Many families would not extend such kindness even to their own children. Yet, Zheng Hao still harbored lingering doubts, a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Why, he pondered, was Uncle Gu so benevolent towards him? In the short term, Zheng Hao could suppress his unfounded speculations, but over time, he would inevitably question whether Gu Lin's affection was genuine, that if it were indeed authentic, would that affection gradually wane with the passage of time, ultimately leading to abandonment, just as his father and mother had done. Zheng Hao believed that while time could erode feelings, it would not erase the material and monetary sacrifices made. The fact that Uncle Gu was willing to relinquish a significant and tangible benefit, did that not signify that he held a special place in Gu Lin's heart? Chapter 36, Selling Spicy Hot Pot. A beautiful misunderstanding. Spicy hot pot for sale. Spicy hot pot for sale. In a bustling shop along a crowded street, steam billowed from a bubbling iron pot, accompanied by hearty shouts. The thoroughfare was alive with pedestrians, their attention initially drawn to surrounding stalls, but curiosity compelled them towards the lively commotion nearby. Yes, they beheld the sign of Happiness Residence hanging above the shop, and noticed the throngs of people gathered outside. Those who had gathered out of mere curiosity were left speechless. Not only were they astonished, but even Gu Lin had not experienced such a sea of humanity for quite some time. Since the opening of Happiness Residence, there was no longer a need to limit the availability of cold dishes and marinated snacks as before. Concurrently, patrons no longer had to arrive before dawn to queue. Thus, while the business thrived, aside from the initial days of opening when the shop was inundated with customers, the foot traffic thereafter only peaked during certain hours each day. Some passers-by, unfamiliar with Happiness Residence, were momentarily perplexed by the mention of spicy hot pot. However, regulars quickly recognized that Boss Gu had concocted a new dish. Wang Yu, having just purchased a few tubes of milk tea, turned to Sister Zhao and asked, "Sister Zhao, what exactly is spicy hot pot?" Having worked alongside Gu Lin for several days, Sister Zhao's confidence and eloquence had significantly improved. "This is a new dish we developed," she replied, "that I cannot articulate its flavor. You must taste it yourselves. However, I can assure you that once you experience its taste, everything else will seem less appealing." Upon hearing Sister Zhao's somewhat exaggerated praise for the so-called spicy hot pot, Wang Yu chuckled and then found himself involuntarily conjuring memories of the other delectable dishes from Happiness Residence. Intrigued, he said to the woman before him, "Sister Zhao, I would like an order of spicy hot pot." "Please." Wang Yu thought that if any other establishment made such claims, it might be mere pretension, but Happiness Residence was different. He recalled the exquisite flavors of the marinated snacks. Sister Zhao, busy preparing bamboo tubes, asked Wang Yu, "Would you prefer it spicy with red oil or with sesame sauce?" Wang Yu's expression revealed curiosity as he inquired, "What is the difference?" Sister Zhao opened her mouth to respond, but as the crowd swelled, she felt overwhelmed. Just then, Gu Lin arrived after settling the bill with the chili vendor, and he stepped forward to relieve Sister Zhao. "Sister, you attend to your tasks. I will address this customer's inquiries." Upon seeing Gu Lin, Sister Zhao promptly turned to her duties. That Ji Lin turned to Wang Yu and explained, "Sir, our spicy hot pot comes in two varieties. Point one is spicy with red oil, containing both meat and vegetables, while the other is a non-spicy bone broth filled entirely with vegetables, generously drizzled with sesame sauce and syrup. Both varieties are exceptionally delicious." Indeed, Gu Lin had not only created the red oil spicy hot pot, but had also devised a sesame sauce variant. Initially, he had intended to prepare only the former. As in modern times, he and those around him had only consumed the red oil version. Thus, in Gu Lin's mind, spicy hot pot was synonymous with red oil. However, one day, after Gu Lin prepared the red oil hot pot at home, Sister Zhao tasted it and was left gasping for water, having never reacted so intensely to previous cold dishes and marinated snacks. After gulping down several bowls of water to quell the heat, Gu Lin, concerned, asked Sister, "Are you all right? Is the spicy hot pot truly that fiery? It's unbearable, Brother Lin. How can this spicy hot pot be so much hotter than the marinated snacks and cold dishes?" Sister Zhao exclaimed, still feeling the lingering heat despite having drunk several bowls of water. Hearing her words, Gu Lin furrowed his brow. He had only added a pinch of chili to the hot pot. Fearing that Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao might not handle the spice well, yet it appeared that Sister Zhao found it intolerable, he himself felt no discomfort, perhaps due to the original owner's tolerance for spice. He turned to Zheng Hao beside him and asked, "Xiao Hao, do you find the spicy hot pot spicy?" Zheng Hao, having not noticed Gu Lin's presence until now, lifted his head, revealing that his previously pale lips had taken on a rosy hue, evidently a result of consuming the spicy hot pot. Calmly sipping his tea, Zheng Hao shook his head lightly at Gu Lin, saying, "Uncle Gu, I can handle it." Observing the starkly differing reactions of Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao to the spicy hot pot, Gu Lin mused that, indeed, chili was not universally agreeable. Some individuals simply could not tolerate its heat. While Gu Lin aspired to introduce a novel dish that others had not yet experienced, it was imperative that the dish be palatable to the majority. If half the county could not handle chili, then no matter how delicious the spicy hot pot was, it would be of no avail. After much contemplation, Gu Lin was reluctant to abandon the concept of spicy hot pot. Suddenly, he recalled that during his time in the modern world, the internet had frequently recommended Northeast-style spicy hot pot to him, which was entirely different from the red oil variant, although both were classified as spicy hot pot. Their flavors were worlds apart. It was precisely the existence of these two distinct flavors that catered to both those who enjoyed spice and those who did not. With this pressing dilemma resolved, Gu Lin decided to launch both versions of the spicy hot pot. Wang Yu found himself in a quandary, uncertain which variant to choose. Observing this, Gu Lin smiled and suggested, "Customers may purchase one of each to try. Spicy hot pot can serve as both a dish and a main course." Not wanting to dither any longer, Wang Yu promptly replied, "All right, I shall take one of each." That Ji Lin then inquired, "For the red oil hot pot, would you like all meat, all vegetables, or a combination of both?" Without hesitation, Wang Yu declared, "A combination of both." That Ji Lin retrieved 2 bamboo tubes and filled them with the prepared ingredients. Due to the limited space and the fact that only he and Sister Zhao were present in the shop, he could not mimic modern spicy hot pot establishments where customers selected their own ingredients. All the ingredients for the spicy hot pot were pre-prepared. Ji Lin poured the simmered red oil broth and the bone broth into 2 small iron pots, added the meat and vegetables, and once the broth began to boil, he transferred the spicy hot pot into 2 wooden bowls. The bowl of red oil spicy hot pot required no additional ingredients, while the other bowl of bone broth spicy hot pot received a generous spoonful of garlic water, thick syrup, and rich sesame sauce. Even before tasting, the sight alone was enough to incite an intense appetite. Gu Lin looked up at Wang Yu and asked, "Would you like to enjoy your meal here, or should I prepare it for takeout?" Wang Yu, somewhat puzzled, replied, "But there are no seats in your shop. How can one eat here?" In other restaurants and eateries, Wang Yu would not have found such a question peculiar, but at Happiness Residence, there were no tables or chairs. Diners had always taken their food to go. Holding 2 open bamboo tubes, Gu Lin smiled at Wang Yu and said, "Customers may go to the tavern next door, that I have made arrangements there. You can sit and enjoy your meal once you bring the food over. However, if you choose to eat here, a deposit for the bowls will be required. After all, the wooden bowls were painstakingly crafted by each family member." Wang Yu paid no heed to the small deposit, urging Gu Lin, "Then let us eat here with the bowls." Gu Lin placed the bamboo tube in his hand down and handed the spicy hot pot to Wang Yu, saying it's best to savor the flavor immediately after the hot pot is prepared. After receiving the spicy hot pot and paying both the silver and deposit, Wang Yu carried the dish to the tavern next door. Upon entering, he noticed the tavern owner glanced at him briefly before returning to his calculations. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. He was no naive child, for the Wang family was also in business, and he understood the mercenary nature of merchants quite well. Thus, he felt a twinge of curiosity about how Gu Lin had managed to persuade the tavern owner to allow these diners to eat here. Although curiosity stirred within him, the enticing aroma wafting through his nostrils gradually captivated Wang Yu's senses, that he lowered his head slightly to gaze at the red oil hot pot on his left before turning to observe the sesame sauce hot pot on his right. Caught in a dilemma over which to taste first. Ultimately, Wang Yu decided that the left side's red oil hot pot seemed more fragrant, and he picked up his chopsticks to indulge in it. As soon as he took a bite, an unprecedented wave of spiciness and fragrance enveloped him, culminating in an explosion of flavor in his mouth. Wang Yu savored the tender and spicy chicken, feeling as though his mouth was being seared by flames, increasingly hot, yet he could not bring himself to spit out the delectable food. Enduring the prickling heat on his lips, he swallowed every morsel. After glancing at the vibrant red-hot pot, a faint blush appeared on Wang Yu's previously pale face. His expression and gaze reflected excitement, as the hot pot before him was simply exquisite. His eyes inevitably drifted to the other bowl of hot pot. The sesame sauce hot pot contained no meat at all, only vegetables, which were topped with a layer of semi-melted syrup and sesame sauce. Wang Yu could not help but swallow, then, following Gu Lin's instructions, stirred the hot pot a few times that as he picked up the sesame sauce hot pot, he initially thought it looked light and devoid of oil, believing it could not possibly compare to the red oil hot pot's flavor. However, upon tasting it, he was taken aback by its exquisite delight. What a splendid flavor it was, the vegetables soaked in the rich broth, enveloped in a layer of sesame sauce and partially melted syrup, first greeted his palate with a sweet and slightly numbing sensation, followed by an endless aftertaste. After finishing 2 bowls of hot pot, Wang Yu felt parched. Thus, he called out to the tavern owner, "Sir, please bring a jug of wine." "Certainly, esteemed guest." The tavern owner quickly fetched a jug of wine and served it to Wang Yu. Sipping the icy sweet beverage, Wang Yu found it quite refreshing. After finishing 1 cup, he could not help but refill it. Observing Wang Yu continually drinking and the growing number of patrons entering the tavern with hot pots, the tavern owner's smile grew ever brighter. The Gu Lin, at the happy residence, also witnessed the lively scene within the tavern and recalled his earlier negotiation with the tavern owner done on that day, when Gu Lin approached the tavern owner to borrow space for his guest dining. The owner initially thought Gu Lin was attempting to take advantage of him. However, when Gu Lin mentioned that the spicy hot pot was rich in oil and salt, and that patrons would inevitably feel thirsty afterward, conveniently being in the tavern would surely boost business, the owner's interest was piqued. Still, he remained skeptical of Gu Lin's claims. Nevertheless, considering the tavern's declining fortune since autumn, he decided to take a chance and agreed to Gu Lin's proposal. If the tavern situation did not improve afterward, he could simply terminate the collaboration with Gu Lin, having lost nothing. Now, witnessing the packed hall, the tavern owner felt immense satisfaction, silently rejoicing that he had not turned Gu Lin away. Zheng Hao returned home after school with good news. "Uncle Gu, the school is on a month-long break." Indeed, students of this era had no weekends. Aside from significant holidays, they received only 1 day off each month. Zheng Hao had attended the school for over a month, and it was time for a break. The Gu Lin replied, "Just in time for your vacation. Rest well tonight, and I'll take you out tomorrow." After finishing up the business with Sister Zhao, Gu Lin informed her and then took Zheng Hao to the tailor shop. This year, due to time constraints, both Gu Lin and Zheng Hao wore ready-made garments purchased from the shop, which were not only expensive but also ill-fitting. With winter still some time away, Gu Lin merely needed to pay the embroiderer a little extra to expedite the process, and in a few days, they would receive the finished winter clothing. Upon entering the tailor's shop, Gu Lin approached the shopkeeper directly and said, "Shopkeeper, could you help us measure our sizes?" The shopkeeper replied, "Of course," and called out to someone inside. Shortly, a woman in her 40s emerged. The Gu Lin pointed at Zheng Hao, indicating for her to take his measurements. The shopkeeper then chatted with Gu Lin. "Boss Gu, how many winter outfits will you be making?" Gu Lin responded, "Children grow quickly. There aren't too many winter outfits left at home. Let us start with 5 sets, and we'll also prepare some clothing for the spring festival." Upon hearing this, The shopkeeper smiled and led Gu Lin to view the fabrics. That he pointed to a selection of smooth, vibrant materials, saying, "Boss Gu, take a look at these fabrics. They are lively and cheerful, perfect for the younger generation." Gu Lin, upon hearing this, glanced over the dull black, white, and blue fabrics nearby, ultimately focusing on a modest yet striking piece of red fabric among those the shopkeeper indicated. He remarked, "That red fabric looks nice. Let us take it down to examine it." After the shopkeeper retrieved it, Gu Lin inquired, "May I touch it?" "Of course," the shopkeeper replied. The Gu Lin extended his hand, gently feeling the fabric, which was soft and smooth to the touch. Filling him with delight that in the past, Gu Lin had never understood why the caregivers at the orphanage favored dressing children in bright red and rose-colored garments. Now, as he raised a child himself, he comprehended. Children are innocent and lively, and they should wear bright and vibrant clothing to look their best. The Gu Lin turned to ask Zheng Hao for his opinion, just as Zheng Hao finished his measurements and approached. Gu Lin pointed at the red fabric and asked, "Does it look good?" Zheng Hao hesitated for a moment before replying, "It looks nice and suits you well, Uncle Gu. However, since father has just passed, if you wear red, it may attract criticism from others." The Gu Lin frowned slightly, realizing that this was indeed an era where one must observe mourning for a deceased spouse or parent. He expressed his regret, saying, "I meant to buy it for you to wear." Hearing Gu Lin's words, Zheng Hao paused slightly, looking down at the striking fabric, then fell silent for a long time. The Gu Lin, feeling a pang of regret, withdrew his gaze from the red fabric and suggested, "Let us go look at something else." Noticing the hint of disappointment in Zheng Hao's eyes, he bit his lip and spoke, "Uncle Gu, in 3 years, I will be able to wear it." The Gu Lin was taken aback, thinking Zheng Hao longed to wear red, but could not at present. He comforted, "Indeed, we shall wear it in 3 years." Thus, a misunderstanding arose between them. Gu Lin believed Zheng Hao favored red, leading him to purchase several red garments for him 3 years later. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao assumed Uncle Gu liked him in red, and once the mourning period concluded, the refined youth donned a crimson outfit, dazzling under the sun, unknowingly captivating the hearts of many young ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 37. Roasted whole sheep. Building snowman. Gu Lin turned and selected several light-colored fabrics, consulting Zheng Hao for his opinion. Upon seeing that Zheng Hao was satisfied, Gu Lin handed the fabrics to the shopkeeper and proceeded to discuss the winter outfit styles. After finalizing the details, Gu Lin paid the deposit and prepared to leave. As Zheng Hao noticed Gu Lin had finished ordering winter clothing for him, he turned to ask, "Uncle Gu, aren't you getting winter clothing?" Gu Lin lowered his head slightly and replied, "Sister Zhao, and I ordered mine a few days ago. Today was specifically to bring you in for your fittings." Zheng Hao then realized why Gu Lin had been so focused on selecting his fabric upon entering the tailor shop. Without any urgency to order his own winter clothing, the Gu Lin said to Zheng Hao, "Let us head back." Upon entering their home, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao were greeted not by the usual meal prepared by Sister Zhao, but rather by the sight of Manager Chen seated in the main hall. The Gu Lin quickly approached and said, "Uncle Chen, what brings you to our humble abode today?" Hearing Gu Lin's voice, Manager Chen turned and rose to address the young gentleman before him. "Fumin Lu happened to have some fresh lamb today, and thinking it would be nourishing during autumn and winter, I brought some for you." After speaking, Manager Chen produced an envelope from his sleeve and said to Gu Lin, "Here is Fumin Lu's dividend for this month." Upon hearing Manager Chen's words, Gu Lin recalled that September had already come to an end, and his dividend should be arriving to it. Was not that Gu Lin had a poor memory, but rather that Fumin Lu's dividends were not distributed monthly as a rule. Fumin Lu was not limited to just one location in the county. There were several in the capital city as well. Therefore, the dividends from the capital would first be delivered to Chun by Fang Jiyue before Chun could distribute the county's dividends together. This back and forth sometimes meant that dividends were paid out every 2 months. Gu Lin accepted the dividend, but did not open it on the spot. That he suggested to Manager Chun, "Since it is noon, why not stay for lunch?" Gu Lin has always been someone who distinguishes between public and private matters. When conducting business, he refers to Chen Wu as Manager Chun, but in private interactions, he calls him Uncle Chun. Clearly, Manager Chen appreciates Gu Lin's approach, as he chuckles and shakes his head slightly, saying, "The tavern is quite busy. Since the goods have been delivered, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing the refusal, Gu Lin does not insist. He prepares some milk tea and spicy hot pot to take back to Manager Chen. Manager Chen does not decline. He has long been aware that Gu Lin has developed new dishes, But having been advised by the young master, he refrains from inquiring about them directly if all goes well. Future dealings regarding Gu Lin's culinary creations will likely be negotiated by the young master on his behalf. After Manager Chen departs, Gu Lin promptly opens the envelope to reveal the banknotes within, discovering that they amount to 400 taels more than the previous time. Since Manager Chen's arrival, Zhao Aijuan, who had been staying in the kitchen to avoid suspicion due to the absence of others at home, emerges. She gazes at the banknotes in Gu Lin's hand. In the past, she would have gasped in astonishment at such a sum, having never seen so much money before. However, after some time in business, she has handled her fair share of silver. Though the sight of several hundred taels still stirs her heart, she no longer reacts with excessive surprise. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao observes the significant banknotes with a calm demeanor. His material desires have always been modest. Previously, he sought only to fill his belly. Now that his life is what many would dream of, Zheng Hao feels a profound sense of contentment. Moreover, Uncle Gu frequently gifts him silver, so his yearning for wealth is quite limited. After stowing away the banknotes, Gu Lin inspects the half-lamb that Manager Chen sent over. The lamb's exterior is coated with a layer of fresh blood, clearly indicating it has been freshly slaughtered. Ji Lin turns to Zheng Hao and Zhao Aijuan, saying, "Shall we have roasted lamb tonight?" Zhao Aijuan has no objections, and Zheng Hao defers to whatever Uncle Gu decides. Seeing their agreement, Gu Lin's eyes sparkle with delight as he hands a large piece of lamb to Zheng Hao, instructing, "Please take some lamb to Mr. Su." Feeling deeply moved by Gu Lin's constant consideration for him, Zheng Hao accepts the lamb and replies affirmatively. After Zheng Hao leaves to deliver the lamb to Mr. Su, Gu Lin takes a whole lamb leg into the kitchen, then readjusts the spices for marinating and preparing the lamb leg for braising and hot pot. The marinating process requires ample time, so Gu Lin places the seasoned lamb leg in the kitchen and steps outside. Though the roasted lamb will not be ready until evening, the braised lamb, stewed lamb, and lamb soup can be prepared immediately. Ji Yulin carries a large basket of leftover lamb into the kitchen, cutting the meat into chunks and slices according to his memory of various cooking methods. Marinating what needs marinating, stir-frying what requires it, and braising what should be braised. Soon, the chilly kitchen is filled with warmth, and the rich aroma of lamb permeates every corner. While simmering a hearty lamb soup, Zheng Hao returns that he serves himself a bowl of lamb soup, then fills another bowl for Zheng Hao, saying, "Have some lamb soup to warm up." The weather can change rapidly, and the wind is quite chilly. Zheng Hao takes the bowl, sips the soup, and notices that Gu Lin has added something that masks any gamey taste, and on the contrary, he finds the soup flavorful with a hint of spiciness. And after finishing half a bowl, a thin sheen of sweat appears on his back. Ji Yulin also tastes the soup and finds it exceedingly delicious. However, he prefers lamb offal soup, as it offers a different flavor. In winter, a bowl of it is both satisfying and warming, a true delight. Yet in this era, gift-giving is quite nuanced. Manager Chen would surely consider it impolite to present lamb without properly cleaning the offal, hence the absence of any organs. Zheng Hao sets down his empty bowl and looks up at Gu Lin, saying it's still not too cold, but Mr. Su mentioned that this winter will arrive earlier than last year, with frequent heavy snowfall. Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, Gu Lin feels a mix of surprise and confusion that isn't Su Xiaocai a scholar. How could he predict the weather? Gu Lin's candid expression reveals his thoughts. Prompting Zheng Hao to explain, Mr. Su has some knowledge of astronomy, and his predictions have never been wrong in previous years. That a trace of seriousness crosses Gu Lin's face as he responds, "If that is the case, we should return to Xia village sooner this winter, lest we be trapped by heavy snow." Zheng Hao nods in agreement. However, it is still autumn, making such discussions somewhat premature. Aware of this, the two of them turn their focus back to roasting the lamb. In the front shop, Zhao Aijuan busies herself, while Gu Lin and Zheng Hao set up a grill at the back, skewering the lamb leg and placing it on the barbecue rack. Zheng Hao diligently flips the meat according to Gu Lin's instructions, while Gu Lin pours honey into a bowl, brushing the lamb leg with it at intervals. As the lamb gradually turns golden and crispy, releasing its enticing aroma, Gu Lin can hardly contain his eagerness. He picks up a small knife and slices off a thin piece of meat, tasting it, and is instantly captivated by the crispy exterior and tender interior of the lamb. After savoring it himself, Gu Lin cuts another slice for Zheng Hao. Since Zheng Hao is preoccupied with turning the meat, Gu Lin directly feeds the lamb into his mouth, asking, "How is it?" Delicious. Since he can remember, Zheng Hao has not been fed by anyone. As he has grown older, his sense of personal space has intensified. While peers might share a morsel of food with friends, Zheng Hao does not partake in such sharing. Therefore, when Gu Lin unexpectedly offers him food, Zheng Hao instinctively leans back, but upon realizing it is Gu Lin, he suppresses his instinctive reaction. As the tender piece of lamb, warm but not scalding, melts in his mouth, Zheng Hao chews slowly, finding it indeed delicious. Gu Lin, still enjoying the roasted lamb, expresses with slight regret, "If only we had some cumin." Zheng Hao swallows the piece of lamb and turns to Gu Lin, asking, "What is cumin?" Gu Lin explains it's a spice. Roasted lamb pairs exceptionally well with cumin. Observing Gu Lin's expression filled with longing, Zheng Hao inquires, "How does Uncle Gu know this? How does Gu Lin know? Has he tasted it in the modern world?" Certainly not. Today marks Gu Lin's first experience with roasted lamb. Growing up in an orphanage, he had to earn his living expenses through part-time jobs during university. He never had the means to indulge in such delicacies. However, having never eaten pork does not mean one has not seen a pig run. Through online videos and his time working at a sheep farm, Gu Lin has heard many say that roasted lamb and cumin are a perfect match. Although he has never tasted it, he has always been curious about their flavors. That Gu Lin candidly replies, "I heard it from others." Upon hearing Gu Lin's response, Zheng Hao refrains from further questioning. He ponders the many mysteries surrounding Gu Lin. As far as he knows, Gu Lin lived in Taohua village before marrying his father, where the villagers were primarily farmers, seldom venturing to the county town. That a young lad like Gu Lin, where could he have learned that roasted lamb should be paired with cumin? After marrying into the Zheng family, although they have plenty of meat, it consists of wild chickens and rabbits. Even if they were to hunt wild boars or goats, Zheng Fu would not allow them to eat. He would simply sell them in the county town to taverns or wealthy merchants. Thus, where exactly did Gu Lin hear about this? Zheng Hao's curiosity remains unsolved, yet the once violent nature within him has been subdued, allowing him to bide his time and seek opportunities to strike at his enemies. Now that Gu Lin poses no threat and treats him kindly, Zheng Hao chooses to overlook any peculiarities about him, even concealing them if necessary. That he glances at Gu Lin beside him, a slight smile curling his lips. As long as Uncle Gu remains Uncle Gu, that is sufficient. Unbeknownst to Gu Lin, who is diligently preparing the remaining lamb, Zheng Hao has already seen through him. When Zhao Aijuan returns, Gu Lin presents the roasted lamb along with braised, stir-fried, and stewed lamb, and the three of them happily enjoy a full lamb feast accompanied by milk tea and refreshments. As autumn transitions into winter, the cool breeze outside is replaced by a biting cold wind. That Gu Lin, who has never witnessed snow in real life, sees snowflakes for the first time in the ancient world. Filled with excitement at the sight of the delicate snowflakes falling all around, he steps outside, marveling at the soft, thin layer of snow beneath his feet. Crouching down, he scoops up a small handful of snow, his expression one of delight, and begins to build a snowman in the yard. However, the snowfall is insufficient, and the layer of snow on the ground is thin, making the process of constructing the snowman quite challenging. Realizing that his hands alone would not suffice, he retrieves an iron shovel from the corner and begins to pile up the snow in one area before resuming his efforts to build the snowman. After working from morning until afternoon, his persistence pays off as he successfully constructs a snowman standing at half his height. That he even fetches a carrot and 2 chestnuts from the kitchen to use as the snowman's nose and eyes. In the evening, when Zhao Aijuan and Zheng Hao return, the first thing they see is the impressive snowman towering in the yard. Zhao Aijuan laughs and exclaims, "Oh my, who built this snowman? It's rather amusing." The snowman stood crooked and askew, with its carrot nose and chestnut eyes also tilted in a whimsical manner. Gu Lin awaited the return of Sister Zhao and Zheng Hao in the courtyard, eager for them to admire his creation. Upon hearing Sister Zhao's words, he puffed out his chest slightly. The young lad before him, though outwardly modest about seeking their praise, wore an expression that was all too comprehensible. Not only did Sister Zhao understand, but even Zheng Hao grasped his sentiment. Observing the lopsided snowman beside Gu Lin, Zheng Hao lifted his gaze slightly and remarked, "Uncle Gu's snowman is quite unique." Sister Zhao clapped her hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it surpasses what the little girls in our village have made to tea." Her words. Zheng Hao hesitated, for the little girls from Shao village were merely 4 or 5 years old. Their snowman could hardly be called such, more akin to a mere mound of snow. Yet, witnessing Gu Lin's evident joy, Zheng Hao chose to remain silent. As evening fell, the cheerful Gu Lin, who had spent the day building a snowman, began to sneeze. Sister Zhao, her expression tinged with concern, approached him and said, "You see? I told you to dress warmly while building the snowman outside. Now you're feeling the chill." She hurried to the kitchen to brew ginger soup. "The clinic is closed for the night. Let me prepare some ginger soup for you first, and we can visit the doctor tomorrow." Observing Gu Lin's congested breathing, Zheng Hao furrowed his brow and suggested, "Uncle Gu, if you're truly uncomfortable, we should see a doctor. There must be some clinics still open in the county." Ji Yulin shook his head, gazing at Zheng Hao, who looked at him with concern, and reassured him, "It's nothing. I'll drink the ginger soup and sweat it out tonight." Before Zheng Hao could voice further concerns, Sister Zhao entered with the ginger soup. After consuming the soup, Gu Lin, hindered by his nasal congestion and struggling for breath, soon felt drowsy. He turned to Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao, saying, "I'm fine. You both should head home and rest." Noticing Gu Lin's weary demeanor, Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao stepped outside, though Sister Zhao still felt uneasy about leaving. Zheng Hao turned to her and said, "Annie, you should go back and sleep. I'll stay here to watch over Uncle Gu." Startled by this, Sister Zhao immediately countered, "How can that be? You have classes to attend tomorrow." Zheng Hao replied, "It's all right. Uncle Gu's bed has a soft couch in the outer room. I can rest there." Sister Zhao still felt apprehensive, but despite his youth, Zheng Hao displayed a calm and resolute demeanor that belied his age. Unable to voice her objections, Sister Zhao finally conceded, "Very well, just take care of yourself, and if anything arises tonight, call for me." Nodding, Zheng Hao retrieved a blanket from his own room and brought it to Gu Lin's quarters. He laid the blanket on the soft couch in the outer room and settled down. Knowing Gu Lin was unwell, Zheng Hao did not sleep soundly, and in the dead of night, he was awakened by rustling sounds from within. Chapter 38. Gu Lin falls ill. Zheng Hao's senses sharpened instantly. He leapt up, forgetting to don his outer garments, and rushed inside to find Gu Lin's formerly pale face now flushed. A weight of concern settled in Zheng Hao's chest as he approached and felt Gu Lin's forehead, which burned with feverish heat. His expression grew grave. Uncle Gu had developed a fever in ancient times. Fever was no trifling matter, with many succumbing to illness from mere chills. Zheng Hao could not afford to be negligent. He quickly dressed and went to summon Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, a light sleeper, immediately rose upon hearing Zheng Hao's voice. She rushed out, asking, "Xiao Hao, what is wrong? Is something amiss with Lin Gu?" "Uncle Gu has a fever," Zheng Hao replied, his face serious yet composed. "Annie, please use a cloth soaked in cold water to sponge him down and bring his temperature down." "I will fetch a doctor you." Sister Zhao exclaimed in alarm, blocking his way. "No, you are too young. I will go." Zheng Hao looked at her, his youthful face serious as he insisted, "Annie, Uncle Gu's temperature is quite high and needs to be lowered urgently. You are the only one who can tend to him. I will find a doctor." Without waiting for Sister Zhao's response, Zheng Hao dashed out. Watching the young lad depart, Sister Zhao bit her lip in frustration before finally entering Gu Lin's room. Gu Lin felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, from his cheeks to the soles of his feet. He tossed the covers off repeatedly, only to have them pulled back over him time and again. At times, he sensed a fleeting coolness, but it would vanish almost as soon as it appeared in his hazy consciousness. Gu Lin felt as if someone were propping him up, a hard substance being forced into his mouth. The bitter taste made him clench his teeth stubbornly, yet he heard a familiar voice murmur, Uncle Gu, it's time for your medicine." His eyelids felt heavy, but eventually he loosened his grip. The bitter flavor of the herbal concoction spread through his mouth. And in his dreamlike state, Gu Lin muttered, "Bitter, no water." Zheng Hao paused in his efforts to feed Gu Lin the medicine, observing the feverish flush on Gu Lin's face and the furrow in his brow. He rose to fetch a cup of warm water. "Uncle Gu, have a sip of water." Ji Yulin obediently opened his mouth slightly, and as the warm water washed away the bitterness of the herbal remedy, he found some relief. However, due to the effects of the medicine, Gu Lin's already muddled mind became even more foggy, and he soon succumbed to sleep. Once more Ji Yulin lost track of time. Feeling as though he had been engulfed in darkness for an eternity, in this slumber, he dreamt of many people and things, but upon waking, the memories slipped away. Although he forgot the specifics, the sensations they evoked left him with a lingering sense of malaise. "Uncle Gu, Have you awakened? Seeing Gu Lin on the bed, eyes closed yet lashes fluttering, Zheng Hao rose from beside the couch and moved closer. Gu Lin had a habit of lying still with his eyes closed for a while after waking. Suddenly hearing Zheng Hao's voice, he opened his eyes in surprise. Xiao Hao, what are you doing here? Confused, he asked. Why are you here? Zheng Hao replied, Uncle Gu, you suddenly had a fever last night. Annie and I were worried and took turns caring for you. The doctor has seen you and prescribed some medicine. How do you feel now? Only then did Gu Lin realize why he felt achy and his throat was parched upon waking. It was due to the fever. He shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Zheng Hao scrutinized Gu Lin's complexion. Though still pale, he appeared more alert than the previous evening. That I'll go fetch you some breakfast now. After you eat, you can take your medicine. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Gu Lin nodded, all right. Zheng Hao returned shortly with breakfast. By then, Gu Lin had shifted from lying down to sitting up on the bed. Zheng Hao observed Gu Lin's still pale complexion and asked, Uncle Gu, do you need me to feed you? With his hand already outstretched to take the food, a realization struck Gu Lin, and he looked up at Zheng Hao, asking, Was it you who fed me the medicine last night? Zheng Hao nodded. Originally, it was Annie who was going to feed you, but since you needed support to sit up, she helped you while I fed you the medicine. Upon hearing Zheng Hao's explanation, Gu Lin could envision the effort it took for both him and Sister Zhao to care for him through the night, likely depriving themselves of rest. Thank you for your efforts, Gu Lin said sincerely. Zheng Hao's expression remained serious and calm. Uncle Gu, there's no need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. This sentiment reflected Zheng Hao's genuine thoughts, since Uncle Gu had provided for his every need. It was only right for him to care for Gu Lin in his time of illness. Unaware of Zheng Hao's inner musings, Gu Lin refrained from further formalities and accepted the meal. Upon seeing that his breakfast consisted solely of a bowl of plain congee, he looked up at Zheng Hao, confusion evident in his expression. Did I ask this all for breakfast? Zheng Hao explained, Uncle Gu, you are still recovering from your illness and need to avoid rich foods for now. Your meals will be light for a few days. Hearing this, Gu Lin's spirits sank. However, he did not sulk. As an orphan, he had learned to cherish his health, thanks in part to the care of the welfare home staff and his own efforts to take good care of himself. As Gu Lin sipped on the plain congee, he found a surprising comfort in its simplicity. Despite the absence of side dishes, his stomach, accustomed to richer fare, welcomed the lightness of the congee, and he couldn't help but think that the rice of this era tasted better than that of modern times. Though the grains were not as plump and translucent as contemporary rice, their fragrance was undeniably rich. Sister Zhao, mindful of Gu Lin's condition, had taken care to simmer the rice congee for an extended period to ensure it was gentle on his digestive system. As Gu Lin indulged in the warm rice porridge, he felt as though the grains would dissolve upon entry. He savored each spoonful, swiftly finishing the bowl. After observing Gu Lin conclude his morning meal, Zheng Hao picked up the prepared medicinal soup and approached him. Gu Lin glanced at the dark concoction, instantly reminded of the sour and bitter taste lingering in his mouth from the previous night. Yet, given his current illness, he realized that foregoing traditional medicine would likely hinder his recovery. Accepting the bowl Zheng Hao offered, Gu Lin raised it to his lips and drank it down in one swift motion. Zheng Hao took back the empty bowl, and Gu Lin rinsed his mouth with water to wash away the bitter aftertaste. He then turned to Zheng Hao and said, I am well now. You may go to school. Although Zheng Hao had diligently cared for him without mentioning his own affairs, Gu Lin was aware that today was not a holiday, and he understood the reason for Zheng Hao's presence at home. After tidying up several bowls of various uses, Zheng Hao assured Gu Lin, Uncle Gu, do not worry. I have taken leave from my teacher. Despite hearing this, Gu Lin's expression remained tense. However, upon seeing the dark circles under Zheng Hao's eyes, a pang of sympathy coursed through Gu Lin, leading him to refrain from further words, simply advising, there is little for me to attend to here. You should rest for a while. Zheng Hao, however, was reluctant to acquiesce to Gu Lin's suggestion. Given Gu Lin's unstable health, he and Aunt Zhao had taken turns caring for him throughout the night, during which Gu Lin's fever fluctuated dramatically. At times, he felt as if he were ablaze, and at others, his hands and feet were as cold as ice, causing Aunt Zhao to turn pale with worry. Observing Gu Lin shivering under the covers, Aunt Zhao hastily gathered all the clean blankets in the house, layering them upon him. Yet, despite being covered with 5 thick blankets, Gu Lin's extremities remained icy. In desperation, Aunt Zhao urged Zheng Hao, Xiao Hao, quickly warm your uncle's hands and feet. Hearing Aunt Zhao's plea, Zheng Hao hesitated momentarily. But upon seeing Gu Lin lying in bed, his face flushed and lips cracked, he swiftly dismissed any reservations regarding propriety and climbed into bed, shedding his shoes and socks. Upon entering the bedding, Zheng Hao felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Despite the thick quilt, Gu Lin's body was as cold as ice, and the entire bed offered no warmth. The Ji Lin trembled violently, nearly curling into a ball. "Xiao Hao, hold your uncle tightly. He must not grow colder," Aunt Zhao urged. Zheng Hao responded to her words, lowered his head slightly, and attempted to embrace Gu Lin in recent months. Zheng Hao had been well-nourished and was considerably stronger, but standing before Gu Lin, who was nearing adulthood, his stature only reached Gu Lin's chest. Nevertheless, his strength allowed him to lift Gu Lin effortlessly. Embracing Gu Lin, he nestled the latter's icy hands and feet against his own body, gradually warming them. The vigor of youth surged within Zheng Hao, particularly as a robust young man. Soon, the unconscious Gu Lin felt as though he had been transported from a frozen wasteland into a cozy wooden cabin. However, after half an hour, Zheng Hao noticed that the person in his arms was beginning to warm up, fidgeting restlessly. Ji Lin was breathing heavily, his exhalations warm, and the dampness from sweat had matted his dark hair against his forehead. He kicked at the blankets, and Aunt Zhao had already been persuaded by Zheng Hao to take a rest. Thus, Zheng Hao gently pressed Gu Lin down to ensure he lay still, removing the excess blankets from atop him. When Gu Lin sensed the weight of the blankets lessen and his body cooled slightly, he ceased his restlessness. Sprawled on the bed, he occasionally kicked at the covers, but Zheng Hao had already secured the edges. And upon realizing his futile attempts, Gu Lin gradually settled down. However, this tranquility was fleeting. Gu Lin intermittently stirred throughout the night until the early hours when the watchmen outside sounded their calls. At which point he finally found peace and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao remained awake throughout the night. Seeing that Zheng Hao was unwilling to retreat to his own quarters for rest, Gu Lin sighed. "I have a soft couch in my room. You may sleep there, that if I require anything, I shall call for you, and you will hear me from outside." After contemplating for a moment, Zheng Hao decided it would be best to conserve his energy for the continued care of Gu Lin, thus replying, "Very well, I shall rest in the outer room. Call me if you need anything, Uncle Gu." With Zheng Hao finally persuaded to rest, Gu Lin felt a slight sense of relief. However, having just consumed the medicinal brew, he too felt drowsy. Thus, the young man, bearing the traces of illness, lay down on the bed, resting his head upon the soft pillow, and soon fell asleep. The Ji Lin bundled himself up like a snowball, only emerging from his room when he could no longer feel the slightest chill. He approached Aunt Zhao, who was busy in the firewood room, and said, "Sister Zhao, the new year is approaching. We should find a time to purchase our festive goods." Upon hearing Gu Lin's voice, Aunt Zhao immediately turned and replied, "You have just recovered. Do not think of wandering outside." The Ji Lin widened his eyes in protest. "Sister Zhao, I've been well for 3 months. It was you and Xiao Hao who insisted on keeping me at home for further recuperation. Otherwise, I would have ventured out long ago. 3 months prior, Gu Lin had fallen ill after playing outside in the snow without proper attire, developing a fever that persisted intermittently for several days, requiring him to take medicine before he began to improve. Although he should have fully recovered by now, Aunt Zhao and Zheng Hao's cautious nature had forced him to remain at home for 3 long months. He was utterly fed up with confinement. Hearing the festive sounds outside, he could no longer contain himself. The Ji Lin reasoned with Aunt Zhao, "I am perfectly fine. Look at me. After 3 months of your care, my face is filled out that if I step outside now, who would believe I have been gravely ill? Go away, you chatterbox, always mentioning your illness." Aunt Zhao scolded, but upon glancing at the young man, she noticed how his once thin face had become plump and rosy from 3 months of nourishing soups. It seemed that even the most pampered women in the village had not fared as well. Aunt Zhao, utterly enamored, could not resist pinching Gu Lin's soft cheek, laughing as she remarked, "You little rascal, forgetting that you have a store to manage. After the new year, we will go out to buy our festive goods and then return to the village." Hearing that he would finally be allowed outside, Gu Lin felt a surge of joy, even if it was still 10 days away. "Great! I will help out at the store this afternoon." "Oh dear," Aunt Zhao exclaimed, realizing Gu Lin's impulsiveness. "You must rest at home. The doctor said your constitution is weak, especially during the winter and spring. You need to focus on regaining your strength before the new year. Consider Zheng Hao." When you were feverish, he may not have voiced it. But he was quite alarmed, his expression dark for several days. Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Gu Lin's eagerness to venture out dissipated. Never mind. I can always go out to play later, that I should prioritize my health to avoid worrying those around me. Chapter 39. Gu Lin's dark humor. Gu Lin set aside his desire for mischief and obediently stayed at home for several days. That it was not until a few days before the 20th day of the 12th month that Zheng Hao returned from the Wuyou Academy. Gu Lin's anxiety grew. He frequently glanced at the door, counting down the days until he could go out. Finally, on the 20th day of the 12th month, the family store closed for the new year. And Aunt Zhao announced in the main hall that they would go into town to buy festive goods the following day. The room was warmed by several braziers, and Gu Lin's already rosy cheeks flushed even more. The next morning before stepping out, Gu Lin was scrutinized by Zheng Hao and Aunt Zhao, who layered him in 6 or 7 garments and then draped a cloak over him, finally granting him permission to leave. This shopping expedition for New Year's goods involved the entire family, with Zhao Dagan and Zhao Dage arriving early from Xia village. Having never visited an ancient New Year's market, Gu Lin initially thought there would be little to purchase. But he was astonished to find the market brimming with an array of snacks, couplets, auspicious knots, children's paintings of carp, and charming, plump New Year dolls. Since he had only recently recovered, Gu Lin was expressly prohibited from mingling with the crowd. Thus, he remained outside with Zheng Hao, watching with envy as Aunt Zhao, with indomitable spirit, led Zhao Dage and Zhao Dagan into the throngs of people, deftly navigating the bustling market to buy various items before emerging like a fish swimming upstream. Witnessing Aunt Zhao's agile prowess, Gu Lin's face reflected his astonishment. Before long, Aunt Zhao returned, satisfied, with her arms laden with the fruits of her shopping endeavors. However, as Gu Lin observed the goods Aunt Zhao had purchased, he felt that something was missing. Yet he could not recall what it was until they passed by a bookstore. Suddenly, Gu Lin remembered and pointed towards the shop, exclaiming, "Sister Zhao, you haven't bought any couplets." Aunt Zhao shot him a reproachful glance, retorting, "You young man, now that you manage a household, should know how precious rice and oil are. Those couplets are quite expensive. A set costs several hundred coins. Now that Xiao Hao can write, we can simply buy some red paper and let him write them for us." Upon hearing the words of Sister Zhao, Gu Lin came to realize that in ancient times, not only were writing implements and books considered precious, but everything associated with the written word was exceptionally valuable. During the Spring Festival, common folk typically refrained from purchasing ready-made couplets from the shops. Instead, they would acquire sheets of red paper and seek out local scholars, paying a modest sum to have them inscribe the couplets. That in the past, both the Zheng and Zhao families had followed this custom, offering gifts to the village scholar for assistance in writing. However, inscribing couplets is distinct from everyday writing. The Jiu Lin lowered his head slightly and inquired of Zheng Hao, "Little Hao, are you able to write?" Sensing the hint of concern in Gu Lin's gaze, Zheng Hao raised his head slightly and replied, "Uncle Gu, rest assured, though my characters have yet to attain perfection, they have begun to take form." Despite Zheng Hao's modesty, Gu Lin, having spent time with him, understood that he was quite confident in his abilities. Relieved, Gu Lin smiled encouragingly at the young lad before him, saying, "Then this year, I shall rely on your efforts. We have quite a number of couplets to inscribe for the house." Noticing the playful glint in the young man's eyes, Zheng Hao recognized that Gu Lin meant no malice and enjoyed teasing him. That a flicker of amusement crossed Zheng Hao's eyes as he replied, "Uncle Gu, I finished writing the couplets a few days after returning home." Gu Lin, who had just entertained some mischievous thoughts, found himself momentarily taken aback by Zheng Hao's statement. Observing Gu Lin's bewilderment, Zheng Hao continued at a leisurely pace. "In the past few days, aside from reviewing my studies, I had some idle time, and seeing that we had red paper at home, I decided to write a few couplets. Initially, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I thought if they turned out poorly, I could always ask someone else to write them." Given Zheng Hao's confidence, Gu Lin remarked, "Your writing is undoubtedly commendable." Zheng Hao responded non-committally, "Uncle Gu can decide after taking a look." True to his word, once the group had returned home with their purchases for the new year, Gu Lin followed Zheng Hao to the study to examine the couplets he had written. Indeed, Zheng Hao had been too humble. Although Gu Lin had no profound understanding of calligraphy, he had studied it to some extent during his university years. The characters on the red paper, though not fully formed, were elegant and neatly arranged, far beyond what one would expect from a child. Holding the couplet in one hand, he admired the writing while giving Zheng Hao a thumbs up with the other, thinking that should anyone inquire, he could boast that it was penned by a child from his own household, which brought him a sense of pride. Hearing Gu Lin's words, Zheng Hao felt a warmth creeping up to his ears. And if one looked closely enough, they might even discern a hint of crimson. Ever since Zheng Hao had moved to the county to study and ceased his rambunctious play in the hills, his complexion had gradually become more fair. While not as flawless as Gu Lin's, it was certainly an improvement from the coal-black hue he once bore. Unaware of Zheng Hao's shyness, Gu Lin took all the couplets and, along with Sister Zhao, adorned their home and shop with them. That on the 23rd day of the 12th month, after settling all matters in the county, Gu Lin and his companions loaded their bountiful goods onto an ox cart and returned to Xia village. Due to the biting cold of winter, every household in the village was huddled indoors for warmth, unlike in previous years when people would venture out freely. Thus, upon their return, no one noticed their arrival. Once at the Zheng residence, thanks to Zhao Dege and Zhao Dejin's regular cleaning, the house appeared tidy despite being uninhabited for several months. "Come, gather round for some ginger soup," Sister Zhao exclaimed as she hurried to the woodshed to brew a pot of rich ginger soup. After each person drank a bowl, they gradually warmed up, and once they began to sweat, they prepared hot water for bathing. When the first pot of hot water was ready, Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao brought it into Gu Lin's quarters and poured it into the bathing tub. Sister Zhao urged Gu Lin, "Hurry and take a warm bath to fend off the chill." Realizing just how fragile his body had become after warming up, Gu Lin felt the cold seep in despite wearing a thick coat as he braved the winter winds returning to the village. Thus, he did not hesitate and quickly entered to undress for a bath. Concerned that Gu Lin might catch a chill, Sister Zhao set out 4 or 5 braziers in the room. Yet Gu Lin was cautious not to linger in the water. After soaking for a while and feeling his body gradually warm, he rose to dress. Outside the door, Sister Zhao cautioned, "Linge, don't come out right after your bath. Be careful not to catch a chill from the wind." Gu Lin had no choice but to remain indoors and asked Sister Zhao, "Have you all bathed?" Sister Zhao replied, "No worries, we took turns. I just finished my bath, and now little Hao is going in." With this assurance, Gu Lin felt a bit more at ease. Having braved the biting cold from the county back to Xia village, the 5 did not have the energy for anything else that evening. Sister Zhao prepared a pot of steaming noodle soup, paired with the delicacies brought back from the county, and after satisfying their hunger, they each returned to their respective homes, sitting in the main hall. Gu Lin felt an odd sensation upon returning to Xia village. He seemed to feel the cold more keenly than before. Rubbing his hands together, he asked Zheng Hao, who sat opposite him, "Is your room cold? Do you need another brazier?" Zheng Hao had long grown accustomed to the winter chill that in the past. His family had no braziers and relied on firewood for warmth, but with limited firewood to last through the entire winter. They had to be frugal. Thus, Zheng Hao had learned to endure the cold. Now, at the age of 11 or 12, well-fed and well-rested, he was at an age of youthful vitality, and in a room with 1 brazier. He felt no chill at all. Zheng Hao replied to Gu Lin, "I'm not cold. I'll add another brazier to Uncle Gu's room later." Gu Lin gently shook his head, saying, "No need. I'll fetch a brazier from the woodshed myself, so you won't have to run back and forth." Zheng Hao, however, insisted, "I'll go get the brazier. Uncle Gu can head back to his room first." Without waiting for Gu Lin's response, Zheng Hao rose and walked toward the woodshed. Gu Lin could only return to his room and wait for him. After sitting in his room for a short while, Gu Lin saw Zheng Hao enter, carrying a brazier. Zheng Hao placed the brazier in the corner near Gu Lin's bed and then slightly opened the wooden window. Zheng Hao stood up and turned to ask Gu Lin, "Uncle Gu, is this cold?" With the addition of the extra brazier, Gu Lin immediately felt the temperature in the room rising. The small gap in the window allowed only a sliver of cold air to enter, brushing against the wall, and Gu Lin felt no chill at all. He shook his head slightly, saying, "Not cold." Observing Gu Lin seated on the cold wooden stool, Zheng Hao's gaze softened as he said, "Uncle Gu, please rest well. I will head back now." Gu Lin nodded and wished him good night. After Zheng Hao left, he no longer maintained the pretense of a senior and climbed onto his bed. The brazier was close by, and with the window slightly ajar, Gu Lin felt warm without feeling stifled. Surrounded by the cozy warmth of the brazier and his bedding, he peacefully drifted into sleep. On the 24th day of the 12th month, as only Gu Lin and Zheng Hao remained in the Zheng household, and the Zhao residence had only Sister Zhao and her 3 children, both families decided to celebrate the new year together. Unfamiliar with the local customs of the Spring Festival, Gu Lin chose not to interfere and entrusted all preparations for the festivities to Sister Zhao, offering his assistance as needed. Initially, Gu Lin was oblivious to the festive atmosphere, but as he observed Sister Zhao rise early to lead the family in cleaning both the interior and exterior of the house, he began to sense the bustling preparations unique to the new year. On the 23rd, we prepare sweet rice cakes. On the 24th, we clean the house. On the 25th, we grind tofu. On the 26th, we buy meat. On the 27th, we slaughter the chicken. On the 28th, we prepare the dough. On the 29th, we steam buns. On New Year's Eve, we stay awake all night, welcoming the new year with dumplings that we have every year. Having just returned from the county on the 23rd, neither family had made sweet rice cakes. However, Gu Lin felt that the sweet rice cakes purchased from the county would suffice. Yet Sister Zhao had a different perspective. She believed that in the past, when the family was poor, many of the New Year's customs had been haphazardly observed, but now that they were better off, they should celebrate the New Year properly. With great enthusiasm, Sister Zhao brought the ingredients for making sweet rice cakes into the kitchen, and Gu Lin watched as she crafted a plate of golden sweet rice cakes. Upon noticing the sparkle in Gu Lin's eyes, she paused for a moment before playfully stuffing the sweet rice cakes into his arms, saying, "You little glutton, go ahead and eat." "Thank you, sister." Gu Lin sweetly expressed his gratitude before lowering his head to indulge in the sweet treats. The sweet rice cakes were delightful, though consuming too many was a bit overwhelming. Still, Gu Lin did not mind and happily devoured an entire plate, watching the young lad eat with the enthusiasm of a child. Sister Zhao could only shake her head in helpless amusement that on the 26th day of the 12th month, with the weather slightly clearing and no snow falling, after finishing the rich porridge that Sister Zhao had prepared, Gu Lin volunteered to accompany her to purchase pork when she mentioned that the village chief was slaughtering pigs. Thus, Gu Lin seized the opportunity to venture outside. Although he could only go with Zheng Hao, he was already quite content. Walking through the thick snow, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao encountered several villagers, each carrying wooden basins, evidently also heading to the village chief's home to buy meat. "Lin Gu." A voice called from behind them as the villagers hesitated. Glancing at Guel, In, Dawayu Gu approached and said, "Lin Gu, when did you return?" Recognizing him as one of the few honest villagers who had not caused trouble in Xia village, Gu Lin responded amicably. "We returned the day before yesterday," Dawayu Gu remarked. "Fortunately, I returned early. Had I come back during these past few days of heavy snowfall, the journey would have been quite treacherous." Indeed, Gu Lin nodded in agreement. The Ji Lin was not a man of many words. He could converse eloquently with strangers or close kin, yet found himself at a loss when faced with acquaintances who were neither intimate nor distant. Yu Gu, sensing the awkwardness, said, "My spouse is at the village chief's house. I shall take my leave now." "Very well," Gu Lin responded promptly as he noted Yu Gu preparing to depart. Once Yu Gu had left, Gu Lin casually inquired, "Xiao Hao, do you know which family that person belongs to?" Although he was aware that the individual hailed from one of the few families that had not caused trouble, he was uncertain of their specific identity. Zheng Hao replied, "That is the daughter-in-law of Chen Lu Wai." Ji Lin appeared puzzled. Noticing his evident lack of recognition, Zheng Hao added, "The elderly man in tattered clothing you saw at the village chief's house when you proposed to purchase vegetables was Chen Lu Yi." Gu Lin recalled the encounter, but upon reflecting on Yu Guer's attire, which aside from a few patches, was not particularly shabby, he voiced his confusion. Zheng Hao explained, "Uncle Yu is the son-in-law Chen Lu Ye's family struggled to marry off. And Uncle Chen treats him very well," that Ji Lin comprehended. Despite the Chun family's poverty, they treated Yu Guer with great kindness, thus prioritizing him for all good things within the household. This marked the first instance since Gu Lin's arrival in this world that he had witnessed someone being treated so favorably. When Gu Lin and Zheng Hao arrived at the village chief's house, it was neither too early nor too late. The pigs had already been slaughtered and butchered. The earlier villagers had formed a line, requesting specific cuts of meat from the village chief. However, as Gu Lin stepped inside, the previously boisterous courtyard fell into an immediate hush. Chapter 40. The male lead with sesame filling, the thieving boy the villagers, feeling guilty, dared not speak, and upon seeing Gu Lin, the village chief exclaimed, "Young Master Lin has returned, village chief," Gu Lin replied. Acknowledging him along with Jing Haos, the village chief broke the silence. A few more articulate aunties and sisters-in-law mustered the courage to smile at Gu Lin, saying, "Young Master Lin, You've come back for the new year. Young Master Lin, it must have been difficult traveling in the snow. When did you return? Their fragmented chatter continued, initially expecting Gu Lin to ignore them. But to their surprise, he responded, I returned the day before yesterday. Of course, one must come back to the village for the new year. The villagers, who had been anxious and uneasy, were instantly filled with joy upon hearing Gu Lin engage with them, exclaiming, yes, the new year must be celebrated in the village to truly feel the festive spirit. Although the village chief had assured the villagers from the lower river village that as long as they turned over a new leaf, Gu Lin would continue to purchase their vegetables, the villagers could not shake the anxiety of Gu Lin's lingering displeasure. Annie called out, Young Master Lin, hurry over. There is still some good meat left to choose from. In the village, the best meat was always hotly contested, as everyone endured a year without much oil or fat in their diets. Who wouldn't want to seize the richest cuts? However, the villagers tacitly refrained from interrupting the Annie's words, willingly allowing Gu Lin to select first. Custom dictated a fair order of precedence, and Gu Lin had no intention of mending fences with the villagers. With a smile, he gently shook his head, saying, Annie's, you go ahead and choose first. I have no interest in fatty meat. Upon hearing Gu Lin's refusal, the villagers registered a hint of disappointment, yet seeing his softened demeanor, they refrained from pushing their luck, wary of inciting his anger once more. Witnessing the villagers' drastic change in attitude, Gu Lin was reminded of the adage, kindness invites exploitation. Human nature was indeed complex, as exemplified by the villagers of Lower River Village. They were benevolent, having assisted the original owner and Zheng Hao during the recent bereavement of Hunter Zheng. Yet they were also greedy. The moment Gu Lin and Zheng Hao appeared to offer them a prospect of profit, they shed their former simplicity and attempted to coerce Gu Lin through intimidation. However, upon Gu Lin demonstrating his unwavering resolve, they became hesitant to provoke him further. Ji Lin struggled to comprehend the fickleness of human nature, perhaps unknowingly becoming a participant in it himself. The Ji uncle. Noticing Gu Lin's sudden distraction, Zheng Hao called out softly to Ji Lin, snapped back to reality, slightly lowering his head to reassure Zheng Hao, it's nothing. He then took his place behind the line of villagers alongside Zheng Hao. Observing the raucous villagers ahead, Gu Lin noted that those nearer to the front would be able to select the best cuts of meat, while those lagging behind would be left with the less desirable lean portions. Consequently, many villagers had sent someone from their households to queue up early. Yet a few individuals still attempted to cut in line, prompting discontent among others. They all preferred not to purchase lean meat. Who could resist the allure of fatty cuts? Gu Lin was indifferent. He had never been fond of fatty meat. Zheng Hao and Sister Zhao had once shared a fondness for it. But under Gu Lin's influence, they had come to appreciate the delights of lean cuts such as ribs and tenderloin. Thus, Gu Lin's objective today was simple, to procure any meat available to take home. Gu Lin and Zheng Hao did not wait long. The population of Lower River Village was relatively sparse, with better-off families purchasing 7 or 8 pounds of meat, while those in poorer circumstances only managed 1 or 2. Consequently, they quickly found themselves nearing the front of the line. Zheng Hao, a youth clad in a scholar's robe, with a fair complexion and a somewhat delicate appearance, approached Gu Lin and Zheng Hao. Gu Lin had never encountered this youth in Lower River Village and found his attire at odds with the surrounding villagers, which struck him as peculiar. Zheng Hao, who wore a long robe daily while studying in the county, would don common clothing upon returning home. Furthermore, with the weather so cold, Gu Lin wondered how this youth, dressed so lightly, could possibly withstand the chill that the youth addressed Zheng Hao. He received no acknowledgement in return. Zheng Hao, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued to ignore him, which irked Chen Zixiang. Since he had begun attending school, no one in the village had dared to treat him with such disregard. Feeling insulted, Chen Zixiang's countenance darkened as he retorted, Zheng Hao, now that you are a scholar, you are no longer the wild boy of yore. How can you still be so lacking in manners? Hearing the youth chastise Zheng Hao for his supposed rudeness, Gu Lin's expression soured. Who was this person to lecture others upon first meeting? Zheng Hao raised his gaze slightly, casting a brief glance at Chen Zixiang. Brother Chen, why do you have the gall to speak of etiquette when you have failed to greet your elders first? Chen Zixiang's previously haughty demeanor shifted, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to be associated with the disgrace of disrespecting elders. That a smile crept onto Chen Zixiang's fair face as he replied, Brother Zheng, ever the quick-witted. I merely haven't seen you in a while, and was so pleased that I forgot to greet Uncle Gu. He then turned to Gu Lin, saying Uncle Gu. Had Chen Zixiang greeted him first, Gu Lin would have certainly returned the gesture amicably. However, it was clear from the outset that Chen Zixiang was not well-intentioned, and every word he had exchanged with Zheng Hao was laced with barbs. Gu Lin felt no inclination to extend him courtesy, that A.S. Chen Zixiang noted the indifference of the young gentleman before him. His expression stiffened momentarily before he regained the composure characteristic of a scholar. His gaze fell upon the wooden basin that Zheng Hao was holding, and upon realizing what Zheng Hao was doing, his demeanor transformed as if he had discovered a point of superiority over Zheng Hao. Chen Zixiang spoke earnestly to Zheng Hao. During this holiday, it would be wise for you not to squander time with such mundane matters that he assumed the role of a caring elder brother. Advising Zheng Hao, as a seasoned individual, let me offer you a piece of advice. Within books lies a treasure trove. Within books, one finds beauty that if you wish to achieve success, you must dedicate yourself to your studies and not be distracted by trivialities. After imparting his advice, Chen Zixiang seemed to let out a faint sigh, adding, if it weren't for the village chief inviting me to compose couplets today, I would have been diligently studying at home. Oomph. Gu Lin scoffed coldly, prompting Chen Zixiang to turn his head in response, his brow furrowing slightly as he appeared unable to comprehend Gu Lin's sudden derision. Gu Lin addressed Chen Zixiang, for all your scholarly pretensions, I, a man unlettered, know that filial piety is paramount. You, who are supported by your family, show no understanding of their hardships. How can someone like you, who lacks empathy, still call themselves a scholar? It was unspoken that such words held little weight in modern times. Yet for a prideful scholar in ancient days, they were nothing short of devastating. Chen Zixiang's expression shifted as he raised a finger toward Guel At that moment. Zheng Hao's countenance darkened, and he stepped protectively in front of Gu Lin, stating, Brother Chen, where do you think you're pointing? Zheng Hao's back was to Gu Lin, thus he could not see the terrifying transformation of Zheng Hao's visage. Yet Chen Zixiang, facing Zheng Hao, was taken aback by the frigid glare directed at him. Rendering him momentarily speechless, his gaze flickered downward, and he saw that Zheng Hao was only chest-high to him. Chen Zixiang cast aside his trepidation, declaring, only a petty man and a woman are difficult to nurture. Gu Lin retorted without hesitation, then you are the most wretched of petty men. Chen Zixiang had never encountered a young gentleman as sharp-tongued as Gu Lin in the past whenever he uttered such words. Those with even a modicum of shame would have flinched and turned away. Yet Gu Lin's expression remained entirely unfazed, causing Chen Zixiang to realize he was no match for him. He flicked his sleeves dismissively, stating, I shan't engage in a battle of wits with a mere boy. Chen Zixiang glanced at Zheng Hao and remarked, after the new year, I shall participate in the imperial examination. Allow me to offer you a word of wisdom, since you entered school later than others. You must possess self-awareness. Studying is not as effortless as leading a group of youngsters to hunt in the mountains. I almost forgot, you'll be able to leave the academy after a few years of study. Without taking the imperial examination, how can you comprehend the difficulties of learning? Listening to the mockery, Zheng Hao replied calmly, Is that so? Brother Chen, after studying for over 10 years, it is high time for you to take the examination as well. Gu Lin, who was nearby, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Zheng Hao's words that he had not expected this cunning lad to turn the tables so adeptly. After all, what did it mean that one should take the examination after studying for a decade? Chen Zixiang had intended to flaunt his distinction in being able to take the imperial examination, while Zheng Hao, seizing on Chen's own words, retorted that if after so many years of study, he still failed to achieve any fame, he would merely be a layabout that as anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zixiang's face darkened with anger. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, he merely flicked his sleeves and turned away. Hey, Zixiang, why are you leaving? I still have couplets that need writing. A woman called out after Chen Zixiang's retreating figure. However, whether he truly did not hear or simply chose not to respond remained a mystery. The village chief, who had been weighing meat for the villagers, had missed the commotion and turned to his elderly wife, perplexed. What happened? Why did Zixiang leave? The chief's wife, having witnessed the entire scene, understood the quarrel between Chen Zixiang and Gu Lin. She sighed, feeling a headache coming on, as it seemed the Chen family was at odds with Gu Lin's family. Previously, Tiandoa had always disapproved of Lin Gu, and now Chen Zixiang was embroiled in conflict with him as well. She nudged the village chief, saying, It's none of your concern. Just focus on weighing the meat. When it was Gu Lin and Zheng Hao's turn, there was not a single piece of fat left at the meat stall, only the less desirable cuts of spare ribs, tenderloin, and pig's trotters, all of which Gu Lin relished. The village chief furrowed his brow and said to Gu Lin, "These meats are not satisfactory. I have some better cuts at home for you." The Jiu Lin waved his hand, insisting, "No need, Uncle Chief. I'll take all this." Glancing at the remaining meat, the chief shook his head. "This year, everyone has money in their pockets and doesn't care for these lean cuts. If you want them, feel free to take them all." "Very well." Although the remaining meat seemed plentiful, it amounted to only about 50 jin, and with Zheng Hao, as well as the Zhao family, it would barely suffice until the new year. However, there were other pig farmers in Xia village, and soon a family would be slaughtering pigs, allowing them to purchase more meat then. After the village chief weighed the meat and placed it into 2 wooden basins, Gu Lin paid, and then departed with Zheng Hao. They exited the chief's home. Zheng Hao turned to Gu Lin and said, "Uncle Gu, please pour the meat from your basin into mine." Looking down at Zheng Hao's nearly full basin, Gu Lin shook his head. "No need. Our home is close, and we'll be there shortly." "Uncle Gu," Zheng Hao insisted, "I am strong. This meat is hardly heavy for me, as light as holding a pen." Yet this was not a sufficient reason to offload all the work onto another. Gu Lin frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of reluctance observing this. Zheng Hao continued, "Uncle Gu, the clouds are thickening. It will snow soon. We didn't bring an umbrella, and if we get caught in the snow, Aunt Zhao will surely brew you some medicinal soup." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, Gu Lin's eyes involuntarily twitched. Clearly, he bore a profound psychological scar from the month Aunt Zhao had relentlessly pursued him with her medicinal concoctions. He poured half of the meat from his basin into Zheng Hao's, then hastily moved forward, saying, "Let us hurry home." With Gu Lin as contribution, the meat in Zheng Hao's possession weighed nearly 40 jin. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the weight, effortlessly keeping pace with Gu Lin. The following days, Aunt Zhao began preparing chicken and duck, handling a variety of ingredients. Every morning after breakfast, Gu Lin would follow Aunt Zhao into the kitchen to enjoy the delectable dishes. Following Gu Lin's recipe for fried delicacies, Aunt Zhao evenly sprinkled the prepared spice mix over the chicken for marination. Once the chicken had marinated, she cut it into large pieces, each the length of a finger and 2 fingers wide. Before frying them in oil, with a crackling sound, as the fried chicken emerged from the pot, Gu Lin could hardly contain himself and immediately popped a piece into his mouth. Gu Lin squinted his eyes in delight, the crispy skin giving way to tender, juicy meat. Chewing on the fried chicken, he mumbled, "This fried chicken is truly delicious. When will we have it at the restaurant?" Hearing Gu Lin's somewhat naive remark, Aunt Zhao chuckled and replied, "How could it not be delicious? Just think of how much oil goes into frying chicken. If we were to sell it at Xingfuju, I wonder if we could even sell 2 chickens in a day." Gu Lin was momentarily speechless, for Aunt Zhao's reasoning was indeed sound. Despite the current prosperity of Xingfuju, it operated on a model of low profit margins and high sales volume. After accounting for the cost of spices and ingredients for the braised dishes, cold dishes, and spicy hot pot, they barely made a few coins in profit. The spices and oil required for fried chicken were even more substantial. To avoid losses, it would be impossible to sell a serving for just a few coins. How many families in the county would purchase fried chicken at such a price? Gu Lin shook his head, discarding his unrealistic thoughts. He took a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into Aunt Zhao's mouth. Then lifted a bowl of fried chicken, saying, "Sister Zhao, I'll take some fried chicken for Xiao Hao to try." Before Aunt Zhao could respond, Gu Lin dashed off, leaving her to chuckle and scold. "This boy claims he is taking it to Zheng Hao, but he truly believes I do not know where that plate of fried chicken will end up." She shook her head in resignation, thinking that perhaps she had been too strict lately, and it was time to let Lin Gu relax a little. However, she turned to search for some herbs to reduce heat, intending to prepare a medicinal soup for Lin Gu, to prevent him from waking up with a sore throat the next day. Unbeknownst to Gu Lin, a bowl of medicinal soup awaited him that evening. He entered Zheng Hao's study with a plate of fried chicken and called out to Zheng Hao, who had been studying at his desk for nearly 2 hours. "Xiao Hao, take a break and come eat some fried chicken. Aunt Zhao just fried it, and it smells wonderful." Zheng Hao, with his keen senses, had caught the scent of oil as Gu Lin entered. When he saw Gu Lin approach, he set down his brush, stretched his stiff fingers, wiped them with a damp cloth, and rose to sit beside Gu Lin. Noticing that only half a bowl of fried chicken remained, Zheng Hao lowered his gaze and said, "And only fried half a bowl?" Having come from the kitchen, Gu Lin had intended to bring the fried chicken to share with Zheng Hao. But the aroma wafting in the cold air had proven irresistible. Unable to resist, he had nibbled a small piece and then another, and by the time he reached the study, half the bowl was all that remained. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Lin rubbed his nose and mumbled, "And is still frying. There will be more soon." Zheng Hao pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. "Uncle Gu, have you eaten? There is only half a bowl left. Why don't you eat first?" No, I can eat later." Glancing at the half bowl of fried chicken, Gu Lin felt too embarrassed to finish it all. Chapter 41. An Offering on New Year's Eve. Aunt Zhao and Gu Lin, along with a few others, prepared the reunion dinner, with Aunt Zhao as the head chef and Gu Lin as her assistant. Zheng Hao and the Zhao father and son helped, washing vegetables and serving dishes that in the afternoon. Every household in the village prepared offerings to go up the mountain for ancestral worship. Aunt Zhao packed the chicken, duck, fish, and meat, handing Gu Lin a jug of wine. Saying, "Go, have a word with Hunter Zheng." Gu Lin had arrived in this world only after Hunter Zheng's passing, and thus did not hold any emotional ties to him. However, during his most challenging times after arriving, he had lived in Hunter Zheng's house and relied on his resources, that Gu Lin felt it was only right to pay his respects. Dressed in thick winter clothing and cotton boots, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao stepped out of the house. The recent days had seen continuous snowfall, and the snow on the ground in Shiha village was already above their shoe tops. While everyone cleared the snow from their own yards, the untouched areas had accumulated a thick blanket. Leaning on a piece of dry wood, Gu Lin followed the footprints left by the villagers ascending the mountain for the ancestral offering. Zheng Hao carried the offerings, holding the wine jar, as they traversed the flat, snowy ground to the foot of the mountain. The path on the mountain was more treacherous than the flat snow, and seeing the icy slope, Gu Lin turned to Zheng Hao, advising, "Be careful when we ascend. Don't fall." Zheng Hao nodded. "You too, Uncle Gu." Gu Lin walked ahead, cautious as he navigated the steep incline, for he had never ascended a mountain in such frigid conditions that he feared that a moment's inattention might lead to a slip and a fall. Gazing up at the towering peaks above, he felt a sense of relief that the original owner had not chosen a more distant burial site for Zheng the hunter. After some time climbing, Gu Lin and Zheng Hao reached a spot slightly elevated above the mountain's base that in the vast expanse of snow, Gu Lin struggled to locate the grave of Zheng's father. Zheng Hao stepped forward, positioning himself before Gu Lin, that he surveyed the surroundings and then placed the offerings onto the snow before moving toward a particular direction. With his back turned to Gu Lin, the latter remained unaware of Zheng Hao's actions. It was not until Zheng Hao paused and shifted his body that Gu Lin noticed a wooden plaque materializing in the previously empty snow, a gravestone for Zheng the hunter. Taking a cloth from the bamboo basket, Zheng Hao slightly tilted his head back to wipe away the snow and dust from the gravestone, before commencing to clear the surrounding snow. Observing this, Gu Lin stepped forward to offer assistance. Zheng Hao turned and interjected, "Uncle Gu, your health is fragile. Do not touch the snow. I can manage to clear the snow around my father's grave. Once the weather warms, we shall return for the tomb sweeping." He reassured Gu Lin, "Father will not hold it against us, especially not you." Thus, Gu Lin remained motionless, watching as Zheng Hao diligently cleared the snow around the grave with a shovel. Once the snow was cleared, Zheng Hao turned to Gu Lin and said, "Uncle Gu, please bring forth the wine. We can pay our respects to my father now." "Very well," Gu Lin replied, turning to gather the wine and other offerings. Approaching Zheng Hao from behind, he produced a cup, but Zheng Hao glanced at the gently falling snow and then turned to Gu Lin, saying, "Uncle Gu, there is no need for cups. That my father was never one to fuss over such trivialities. Pour the wine directly from the jar, so he may drink to his heart's content." Gu Lin lifted the jar and stepped closer to the gravestone, with a slight elevation of his wrist. The wine cascaded from the jar, pooling onto the snow before Zheng the hunter's grave. Initially, Gu Lin felt indifferent toward the gravestone, but after pouring the wine, he raised his gaze once more and felt a stirring in his heart. He quietly uttered, "Rest in peace. Having received your kindness, I shall take good care of little Hao." Zheng Hao set the offerings in place and then knelt before the grave of Zheng the hunter. Witnessing this scene, Gu Lin felt a twinge of hesitation, for it seemed that, given the original owner's status, he too should kneel. Zheng Hao glanced sideways at Gu Lin, his youthful countenance bearing a calm and reassuring expression. "Uncle Gu, there is no need to kneel. I am here as a son to pay my respects. Kneeling is a matter of filial duty." relieved at the prospect of not having to kneel, especially as the cold was becoming unbearable. Gu Lin turned his gaze to the gravestone. Zheng Hao's dark eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. Memories of his father before his passing surfaced in his mind, alongside the tumultuous changes of the past few months. Ultimately, his thoughts settled on the poignant image of Uncle Gu being forced to remarry by his parents, tears streaming down his face. Father, though I am still young and overlooked, I vow to protect Uncle Gu well. Ensuring that no one harms him, Ji Yulin stood quietly nearby, aware that Zheng Hao had much to say to Zheng the hunter. Therefore, he patiently awaited his words. What he anticipated would be a lengthy pause turned out to be brief. As Zheng Hao soon rose from the snow, turning to Gu Lin, Zheng Hao said, Uncle Gu, let us return. Ji Yulin carefully observed Zheng Hao's expression, though there was a hint of somberness in his brow. There was no overwhelming sorrow. Feeling a measure of relief, Gu Lin suddenly recalled something and asked Zheng Hao, will you not pay respects to your mother? Upon hearing Gu Lin's inquiry, Zheng Hao's previously contemplative face registered a moment of surprise, followed by a dawning realization in his calm demeanor. She is no longer here, he replied. Excuse me? Gu Lin was somewhat perplexed. Zheng Hao explained, my mother fell ill with a plague and endured it for 3 long months. But ultimately, she could not be saved. Father initially intended to bury her in the back mountain, but the authorities forbade it. In the end, the officials took my mother's body away to be cremated, and her ashes were handled by the government. All belongings of those who had suffered from the plague had to be incinerated, so my mother does not even have a proper grave. With that, Zheng Hao lowered his head slightly. Ji Yulin's heart ached upon learning of the male lead's mother's tragic fate, which had gone unmentioned in the original text. He could scarcely fathom how the young Zheng Hao, capable of memory, endured the pain of losing his mother so abruptly that he reached out a hand and gently stroked the head of the half-grown boy before him, feeling the warmth of the gentle touch above him. Zheng Hao lifted his gaze to meet Gu Lin's eyes. With a serious expression, Gu Lin said to Zheng Hao, in the future, we can set up a memorial tablet for your mother at home, allowing us to pay our respects during festivals. Zheng Hao had previously harbored this notion, but the elders surrounding him had advised against it, citing propriety, blinking away the cold snowflakes that had fallen into his eyes. A surge of warmth welled up, threatening to spill over. Thank you, Uncle Gu, Zheng Hao said. Noticing the slight redness in the corners of Zheng Hao's eyes, Gu Lin gently squeezed the boy's head affectionately. As they descended the mountain, the two walked in silence. Ji Yulin refrained from speaking, allowing Zheng Hao to process his emotions. Meanwhile, he pondered how to lift Zheng Hao's spirits upon returning home. Suddenly, Zheng Hao broke the silence. Addressing Gu Lin, Uncle Gu. Gu Lin turned to face him. With unwavering determination, Zheng Hao declared, Uncle Gu, in 3 years, I wish to take the imperial examination. The imperial examination is no trivial pursuit, and Zheng Hao's aspiration was not a fleeting whim. From the moment he decided to pursue education, he had felt the stirrings of this ambition. That Gu Lin faced adversity due to a lack of influence and was compelled to sell food for protection. In following the death of his father, Zheng Hao's resolve to take the examination only deepened. He prepared meticulously, and within a few months of study, he had managed to grasp the 4 books and 5 classics, texts that typically required years for others to comprehend. His teachers were astonished by his memory and understanding, unaware that Zheng Hao still deemed his progress too slow. With his father's passing, he was required to observe a 3-year mourning period, during which he could not participate in the examination like other scholars. However, this time also afforded him the opportunity to solidify his foundation. Zheng Hao was determined not to waste a moment. He yearned to become stronger so that Uncle Gu would not need to wear a smile when feeling down, nor endure humiliation in silence. Ji Yulin, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Zheng Hao's mind, asked earnestly, have you made your decision? Zheng Hao nodded. Uncle Gu, I have made up my mind. Very well. Pursue your examination. Gu Lin encouraged that in his view, the imperial examination was notoriously challenging, and unlike modern entrance exams, there were no large-scale mock examinations. Consequently, the chance for practical experience was scarce, and as a result, candidates accumulated little examination experience. Ji Yulin believed that it would benefit Zheng Hao to engage in preparatory practice. He had no expectations of Zheng Hao achieving immediate success. He understood that in a certain dynasty, the acceptance rate for aspiring scholars was less than 2%, implying that only a couple of candidates among many would succeed. Upon returning home, Gu Lin accepted the red sugar ginger soup from Zhao Ani, and after each had consumed a bowl and worked up a sweat, they commenced the New Year celebrations. The five of them gathered around the large wooden table, where alongside delicious dishes, there was an unusual presence of wine. Ji Lin picked up a bowl of wine, curiously lowering his gaze to taste it. Contrary to his expectations, it was not as spicy as he had imagined. Having had a few drinks in the modern world, it seemed to him that the alcohol content was even lower than that of beer. However, Gu Lin forgot that he was no longer the man of modernity. After consuming several bowls of wine, he began to feel a bit tipsy. When intoxicated, he remained quiet, sitting in stillness, but the usually talkative young man suddenly fell silent, which was somewhat out of character. Zhao Auntie, observing the young man gradually slumping over the table due to his inebriation, jestingly scolded, "This drunken cat." Then, turning her gaze to the now intoxicated Zhao family father and son, she took a deep breath, reminding herself that she must not scold anyone during the New Year festivities. Instead, she softly admonished, "Look at yourselves. None of you are mindful of your capacity for alcohol. Now you're all drunk. How will you manage to eat dumplings later?" Due to his youth, Zheng Hao was restricted from drinking alcohol by Gu Lin. Thus, at the table, only he and Zhao Ani remained sober, that he said to Zhao Ani, "Annie, I'll keep an eye on them. You go prepare some hangover soup. Once Uncle Gu and the others drink it, they should be able to recover." Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, Sister Zhao swiftly turned and dashed into the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy. Gu Lin lay sprawled over the table, his eyes closed, resembling someone who had succumbed to a deep slumber. Concerned that he might catch a chill, Zheng Hao returned to the room and fetched a blanket to cover him. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Gu Lin mutter, "Tang Yuan, that we eat Tang Yuan during the New Year, that I in the past." Zheng Hao, perhaps due to his limited exposure, was unaware of what Tang Yuan was. However, since embarking on his studies, he had procured numerous books from the bookstore, encompassing not only academic texts but also a variety of travelogues. Regarding the Tang Yuan that Gu Lin spoke of, Zheng Hao had a vague recollection. One travelogue, penned by a scholar who had journeyed through the southern regions, mentioned that Tang Yuan is a dish consumed during the New Year in certain areas of the south, akin to their custom of eating dumplings while keeping vigil for the New Year. Yet, Gu Shu, having been born and raised in Taohua Village, a northern farming family, was unlikely to be familiar with the southern delicacy of Tang Yuan, particularly on New Year's Eve when it lingered in his thoughts. Sister Zhao approached with the hangover remedy, ready to serve it to the Zhao family. Zheng Hao lifted the bowl and softly addressed Gu Lin, "Uncle Gu, it's time to drink the hangover remedy." Receiving no response, Zheng Hao patiently called out several more times until Gu Lin, appearing to finally register the call, slowly sat up. Zheng Hao brought the remedy to Gu Lin, observing his dazed state and realizing he could not hold the bowl. "Uncle Gu, open your mouth," he instructed to Ji Lin. In a befuddled state, complied, and the remedy slid into his mouth. He grimaced, clearly disapproving of its flavor. Turning his head slightly, he seemed reluctant to continue drinking, but Zheng Hao, ever so gently, urged, "Uncle Gu, please drink it all." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Lin suppressed his urge to retch and consumed the entire remedy. As the remedy began to take effect, and Gu Lin's consciousness gradually returned. Sister Zhao had already timed the cooking of dumplings, bringing them forth with a cheerful, "Time for dumplings." Gu Lin remained somewhat disoriented, but when Zheng Hao placed the dumplings before him, he picked up a spoon and began to eat them slowly. After finishing the dumplings, Gu Lin's awareness sharpened slightly compared to before. That he stood up, insisting on not requiring Zheng Hao's assistance, and after exchanging New Year greetings with Sister Zhao and Zheng Hao, he wobbled back to his quarters. Once he lay down on the bed, all consciousness slipped away, and he fell into a deep sleep that on the first day of the Lunar New Year, despite having consumed the hangover remedy the night before. Gu Lin awoke with a lingering headache. Stepping outside, he found the house peaceful and quiet. Zheng Hao, hearing the commotion from the study, emerged and informed him, "Uncle Gu, Aunt Zhao, and the others have gone to pay New Year visits. Breakfast is warming in the kitchen." It dawned on Gu Lin that it was indeed the New Year, and the Zhao family had to make their rounds of visits, leaving them little time to spare. After finishing his breakfast, Gu Lin entered the study, where he found Zheng Hao engrossed in a book. "That we are still celebrating the New Year. It's not too late to resume your studies after a few days of rest," Gu Lin remarked. Having long understood Gu Lin's nature, Zheng Hao set down the book and looked up at the young man before him, asking, "What does Uncle Gu wish to do?" In the cozy hall, 2 charcoal braziers were placed within. Gu Lin set an iron mesh over one of them, sprinkling peanuts and red dates atop it, while he lit a stove to brew milk tea. Both Gu Lin and Zheng Hao were in mourning and could not visit others to celebrate the new year. Nor would anyone come to visit them. With time on their hands, Gu Lin decided to roast some snacks together with Zheng Hao. He grabbed a handful of roasted peanuts from the mesh, shared some with Zheng Hao, and after cracking open a peanut and crushing its shell, he turned to Zheng Hao and said, "While studying is essential, one must not confine oneself indoors all the time. I recall that the imperial examination requires a robust physique. You should take the opportunity to go out and exercise regularly." Upon hearing Gu Lin's words of concern, Zheng Hao's expression turned slightly complex. He looked up at Gu Lin and reassured him. "Uncle Gu, rest assured I practice boxing and archery every morning." Gu Lin, taken aback, exclaimed, "How come I was unaware of this?" Zheng Hao paused before explaining, "By the time Uncle Gu rises, I have already completed my exercises and returned to bathe." Now understanding that Zheng Hao had been balancing both study and physical training, Gu Lin realized he was the one who often remained indoors. Neglecting his fitness, he fell silent, as if nothing had transpired, and resumed eating the peanuts and red dates. Unbeknownst to him, he had already finished the peanuts and red dates he had shelled, and was now consuming those that Zheng Hao had prepared for him. Chapter 42. The Death of Lu Samlai. Gu Lin and Zheng Hao leisurely spent over 20 days in Xia village until Zheng Hao's school was about to commence, prompting the 3 of them to board an ox cart back to the county town. Upon returning, they took a day to rest. The following day, Zheng Hao headed to Wuliu Academy for his studies, while Gu Lin and sister Zhao opened their shop to conduct business. They had anticipated that after the festive season, with many indulging in lavish feasts, foot traffic to Xingfuju would dwindle. To their surprise, as soon as Gu Lin opened the doors to Xingfuju, a throng of customers began to gather. "Boss Gu, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for ages." Since Xingfuju had closed, some regular patrons had been anxiously awaiting its reopening, and upon seeing the doors ajar, they flocked to speak with Gu Lin. Witnessing the enthusiastic reception of the customers, Gu Lin felt a mix of joy and bewilderment. He inquired of a familiar patron, "What is the occasion?" "I merely returned from a brief holiday, yet it feels as if I have been gone for an eternity." Wang Yu adjusted his heavy cotton coat and replied, "It is not that long, Boss Gu. You have no idea the torment we endured during your absence. Throughout the new year, our homes were laden with greasy feasts. Initially, the meals were delightful, but by the next day, our stomachs could no longer bear it. Under normal circumstances, we would endure, but ever since we tasted the milk tea from Xingfuju, we found it alleviated our post-meal discomfort." However, with the closure of Xingfuju after the new year, those little issues returned. A middle-aged man chimed in, clarifying the reason for the crowd surrounding Xingfuju, which made Gu Lin chuckle, yet he understood their plight. Not only the patrons faced such discomfort, but Gu Lin himself was no exception. During the new year, Sister Zhao's cooking had been incessantly meaty, devoid of any greens. Although Gu Lin relished meat, he could not withstand 3 meals a day of it. Given the winter's naturally sedentary lifestyle, anyone's digestive system would falter under such a diet, but he delicately suggested to Sister Zhao to prepare some vegetables to accompany the meat. To his surprise, the frugal Sister Zhao objected, asserting that during festive occasions, one must feast on meat to ensure prosperity in the coming year. She also mentioned that winter vegetables were scarce, and they needed to save some for sale at Xingfuju. While Sister Zhao's statement contained an element of exaggeration, the fact that Xingfuju could still sell vegetables in the midst of winter was indeed remarkable in the county town.